Chapter 1. A Start of Bad Taste. With your mere mortal physique, how dare you dream of marrying Yuner through a mere marriage contract? You are nothing but a delusional fool, overestimating your own worth. A furious shout jolted Yi Chun from his confusion. What has transpired? Memories flooded his mind like a torrent. This is a world of cultivation, known as the heavenly domain, where everyone can attain the ability to soar through the skies, move mountains and fill seas, and kill from 1,000 miles away, among countless other extraordinary feats. However, in any realm, there exists a hierarchy among people, and not everyone possesses the talent for cultivation. Yi Chun, he finds himself teetering on the edge of the inability to cultivate, caught in a cycle of despair. Why is that? Because the physiques for cultivation are categorized as mortal body, initial body, spiritual body, king body, emperor body, and saint body. Strictly speaking, 5 levels as emperor body and saint body are of the same rank, merely differing in terminology. Mortal body, one can cultivate, but there is no real necessity, for it is truly of little use. Currently, he faces a painfully familiar melodrama, a cancellation of engagement. This, a familiar beginning. The only difference being that the one calling off the engagement is not his fiancée, but rather a man seeking to claim her for himself. This man is indeed formidable. Wei Hang, the eldest son of the Wei family, a golden generation, representing the hopes of the entire village. With his Thunder King body, he entered the Beiyuan divine sect and immediately became a core disciple, with a bright future ahead. So does this mean he is to be cuckolded? What the hell? Uncle Yi, kindly hand over the marriage certificate, and perhaps I might show leniency towards your family otherwise. Wei Hang chuckled coldly. Yi Chen wanted to curse him, but recalling that the entire Yi family would not stand a chance against even a single elder of the Beiyuan divine sect, he swallowed his words. Those who recognize the situation are true heroes. Wei Hang, though your family may be dominant now, one should not be so excessive. Yi Chen's father, Yi Jiulong, shouted in fury. The Yi family, once the foremost of the 3 great families, had fallen behind due to the emergence of 2 exceptional prodigies from the Wei and Shui families, both possessing king body acesite, so rare it could be deemed a ancient millennium occurrence. The awkward truth is that they're the darlings of this era, while Yi Chun is but a bug of the times. Equally a rare mortal body among the cultivation families. Uncle Yi, my calling you uncle is merely a gesture of respect. Do you still think this is the era of the 3 great families? Let me inform you, it is now the era of the 2 great families. If you wish to save face, consider the long-standing legacy of the Yi family, or watch your son become a stray dog. Wei Hang spoke coldly. His intent was clear. He would destroy the Yi family, but not just yet. Yi Jiulong clenched his fists tightly. As a prominent figure in Xingyue City, he never imagined he would be threatened by a junior one day, and he truly felt powerless. The flames of resentment burned within him. Yi Chen understood deeply that this was his own fault. Yet, it was not his mistake to possess a mortal body. The system of pretentiousness brings misfortune has been successfully bound. The system's function is simple. Whoever shows off will face calamity. A mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Yi Chen gradually regained his senses. A golden finger. So, can you make me stronger? He inquired. No, Yi Chen. Then what use are you? Setting aside the system for now, he decided to deal with the engagement cancellation first. Father, I agree to hand over the marriage certificate. Yi Chen said slowly. Yi Jiulong was taken aback. His son was strong-willed, and he knew it best. Although handing over the marriage certificate was the easiest solution, he did not expect his son to agree. Xiao Chenyu. He hesitated to continue. It's all right. Yi Chen shook his head. His mindset was not so futile. What was a childhood betrothal? After all, she was not truly his wife, and they had only met as children, never crossing paths again thereafter. Just because a senior made a marriage contract doesn't mean feelings must follow. How absurd. The only issue was face. But can face save one's life? It cannot. There was no need for deliberation. Unexpectedly, you, a waste, have some sense it's a pity that the Shui family chose such a coward. Wei Hang, sensing his advantage, spat disdainfully to the side. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Even a clay figurine has some temper. I have fulfilled your demands. Do not push your luck. Do not truly provoke me. Otherwise, this life is but a trifling matter. Ah, and what if I do? You are merely a waste of a mortal body. I stand here, and you cannot harm me. Do you know why? Because I possess the Thunder King body. I am a genius. He boasted arrogantly, showing no sign of concealment. Yi Chen's fists clenched tightly. To hell with talent. In a fit of rage, blood will spatter 5 steps. Pretentious fool. Wei Hang. Pretentious content. Thunder King body. Does the host wish to extract his Thunder King body? The system prompted. Yi Chen. What the hell? So, you are actually that impressive? So, am I robbing him of his talent? He cannot help but ask. The host may interpret it this way: the Thunder King body will not multiply. It is simply a pure plundering. The system responded. Yi Chen gasped. How utterly unreasonable. But he liked it. Thunder King body? Hand it over, he declared decisively. As Wei Hang was about to continue his mockery, he suddenly froze, howling in agony. Meanwhile, Yi Chen felt a mysterious power of thunder surge forth, merging with his limbs and bones. The spiritual energy surrounding him gradually became clearer, as though he could seamlessly integrate with the heavens and earth with a mere wave of his hand. No wonder those with king bodies are considered geniuses. Even if you give it to a pig, it would cultivate better than Wei Hang. He marveled. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had touched the barrier of the second level of qi refinement. But Wei Hang stood there dumbfounded. The violent transformation within him left him bewildered, for he could no longer sense the presence of the Thunder King body. What did you just do? He roared in anger. Am I not just a waste of a mortal body? I am merely standing here. What do you think I can do? Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Ah, you lost your physique? What does that have to do with me? You. Wei Hang was furious, but utterly powerless. Such a physique is not easily taken from another. He could only vaguely sense that the disappearance of the Thunder King body was somehow related to this waste before him. Hand over the marriage certificate, he stated helplessly. He needed to secure the certificate first, then return to thoroughly investigate the issue of his physique. I suddenly do not wish to give it to you. Be gone. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, fearlessly. Everyone was taken aback. Was he truly that bold? It was astonishingly brave. Yet this was indeed typical of Yi Chen. Do you think you have the final say in whether I give it or not? Wei Hang's eyes turned icy. Chapter 2. A Master of Pretentiousness. Isn't it not my decision? With such a large head, it truly matches your big face. Do you really think you rule the world just because you flaunt your backside? The esteemed Yi family would be humiliated by you. And you think it's as simple as saying give it? Yi Chen, undaunted, retorted. You no longer even possess a mortal body. You are merely an ordinary person. Should I still fear you? You seek death. Wei Hang, humiliated, exploded in rage. He was about to strike. My son speaks the truth, living in shame, losing one's spirit. What good is it for the Yi family to persist? Yi Jiulong thundered, striking out. With a single palm, he sent Wei Hang crashing out the door. Genius is genius. But with his recent first-grade foundation establishment cultivation, how could he possibly compare to Yi Jiulong's 9th-grade foundation establishment, especially now that he had lost the Thunder King body? Losing such an exceptional physique meant he had no other qualifications for cultivation. The Beiyuan Divine sect will not let you go. You will pay for this. Wei Hang rose, fearfully fleeing. Was he afraid of Yi Jiulong? No. It was because he realized that after using his spiritual power, would not recover. Rather, his cultivation was plummeting. It felt as if he had been abandoned by the heavens, unable to sense even his spiritual power. Such a drastic shock was indeed hard to bear, but fearing exposure, he could only feign calmness as he fled back to the Wei family. Brother Shui, since it was Xiao Hang who acted, the marriage certificate will surely be easy to obtain. Let's await good news and toast to the union of our families. The Wei family head chuckled. He had absolute confidence in his son. Naturally, I have also taken note of Xiao Hang. He is thoroughly reliable, and Xiao Yun is perfectly suited for him. To this auspicious match, cheers! The Shui family head agreed without a second thought. The two awaited in the pavilion behind the Wei family gate. At that moment, Wei Hang suddenly rushed in, saying nothing and heading straight for his room. This left the two family heads utterly perplexed. Is Xiao Hang too overjoyed to have obtained the marriage certificate? The Schweff family head inquired. It did not seem likely, but surely he must have secured it? Perhaps. The Wei family head, though slightly anxious, maintained a facade of calm. At this time, a servant who had accompanied Wei Hang returned. What is the situation with the young master? He continued to inquire. The young lattice marriage proposal was rejected, and after being insulted by Yi Chun, she has ended up in this state. The housekeeper replied truthfully. The head of the Wei family was momentarily taken aback. Rejected? He seemed somewhat bewildered. As he glanced towards the head of the Schweff family, his gaze suddenly filled with embarrassment. Ahem, it is truly astonishing that the Yi family is so oblivious to the circumstances. After all, Yi Jiulong is a master of the 9th rank in the foundation establishment stage. It is only natural that Xiao Hang would be at a disadvantage. The head of the Schweff family spoke up to alleviate the awkwardness. Is reputation important? Not particularly. What truly matters is that he's also a Wong body. As long as he possesses the Wong body, its future potential is immense. A little loss of face is inconsequential. Please excuse the laughter, Brother Xue. Rest assured, I will ensure that the marriage contract is handled properly for the sake of our family's union. The head of the Wei family assured him. He initially intended to put on a facade, believing that the matter could be resolved simply by producing a son. Little did he know how painful it is to face this. I naturally trust you. Since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall take my leave. Brother Wei, you ought to check on Xiao Hang's condition. The head of the Schweff family was quite perceptive. He lifted his foot to depart. After bidding farewell, the head of the Wei family hurried straight to Wei Hang's room. Bursting in, he wanted to inquire how a being of the Thunder King body could end up in such a wretched state. Is this the demeanor of a genius? Yet, upon entering, he found Wei Hang in tears, having shattered everything within the room. Weeping, he exclaimed, "Father, I have been crippled." The head of the Wei family was instantly stunned. Do not jest, you are a Wong body. How could you possibly be crippled? He hurriedly questioned. Indeed, my physique is gone. I can no longer feel spiritual energy. Wei Hang, at this moment, appeared as fragile as a lost dog, kneeling on the ground devoid of dignity. The head of the Wei family's pupils dilated in shock. What did you say? Do not joke with me. How could the Wong body simply vanish? He exclaimed in fury. It is true. Wei Hang extended his hand, unable to summon even a trace of thunderous power. The head of the Wei family laughed a laugh filled with despair. You worthless wretch. How could I have a coward like you? You were given a physique, and you could not even protect it. He kicked Wei Hang on the head, cursing loudly. What was once a bright future for the Wei family now plunged into darkness. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, after bidding farewell to his father, quickly returned to his own room. He dared not reveal that he had usurped the other's physique, though he could put on a convincing act. What significance would it hold? Once those with ulterior motives discover that he has the ability to usurp others' physiques, it is hard to fathom the monstrosities he would face to force him to reveal his methods. Do not test human nature, for it is weaker than love itself. Thus, he must remain low-key. Activating the Thunder King body, arcs of electricity erupted around him, and with a single phrase, he appeared extraordinarily impressive. Though he was merely at the first rank of the Qi refinement stage, such an effect would intimidate even those at the 2nd or 3rd rank, let alone the 4th. Is the item being usurped currently in use? Would you like to activate the 100-fold amplification of the initial effect? A system prompt appeared. Activate the 100-fold amplification. Yi Chun was astonished. Such a remarkable item exists. Do I have enough display value? He inquired. Initial display value, 1,000. The system responded. Amplify. He decisively commanded. Amplification in progress. The Thunder King body successfully underwent a 100-fold amplification, evolving into the chaotic Thunder Saint body. The system prompted again. Yi Chun was left dumbfounded. Oh my heavens! He directly transformed into a saint body. Moreover, what an advantage this brings. She need not worry about others discovering his usurpation of the physique. You lost the Thunder King body. What relation does that have to my chaotic Thunder Saint body? Once more, he activated the chaotic Thunder Saint body. The arcs of electricity danced around him with ease. Yi Chun could distinctly sense that these arcs were different from the Wong body They possessed immense lethality. Pushing open the door, he approached a stone in the courtyard, and with a resounding bang, the stone was shattered to pieces. In this moment, the former version of himself could not have unleashed such a formidable strike, even with all his might. At the very least, he must have attained the second or third rank of the chi refinement stage. The sacred body is eternally divine, he exclaimed in admiration, returning to his cultivation. The spiritual energy within a radius of nearly 100 miles was drawn forth by him. In less than half an hour, second rank of the chi refinement stage. Not even a rocket could ascend so swiftly. Seizing the opportunity of the abundant spiritual energy, he continued to concentrate, and after 2 hours, he broke through to the third rank of the chi refinement stage. For an ordinary person, this would take at least 2 months. Even for a Wong body, it would require 10 days or half a month. The sacred body, how terrifying it is. He continued his cultivation. But as he approached the threshold, Yi Chan sensed the arrival of someone. He withdrew from his meditative state. "Father, why did you not come in when you arrived?" Yi Chan inquired. "You noticed me, indeed, that I came to have a serious discussion with you." Yi Long entered from the outer courtyard, a middle-aged man, his face etched with the marks of time and filled with compassion, gazed deeply into Yi Chen's eyes, which had sunken in. "Father, please speak." Yi Chan urged. Chapter 3, come on. Let us fight. Yi Chan felt a profound bond with this familial connection. When his ordinary physique was detected, Yi Long, despite the immense pressure, steadfastly chose to remain by his side. Providing the best environment possible. For his sake, he risked everything to seek out rare treasures, attempting to alter his constitution. Although it proved futile, it did aid Yi Chan in breaking through to the first rank of the chi refinement stage. Even now, he had not given up. In truth, being an ordinary physique is not a concern. However, as your father, I wish for you to hold your head high and live steadily. I do not expect you to leap into greatness. I simply wish to see you enjoy a fulfilling life. Yi Long lamented. How could Yi Chan not understand the heart of a father? Naturally, he desired his son to achieve greatness, yet he did not impose his wishes. When it became clear that such aspirations were unattainable, he chose instead to allow his son to live joyfully. This sense of responsibility might be simple for an ordinary family, but for a patriarch like him, it was no small feat. I understand your determination, but perhaps we should consider canceling the marriage contract. It is not that I fear for my life, but rather that your dignity outweighs my own. Yi Long sighed heavily, as if having made a significant decision. The altercation earlier was entirely due to Wei Hang posing a threat to Yi Chan. Otherwise, he would have remained passive. Father, I will annul the marriage contract, but only because I refuse to wed a woman who does not wish to be with me. Trust me, I will ensure you witness the day I soar like a dragon. Yi Chan tightened his grip, the turmoil within him rendering him speechless. Haha, it is good to see you understand, Chen. In truth, you have always been the dragon in your father's heart. Yi Long handed the marriage contract to Yi Chan. He had said all that needed to be said, relinquishing the decision to his son. Yi Chan felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he accepted the contract, returning to his cultivation. For an entire week, he immersed himself in relentless practice, day and night. Even the meals brought by the servants were merely consumed in haste when hunger struck. His constitution determined only his innate talent. To become truly powerful, one must be capable, resolute, and strong in every aspect. This all distilled down to 2 words: diligence. Only through sufficient diligence can one attain wealth and ascend the path of immortality. To reach the 9th rank of the chi refinement stage in just 1 week, he clenched his fist, the sound of thunder resonating in his palm. This pace. Breaking through to the foundation establishment stage and reaching the golden core mortal stage could be accomplished within a year. Young master, the Wei family is here to cause trouble. The master has ordered you to remain in your room and not to go out. A servant rushed into the courtyard, speaking urgently. The Wei family? Very well, I understand, Yi Chan replied, fully aware that they presumed the Wei family sought revenge for the previous altercation. Yet, he knew the real reason. They were enraged because Wei Hang had lost his constitution. What could a mere Wong body do? He scoffed coldly and rose. Originally, he could have bided his time until he developed to the foundation establishment stage, or even the golden core stage, and then emerged as the strongest within this city. However, if he took such a cowardly route, what meaning would his cultivation hold? A cultivator defies fate. One must contend with heaven and earth. If he shied away from such a trivial matter, what right did he have to pursue immortality? He might as well return home to tend pigs. Quickly, have that little brat Yi Chun hand over the marriage contract, or do not blame the Wei family for turning hostile. The head of the Wei family shouted angrily at the door. This was no mere jest. They were prepared for a serious confrontation. Almost all the cultivators of the Wei family had gathered here. This is my son's marriage matter. Once he has made his decision, he will naturally go to the Shui family to annul it. Furthermore, what does this have to do with your Wei family? Yi Jiulong stepped forward, unafraid, as one of the three great families. They were all ninth-rank foundation establishment masters. Who was afraid of whom? Let us not even discuss the North Yuan divine sect behind my son. Even the current Yi family has few capable foundation establishment elders. The head of the Wei family replied coldly. Elders are also subject to the shifting tides of circumstance. When a Wei family produced a Wang body, naturally, the elders flocked there. Those who remain are the experts with deep ties to the Yi family. You may kill me, but at what cost? Do you really think you would dare to make a move? Yi Jiulong remained entirely unconcerned that IT was a matter of human nature. Ultimately, if Yi Chun did not emerge today, this matter could not be resolved. Remember, I will go to any lengths, the head of the Wei family declared through gritted teeth. For the sake of the Thunder King body, for the secrets of the Constitution, every sacrifice was worth it. I have emerged. What business do you have, Wei family head? Yi Chun stepped out slowly, his demeanor calm and unruly, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Yi Jiulong was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Chun, it is too dangerous here. Why have you come out? He quickly implored. IT is fine, father. After all, they have come for my marriage contract. Yi Chun replied, a cold smile on his lips. Wei family head. Is this what you seek? He produced a marriage contract directly. This left the Wei family head momentarily at a loss. If he simply took it, how would he find trouble? It would be foolish to alert the enemy. So what if I do? Our young master Yi, who fears nothing under heaven, now shows fear. He taunted. If the Wei family seeks to bully the weak, then Yi Chun is no fool. Do you think I am afraid? Yi Chun responded with unwavering sincerity. Are you implying that among your peers, you believe you can contend with them? If that is the case, I will not force you regarding the marriage contract. Instead, I challenge you to a life-and-death duel against 3 of my Wei family peers that if you win, it signifies your qualification, and I will no longer broach this matter, the Wei family head proclaimed, his sleeves swaying. Everyone knew that Yi Chun was seen as the weakest, a mere pawn to highlight the strengths of the other 2, a mere joke. How could he possibly compete against a cultivator? Attempting to provoke him with such lowly tactics was a fool's dream. Yi Jiulong snorted coldly that a life-and-death duel. Isn't that just walking to one's demise? The head of the Yi family is clearly seeking a war between our families. The Wei family head retorted that it was evident that 2 paths lay ahead. For the remaining members of the Yi family, Yi Chun's life held more value than the annihilation of the entire clan. Even death was preferable. Yi family head, please reconsider. Yi family head, please reconsider. They implored. What nonsense are you all speaking? As a guest elder of the Yi family, would you simply stand by and watch the young master perish? Though the tide of events was against them, a small faction of loyalists could not bear to witness such a fate. That why Yi Chun silently remembered those who spoke up for him. I accept your challenge, he declared, his words striking like thunder. Chapter 4 Ha ha ha. Splendid. The Wei family head was filled with elation upon hearing Yi Chun's acceptance. It is settled then. 3 days hence, my Wei family disciples will come to challenge you. With that, without waiting for the Yi family to respond, he turned and departed. In his view, Yi Chun should be wise enough to prepare for his own demise in these 3 days, as for the prospect of defeating the Wei family disciples. How naive! As Yi Chun's challenge to the Wei family's peers became an established fact, the gazes directed at him were filled with pity, helplessness, and even a sense of schadenfreude. Why Yi Jiulong's expression darkened, but was interrupted by Yi Chun. "Father, trust me." Looking at Yi Qin's resolute face, a surge of pride welled up within Yi Jiulong. Yes, even if he could not win, his son was certainly not one to cower in fear or bow down. Even in death, he would stand tall and proud. Although this may be true, the gaze directed at Yi Chun is still imbued with profound paternal love, coupled with an unbearable anguish of being unable to protect his son. Observing Yi Jiulong's demeanor, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness he could not possibly declare aloud. "Father, rest assured, your son is no longer an ordinary being. He has transcended to the chaotic thunder's sacred body, surpassing all others, and has even broken through to the 9th rank of Qi refinement." Unfortunately, uttering such words would not only elicit disbelief from his father, but might also lead him to suspect that his son had lost his sanity. Alas, a day without boasting leaves one feeling utterly unwell. He mused to himself. Before long, the 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, discussion surrounding the impending battle in Xingyue City reached a fever pitch. "I fear that the useless young master of the Yi family faces dire straits in this battle. Needless to say, how could a first-ranked Qi refinement practitioner possibly contend with the 3 prodigies of the Wei family? They are spirits beneath the royal body, not necessarily. What if the young Master Yi is merely feigning weakness to deceive his opponents? Have you ever witnessed an ordinary body triumphing over a spirit of the same realm? Besides, the 3 prodigies of the Wei family are all at the 8th rank of Qi refinement, just a step away from consummate mastery." Gasp. As this statement echoed, the onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. The Wei family not only boasted a miraculous talent beneath the royal body, but also 3 extraordinarily gifted spirits, truly. Their ancestral graves must be smoldering. After deliberation, the crowd reached a consensus. The Wei family was destined for glory. At the crack of dawn, the master of the Wei family, accompanied by the 3 prodigies, arrived at the Yi family amidst the flattery of the onlookers, in high spirits. This moment, a member of the crowd shouted loudly, "Master Wei, when did your family become the foremost in Xingyue?" The Wei family head wore a condescending smile, his piercing gaze sweeping over the throng surrounding the Yi family, before he turned to enter, leaving behind a single proclamation. Today, meanwhile, the members of the Yi family had gathered at the family's martial arts arena, awaiting the Wei family head. Upon witnessing that he had only brought 3 disciples, some felt anger, others relief, while a few cast worried glances at Yi Chun, who stood with his eyes closed on the arena's platform. At this moment, Yi Chun, having reached the 1st rank of Qi Foundation, had indeed made a breakthrough. In just 3 short days, he had effortlessly traversed the seemingly insurmountable chasm that countless perfected Qi refinement practitioners dared not approach. He had not wished to advance so swiftly. After all, he wanted to demonstrate his unparalleled prowess within the same rank. Yet his innate talent did not permit such delays. Glancing at the 3 spirit-level Qi refinement practitioners behind a Wei family head, Yi Chen's cool voice resonated throughout the arena. "Let us begin directly. I am pressed for time. You 3 may come at me together." Gasp. The crowd was left utterly astonished. Wait, did I hear correctly? Yi Chun intends to take on 3 opponents at once. If this is true, it would surely be the most ridiculous joke of the year in Xingyue City. Moreover, Yi Chen's declaration evidently incited the ire of the Wei family head, that he sneered, "I admire your courage. But alas, courage cannot alter the fact that you are but an ordinary body. Since you have requested a 3-on-1 match, I shall oblige. Wei Lai, Wei Run, Wei Zhang. You 3 shall engage them together. Life and death are of no concern." Yes, the 3 youths standing behind him stepped forward simultaneously, their expressions indifferent, their gazes towards Yi Chun as cold as if he were already a corpse. "Since that is the case, do not blame us for overwhelming you with numbers." With a glance exchanged among them, a formidable aura surged forth, and in an instant, their figures darted towards Yi Chun like lightning. The Wei family head evidently dismissed the duel as inconsequential, upon seeing Wei Lai make the first move. He felt reassured and cheerfully approached the visibly distressed Yi Jiulong. "I apologize. Yi family head, I too wish for a fair duel, but I did not expect your son to propose a 3-on-1 match." His eyes brimmed with mockery as he spread his hands. "Truly, I have never encountered such a request in my life. Perhaps it would be best for you to concede early, if your Yi family were to submit. We would spare his life. What do you think? Just as he awaited Yi Julong's response, he noticed a change in the latter's expression, a sudden ominous premonition flashing through his mind. Turning back, he nearly fainted with rage that on the martial arts platform, Yi Chen's eyes blazed with an intimidating intensity, purple lightning flickering around him like dancing dragons, an astonishing aura enveloping the entire arena. The once vibrant Wei Lai and his companions now lay unconscious on the ground. Having succumbed to their defeat, the Wei family head pointed at Yi Chun, his voice reverberating with fury throughout the arena. How is this possible? How can an ordinary body possess such an aura? Speak, did you cheat? He was clearly agitated, utterly unprepared for the reality of what had transpired, that the rumors of feigning weakness had proven true. Upon hearing his accusation, Yi Chun retracted his formidable chaotic thunder sacred body and was about to respond when the Wei family head erupted with a terrifying aura. His eyes filled with murderous intent. With a thunderous crash, the granite floor shattered as the Wei family head transformed into a blur, hurtling towards the platform at an incredible speed. The oppressive force caused the lower-ranked members of the Yi family to feel as though they might vomit blood. "You dare!" Yi Julong exclaimed in horror. Yet the Wei family head's attack was too swift for him to intervene. Alarmed, Yi Chun instinctively prepared to unleash his chaotic thunder sacred body, only to hear a deafening roar that resonated deep within their souls. Enough! Boom! The crowd felt as though their very souls were being shaken loose. Finally regaining their senses, they focused to see an ethereal, ageless elder standing in the center of the arena, effortlessly holding the unconscious Wei family head. Yi Chun was taken aback. Having faced the Wei family head's terrifying strike, he knew that a direct hit would leave him either dead or severely injured. Yet this old man could single-handedly withstand that dreadful blow and, without drawing attention, had rendered the Wei family head unconscious. Such terror! At this moment, the elder spoke, his gaze towards Yi Chun filled with warmth. "Young friend, might I have a word with you?" Yi Chun shook his head, replying, "Let us speak here." The elder, amused, stroked his graying beard and chuckled. "Then would you consider taking me as your master?" Thus, Yi Chun became the disciple of the elder. Later, he would learn that this elder was the head of the Qingyun sect, meaning he'd become the closed-door disciple of the sect leader. From that day forth, the tale of the little master Yi would circulate within the Qingyun sect. Now, this little master Yi found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Observing the surrounding throngs of admirers, that it was inevitable, given his low cultivation level, that he often had to undergo trials alongside younger disciples. Today's trial theme, however, was unexpectedly a team challenge. Chapter 5. The Flourishing White Lotus. There was no escape. Yi Chen's popularity was simply too overwhelming. After all, with his high-standing yet youthful appearance, charming demeanor, and approachability, he was a veritable heartthrob among the female disciples of the Qingyun sect. This moment. At the entrance of the trial desert, Yi Chun, along with a multitude of trial disciples, awaited the commencement of the trials, surrounded by a throng of uniquely charming female disciples eager to team up with him. Who should I choose to form a team with? Faced with such an array of choices, Yi Chun found himself caught in a delightful yet perplexing dilemma. "Little Master Yi, may I invite you to team up with me?" At that moment, a strikingly beautiful young girl boldly approached him. "Senior brother once said this trial may pose some dangers, and Yi Chun was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated being approached by a girl for a team invitation. "Little Master Yi, please team up with me." "No. Join me instead, Little Master Yi. I am at the Void Dance stage. Little Master, I possess a spirit tool that can protect us." Suddenly, the number of girls around Yi Chun multiplied exponentially. Even those who had previously been hesitant could no longer resist glancing his way, their eyes flickering with uncertainty that why Yi Chun thought his system felt somewhat lacking. If it were a system that merely required him to assemble a team of girls to gain strength, wouldn't he be thriving? Moreover, had the system forgotten to mention some sort of talent buff? For instance, an infinite charm buff? Hey, I will kill you!" Suddenly, a menacing voice rang out, and a figure darted toward Yi Chun with blinding speed. A fist came crashing down, creating a massive crater in the ground. dust swirling high into the air. Having evaded the attack, Yi Chen looked at the fierce-eyed man, frowning slightly. "Are you out of your mind? I will kill you!" Go Sheng seethed, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Yi Chen. Shouldn't the ratio of men to women in this world be 1-to-1? Why is no one willing to pair up with me? I finally understand. It's all because of you handsome guys. You're the ones disrupting the natural order between men and women. Have you ever heard the lament of a single dog? I want to become strong. I will break through to the Emperor realm. Then I will create a world devoid of handsome men. Upon hearing this unparalleled declaration, the crowd was instantly rendered speechless. What on earth is this nonsense? The purpose of cultivating to the imperial realm is to eliminate handsome men and create a world devoid of them. Have you developed muscles in your brain? Wow. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This fellow's ambition is truly magnificent. I have decided that you shall be my companion. Huh? The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Why Yi Chen looked at Go Sheng with joy. What is your name? I am Go Sheng, he stammered in surprise. Just moments ago, in a fit of rage, he had rushed out, and now he was regretting if it was too late. I guess it's still possible to back down now. I am called Go Sheng, Dog Sheng. Do your parents harbor a grudge against you? Yi Chen said with a strange look, reaching out to ruffle Go Sheng's hair. From this moment on, you shall be my teammate. Teammate is fine, but why are you touching my head? Go Sheng asked, utterly perplexed. Seeing that Yi Chen had chosen his partner, the others, though disappointed, had no choice. They each sought out their own companions, preparing to enter the desert. Sister Yurong, how about we team up? An audacious young man boldly approached Su Yurong. Su Yurong cast a fleeting glance at Yi Chen with her icy eyes and said indifferently, "No need that I wish to complete the trial alone." The young man was left feeling embarrassed. Su Yurong rose, slinging her dark red sword behind her, and walked alone into the depths of the desert. Soon, only Yi Chen and Go Sheng remained in place. "Junior uncle, are we not setting off?" Go Sheng asked anxiously. "In a rush," Yi Chen replied, lying down on the sandy ground and closing his eyes. "I will rest for a while. You should also take the opportunity to recuperate." Go Sheng was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't it time to complete the trial rather than take a nap here? What kind of operation is this? However, seeing that Yi Chen had no intention of explaining, Go Sheng could only sit down and rest helplessly. An hour later, Yi Chen stretched languidly and stood up. "It's your turn. Go Sheng, let's go." Go Sheng opened his bewildered, doe-like eyes. "Huh? Ha, it's fine. Let's set off." Yi Chen put away his mischievousness and headed towards the desert. Go Sheng hurriedly got up to follow. Luoyun County, far from the ocean, is situated inland with a dry climate, predominantly desert, standing amidst the endless yellow sand and withered grass. One can easily lose their sense of direction. After walking for a short while, Go Sheng found himself unable to distinguish east from west. "Hey, Master Changsheng." Go Sheng hurried his pace to catch up with Yi Chen. "We've been walking for half a day, yet we haven't spotted any traces of the scarlet flame scorpion. Are we heading the wrong direction?" The scarlet flame scorpion prefers coolness and especially likes to lurk during the day. Yi Chen shook his head. "Ditto. So that's why you intentionally choose to act in the evening." Go Sheng suddenly understood why Yi Chen reached out to pat Go Sheng's head. A promising disciple indeed. Don't be fooled by the others who set off early. It is of no consequence. We are simply sharpening the axe without delaying the work. Yes, junior uncle is indeed wise. Go Sheng flattered while feeling puzzled. Why was the conversation suddenly interrupted by another head pat? Does he have a thing for this? As the sky darkened, Yi Chen was about to continue deeper when he sought shelter on a wind-sheltered slope to rest. Just as they were about to lie down, they suddenly noticed a magical light flickering not far away, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle. "Junior uncle, should we go take a look?" Go Sheng asked with concern, suspecting it might be disciples from their sect. Yi Chen glanced at it from a distance, a smile creeping onto his lips. No. Go Sheng was taken aback, feeling increasingly restless. Yet he did not dare defy Yi Chen's words, merely gazing anxiously in the direction of the fight. Soon, he noticed that the sounds of battle were drawing closer, and two figures seemed to be approaching them. "They are coming," Yi Chen thought to himself. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared atop the sand dune. She was clutching her arm, descending in a disheveled state. Upon seeing Yi Chen and Go Sheng, her face lit up with evident joy. Junior, uncle, please save me. Zhang Quan has gone mad before she could finish her sentence. A male disciple from Qingyun's sect chased after her, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Yao, do not stir trouble here. If it weren't for your seduction, I wouldn't have had my spirit core stolen. Before he could finish, he raised his sword and lunged at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was instantly frightened, her face turning pale, and she collapsed into Go Sheng's arms, crying out, "Senior brother, save me!" "Hey, you scoundrel!" Go Sheng pulled Zhang Yao behind him, channeling his inner energy to meet the attack with a punch. Oh, strike a girl. What kind of cultivator are you? Your path ends here. Boom! A thunderous explosion rang out, and violent energy erupted, creating deep fissures in the ground. Zhang Quan's face turned white, and he coughed up blood, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Gosheng merely took half a step back. Both were in the virtual elixir realm, but it was clear that Gosheng's strength surpassed Zhang Quan significantly. "Senior brother, you are so powerful!" Zhang Yao exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might have..." Seeing Zhang Yao's tearful expression, Go Sheng felt a pang of sympathy. "All right, no more crying." He comforted, "Those who strike at girls are scoundrels." Before he could finish, Zhang Yao leaped into his embrace. "Senior brother, you are just too handsome. You must be at least at the golden core level, right?" Go Sheng's face turned crimson, and he fell into a daze. I was embraced by a girl? Heavens!" Zhang Yao subtly furrowed her brow, then turned her gaze towards Yi Chun, who sat nearby, only to find that her gratitude went unnoticed. He did not even spare her glance. Zhang Yao's brow knitted slightly. Was her allure not potent enough? That seemed implausible. No one had ever been able to resist her charms, not even the elders within the sect, let alone someone like Yi Chun. It must be that her true essence was insufficient. Just as Zhang Yao prepared to channel her true essence once more, Go Sheng unexpectedly interjected, "Junior sister Zhang Yao, why did that junior brother attack you?" A flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed Zhang Yao's eyes as she turned, her expression already resembling that of one on the verge of tears. Seeing this, Go Sheng felt a pang of sympathy and silently regretted his inquiry to, in truth, Zhang Quan's words hold some merit. I did indeed steal his spirit core," Zhang Yao confessed, causing Go Sheng to freeze in astonishment. "What? Why did you not mention this sooner?" He glanced at the unconscious Zhang Quan, rendered speechless. "Is it too late to apologize now? But I was coerced." Zhang Yao lamented agonizingly. "It was that senior brother Huan Bai. He wanted our spirit cores in exchange for spirit stones, and thus he threatened me into compliance. I had no desire to assist him in such matters, but given his status as a 6th-level Earth role, I was terrified. I am sorry. I should not have spoken of this. Yet I truly do not know what to do." "Humph, what utter nonsense about Earth role experts." Go Sheng's anger surged as he realized the despicable means employed. "Fear not, junior sister Zhang Yao. I shall protect you. Should I encounter that Huan Bai, I will surely teach him a lesson, making him understand what true strength entails." Zhang Yao endeavored to mask the contempt in her eyes, donning a gentle smile as she gazed at Go Sheng. "Brother, you are so strong. Surely you can do it." Suddenly, a thunderous boom resonated as a colossal entity plummeted from the sky, creating a deep crater. The 7-star Crimson Flame Scorpion. Go Sheng and the others felt their scalps tingle upon recognizing the formidable beast that had descended. The 7-star Crimson Flame Scorpion. That creature rivals Golden Core practitioners. They were astonished that it had been vanquished so effortlessly. "Kid, you certainly have a grandiose tone." Huan Bai emerged from the shadows, casting a cold smirk at Go Sheng. "Who do you intend to teach a lesson?" "You scum!" Go Sheng regarded the suddenly revealed Huan Bai with a grave expression, his fists clenched tightly. "I absolutely intend to thrash you." Was this fellow serious? Yi Chen looked on bewildered, for Huan Bai was a formidable 6th-level Golden Core practitioner. "You, a mere virtual core cultivator, are courting death. Brother Go Sheng, you need not." 2 crystalline tears cascaded down Zhang Yao's cheeks. Go Sheng, with a strikingly handsome flourish, interrupted her. "Junior sister Zhang Yao, do not force yourself into actions you despise. I desire to protect your smile. Stop with your self-righteousness. Do you truly think yourself the hero in this tale?" Huan Bai scoffed. Yet before he could finish, Go Sheng charged at him with fierce determination. Boom! The air trembled as Go Shang's terrifying punch rent the void, producing a series of sonic booms. His fist glimmered with the distinctive light of Earth-type true essence, descending with tremendous force. Boom! The ground erupted in thunderous cracks, debris soaring into the air as dust and smoke enveloped the scene. Zhang Yao stared vacantly at the massive crater that had formed, her expression dazed. This guy unexpectedly possesses some strength? Diatuzantes. Scum! Go Shang triumphantly gestured a middle finger, relishing in his perceived victory. Chapter 7. Golden Core Stage of What are the 6th level Earth roll? It is nothing significant. Go Shang's words had barely left his lips when his countenance shifted abruptly. The dust began to dissipate in the wind, revealing Huan Bai still standing at a distance. Coldly observing him, the faint luminescence emanated from his form, accompanied by a distant chorus of cicadas. The Qiyun sect's defensive secret art. The 9-color jade cicada technique. Its offensive power is unexpectedly strong, but that is its only merit. Huan Bai sneered. You must be aware that with your level of true essence as a virtual core cultivator, you can never breach my defenses. Understand this. This is the absolute reality. This is the chasm in our strengths. Mixed Yuan break. Huan Bai's punch tore through the void. Go Shang barely had time to react as an overwhelming force slammed into his abdomen. Ugh! Go Shang was propelled into the air, blood spilling from his lips. Oh, you wanted to teach me a lesson? Huan Bai approached Go Shang with a chilling grin. Try harder. You are still far from my level. What to do? Go Shang's heart plummeted. How could he save junior sister Zhang Yao? Would his master intervene? No, relying on his master would be disgraceful. Junior sister Zhang Yao would surely look down upon him. Go Shang knelt on the ground, his abdomen racked with pain, unable to rise. The disparity in strength between him and Huan Bai was insurmountable. How foolish he had been to provoke him. Hey, this is too dull. Huan Bai feigned disappointment, spreading his arms wide. Let's do this instead. You take 5 of my strikes. If you can still stand, I will let you go. No, this is too reckless. Zhang Yao exclaimed, Brother Go Shang. Go Shang raised a hand. Silencing her, his expression stern as he addressed Huan Bai. I accept, but you must not attack junior sister Zhang Yao again. What foolishness are you spouting? Huan Bai gazed at him as if he were simple-minded. This predicament arose because of her. Do you think I would let her off? She too must withstand 5 strikes. Go Shang gritted his teeth, suppressing his fury. As for junior sister Zhang Yao's share, I will take it on myself. This will suffice, correct? Huh? What? Huan Bai stared wide-eyed at Go Shang. I will show no mercy. Can you withstand 10 strike from a mid-golden core practitioner? No, if that is the case. Brother Go Shang, you will be gravely injured. Zhang Yao protested, her heart aching to, IT matters not. It is merely 10 strikes. Go Shang offered Zhang Yao a confident smile that Wei Chang could not help but roll his eyes at this foolishness. Ready? Then I shall begin. A cruel smile spread across Huan Bai's face as he channeled his true essence for a punch. Mixed Yuan break. Boom! The ground was instantly torn apart, revealing a shocking fissure. Go Shang let out a muffled groan, his body hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. First strike. I took it. Go Shang rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze resolute. Continue. Huan Bai grinned. Heavenly seal, a seal conjured from true essence, crashed down. Go Shang's feet sank into the ground, over half a foot deep. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from his mouth, splattering onto the earth. Second strike, bring it on. Huan Bai's eyes turned icy. Tianfeng Yunhua, fury. Daluo palm. Luo Yun break. After 10 strikes, Huan Bai's true essence was nearly depleted. Yet Go Shang once more stood tall. I have endured 10 strikes. Allow them to leave. With a thud, he stumbled and collapsed to the ground. This fool. Huan Bai ground his teeth in frustration, suddenly breaking into a cold smile. Are you an idiot? You stood there and took 10 of my strikes. Even a fool should recognize the gap between us, right? Go Shang's face turned ashen. Master, I implore you, take junior sister Zhang Yao away. I will find a way to resolve the ensuing matters at Yi Chan's side as he observed Go Shang, whose eyes were nearly obscured by blood. This guy truly is a fool. With that thought, he opened his attribute list. ID. Yichin identity. Disciple of Qiyun sect, cultivation realm. Qi refinement stage, mythical value. 70 divine ability talent. None items. Bronze extraction card. He activated the bronze extraction card. A spinning wheel appeared before Yi Chun, strangely visible only to him and not to the others. Extract. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, a visage of a figure, with a face like indigo, hair like vermilion, eyes ablaze, and fangs protruding, manifested before Yi Chun. With wings of wind and thunder sprouting from his back, wielding a golden staff, surrounded by endless storms of wind and thunder, it was none other than Lei Jinzi. Please, what a foolish display. Yi Chun regained focus just in time to hear Zhang Yao's voice. She stood beside Huan Bai, her expression one of disgust as she regarded the incredulous Go Sheng prostrate on the ground. Even under the influence of my charm technique, I did not anticipate such desperation. I absolutely despise men who are overly passionate like you. It's utterly disgusting how you pretend to be a hero despite lacking real strength. Ha ha! Being admonished by the very woman you desperately try to protect is truly a pitiful predicament for you. Huan Bai mockingly taunted. Allow me to bestow upon you, foolish one, my final move. Qin Yuan. True essence gather. At that moment, Yi Chun sighed and activated the myth card, Thunderbolt. 2 celestial apricots stabilize the world. A golden rod determines the universe. The secret and profound true immortal technique cultivates a diamond body that remains unshaken. This refers to the mysteriously originating Thunderbolt in the myth of Fengshan. While Thunderbolt may not boast the battle records of Yang Jian or Neza, being one of the 7 who attained sanctity through physical form, his power should not be underestimated. With a mere thought, Yi Chun instantly harnessed the thunderous might of Thunderbolt, forming dual wings of wind and thunder behind him. In an instant, Yi Chun's stature grew by 2 inches. His muscles bulging and the sound of thunder filled the air. You too, cease this at once. Huan Bai's expression shifted as he witnessed Yi Chun's transformation. Here, you have no authority to decide. Yi Chun, is it? I am eager to see if you truly have broken through to the nascent soul stage as rumored. Bring it on, you piece of trash. Yi Chun smiled faintly, and even his murderous intent radiated from his eyes. His demeanor remained ethereal. Bastard, I shall ensure you can no longer act so arrogantly. Huan Bai glared fiercely at Yi Chun, his true essence swirling within him. Do you genuinely believe yourself a nascent soul veteran? Only a fool would think so. A conical magical artifact instantly tore through the void like a shooting star, hurtling towards Yi Chun. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a rumbling thunderstorm. The Zhuolong cone? Yi Chun smiled faintly, manifesting a golden long rod in his hand. It crashed down with a resounding thud. The golden rod swelled in the wind, soon resembling a colossal pillar of heaven as it descended. Boom! As if the heavens were collapsing. A tremor shook the earth, sending sand and stones flying. The terrifying true essence surged like a raging sea, instantly carving a chasm 100 feet long into the ground. A sight that was truly astonishing. The true essence infused within the Zhuolong cone shattered upon contact, reduced to mere scrap metal by Yi Chun's strike. Chapter 8. The White Lotus Shoulder Throw. Yet the momentum of the rod did not wane, continuing its onslaught towards Huan Bai. Huan Bai felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly summoned his true essence to execute the Qingyun sect's defensive secret technique. The 9-color jade cicada art that a chorus of cicada cries echoed through the heavens. However, beneath that earth-shattering blow, the cicada cries vanished in an instant, and countless terrifying cracks erupted around. Behind Huan Bai, a hill made of rocks and sand crumbled into a cloud of dust. Ugh! Huan Bai spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as paper in an instant. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a deep crater, struggling in a pitiful manner for some time. He could still not rise, his vital energy utterly depleted. Zhang Yao and the severely injured Go Sheng felt as if their skulls might shatter. As a nascent soul veteran, truly this terrifying? A fully realized golden core cultivator cannot withstand even a single strike from Yi Chun. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating Golden Core Huan Bai, earning a system reward of 100 myth points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for overcoming the third realm and defeating a Golden Core, earning a special reward of 50 myth points. A special reward. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. What is this guy's deal? Huan Bai knelt on the ground, continuously coughing blood. I am indeed the 6th ranked in the Earth Scroll. Among the Golden Core cultivators in the sect, my strength is among the very top. Even many elders are weaker than I. How could I possibly lose to this guy? Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as Yi Chun approached Huan Bai step by step. What is the matter? Weren't you going to defeat me? This level of effort simply won't suffice. Try harder, disciple. Huan Bai gritted his teeth in rage, yet no matter how he struggled, he could not rise. I can't bear this. The injuries are too severe. How could I lose to such a person? Yi Chun glanced at Huan Bai and suddenly sat down. Was that your first attack? There are still 9 more. Can you withstand them? What a joke. Huan Bai felt as if his head might explode. To endure such a terrain-altering, heavy injury-inducing strike, he would have to withstand it 10 times. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Quick, think of a way to save your life. Cold sweat coated Huan Bai's face, his heart sinking. Although the Qingyun sect strictly forbids disciples from harming one another, he could not ascertain Yi Chun's temperament. What if this Yi were to lose control and actually unleash 10 strikes? He would undoubtedly perish after painstakingly reaching the Golden Core stage. How could he die here? Boom! Suddenly, the sand beneath Yi Chun's feet crumbled, and a massive crimson flame scorpion emerged, charging towards Yi Chun. The 9-star crimson flame scorpion? Huan Bai was suddenly overjoyed. This 9-star crimson flame scorpion is equivalent to a cultivator at the verge of the nascent soul stage. Even a golden core cultivator cannot defeat it alone. As long as this beast delays Yi Chun, he can take the opportunity to escape. Senior brother one will certainly ensure my safety, and upon returning to the sect, I shall report everything to my master. A mere Xiaoqiong peak without a nascent soul cultivator is easily within my grasp. Without so much as a glance, Yi Chun raised his wind and thunder wings and soared into the sky. The 9-star crimson flame scorpion's small eyes reflected a hint of confusion. The next moment, the wind and thunder golden rod pierced through its head in an instant, nailing it to the sandy ground. Its foul-smelling bodily fluids slowly oozed onto the golden sand. Silence, a deathly silence. The onlookers felt a wave of numbness wash over them, caught in a stupor that a beast comparable to one on the verge of the nascent soul was so easily slain. Has this world truly become so insane? Particularly as they sensed the unmistakable aura of qi refinement level power emanating from Yi Chun, they began to question their very existence. You, a dignified, nascent soul powerhouse. Must you truly masquerade as a lowly qi refinement cultivator? Is this not a tad too much? Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion, earning a system reward of 100 myth points. I'm quite busy right now, so I have no time for you. Yi Chun cast a sidelong glance at the 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion, extracted the wind and thunder golden rod, and approached Huan Bai. Are you ready? Huan Bai gritted his teeth, beads of sweat rolling down his face. He desperately wanted to plead for mercy, but the dignity of a strong man forbade him from uttering such words. Forget it. I won't continue, Yi Chun suddenly declared. Huan Bai looked at Yi Chun in astonishment. Why Yi Chun's gaze held a trace of pity as he regarded Huan Bai, sensing a peculiar sense of sympathy. Pitiful. Huan Bai's expression turned blank. A dignified 6th-ranked Golden Core cultivator was deemed pitiful by someone. Hand over all your elixirs. Huan Bai dared not defy, gritting his teeth as he retrieved all the elixirs on his person. Yi Chun glanced at Zhang Yao. She gasped in surprise, hastily feeding the elixirs to Go Sheng. Little junior uncle, I am truly being coerced. Zhang Yao observed that Go Sheng's breath had stabilized significantly and timidly asked, Will you? Yi Chun reached out and gently touched Zhang Yao's face. As smooth as mutton fat jade. Zhang Yao's cheeks flushed. Little junior uncle, I, above all, value fairness. You women are always clamoring for equality, right? I shall grant it to you. Yi Chun said with a smile. I never said that. Little junior uncle, you mustn't speak nonsense. As Zhang Yao stood there in stunned disbelief, she suddenly felt the world spinning, her hands delicate as tender shoots. Skin as smooth as congealed fat, icy and flawless, could be easily ruptured. Yi Chun sincerely praised as he squeezed Zhang Yao's small hand. Zhang Yao's face turned crimson. If little junior uncle likes, Yi Chun smiled slightly. And in an instant, Zhang Yao felt the world tilt, and then her entire being was forcefully slammed into the ground. Bang! With a pitiful scream, Zhang Yao was unexpectedly thrown down hard by Yi Chun. Crashing into the earth, it must be said that the bodies of cultivators are remarkably resilient. Such a seemingly delicate girl managed to create a deep pit in the ground. Zhang Yao crumpled into the sand like a sprout. Watching the unconscious Zhang Yao, even Go Sheng felt that Yi Chun had been excessively ruthless. Clap, clap. Yi Chun dusted off his hands, expressing satisfaction that Yi Chun, am the epitome of fairness. I take pleasure in winning hearts through virtue. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the illusory core Zhang Yao, earning 50 myth points. A white lotus shoulder throw earned me points. This truly is an unexpected delight. Go Sheng, is your body all right? Yi Chun inquired of the meditating Go Sheng. Thank you, little junior uncle, for your concern. My body is no longer in distress. Go Sheng expressed his gratitude with a hint of confusion. After all, Huan Bai was a 6th-tier disciple and is a cultivator in the Golden Core stage. He had access to abundant cultivation resources from the Qingyun sect. The elixirs he possessed were naturally not of ordinary quality. Moreover, the Qingyun sect strictly prohibited disciples from harming one another, imposing severe penalties for such actions. Although Huan Bai's attack was severe, he dared not inflict fatal injuries on Go Sheng. Huan Bai, you may leave, Yi Chun stated, striding towards the fallen 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion, and please convey a message to your senior brother Huan. Huan Bai, who had just regained his footing, looked solemn as he asked, Uncle Master, what do you mean by that? Seeing that he was still pretending to be oblivious, Yi Chun offered no explanation. Instead, he struck down with the Wind Thunder Golden Staff, causing the 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion to suffer a grievous blow to its head. Inform Wan Jinni to pursue whoever he desires without indulging in useless matters. Chapter 9. Daytime Meteor Enough. Just go. Huan Bai dared not speak further and quickly turned to depart. Wait. Yi Chun held the spirit core of the 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion, shaking off the sticky residue from his palm. Young Uncle Yi, do you have any further instructions? Huan Bai, startled, inquired respectfully. Remove those two. Yi Chun pointed at Zhang Quan and Zhang Yao, who lay on the ground. Huan Bai, feeling a weight lifted from his chest, replied hastily, Yes, yes, I will take them away immediately. Ignoring the intense pain coursing through him, he hurriedly dragged the two individuals out of Yi Chun's sight, fearful that lingering too long would prompt Yi Chun to change his mind. Once Huan Bai and the others had departed, the surroundings finally fell silent. Go Sheng sat cross-legged, tending to his injuries. Although his wounds were not life-threatening, if left untreated, they could adversely affect his future cultivation. The Crimson Flame Scorpions lurking beneath the sandy surface seemed to sense the scent of death, refraining from showing themselves again. Why Yi Chun took a seat. System. Open the attribute list. ID. Yi Chun identity. Disciple of Qingyun sect cultivation realm. Qi refinement stage mythical value. 410 divine ability talent. None items. None having used the bronze extraction card. He found himself once again in a state of utter poverty. Yi Chun sighed, lamenting the difficulty of maintaining a household. Should I draw 2 more extraction cards for emergencies? Just as he hesitated, the system's prompt sounded once more. Ding! Extraction time limit has expired. Abilities lost. Host gains permanent attribute enhancement. Feeling an incredible surge of power, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. His physique, vitality, and mana had all received another boost. It seemed he would soon reach the foundation establishment stage. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained the mythical item. Wind Thunderwings. Wait, Wind Thunderwings. Yi Chun exclaimed in delight. The Wind Thunderwings of Lei Zhenzi are now mine. With a thought, his true essence swiftly circulated within his body. Boom! A pair of wings infused with the power of wind and thunder manifested behind Yi Chun. Whoosh! The howling winds and roaring thunder echoed. Go Sheng, startled, opened his eyes wide, staring in awe as Yi Chun gently flapped his wings, propelling himself skyward. A cultivator who successfully established their foundation had truly broken free from the shackles of mortality, embarking on the path of immortality. Upon entering this realm, their true essence became remarkably refined, enabling them to wield magical artifacts and command flying swords. Yet, Gosheng had never heard of anyone being able to fuse a flying magical artifact with their own being. Truly impressive, Uncle Master. Gosheng marveled with genuine envy. Not only can you fly, but you can also control the forces of wind and thunder. Yichun gazed down at the entire Luoyun County from the sky, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Legend has it that when Lei Junzi unfurled his wind thunder wings, he could traverse thousands of miles in an instant, with his feet in the heavens and his head downwards. From now on, even if he encountered formidable foes, he would no longer fear being pursued. Meanwhile, 200 miles away in the depths of the desert, Wan Jianyi sat cross-legged on a weathered rock, his eyes closed as if in meditation. Huanbai stumbled towards him, collapsing to his knees. "Senior brother Wan, I have failed." Wan Jianyi slowly opened his eyes, a myriad of sword intent swirling within their depths. "Oh, Yichun is quite powerful. I was no match for him." Huanbai felt a chill run down his spine and hurriedly defended himself. "Is he truly at the golden core stage?" Wan Jianyi's voice remained devoid of emotion. Huanbai hesitated. "I'm not sure." His mana fluctuation seemed merely at the chi refinement stage, but as he spoke, a flicker of dread crossed his eyes. He killed the 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion with just one strike. One strike. Wan Jianyi rose, his azure robes billowing in the evening breeze. "Huanbai, this trial is an opportunity. I finally persuaded Elder Qing Song to allow me to serve as the protector for this mission, appointing Su Yorong as the leader. That if we miss this chance, it may be even harder for her to develop feelings for me. That if we lack absolute certainty, then we must resort to worldly powers. This time, I will not let Su Yorong slip from my grasp. Had it not been for her indifference towards me, I would not have resorted to such measures." Huanbai's expression shifted. "If the sect discovers this matter." It's just a small Qingyun sect. If it weren't for that wretched woman, would I willingly join such a petty sect?" Wan Jianyi radiated an aura akin to a drawn sword, his sword intent piercing through the heavens. "My stage, Wan Jianyi, is not meant for a mere small region like Guangqing. Now, you will proceed according to plan. I will venture deeper into the desert to seek the Mo Ling fire. If this plan fails..." Wan Jianyi cast a sidelong glance at Huanbai. "You know the consequences." "Yes." Huanbai trembled. He feared Wan Jianyi not merely for his prowess at the top of the tier, but for the terrifying power lurking behind him. No one within the Qingyun sect, not even the Grandmaster Kanjianzi, was aware of this fact. Wan Jianyi was not from Guangqing. He hailed from one of the most formidable realms among the 48 realms of the Xian Yuan de Yi. A night passed without incident. As dawn broke, casting a faint azure hue across the sky. Yichun awoke from his meditative state. This moment, the effects of the mythical card S attribute enhancement began to wane. Yet he felt invigorated and inexplicably refreshed. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Yichun's stomach to rumble with hunger. "Young Uncle Yi, you're awake?" Gosheng, with a hint of bruising on his face, beamed at Yichun that I caught some game and just finished roasting it. "Please have a taste." "I didn't know you possess such culinary skills." Yichun, in high spirits, accepted the roasted meat Gosheng offered and took a bite, his eyes lighting up. "This tastes delightful. What kind of meat is this?" "Lizard meat," Gosheng replied with a grin. "I roasted it over low heat for a whole half-hour. Lizard meat." Yichun suddenly found the roasted meat less appetizing. "Actually, I'm not hungry. You can eat it yourself." Gosheng paused, then his expression shifted to one of realization. "Oh, I completely forgot that golden core cultivators no longer require food. Once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, they truly embark on the path of immortality, distancing themselves from the realm of mortals. However, to claim one has transcended the need for sustenance, one must reach the golden core stage. This level. Cultivators only need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sustain their physical energy expenditure. Gosheng, still in the void core stage, was not yet capable of such feats. "What do you mean by golden core stage?" Yichun questioned, puzzled. "When I was in the sect, I wanted to ask, who told you I was at the golden core stage? I am unequivocally at the chi refinement stage." "Are your eyes blind? How can you defame my character like this?" "Young uncle, please stop pretending." Gosheng bit into a piece of roasted meat, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Have you ever seen a chi refinement stage cultivator shatter a hill hundreds of meters high with a single sword strike? Moreover, the 9-star Crimson Flame Scorpion is comparable to a half-step Golden Core beast, and you dispatched it with a single blow. If you're not at the Golden Core stage, then there's only one possibility. Yi Chun blinked, curiosity piqued. What possibility? That you have already ascended to the transformation stage. Chapter 10. Tremendous pressure. Yi Chun was momentarily rendered speechless. Please, don't spew such nonsense. I'm under a lot of pressure. Go Sheng, his mouth stuffed with meat, stared at Yi Chun in astonishment. Young uncle, you can't possibly have truly reached the transformation stage, can you? Yi Chun shook his head. No way, right? Go Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that you have already reached the integration stage? Yi Chun was left utterly perplexed. Your comprehension abilities are truly formidable, aren't they? 100 miles away, Su Yorong was hiding beneath a sand dune. The abrupt movements had aggravated her wound, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through her. She bit down hard on her lower lip, striving to suppress any sound. Simultaneously, she evaded the constant sweep of spiritual awareness hovering above. After parting ways with the others the previous day, Su Yorong had ventured alone, sword in hand, deep into the arid desert. Initially, everything seemed unremarkable. However, just as she prepared to recuperate after slaying a 6-star red flame scorpion, she was suddenly ambushed. Could it be the disciples of the Crossing Immortals sect? Su Yorong pondered grimly. That moment, a formidable spiritual presence locked onto her, exuding an unmistakable intent to kill. Just as she was about to shatter the communication jade slip to alert Wan Jianyi and the others, she inadvertently stepped forward and stumbled into a formation. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to invert, and the formation erupted in blinding light, sealing off all her escape routes. Gritting her teeth, Su Yorong drew her dark red Langia sword in preparation for battle. 4 figures approached slowly, encircling her. The overwhelming aura emanating from them caused her heart to sink. All 4 were at the Golden Core stage. Moreover, the leader exhibited a hint of a half-step nascent soul presence. Without uttering a single word, the leader stepped forward, charging directly at Su Yorong. With each stride, a white lotus floated behind him, swaying gently. Exuding an imposing grandeur, he unleashed a punch that reverberated through the air. A fist, formed from condensed true essence, hurtled toward her with terrifying pressure. Su Yorong gritted her teeth and met it with her sword. The fiery sword energy erupted forth, instantly tearing through the opponent's fist force, creating a horrifying chasm that stretched over 100 meters in the ground. The man's fist force detonated behind Su Yorong. With a thunderous boom, akin to rolling thunder on flat land, the sand dunes spanning hundreds of meters were flattened, and a tempest of sand and dust engulfed the area. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of Su Yorong's mouth, and her heart plummeted. Even though she was hailed as the foremost practitioner of the Void Core stage in the Qingyun sect, facing a half-step nascent soul powerhouse left her with no choice but to flee. Yet, the formation had sealed off the surrounding space. Even if she wished to escape, she could not wield her sword or employ any escape techniques. What to do? Su Yorong felt an overwhelming urgency. She had to find a way to break free. Her fellow disciples must have also encountered ambushes. The leader narrowed his eyes, and a torrent of true essence erupted from his chest, exuding a terrifying might. A streak of light shot forth from his body, hurtling directly towards Su Yorong. Her expression changed drastically. How could one underestimate a treasure nurtured within the body of a half-step nascent soul powerhouse? Without hesitation, she crushed the jade pendant at her heart. A peculiar wave resonated through the air, enveloping Su Yorong in crimson flames, propelling her like a sword cleaving through the heavens, instantly breaking the formation's confinement and darting into the distance. Blood escape technique? The leader's brow furrowed deeply. She had employed this secret method, undoubtedly exhausting her essence significantly. He could not afford to delay the young master's grand affairs. Pursue. The 4 immediately activated their escape techniques. Chasing after the direction Su Yorong fled, Yi Chun stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes and reaching out to pat Go Sheng's head. Go Sheng, do you know the whereabouts of the others? Go Sheng looked at Yi Chun with a blank expression. Why are you patting my head again? It's only been 2 days, and I'm almost going to be padded bald. Junior uncle, we have communication jade slips. Before Go Sheng could finish, he noticed Yi-chan was not listening and was instead gazing skyward. Go Sheng, can there be meteors during the day? Junior uncle, you must be joking. Even if there were meteors in the daytime, we wouldn't be able to see them. Go Sheng replied, utterly bewildered. Then what is that strange object? Yi-chan pointed at the sky. Go Sheng looked up, and to his astonishment, he saw a long trail of flames descending like a meteor. Junior uncle, I think it seems to be coming towards us. I believe you are quite right. Yi-chen's voice echoed from a distance. Go Sheng turned around, only to see Yi-chan had already retreated far away. Watching him with affectionate eyes, just as he realized he should escape, the flaming object crashed down. Boom! Like a meteor striking the earth, the ground was instantly blasted open, creating a deep pit with a diameter of 10 zhong. Su. Upon recognizing the stunning visage lying at the bottom of the pit, Yi-chan was momentarily taken aback. In a way, it seems she is just engaged in a fierce battle. But, given that Luoyun County is still within the Qingyun sect's domain, this trial should have been quite safe. Moreover, if Su Yorong was ambushed, where was Wan Jiani, that protector of flowers? Cough, cough! Su Yorong's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Junior uncle? Junior uncle, quickly send a message to senior brother Wan Jiani. We have encountered an ambush. Seeing Su Yorong's anxious demeanor, Yi-chan furrowed his brow. Ambush? Surely you can't be the only one to have encountered it, right? Noticing Yi-chen's hesitant expression, Su Yorong was taken aback. You didn't encounter it? Aren't they targeting the sect? It seems not. Yi-chan sighed, his gaze filled with compassion. Get up, otherwise, Go Sheng might really be crushed under you. Only then did Su Yorong realize there was someone beneath her. Her previously frosty countenance turned slightly crimson. I apologize, I didn't realize, cough, cough. As she stood up, she inadvertently tugged at her wound, resulting in a violent cough. You should sit down and recuperate. I have a few healing pills here. Yi-chan said, offering her the healing pills he had taken from Huan Bi. Is he all right? Su Yorong asked, casting a worried glance at Go Sheng. That he's fine. He won't die. Just as Yi-chan finished speaking, the system's notification chimed. Ding! System task issued. Protect Su Yorong and obtain the Mo Ling fire. Task completed. Reward. 500 myth points. Yi-chan's eyes lit up. The reward was quite generous, but having to protect Su Yorong felt perilous. His brow furrowed. Could you clarify what exactly is going on here? Did Su Yorong just drop from the sky? However, the immediate priority was to draw 2 extraction cards for survival. Yi-chan sighed. Sensing that the enemy ambushing Su Yorong would likely reveal themselves soon. System, open the attribute list. Yi-chan focused his thoughts. A translucent light curtain slowly unfurled before him. ID. Yi-chan identity. Disciple of Qingyun sect cultivation realm. Qi refining stage myth points for 10 talent. None items. Wind and thunder wings. System, extract 2 times. Yi-chan declared without hesitation. Ding! Does the host confirm the consumption of 200 myth points to extract 2 bronze cards? The system's mechanical voice echoed his mind. Confirm. Myth points deducted. Extraction begins. Chapter 11. What's the hurry? I'm going to kill them right now. The wheel before him gradually came to a halt. 2 streams of light transformed into cards and flew into Yi-chen's hands. As he caressed the fiery cards, Yi-chen's attention was instantly captivated by the first myth card. Bronze card by Fong. A bird resembling a crane, with 1 leg, red markings on a blue body, and a white beak. Known as Bai Fong, its call brings forth misfortune. Upon use, the host gains the ability of Bai Fong's 9 heavens profound fire. Bronze card, Fu Zhu, a beast resembling a white deer with 4 horns. Known as Fu Zhu, its appearance heralds great floods. Upon use, the host gains the ability of Fu Zhu's water disaster. Water disaster? Water cargo? Yi-chan was utterly bewildered. System, are you serious? However, this time it was not a mythological figure from the investiture of the gods, but rather ancient mythical beasts, which was somewhat intriguing. Did this mean he could extract from the entire Chinese mythology system? Would he perhaps draw Hongjun or Pangu? If he could truly draw them, that would be tremendously impressive. At that point, in the vast realm of Xianyuan, wouldn't he be able to cover the sky with one hand and extinguish foes with a flick of his wrist? Lost in thought for a while, Yi Chun reluctantly exited the system. Meanwhile, Su Yurong had completed her recuperation and was lying beside him, curiously gazing at him with her large eyes. The moment their gazes met, Su Yurong's lovely face flushed bright red. Nevertheless, she continued to curiously fixate on Yi Chun, showing no intention of averting her gaze. That why Yi Chun felt an awkwardness wash over him under her scrutiny. Instinctively clearing his throat, if I'm not mistaken, those people's target is... Before he could finish, the air around them was suddenly filled with a sound akin to tearing fabric. Following that, a golden light ripped through the space. Descending towards Su Yurong, boom! With a resounding crash, sand and debris flew everywhere. Instantly, a massive pit erupted in the ground. A diminutive ink seal shimmered with golden light as it levitated into the air, only to plummet downwards after missing its target. Little Master Uncle. Su Yurong's face paled dramatically. The individual possessed the cultivation of a half-step nascent soul. I will hold him off. You must urgently seek assistance from Senior Brother Wan. Humph. I thought I had encountered a formidable opponent, only to discover that after all your cunning, you have come to confront a mere chi refinement waste. The leader scoffed, and the small ink seal descended with force. Su Yurong clenched her silver teeth and raised her hand, wielding the Langya sword in a horizontal slash. Burning Heaven sword technique. With a hum, a fiery red sword aura surged upwards defiantly, striking fiercely against the diminutive ink seal. A sea of flames engulfed the sky. Yet, the tiny seal remained unaffected, while Su Yurong let out a stifled groan, half kneeling on the ground as the yellow sand beneath her exploded inch by inch. Her complexion turning as pale as a sheet. Humph. I shall not kill you. The young master still has use for you. However, these two wastes must die. Attack. At his command, the other 3 golden core cultivators surged forward with murderous intent towards Yi Chun and Go Sheng. Go Sheng, still reeling from Su Yurong's heavy impact, was struck with terror as he beheld the approaching golden core cultivators, his mind nearly shattering. Little Master Uncle. Su Yurong's expression shifted dramatically, filled with guilt. Believing she had implicated Yi Chun and the others. Quickly escape with the dog? I will hold them off. Go Sheng was thoroughly vexed. What dog? I'm a renowned figure. Go Sheng, not a dog. Can you hold them off? Yi Chun inquired curiously. There are 4 golden core cultivators. A flicker of determination flashed in Su Yurong's eyes. If I employ a secret technique to burn my essence, I can temporarily enter the pseudo-state of golden core. Then, I will risk my life to buy you time to flee. That's utterly laughable. The leader sneered, raising his hand as the shimmering golden ink seal once again plummeted towards Su Yurong at a mere waist to the golden core stage. I could crush him with a single finger. Is that so? Yi Chen's thoughts raced. System. Activate the mythical card by Fong. Boom! A terrifying inferno swept across the heavens, forming a fiery vortex within a radius of several dozen meters. At the center of the whirlpool stood Yi Chun. Whoosh! In an instant, Yi Chun appeared behind the man, as if teleporting in the face of his horrified gaze. A single punch sent him crashing into the ground, creating a deep pit over 10 zhang in diameter. You talk too much. Unprepared, the leader was struck into the earth, resulting in a massive explosion of yellow sand. The small ink seal lost control, struck away by Su Yurong's sword and crashing into the yellow sand. Little Master Uncle? Su Yurong stared in astonishment at Yi Chun. Initially, she had assumed the rumors about him were mere fabrications. It was out of sympathy that she had allowed him to ride on her Langya sword. Yet, witnessing Yi Chen's display of power firsthand, her prior judgments began to waver. Could it be that Little Master Uncle was truly not at the chi refinement stage? Haven't you heard the saying that a villain dies from excessive chatter? Yi Chen lamented. If I'm going to fight, why all the unnecessary words? Seeing their leader incapacitated, the other 3 golden core cultivators simultaneously lunged at Yi Chen. In an instant, the air shimmered with brilliance. They unhesitatingly unleashed their strongest techniques. Golden Sun Sword Aura. Yi Chen's true essence surged within him, coalescing at his fingertips into a golden sword energy at this moment. Without the enhancement of the Mo. Xie Divine Sword, he could not unleash a sword aura hundreds of meters long. However, the over 100 meters of golden sword energy was enough to rend the heavens and instill fear. As the three approached, Yi Chun raised his hand and delivered a downward slash. The sword aura erupted, akin to a thunderclap on flat ground. Instantly, a horrifying chasm was torn open in the earth. Boom! 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 The sword energy spread, enveloping the skies in dust. The three golden core cultivators, enveloped in golden sword light, did not even utter a sound before being cleaved in two. They perished on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden core cultivator, earning 200 mythical points as a system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden core cultivator, earning 200 mythical points as a system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden core cultivator, earning 200 mythical points as a system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a consecutive kill, earning 50 mythical points as a system reward. One strike, and 3 golden core cultivators were slain. Witnessing this scene, Su Yurong felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, her mouth agape in astonishment. Conversely, Go Sheng seemed accustomed to such events and hastily scrambled to the side. As waves of dust billowed, the leader emerged from the ground, launching a palm strike at Yi Chun. Ice palm. In an instant, a terrifying chill blanketed the land, freezing even the yellow sand beneath, within a radius of hundreds of miles. Everything was encased in a thick layer of ice. Countless frost and cold air swirled around him, emitting crackling sounds. Yi Chen's thoughts stirred, and the twin wings of wind and thunder unfurled behind him in an instant. Whoosh! He soared into the sky like a great bird, evading the leader's palm. Crack! Crack! The chilling air froze the yellow sand beneath, transforming the surroundings into a world of ice and snow in the blink of an eye. A flying magical artifact. The leader's eyes gleamed with greed as he beheld the twin wings of wind and thunder. Chapter 12. Little Master Uncle. What is Go? A flying magical artifact that can meld with the physical body. Ha ha! This mission has truly been worth it. Kid, if you personally hand over this pair of artifacts to me, I might just leave you with a whole corpse. How about that for a deal? Go die, you waste. Yi Chun smiled indifferently, snapping his fingers. Instantly, an overwhelming inferno melted away the surrounding ice and snow. After utilizing the mythical extraction card, not only had Yi Chen's physique and vitality increased, but he could also command the nine heavens' mysterious fire with ease. The icy landscape that had recently enveloped hundreds of meters now transformed into a furnace. The terrifying heat distorted the air. What kind of flame is this? The leader's expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. A mere chi refinement cultivator. Yi Chun regarded him with a gaze of condescension, raising his hand to unleash a golden sword energy that tore through the heavens. The leader's eyes darkened as he summoned the small ink seal. To counter the sword energy, boom! A thunderous explosion echoed, shockwaves rippling outward, while the violent force swept in all directions. That Su Yurong and Go Sheng both let out groans as they were flung away, crashing onto the sandy ground. The leader stared in disbelief as his small ink seal was cleaved by Yi Chen's sword, losing all its spirit energy and crashing to the ground. Yua. Magical artifacts share a mental connection with their users. When the artifact is damaged, the user is immediately injured as well, his aura dwindling to an extreme. Impossible. The leader's face turned ashen, filled with trepidation. This is my life's work, crafted over hundreds of years. Even a nascent soul expert could not destroy it in a single strike. What kind of sword technique is this? How could it obliterate my small ink seal? Oh, you mean this? Yi Chun swung his sword, and the distant sand dunes spanning hundreds of meters exploded, vanishing entirely. This is the Golden Sun sword technique of the Qingyan sect. Golden Sun sword technique? The leader's brow furrowed deeply, confusion filling his eyes. What did you just say? Entry-level sword technique. He felt as if his scalp had exploded, his head buzzing. His life's magical artifact had been destroyed in a single strike, and he referred to it as an entry-level sword technique. Wasn't the Qingyan sect merely a second-rate sect? Little Master Uncle, do not kill him. Ask him why he targeted us. Su Yurong suddenly interjected. Did you hear that? Yi Chen stood proudly in midair with the twin wings of wind and thunder, gazing down at the imposing figure of the man whose aura was gradually dissipating. I don't need to ask again, do I? Humph, why? The man chuckled coldly. Of course, it is for your Xianxia, Nining body. Xianxia what? Yi Chen looked utterly bewildered. Su Yurong, however, froze momentarily, then bit her lip and lowered her head, falling silent. Xianxia Nining body, the man replied. What Nining body? Xianxia Nining body. What is the Nining? Yi Chen remained perplexed. Xianxia. Never mind, that's not important. The man replied, speechless. Ding furnace? Yi Chen glanced at the indignant Su Yurong, suddenly enlightened. It turned out Su Yurong, whom he had deemed toxic, was actually a coveted prize. Could this be considered a bloodbath sparked by Bun? After all, it cost the lives of 4 golden core cultivators. What? Only 3 have died. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, wondering what the urgency was. Let me take care of the 4th right away. Boom! A golden sword aura surged into the sky, seemingly piercing through the heavens and the earth in an instant. It was a manifestation of an exceptional furnace constitution. Upon witnessing Yi Chen preparing to strike again, the burly man's soul fell to chill. Little Shu, he exclaimed, still unaware of the mastermind behind him. Su Yurong's expression shifted slightly as she rushed over to intervene. However, Yi Chen's sword aura was exceedingly swift. Before it could descend, the sharp essence of gold tore through the fabric of space. Just then, a crack echoed at a grayish light orb coalesced from the burly man's body, instantly enveloping a radius of several zhang. What is this? Yi Chen was taken aback, cursing inwardly. Buzz, a peculiar wave of energy surged around, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. The burly man's figure vanished without a trace. Along with him, Yi Chen and Su Yurong also disappeared. As the solitary Gao Sheng sensed the magical fluctuations in the air, he stared blankly at the empty desert, utterly bewildered at a teleportation array. Yi Chen felt the oppressive force surrounding him and couldn't help but feel exasperated. When the burly man activated the teleportation array with his magical artifact, he could have evaded using his wind and thunder wings. Yet, by sheer misfortune, Su Yurong collided into him. Thus, the 3 of them were teleported together. The surrounding light flickered, and when Yi Chen regained his senses, they found themselves in a mysterious cave. Su Yurong fell from mid-air, while Yi Chen promptly stepped back. With a dull thud, Su Yurong landed heavily on the ground, letting out a muffled groan from the pain. Little Shu, where are we? She asked, discreetly rubbing her sore rear as she stood up. I have no idea. That Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings but found no trace of the burly man. Clearly, they had been teleported to different locations, so. Little Shu, what should we do now? Su Yurong asked, somewhat at a loss. After all, she was just a naive girl, unfamiliar with the ways of the world. It was only natural for her to feel disoriented when faced with an ambush. Previously, she was used to handling everything alone, but after meeting Yi Chen, she instinctively regarded him as a pillar of support. Of course, we need to find a way out. Yi Chen rolled his eyes helplessly. The task was already accomplished, and the priority was to return to the sect and focus on cultivation. Su Yurong, with her large, innocent eyes, looked at Yi Chen with confusion. Little Shu, what does go mean? Yi Chen was momentarily speechless, then said, your spiritual sense is stronger than mine. Why don't you see if there is an exit? Oh, Su Yurong obediently responded and released her spiritual sense to explore the surroundings. She had no doubts about why Yi Chen, who was evidently stronger, would ask her scout. Suddenly, Su Yurong's brow furrowed slightly. Little Shu, 200 zhang away, there seems to be the aura of that man from before. What direction? Yi Chen immediately inquired. Kuan position. Su Yurong replied earnestly. Yi Chen's internal essence swiftly coalesced, manifesting a golden sword aura that flickered at his fingertips. He stood before the rock wall, remained silent for a long moment, then suddenly turned to ask, Kuan position, which way is that for me? This time, Su Yurong looked utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, she pointed ahead and said seriously, it's right in front of you, to your right. Good. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and he swung his sword with a fierce strike. The golden sword aura, spanning over 100 meters, effortlessly sliced through the rock wall ahead. Rumble. The ground trembled as debris flew in all directions. Su Yorong raised her Langius sword defensively. Any rocks that entered her 3-foot vicinity were instantly reduced to ashes. All right, let us go. Yi Chun's soothing voice rang out, just as Su Yorong opened her eyes wide. Before her lay a clear passage, having been carved through the rock wall by Yi Chun's golden sword aura. What are you still waiting for? Yi Chun urged as he noticed Su Yorong standing there in a daze. Su Yorong, still dazed, stepped into the tunnel, pondering silently as she observed Yi Chun's graceful silhouette. The deeper they ventured into the passage, the hotter the surrounding temperature became. Soon, even with Su Yorong activating her protective essence, she could not stem the flow of sweat pouring from her body. Strange, even though this is a desert terrain, Yi Chun mused, it shouldn't be this hot. Could it be that we've been transported into a volcano? Or perhaps the mantle? Su Yorong blinked in confusion. Little Shu, what is the mantle? Ah, it's a layer of shell surrounding the earth, Yi Chun explained awkwardly. Little Shu, what is earth? Su Yorong looked puzzled. Why do you have so many questions? Yi Chun sighed to the heavens, exasperated. Are you some kind of curious little child? So many questions. Look, there's an exit ahead. Yi Chun pointed forward. Su Yorong's attention was immediately captured, just as she was about to extend her spiritual sense to investigate. Yi Chun waved his hand to stop her. Listen, a somewhat familiar voice rang out, you wretch, hurry up and hand over the Mo-Ling fire. Su Yorong's previously relaxed brow furrowed again, though why Yi Chun found the voice somewhat familiar, but couldn't quite place it at the moment. This Mo-Ling fire is what I seek. Heavenly thunder sword art. Boom! Crack! The sound of thunder erupted suddenly, shaking the entire cave. Clatter! Countless stones began to plummet. This sound was indeed familiar, Yi Chun said as he stepped forward. And the scene before him suddenly became clear. At the end of the tunnel stood a massive cavern. Below the tunnel, several formidable human cultivators were positioned, with the leader being none other than Wan Jinni. The top ranked in the Tianzi scroll. He was the one who had just spoken. Facing them was an untransformed beast. The powerful aura emanating from the beast indicated that it possessed the strength of the 6th rank, comparable to a human Yuan-Ing cultivator, just a step away from reaching the 7th rank and transforming into a human. Yi Chun scanned the area and immediately noticed a mass of ink-black flames burning slowly on the beast's back. Though small, the flames exuded a destructive aura. Mo-Ling fire? Su Yorong's voice was laced with astonishment. How could it possibly appear here? Do you recognize this? Yi Chun asked curiously. Su Yorong nodded, just about to speak, when her gaze locked onto a figure behind Wan Jinni. A surge of murderous intent erupted from her exquisitely beautiful eyes. Following her gaze, Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a twinge of schadenfreude. What a coincidence! Little Shu, it's that guy. Su Yorong's expression darkened as she spoke. He's in cahoots with Wan Jinni. That scoundrel Wan Jinni had actually colluded with outsiders to ambush his fellow disciples. Little Shu, let me go kill him, Su Yorong declared, her essence surging as she prepared to charge forward. Yi Chun quickly grabbed her, pulling her back into the tunnel. Can you take on Wan Jinni? Yi Chun said with exasperation that we still don't understand the situation. We can't act impulsively. As Yi Chun spoke, Wan Jinni's thunderous sword struck the beast. Crack! The overwhelming thunderous power surged forth, shattering everything around. The beast let out a pained groan, revealing charred marks on its surface. A Yuan-Ing cultivator's strike could hardly penetrate its defenses. Roar! The beast howled at the sky, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy like a raging sea, shaking loose stones from the cavern walls. Buzz! A wave of magical energy surged as cultivators activated their essence, erecting a dark golden protective barrier above them to shield against the falling debris. Bang, bang! Countless stones crashed against the barrier, shattering into fragments. Damn it! This beast has such formidable defense. Wan Jinni's brows furrowed as he glared at the red flood beast. If it weren't for this creature refusing to budge an inch from the Mo-Ling fire, we'd probably be unable to handle it, even if we all combined our strength. However, with lingering concerns, one's strength would be greatly diminished, and this beast was no exception. Thunderpool Sword Array. Among those present, aside from the burly man who ambushed Su Yorong, there were exactly 12 people at Wan Jinni's command. They each took their positions and simultaneously activated their internal essence. Rumble. It was as if the heavens themselves were roaring with thunder. And then a crack echoed as the violent, unmatched thunder descended from the void, instantly enveloping 100 zhang radius. Crack, crack. The brilliant blue arc danced incessantly, obliterating all it encountered. A profound aura of annihilation enveloped 100-foot radius. A flicker of ferocity flashed in the eyes of the crimson dragon beast, yet remained steadfast, seemingly intent on withstanding the formidable lightning pool. Wang Jian is indeed a formidable individual. Yi Chun sighed, reflecting on the fact that to slay a mere beast, they were willing to expend the lifespans of these 12 individuals. Even if they survived, the use of this lightning pool sword formation would forever bar them from ascending to the Yuanying realm. Junior Martial Uncle, the ambush against me was clearly orchestrated by Wang Jian. Why do you seek to impede me? Su Yorong inquired, her brow furrowing. Isn't it preferable to quietly observe rather than risk a confrontation? At this, Yichen rolled his eyes. Is it not thrilling to witness the live spectacle of a 6th-tier beast being bested by the foremost expert of the heavenly character scroll? The only downside is the absence of snacks and beverages. It feels somewhat lacking. Su Yorong's expression tightened. This lightning pool sword formation is the preeminent slaying formation of the Jindan realm, reputed to be capable of slaying a Yuanying with 3 participants and battling a Huashan with 9. Junior Martial Uncle, do you truly believe that the Crimson Dragon Beast will falter? Yichun merely chuckled, offering no reply. By the way, you seem to recognize this Mo Ling fire. Could you enlighten me on what it truly is? A glimmer of surprise crossed Su Yorong's eyes. Junior Martial Uncle, you are unaware of Mo Ling fire? Yichun felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Could he admit that for the past century, he had been consumed with foundational cultivation on Shao Qiong Peak, rendering the entirety of the cultivation world a vast knowledge void for him? What on earth was Mo Ling fire? Was it akin to a substance from a novel of his past life that could conjure a lotus flower and transform into something that could cost one their life? Seeing Yi Chen's bewildered expression, Su Yorong finally believed that he was genuinely uninformed. Mo Ling fire is a rare fire born of the essence of heaven and earth, possessing the power to erode the human heart. It is said that injuries inflicted by Mo Ling fire are incurable, and those of weaker cultivation may perish in an instant, with even Huashan realm cultivators being no exception. It is rumored that those above the Huashan realm who fall victim to Mo Ling fire will not die, but will become mindless fiends. Puppets of the Mo Ling fire master. That sounds incredibly formidable. Does this world also boast a ranking of extraordinary flames? Yi Chun inquired with curiosity, pondering the possibility of such a ranking. Junior Martial Uncle, what are you saying? Su Yorong frowned. Extraordinary fires are born of heaven and earth, exceedingly rare in the world, and only a handful can be discovered and utilized. How could anyone be so idle as to create a ranking for them? Oh, I see. Yi Chun nodded. I could see that moment. Within the cave, thunder roared, and the surrounding rock walls were battered, revealing shocking scars from the surging lightning. The burnt aroma filled the air. Here it comes. The lightning pool sword formation is about to break. Yi Chen's expression brightened as he leaned closer to the tunnel's exit, peering downwards. The Crimson Dragon Beast is about to clash with Wang Jian. If this news were to spread within the Qingyan sect, it would undoubtedly cause a seismic upheaval. I can only imagine how many reverent and admiring junior sisters would be left heartbroken. Should I show a bit of kindness and offer refuge to heartbroken maidens online later? Yi Chun pondered, feeling a twinge of conflict. That moment, facing the descending lightning pool sword formation, the Crimson Dragon Beast emanated a scarlet glow. With a furious roar, it suddenly opened its massive maw. Lunging at the sword formation, this Crimson Dragon Beast was on the verge of transformation, its teeth sharper than a cultivator's treasures. As it bit down, thunder erupted, shaking the cave, and countless stones fell from above. Wow! 3 Jindan cultivators suffered mental shocks, spitting blood onto the sword formation, their faces as pale as death. What a terrifying force this beast possesses. Wang Jian, he furrowed his brow. Huan Bai, maintain the operation of the formation. I shall slay this beast. Huan Bai, standing in the position of authority, felt a weight in his heart. During his earlier encounter with Yichun, he had already sustained severe injuries. The strength of the Crimson Dragon Beast, which guarded the Mo Ling fire, far exceeded their expectations. The lightning pool sword formation was already on the brink of collapse. How could he possibly continue to sustain it? Yet he dared not defy Wang Jianyi's command. For his background was formidable. To crush a Jindan cultivator was akin to squashing an ant. Crack, crack. The thunder roared as Wang Jian wielded the crumbling thunder sword. Soaring through the air, his white robe fluttering like a celestial being traversing the lightning pool. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Thunder Slash. With a single stroke, Wang Jian aimed at the Crimson Dragon Beast. The sword descended like a celestial projectile, slicing through the sky. The brilliant white lightning, akin to a vast river, cascaded down, instantly engulfing the immense form of the Crimson Dragon Beast with an overwhelming force, terrifyingly potent. Su Yurong's expression shifted dramatically. Heart racing, she contemplated that even if she utilized secret techniques to battle Wang Jian, she would be no match for him. This single strike was sufficient for Wang Jian to look down upon his peers within the Qingyan sect. Boom! The sound of rubble crashing echoed, and the cave emitted mournful cries beneath the weight of this strike, as if it might collapse at any moment. Amidst the towering lightning, a figure suddenly shot forth with astonishing speed, crashing heavily against a distant rock wall. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wang Jian was embedded into the wall, leaving a human-shaped indentation. Cracks like spider webs radiated from him, spreading wildly. Brother Juan Bai's heart sank. That awe-inspiring strike had failed to slay the Crimson Dragon Beast. Roaring with fury, the Crimson Dragon Beast's scarlet eyes pierced through the layers of lightning, fixating intently on the human cultivators before it. Initially, the beast had sought only to protect the Mo Ling fire. Its innate instinct told it that if it consumed this extraordinary flame, it would ascend to the 7th tier and successfully transform. However, Wang Jian and his companions had suddenly intruded, thwarting its plans. The human attacks had ignited its primal rage. With a furious roar, the Crimson Dragon Beast violently swung its tail, striking the precarious lightning pool sword formation above. Boom! Deafening crash erupted, and a burst of energy radiated outward, fracturing the ground with terrifying cracks. Wow! Several Jindan cultivators spat blood skyward, their vitality drained to the utmost. The once resplendent lightning of the sword formation dimmed instantly. Roar! The Crimson Dragon Beast roared again, raising its foreclaws to viciously claw at the lightning pool sword formation. Crack! Crack! The infinite thunder shattered upon contact, and the formation was soon riddled with dense cracks. Brother Juan Bai's face turned ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. We cannot hold on any longer. Coughing violently, Wang Jian struggled to rise from the rock wall. He knelt on the ground, glaring intensely at the rampaging Crimson Dragon Beast. Blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. I must bring the Mo Ling fire back for my father. Wang Jian wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze darkening. I have no choice but to resort to that. Yet, after using it, he feared he would no longer be able to remain in this realm. However, perhaps it was for the best. Returning to the 9 domain sooner would allow his father to face the 9-fold thunder tribulation earlier and break through to the true immortal realm. Even if he were to fail the tribulation, with the Mo Ling fire in hand, he could still become a turbid immortal and extend his lifespan by 10,000 years. Roaring with fury, the Crimson Dragon Beast shook the heavens. In the next moment, a Jindan cultivator's flying sword was shattered in its jaws, blood splattered, and even his physical form was swept in half by the Crimson Dragon Beast's long tail. Zhou Fuqing, Huan Bai's expression turned to one of horror, his eyes filled with dread. The Crimson Dragon Beast, driven to fury, abandoned the Mo Ling fire and charged at Wang Jian and the others. Like a hungry wolf among a flock of sheep, it wreaked havoc within the cave, limbs flying, blood splattering. The lightning pool sword formation collapsed in an instant, vanishing into nothingness. Damn beast! Wang Jianyi's eyes reddened as he spat blood onto the crumbling thunder sword. At the same time, a grayish aura of death surged from within him, infusing the sword. In an instant, The lightning swirling around the crumbling thunder, sword shifted from white to red, and then to gray. Emitting an incredibly eerie glow, waves of destructive energy surged forth, creating visible ripples in the air. The Crimson Dragon Beast looked on with uncertainty at Wan Jianyi, whose aura was surging uncontrollably. A flicker of unprecedented wariness rising in its eyes. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Thunder Devour. Buzz. A sword sliced through the air, an extraordinarily bizarre lightning tearing through the void. The lightning flashed like a shooting star, vanishing in an instant. With a piercing sound, a gaping hole was blasted through the abdomen of the Crimson Dragon Beast. Blood mixed with shattered entrails erupted forth, permeating the air with an overwhelming stench. Roaring in agony, the Crimson Dragon Beast collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain, causing the entire stone chamber to tremble precariously. Wan Jianyi knelt, gasping for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. This move had cost him his primordial blood essence, nearly depleting his true energy. It can be said that, at present, this nascent soul cultivator is not significantly stronger than an ordinary mortal. Fortunately, the demon core of that Qi Jiao beast has been shattered, indicating that it will not survive for long. This operation not only successfully acquired the Mo Ling fire, but also resulted in the slaying of a half-transformed demon beast, even if a few golden core cultivators were lost. It is hardly a matter of concern. For him, it is entirely a gain. By the way, the Mo Ling fire. Wan Jianyi struggled to rise, eager to retrieve the Mo Ling fire, only to see a somewhat familiar figure standing before it. Is this the Mo Ling fire? Yichen curiously examined the pitch-black flame before him, which emitted a searing heat. Aside from its black color, it did not seem to differ from the three-flame true fire cultivated by cultivators. As he spoke, he reached out and took the Mo Ling fire. Chapter 15. Without a hint of defense, how does one use this thing? Yichen, upon seeing the figure clad in plain robes, exuding an ethereal aura and possessing a strikingly handsome visage that could hardly be described as male, Wan Jianyi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you be here? That's a question for your subordinates. Yichen smirked. Do you think I wanted to come here? Completing the task and quietly cultivating in the sect would have sufficed. Wan Jianyi was momentarily stunned, then turned to glance at the man who had ambushed Su Yurong. Since he had been injured first, Wan Jianyi had not allowed him to participate in the assault on the Qi Jiao beast. Now he had become the most restless among them, seeing the murderous intent in Wan Jianyi's gaze. The man was instantly filled with dread, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Not only had he failed to complete his mission, but he had also brought an outsider along. Once they returned, Wan Jianyi would undoubtedly not spare him. The terrifying power behind Wan Jianyi filled him with profound fear. Escape. While Wan Jianyi is distracted, I must flee. The Jiyu Wanjia cannot be returned to, however, in the Xianyuan Day as 48,000 domains. As a mere half-step nascent soul cultivator, if I am determined to go into hiding, it would be unlikely for any of the Wanjia to find me. Resolving himself, he was just about to turn around when a dark red long sword pierced through him, penetrating his chest. Su Yurong's beautiful face was icy, her gaze fixed on him. The burly man's expression darkened. With a swift movement, he deflected the Wolf Nua sword with a palm and shot towards the exit. It's poisonous. From now on, remember, golden core cultivators must be killed in this manner. Yichen sighed and shook his head as the unmatched golden sword energy tore through the void and directly entered the burly man's body. With a crunch, his golden core was instantly shattered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a golden core cultivator and receiving a system reward of 200 mythical points. With a thud, the lifeless burly man fell from midair, raising a cloud of dust. The Qi Jiao beast lay on the ground, panting heavily, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Yichen. For it, this human was merely here to seize its Mo Ling fire, and thus it harbored no feelings of gratitude. Moreover, with its demon core shattered, it would not survive much longer. IT was merely clinging to life through its unique, tenacious vitality, seizing the moment while it still had breath. Yichen glanced at the Qi Jiao beast, and the golden sword energy instantly pierced through the beast's head. With a gentle stir, the beast's brain turned into a mush, and it breathed its last. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the 6th-tier demon beast, Qi Jiao, and receiving a system reward of 500 mythical points. Truly, it is worthy of being comparable to a Transformation Realm beast, yielding such a considerable number of mythical points. Yi Chen couldn't help but smile broadly. Wan Jinyi looked at the Mo Ling fire in Yi Chen's hand, a flattering smile adorning his face. Brother, since you want to use it, why not return it to me? This. Yi Chen toyed with the Mo Ling fire in his hand. I thought it was something that had been discarded here, unwanted. I saw you all fighting over it, yet no one came to claim it. So I picked it up. I certainly want it. I lost several golden core cultivators' lives in exchange for this. Only a fool would refuse it. Wan Jinyi felt like crying without tears. Yi Chen, as long as you hand over the Mo Ling fire, from now on, you shall be the first of the Tianzi list. Moreover, I swear on my life that I, Wan Jinyi, will present you with a grand gift in gratitude. Initially, he had looked down upon Yi Chen, this suddenly emerging little junior uncle. However, at this moment, with his true essence completely expended and having sustained internal injuries, he was certainly no match for Yi Chen and Su Yurong. Circumstances dictate, and even someone as proud as he must bow his head. You seem quite fond of this Mo Ling fire. Yi Chen smiled at Wan Jinyi. What is this? No longer playing the role of your flower protector. Wan Jinyi did not glance back at the frost-faced Su Yurong, but replied without hesitation, If you're interested in Su Yurong, I can entirely let her go. The Shinsha body is indeed a top-tier furnace body. I have heard that you have been unable to establish your foundation for 100 years, with the assistance of the Shinsha body. Before Wan Jinyi could finish his sentence, a dark red longsword pierced through his chest, blossoming into a vivid spray of blood. Su Yurong glared at him with fury, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Wan Jinyi, I will kill you. Wan Jinyi frowned slightly, and upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept across his lips. Kill me? Do you dare? To speak frankly, I am not originally from the Guangxing domain, but from before Wan Jinyi could finish his words. He suddenly struck like lightning, thrusting a sword toward Su Yurong. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Collapse. At that moment, he suddenly saw a smirk of derision appear at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Wan Jinyi's heart sank as the formidable, thunderous sword energy surged down towards the corpse of the Qi Jiao beast. Yi Chen evidently did not anticipate that Wan Jinyi would have such a move, and was completely unprepared. Bang! With a muffled sound, the corpse of the Qi Jiao beast was torn apart by Wan Jinyi's sword, and a cloud of pink mist surged forth. Wan Jinyi covered his mouth with his hand, blood gushing continually between his fingers. After landing a successful strike, he immediately retreated without hesitation, fleeing towards the exit. Brother Wan, save me! Huan Bai cried out loudly. However, Wan Jinyi seemed to have not heard his plea, not even glancing his way, as he swiftly vanished around the corner of the exit. Just as Su Yurong intended to pursue, she suddenly felt her body grow weak, her true essence failing to circulate. What is going on? She was taken aback, and the Langia sword fell from her hand with a clatter, her entire being collapsing backward into a warm embrace. Hold your breath quickly. Yi Chen frowned and urged. However, his warning came too late. Su Yurong felt her body grow weak, devoid of strength, and her body inexplicably felt a surge of heat. "ITS the Qi Jiao beast's fragrance pouch," Su Yurong murmured. Wan Jinyi's sword shattered the Qi Jiao beast's fragrance pouch. Does this substance within have a paralyzing effect? Yi Chen furrowed his brow. His true essence was also unable to circulate, and even his consciousness began to blur. Strangely, it felt as if a fire was burning within him. No, it's not just a paralyzing effect. Su Yurong could hardly muster the strength to speak. Her eyes misty with tears. The Qi Jiao beast's fragrance pouch possesses a special effect. Before she could finish her thought, Su Yurong lunged at Yi Chen, kissing him fiercely. My first kiss. Yi Chen was taken aback, instinctively pushing Su Yurong away. Little junior uncle. Su Yurong unexpectedly reached to unfasten her robe, clearly having lost her sanity. That why Yi Chen inwardly cursed, his thoughts racing. System. Use the mythical extraction card. Ding! The bronze card has been successfully used. As the system prompt echoed, Yi Chen felt his weakened body regain strength. A mysterious aura enveloped him. enhancing his already striking appearance in his plain white attire. Yi Chun rose, grasped Su Yurong's Langya sword, and approached the several golden core cultivators without hesitation. Thrusting the sword down, blood splattered as he ruthlessly shattered their golden cores. Chapter 16. Foundation Establishment. Just as a dozen or so individuals fell like chickens awaiting slaughter, each one pierced through. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Golden Core Cultivator Yiyu, receiving a system reward of 200 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Golden Core Cultivator Han Xian, receiving a system reward of 200 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the Golden Core Cultivator Guizhen. The system's prompt echoed incessantly. Yet Yi Chen's expression remained utterly unperturbed, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, and no sorrow, no joy, no surprise, nor fear. Huan Bai, with eyes burning crimson, fixed his gaze intently on Su Yurong, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, he let out a heavy sigh, binding Huan Bai with the garments of others before unceremoniously tossing him into the cave, while invoking the mythic ability of water calamity. With a mere thought, the entire cavern transformed into a sprawling expanse of water. Yi Chun securely bound Su Yurong and unceremoniously hurled her into the watery expanse. Though the scene could not be described as vast and misty, it was still magnificent in its own right. Especially in this sweltering locale, a dense fog arose from the copious moisture evaporating into the air, resembling a realm of fairies, while Yi Chun showed no mercy as he cast Su Yurong into the watery depths. Lacking any sentiment of tenderness, following this, he settled into a meditative position, channeling his inner essence to staunch the malevolent thoughts swirling within. In an instant, the once vibrant cave fell silent once more. In Luoyun County, the trial period had concluded, and the disciples of Qingyun's sect gathered in anticipation of Su Yurong and Yi Chen's arrival. Go Sheng was among them, displaying signs of agitation. Could senior sister Su and junior uncle Xiao have encountered misfortune? Why have they yet to appear after such a long time? Surely not. After all, Luoyun County is within the Qingyun sect's domain. There should be no danger here. Indeed, we have Senior Brother Wan and the others acting as our guards. Senior Brother Wan? Go Sheng's eyes brightened as he swiftly produced a communication jade slip. However, no matter how much essence he infused, there was no response from Wan Jinni. Everyone, my communication jade slip may be malfunctioning. I cannot reach Senior Brother Wan. Could anyone lend me theirs? Go Sheng inquired. I can't reach him either. Neither can I. Me too. As more individuals realized they could not contact Wan Jinni, panic set in. After all, Senior Brother Wan was a formidable, nascent soul cultivator. Could he have also encountered peril? Someone could not help but voice their concern. What do you mean? Also, Go Sheng replied irritably. Junior uncle and the others will be fine. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of light suddenly tore through the air, hurtling toward them. Who goes there? The crowd's expressions shifted as they summoned their magical artifacts. Wait, it seems to be Senior Brother Wan. A sharp-eyed female cultivator exclaimed, and indeed, it was Wan Jinni. He appeared gravely injured. Senior Brother Wan. Immediately, someone rushed forward to catch Wan Jinni. His face was ashen, a sword wound piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth relentlessly. Upon witnessing Wan Jinni's severely weakened state, the crowd's expressions turned grave. Senior Brother Wan, what has happened to you? Cough, cough. Before Wan Jinni could respond, blood erupted from his mouth, covering his mouth with a hand. He struggled to utter, Yi Chun and Su Yurong have betrayed the sect. They killed Huan Bai and gravely injured me. We must return to the sect at once. Junior uncle has betrayed the sect? How can this be? Go Sheng felt as though his head might explode. Others exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. Go Sheng insisted. It must be someone impersonating them. That's right. A few days ago, I rescued Su Yurong. She was being pursued by a group of Golden Core cultivators. Team must be those individuals impersonating Junior Uncle and Sister Yurong. A flicker of cold light flashed in Wan Jinni's eyes. Is that so? Then where are those Golden Core cultivators now? Just ahead, their corpses are right there. Go Sheng stated, turning to rush toward the site of their recent confrontation. Yi Chun and his companions have been transported away by a peculiar formation. Yet the bodies of the 4 golden core cultivators remained. Moments later, Go Sheng landed and stared at the desolate surroundings, utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? The bodies were right here, as others rushed over. They too displayed expressions of skepticism. Wan Jinni was supported by a male disciple as he approached, coughing. It seems you too have been deceived. It is no wonder. Some powerful illusions can easily fool golden core cultivators, let alone a mere qi refinement practitioner. No, it's not like that. Go Sheng protested loudly. You must believe me. Junior uncle would never betray the sect. Silence. Cough, cough. Wan Jinni reprimanded, unable to suppress another fit of coughing. Do you think I'm lying? Cough, cough. Senior brother, you must take the healing elixir. A female disciple hurriedly produced a healing pill from Qingyun's sect and offered it to Wan Jinni. The pure medicinal energy coursed through Wan Jinni's meridians, and his complexion improved slightly. We must return to the sect immediately. I will explain the details to the Grandmaster. Cough, cough. The disciples of Qingyun's sect exchanged glances and slowly nodded in agreement. Wan Jinni cast a complex look at Go Sheng, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yi Chun, the journey is still long. The real show has only just begun. Within the cave, Yi Chun was oblivious to how much time had elapsed, feeling it stretch on interminably. As he continued to wrestle with the essence of the serpent fragrance, the system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! The duration of the mythic extraction card has expired, and the effects of the extraction abilities have vanished. The host has gained attribute bonuses. What the hell? Only an hour has gone by. Yi Chun felt an urge to curse, after exhausting himself resisting the serpent fragrance. What had he truly accomplished? Should he simply devour Su Yurong? After all, that too was an effect of the poison. It would hardly be his fault if she awoke in such a state. Just as Yi Chun was engaged in this inner turmoil, the system's prompt rang out once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for meeting the Foundation establishment requirements. Shall you proceed with Foundation establishment now? Yi Chun's eyes flew open, disbelief flooding his gaze. I can establish a foundation now. Indeed, the host has met the conditions for Foundation establishment, the system's mechanical voice confirmed. Holy cow! After 100 years, I have endured painstaking cultivation. And finally, today, I can establish a foundation. Yi Chun couldn't help but gaze skyward, or rather, at the cave ceiling, tears streaming down his face in an instant. Host, shall you establish a foundation now? The system's prompt echoed again. Without hesitation, Yi Chun declared, establish a foundation. Establish a foundation. I have awaited this day for a century. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Foundation establishment stage, receiving a system reward of 200 mythic points. Huh, is that all? Yi Chun's expression turned blank. This was a breakthrough in realms. Was there not even a spectacle of natural phenomena or a gathering of spiritual energy? This mockery of a breakthrough was hardly acceptable. Hey, system, shouldn't there be a heavenly tribulation for breaking through? Yi Chun inquired, perplexed. Isn't that how it's portrayed in novels? What heavenly phenomena? The surge of spiritual energy. The Foundation establishment stage is merely a minor realm. There is no heavenly tribulation, the system replied. Only when the host advances from nascent soul to spirit transformation will a heavenly tribulation occur. Chapter 17. Extracting the silver extraction card upon hearing the system's response. Yi Chun could only lament to the heavens that I have labored for 100 years in qi refinement. Who knows how long it will take to reach the nascent soul stage? Cultivation is arduous, more challenging than ascending to the heavens. The author is not deceiving me. Silence. The system showed no reaction to Yi Chun's grievances. With a sigh, Yi Chun recognized his assessment had been correct, apart from some inquiries regarding system rules. The system would not respond to other matters. In fact, the system did not possess artificial intelligence and could not engage in casual conversation. Well then, let us take it one step at a time. After all, I possess extraordinary talent and a formidable bloodline, Yi Chun resignedly stated. Now let us test just how powerful I am after Foundation establishment. Golden Sun, Sword Chi. Inner essence surged within him like a tempestuous ocean, bursting forth in an instant. With a whoosh, a golden sword chi, hundreds of meters long, coalesced, erasing half a mountain range outside the cave in a single stroke, rendering it utterly non-existent. Boom! The ground shook violently. Rocks crumbled and fell, sending countless splashes of water into the air. Yi Chun beheld a sudden clarity as bright sunlight streamed into the shattered cave, momentarily blinding him, causing him to squint reflexively. One sword cleaves through 300 zhang of rock. Is this truly just the entry-level sword technique of Qingyun's sect? Yi Chen's eyelids twitched. It seemed that compared to the strike enhanced by the legendary Moxie sword, this was even more terrifying. Did this mean that his current strength had surpassed that of a mythic figure's feeble power? A surge of joy welled up within him as he promptly opened the attribute list. ID. Yi Chun Identity. Formal disciple of Qingyun's sect, Cultivation Realm. Foundation Establishment, Stage, Mythical Value. 2460 Divine Talent. None items. Wind and Thunder Wings. Could it be that he possessed such a wealth of points? Yi Chun could hardly conceal his elation, attributing his fortune to senior brother Wan Jianyi. Having extracted the powers of mythical figures 4 times, he had successfully established his foundation, yet had only acquired the Wind and Thunder Wings as a drop. It appeared that the drop rate of 10 was indeed exceedingly low. However, now that he had established his foundation, his strength was already comparable to the state of his former self when he extracted feeble mythical powers. The bronze card had lost its significance for him. Ding! The system's notification rang out, detecting that the host's mythical value had exceeded 1,000. Now, would you like to immediately activate the silver card extraction privilege? At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, while Yi Chun felt a thrill of excitement. Just as he contemplated this matter, the system provided a solution. This mythical extraction system was remarkably considerate, wasn't it? Activated at once. Ding! The silver card extraction privilege has been activated. The host can consume 1,000 mythical values to draw a silver extraction card. Would you like to draw immediately? Yi Chun stroked his chin, pondering. Although he had successfully established his foundation, his cultivation realm remained quite low. Moreover, due to Su Yudu's recklessness, he had wasted a bronze card, leaving him with no extraction cards at all. He glanced at Su Yorong, who still wore a frown with her eyes closed. Yet to awaken. System, draw the silver extraction card. Ding! Deducting 1,000 mythical values. The silver extraction card draw begins. A familiar spinning wheel appeared before Yi Chun once more. As the wheel gradually came to a halt, a phantom of a mythical figure vividly materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the silver extraction card. Yang Jian is at the Erlang Shun. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled as he clutched the radiant extraction card, his heart racing with exhilaration. Ha ha! With the Erlang Shun at my disposal, single-handedly toppling the entire Qingyun sect would be a piece of cake. Toppling the Qingyun sect? Little uncle, are you planning to betray the sect? A cool voice interrupted, as Su Yorong stumbled out from the water, her exquisite eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Yi Chun. Little uncle, why do you wish to betray the Qingyun sect? Yi Chun's face darkened. This girl was truly troublesome. Ahem, I never intended to betray the Qingyun sect. You must have misheard. Yi Chun coughed awkwardly. How are you feeling now? Is your body still unsteady? Su Yorong paused, and suddenly, previous memories flooded back like a tide. She faintly recalled stabbing Wan Jianyi with a sword, only for him to retaliate and shatter the red dragon beast's fragrance pouch, causing her to be poisoned by the dragon fragrance. At that moment, Su Yorong's face turned crimson, and she instinctively lowered her gaze to her drenched form. She was soaked through, her flawless figure accentuated in all its graceful curves, causing her cheeks to flush as if set ablaze. Rest assured, I had to bind you and toss you into the water to allow both of us to calm down. Why Yi Chun hurriedly explained out of course. I've already removed the ropes from you to ensure your blood flows freely. Su Yorong stared at Yi Chun in disbelief. Little uncle did not take advantage of me in such a situation. Yet here I am, suspecting him of having ulterior motives. Su Yorong, it was little uncle who saved you. How can you repay kindness with suspicion? Since you have awakened, shall we return to the sect? Yi Chun hastily suggested. Upon hearing this, Su Yorong's expression shifted, her gaze darkening. Little uncle, if Wan Jianyi escapes, it could be detrimental for us. After all, he is the top disciple of the Qingyun sect, the first on the heavenly roll. Should he conspire against us, the sect master and elders may very well believe his lies. No need to worry. Yi Chen remained unfazed, instead striding towards the corpse of the red dragon beast. Previously, he might have been concerned, but now, with the extraction card of Yang Jian in hand, he felt as steady as a seasoned warrior. It was no joke. He was a formidable figure with the best battle record in the investiture of the gods. Even after the investiture, he scorned divine positions, directly achieving sainthood in his mortal form. After using the silver card, the extraction effect would last for 6 hours. That was ample time for him to wreak havoc within the Qingyan sect. What was there to fear? Speaking of which, the red dragon beast was laden with treasures. Yi Chen raised his hand and conjured a 3-foot-long golden sword aura, cleaving the red dragon beast's corpse. The beast's demon core was shattered and of no further use. Yet its bones, flesh, and even blood were invaluable materials, perfect for weapon forging and pill crafting. After all, it was rare for demon beasts to cultivate, especially those that reached the half-transformation stage. Had he acquired the corpse of this red dragon beast earlier, he would have easily gathered not 100, but perhaps 2 or even 300 Foundation establishment pills. Alas, that scoundrel Wan Jinni wasted such a treasure. Yi Chen shook his head regretfully at the shattered demon core. Next, he faced a dilemma regarding the remnants of the red dragon beast. His storage ring was too small. The previous 9-star red flame scorpion had nearly filled it to capacity. Now, there was no way to fit an entire red dragon beast within. You do, you're wrong. Yi Chen smiled at Su Yurong. Would your ring be for sale? 300. He raised 3 fingers, hesitating before lowering one. 200 spirit stones. How about that? Su Yurong looked at him, somewhat speechless. She was aware of the financial struggles of little Cheong Peak. But she never imagined Yi Chen would be so hard-pressed as to abandon all pretenses. You are also a senior, are you not? Without a word, she removed the ring from her finger and casually tossed it to Yi Chen. This ring should suffice to contain the red dragon beast. Yi Chen quickly caught it, carefully inspecting it with his divine sense. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring had been erased by Su Yurong, revealing an empty space of approximately 20 cubic feet. Just this one ring was worth at least 500 spirit stones. Could the 200 spirit stones be paid in installments? Yi Chen asked a bit sheepishly. Su Yurong was taken aback. What is an installment payment? It means I will deduct 10 spirit stones from the monthly allowance I receive from the sect for you, and I will repay this 200 spirit stones within 2 years. Yi Chen explained, of course, if I sell these materials, I can also pay off the debt early. Su Yurong's mouth opened slightly, taken aback. And then she took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell magnificently. Exuding an overwhelming presence, she helplessly replied, "Little uncle, this ring is a gift for you. There is no need for repayment." "How magnanimous!" Yi Chen exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. "Truly, you are the foremost in the Qingyun sect." With that, he turned around and began placing the materials he had extracted from the red dragon beast into the ring. "Let us depart. It is time to return to the sect," Yi Chen declared. Leading the way out, Su Yurong cast him a complicated glance before following suit. Oh, by the way, Yi Chen suddenly turned around, rummaging through the rubble, and soon emerged with a dusty figure in hand. "Look at my memory. I almost forgot about you. Cousin Huan Bai, I sincerely apologize." Huan Bai, covered in dust, groggily awakened, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he began to cough violently. "Cough. Yi Chen, you suddenly," he jolted, as previous memories surged back. "No, little uncle, thank you immensely for saving my life." Su Yurong, unaware of the conflict between Huan Bai and Yi Chen, looked at Huan Bai's terrified expression with some confusion, but tactfully said nothing. Just as the three were about to leave the cave, Yi Chen hesitated, returning once more. "Little uncle?" Su Yurong looked at him in puzzlement. "You all go ahead." Yi Chen gazed at the corpses within the cave. Deep in thought, the bronze card, Bai Fong, has been used, but did not yield the ability of the Nine Heavens' mysterious fire. However, he possessed a fire even more terrifying than the Nine Heavens' mysterious fire. Strange fire, Mo Ling fire. With a thought, a swirl of ink-colored flames appeared in the palm of Yi Chen's hand. He flicked his fingers, and the flames instantly transformed into a torrential rain of fire, descending upon the corpses on the ground. Boom! In the next moment, a terrifying blaze shot into the sky. Almost instantaneously, the bodies of those golden core cultivators were reduced to mere ashes. Yi Chen formed another incantation, and in an instant, a tempest arose. A violent gale howled, tearing through everything within the cave. Shocking cracks spread across the rock walls. The ashes left by the Mo Ling fire were utterly obliterated. Su Yorong and Huan Bai exchanged horrified glances that Wei Yi-chan was taken aback as well, cursing as he retreated from the cave. Damn it, wasn't I using Qing Yun Sek's entry spell? Qing Foam spell? Those old geezers in the door dare to call this a gentle breeze. Ahem, there's no doubt that my junior uncle is using the gentle breeze spell, but even Su Yorong is somewhat bewildered. This merely an entry-level spell capable of conjuring a hurricane. That's certainly not how my master taught it. Junior uncle, Huan Bai inquired with a puzzled expression. Oh, it's nothing. Kill and scatter ashes, to destroy bodies and erase traces. Aren't these essential qualities for a cultivator? Yi-chan waved his hand dismissively and added, by the way, what about those corpses? As he spoke, he dashed towards the direction of the battlefield in the desert. In roughly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the three arrived at their destination. However, upon surveying the desolate surroundings, Yi-chan's brows furrowed slightly. Could it be that he remembered incorrectly? That seemed implausible. Before him, the vast expanse of sand not only lacked the corpses of the 4 golden core cultivators, but even the traces of their battle had vanished. It was as if no slaughter had ever occurred here. Su Yorong's expression darkened. Junior uncle, it seems Wan Jianyi has tampered with things. Wan Jianyi? Yi-chan Muset. Then asked, Huan Bai, who exactly is Wan Jianyi? Huan Bai's complexion changed dramatically, hesitating as he pondered whether to speak. Do you think Wan Jianyi would allow you to live? Su Yorong questioned sharply. You survived in the cave. But Wan Jianyi will surely strike at you again. Do you still hope for his protection at this juncture? Huan Bai's expression flickered between shadows and light. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and looked up at Yi-chan. Little junior uncle, I can share what I know with you, but you must guarantee my safety. Agreed, Yi-chan replied coolly. As long as I am in Qing Yun Sek for a day, I shall protect you for a day. If any uninformed cultivator were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly burst into laughter. A mere foundation establishment cultivator claiming to protect a golden core cultivator. What an audacious proclamation. Yet neither Huan Bai nor Su Yorong found anything amiss. Wan Jianyi is not one of our Guangqing domain. Huan Bai slowly began. The Xian Yuan de Yi encompasses 48 domains, with the 9 domains being the most respected. Wan Jianyi hails from the great Luo Tian domain among these 9 domains. His identity is that of the son of an elder from the Great Luo Sacred Land. Great Luo Tian domain. Great Luo Sacred Land. Yi-chan's eyes narrowed slightly. What brings Wan Jianyi to Guangqing domain? It is for the Mo Ling fire. Huan Bai explained. His father is already at the harmonization realm, merely a step away from transcending and becoming a true immortal. However, this realm is fraught with peril, particularly the 9 layers of thunder tribulation. Wan Jianyi's father was injured in his youth, with his foundation damaged, making it difficult for him to successfully traverse the 9 layers of heavenly tribulation. The Mo Ling fire, however, would allow him to preserve his soul in the event of a failed tribulation, transforming him into a turbid immortal. While a turbid immortal may not compare to a true immortal, they are still immortals with a long lifespan, sufficient to secure Wan Jianyi's lineage's status within the Great Luo Sacred Land. To ascend and become an immortal, a glimmer of yearning flashed in Yi-chan's eyes. It seems Wan Jianyi will not rest until he obtains the Mo Ling fire. On Qingyun Peak, the summit today bore an air of solemnity. Apart from the Shaoqiong Peak, the masters of the other 6 peaks had gathered here, a rare sight indeed within Qingyun sect. Every word spoken by the disciple is true. Wan Jianyi bowed his head, not daring to meet the gaze of Kanjiunzi and the others seated above. The master of Longzhou Peak, Taiguan Daorun, spoke softly. Master, Jianyi is my disciple. Based on my understanding of his character, he would never dare to deceive the sect. Yi-chan must be severely punished. Taiguan, I find this matter suspicious. Qing Song Daorun remarked. What motive could Yi-chan have to conspire with outsiders to attack our own disciples? After all, he possesses only Qi refinement stage strength. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? Oomph. A cold snort came from a female cultivator seated at the end of the table, her gaze icy as she regarded the kneeling Wan Jianyi. Su Yurong is my disciple. Wan Jiani, if you claim that Yurong colluded with Yi Chun to harm her fellow disciples, then pray tell, what could Yurong possibly gain from this? Chapter 19. I am proud to be Foundation establishments. So many young and talented men do not catch Yurong's eye. Is her heart towards the Tao not steadfast enough? Even if her taste were poor, she would never set her sights on a Qi refinement disciple. A cold glint flashed in Wan Jiani's eyes. I truly do not know why junior sister Yurong would act thus. But Yi Chun is certainly no mere Qi refinement disciple. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment that why Yi Chun had been cultivating for a century without achieving Foundation establishment, and even his master, Yi Jin Dao Run, had perished due to the burden. This was common knowledge among all Qingyun sect members. Now you, Wan Jiani, dare to assert that Yi Chun is not at the Qi refinement stage? From my observation, Yi Chun possesses at least half a step into the Yuaning realm. Wan Jiani reiterated. This statement struck like thunder, leaving the six-peak masters dumbfounded, speechless for a long while. Half a step into Yuaning. Even the sect leader Kanjianzi had only reached the peak of the transformation stage. Half a step into Yuan Ying could easily place one among the top 10 in the heavenly rankings. Indeed, if Yi Chun desired a position as an elder within the sect, he would have no trouble attaining it. Yet could it be that in such a short time, following Yi Jin Dao Ren's passing, Yi Chun truly managed to transform from a mere carp into a dragon, leaping in a half a step into Yuaning? Was this lad deliberately concealing his cultivation? The crowd began to entertain this possibility, their expressions growing peculiar. Just days prior, Yi Chun had exhibited the Golden Sun Sword Qi on Shaoqiong Peak. Wan Jiani seized this opportunity to fan the flames further. The 100-foot-long Golden Sword Qi had flattened a hillside, a spectacle witnessed by many disciples of Qingyun sect. The Golden Sun Sword Qi was merely an introductory sword technique of the sect, and a Qi refinement disciple could never unleash such power. Clearly, Yi Chun possessed formidable strength yet concealed it. Surely, he harbored ulterior motives. Junior sister Yurong must have been bewitched by him. Several peak masters exchanged glances, their thoughts deepening. They had indeed felt the terrifying sword Qi that day. Even when they unleashed the Golden Sun Sword Qi, summoning several feet of Golden Sword Qi was already extraordinary. Over 100 feet of sword Qi. Even if they drained every ounce of true essence from their bodies, it would not suffice. Could it be that Yi Chun is truly a hidden powerhouse, perhaps even a reincarnated figure from a higher domain? But what could be his purpose in hiding within this insignificant Qingyun sect? Qing Song Dao Run furrowed his brow, glancing up towards Kanjianzi. Coincidentally, he caught Kanjianzi's gaze, which was as tranquil as an ancient well. And he subtly shook his head, and a chill ran through Qing Song Dao Ren's heart as he sighed inwardly. Observing Kanjianzi and the other elders remaining silent, a cold smile crept onto Wan Jiani's lips. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, as the chief disciple of Qingyun sect, I am soon to represent the sect in the 100 Dynasties War, vying for a chance to enter the superlative sect. Tai Yi Dao Min that I am concerned that Yi Chen's intentions lie therein. Upon hearing this, the expressions of several peak masters shifted simultaneously. When Wan Jiani sensed the timing was right, he bowed his head and fell silent. He believed that the image of Wan Jiani, meticulously crafted over decades, would surely compel the higher-ups of Qingyun sect to make a decision favoring him. Moreover, his master, Taiguan Daorun, was a staunch hawk who would undoubtedly side with him. Tai Yi Dao Min! Exclamation point. A rather nonchalant voice interjected, as a figure clad in white glided through the air, exuding an ethereal presence, as if a celestial being. Yi Chun looked at Wan Jiani, whose eyes were slightly panicked, and grinned. What is that? I've never heard of it. Is it edible? Is it edible? Eat your head, you big fool. The 6 peak masters gazed at Yi Chun in utter shock. How dare he speak such words? That was one of the 3 superlative sects that overshadowed all sects within the Guangxing domain. Yi Chun, do you even have the audacity to return? Wan Jiani glared furiously at Yi Chun. You conspire with outsiders to attack your own sect. What punishment do you deserve? Words may be spoken frivolously, but meals must not be taken lightly. Yi Chun rolled his eyes and replied, Do you have any evidence? Wang Jiani was momentarily taken aback. So brazenly confident. You are currently a traitor who has betrayed the sect and harmed your fellow disciples. Such calmness. Furthermore, did you misphrase your previous statement? It should be that meals may be taken lightly. But this is not of consequence. Yi Chen, you are not even at the qi refinement stage. Wang Jiani sneered, gazing at Yi Chen. You conceal your cultivation. What is your true purpose in infiltrating our Qingyan sect? Exclamation point. Indeed, I am not at the qi refinement stage. Yi Chen readily admitted. Do not deny it. That day, the hundreds of feet of golden sword qi, the entire sect. Huh. What did you say? Wang Jiani was momentarily taken aback. He admitted it. Was it truly that simple? Wang Jiani felt as though he had struck a fist against cotton, his heart heavy with frustration. You acknowledge that you concealed your cultivation and ambushed your fellow disciples. Yi Chen rolled his eyes once more. Ambushed you. I merely admitted that I am not at the qi refinement stage. What rubbish qi refinement stage? I have long since established my foundation. I am now the cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. As he spoke, a smug expression adorned his face as he looked at Wang Jiani. Wang Jiani blinked, taking a considerable amount of time to process this. What are you so proud of? What is there to be proud of about being at the foundation establishment stage? Among the thousands of disciples of the Qingyan sect, at least 99% have successfully established their foundations. You took 100 years to achieve it. What is there to boast about? I mean, you are not at the qi refinement stage. Wang Jiani was so enraged by Yi Chen's words that his mind became a bit muddled. What is the purpose of your concealed cultivation? Conceal it, you bastard! Yi Chen retorted mercilessly. I have openly shown you all. I am at the foundation establishment stage, and I take pride in it. So what? Master, esteemed uncles, Wang Jiani shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen before turning to bow respectfully. This fellow is undoubtedly more than just at the foundation establishment stage. I implore you to discern. Senior brother, if this Jinyang sword qi is indeed employed by you, Taoist Qingsong inquired, gazing at Taoist Tieguan. Then what? Taoist Tieguan furrowed his brow, and in the next moment, he summoned the true essence within him, refining it into a sharp golden aura. An invisible wave surged outward, overwhelming everyone with an immense sense of pressure, making even breathing somewhat difficult. Taoist Tieguan's robe billowed without wind, and his gray-white hair danced wildly. With a whoosh, a peerless sword qi coalesced, instantly tearing the ground of the great hall apart for 10 zhang. Taoist Tieguan shook his head. This is already my limit. After all, it is merely an introductory sword technique, and its power is limited. Even when employed by the most skilled Taoist Tieguan, this sword qi barely reaches 10 zhang. Taoist Qingsong appeared contemplative, casting a complicated glance at Yi Chen on that day, at Zhaoqiangfeng. He had witnessed firsthand that golden sword qi spanning hundreds of zhang, and even experienced it personally. That unmatched sword qi indeed did not resemble the power of an introductory sword technique. However, there was no doubt that it was the Jinyang sword qi. To wield an introductory sword technique to such an extent, could it be that this Yi Chen truly, the several peak masters, including the sect leader Kanjianzi, fell into a profound silence as they observed Yi Chen with unusual expressions, causing a chill to creep into his heart. Wang Jiani sensed that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. Master, uncles, Yishidi's talent is extraordinary. How could he possibly conspire with outsiders to ambush his fellow disciples over a mere position of chief disciple? Chapter 20. A problem. Kanjianzi suddenly burst into laughter. Someone provide a seat for Yi Shidi, huh? Not only was Wang Jiani utterly befuddled, but even Yi Chen was taken aback. This development was not quite right. Was it? This was not how the story unfolded in novels. Those incompetent authors mislead the youth. Moreover, even if you no longer suspect me, what is the meaning of this sudden enthusiasm? Your attitude has shifted far too rapidly, hasn't it? Yes, there must be some misunderstanding here. Taoist Tieguan grinned, though his usual serious demeanor made his smile appear even more disconcerting. That it was a smile that could stop a child from crying. Yishidi, why not share with us what transpired during this trial? Taoist Qingsong said cheerfully. The other peak masters also expressed their concern in their own ways. The warmth of their regard was such that an uninformed observer might genuinely believe they shared a deep bond of brotherhood. Yi Chun sat down, bewildered, in the chair brought by the outer disciples, gazing in confusion at the esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect before him. His mind was in a whirl, utterly unable to fathom what had caused these old fellows to act so peculiarly. Yi Shidi's cultivation is profound. I cannot even discern your true level of cultivation, Taoist Tieguan remarked with a sigh. Alas, to utilize the Jinyang sword qi to such a degree, Shidi, you are undoubtedly the foremost in the Qingyun sect. I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Chun was incredulous. Was this not self-evident? Was there any need to ask? Shidi, we understand your reluctance to reveal your true cultivation, hence the use of secret methods to obscure it. However, among us old fellows, there is no need for such concealment. Is there? Taoist Qing Song coughed lightly. Rest assured, none here will reveal your true cultivation. Yes. The peak masters nodded vigorously to why Shidi has already reached the transformation stage. Has he not? Inquired a female cultivator seated at the END. Why Yi Chen's mouth hung open momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Transformation? Do not speak carelessly. One must be responsible for their words. Yao Shimi, even I, at the transformation stage, cannot manifest hundreds of zhang of Jinyang sword qi. Are you not belittling Shidi by saying so? Taoist Tieguan waved his hand dismissively. Yi Shidi is likely already half a step into the spirit-severing stage. I would reckon that why Yi Chen stared at him in astonishment. Hey, how did it become increasingly outrageous? I just established my foundation. Seeing Yi Chen's silence, Taoist Tieguan raised an eyebrow. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that you have truly reached the spirit-severing stage? The crowd was taken aback. The spirit-severing stage was a level of cultivation possessed only by the leaders or high-ranking elders of first-rate sects in the Guangxing domain. If Yi Chen truly possessed such profound cultivation, the Qingyun sect could instantaneously ascend to the ranks of a first-rate sect. Powers with spirit-severing cultivators were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Guangxing domain. After all, being from the upper realm. Even if Shidi has returned to the void or even achieved the great ascension, I would not be surprised, Taoist Qing Song said with a chuckle. Ahem, Taoist Tieguan coughed heavily, casting a glance at Taoist Qing Song. Only then did Taoist Qing Song realize his gaffe. What I meant to say was, Shidi's talent is extraordinary. I would not be surprised by any elevation in your realm that why Yi Chen gradually came to understand. It seemed that these individuals believed he was either an ancient being from the upper realm, concealing his true cultivation with a forbidden technique, or perhaps someone who had undergone a reincarnation, thus rapidly advancing in strength. Realizing this, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation that I am genuinely at the foundation establishment stage. You old fellows may be overthinking it a bit. Yi Chan said helplessly. The peak masters exchanged glances, smiling silently. Their meaning was abundantly clear. Foundation establishment stage? You expect us to believe that. The most bewildered among them was Wan Jiani. He had not even realized that it was his own wild insinuations that had led Kanji Yunzi and the other peak masters to completely misinterpret the situation. He stared wide-eyed at Taoist Tieguan and the other peak masters, unable to restrain himself. Master, have you all lost your minds? Why suddenly treat this scheming fellow with such courtesy? Impudent, Taoist Tieguan admonished sternly. Infused with true essence, his rebuke resounded like a mighty bell, causing the very void to tremble. Truly, he was the strongest in the Qingyun sect. Yi Chun felt a twinge of fear. Wan Jiani's face turned pale as he stumbled back a step. His hands clamped tightly over his mouth, blood seeping slowly through his fingers. Shidi, please recount the true circumstances, Taoist Tieguan said, instantly transforming into a figure of warmth and kindness. The speed of his change was astonishing. It was evident that they had already concluded Wan Jiani was lying. Even if he hadn't lied, given Yi Chen's status as a prominent figure from the upper realm, they were more than willing to play the fool. Wan Jiani coveted Su Yurong's Xianxia Jiuyin body and secretly dispatched Golden Core cultivators to ambush her disciple. Yi Chen furrowed his brow, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair as he slowly began to speak. I rescued her disciple, but inadvertently got caught in the teleportation array and was sent to a cave. There, I witnessed Wan Jiani commanding 12 golden core cultivators to besiege a Qi Jiao beast. Commanding 12 golden core cultivators? The peak masters exchanged glances. Even if the Qingyun sect were to dispatch over a dozen golden core cultivators simultaneously, it would not be an easy feat. What status could Wan Jiani possibly hold to command so many golden core cultivators? Yichen narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Wan Jiani. Not be surprised, for Wan Jiani is originally a person from the upper realm. Kanji Yunzi and the peak masters' faces paled upon hearing this. So it turned out that their humble Qingyun sect concealed two prominent figures from the upper realm, two individuals they could not afford to offend. How were they to handle this? Daoist Tieguan turned to Kanji Yunzi. Master brother, you, possessing the highest cultivation and strength in the sect, should take charge of this matter. Kanji Yunzi smiled. Indeed, a slight misstep could bring calamity to the Qingyun sect. The iron-crowned Daoist widened his eyes in disbelief. What nonsense is this? You are the head of the Qingyun sect. By all rights, we old-timers should heed your command. With a chuckle, Kanji Yunzi declared without hesitation, if my senior brother wishes to take this position, I can immediately step aside and yield. The iron-crowned Daoist was taken aback. He had not anticipated Kanji Yunzi's boldness and utter lack of shame. How absurd! Do you treat the position of the sect leader as something that can be casually given away? The master bestowed the leadership upon you, and thus you represent our Qingyun sect. Anyone who dares to usurp your position must first contend with my talisman and sword. Kanji Yunzi merely smiled faintly, while the others remained indifferent, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. Why Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Were they unwilling to assume the sect leader's role for fear of offending the forces behind Wan Jiani? Yichen, do not speak recklessly here. Wan Jiani scoffed. After all this talk, what evidence do you have? Evidence. Do we not count as evidence? A sharp rebuke rang out as Su Yurong burst into the hall, dragging the terrified Huanbai with her. With a thud, she flung Huanbai to the ground. He looked up at the cold-eyed Wan Jiani and trembled involuntarily. What? Surprised that I did not kill Huanbai? Yichen chuckled. Huanbai, repeat to the headmaster and the peak masters what you told me. Huanbai knelt, shrinking his neck and cautiously stealing a glance at the grim-faced Wan Jiani. Huanbai, speak boldly. Qing Song Daoist encouraged. Even the powerful from the upper realms cannot easily breach into the Guangqing realm. In 01 in Qingyun Mountain dares to trouble you. Huanbai's expression eased slightly, but Wan Jiani's countenance darkened to an extreme. Qing Song Daoist's words struck at Wan Jiani's greatest fears. The Xian Yuan de Yi spanned 48,000 realms, and barriers formed by spatial laws separated them. Realms of similar law strength could traverse freely, but transitioning from the upper 9 realms to the lowest Guangqing realm was no simple feat. Perhaps the will of the great Tao maintained a certain balance, making inter-realm passage increasingly difficult as a practitioner's strength grew. His father was already at the Tao harmonization stage, merely a step away from the true immortal realm. For him, to reach Guangqing realm would be no easier than transcending the tribulation to ascend to immortality. This was precisely why the Deluo sacred land sent Wan Jiani to Guangqing realm to seize the Mo Ling fire. If Qingyun sect truly chose to forego tribulation and refrain from ascending to the upper realms, even the Deluo sacred land would have no recourse against them. Wan Shixiang, no, Wan Jiani is not from Guangqing realm. Huanbai stammered, trembling that he hails from the Deluo sacred land, one of the 5 great sacred lands of the Deluo Tianyu. A profound silence fell over the assembly. Upon hearing this revelation, the crowd was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Qing Song Daoist lifted his eyelids to glance at the iron-crowned Daoist, who was meditating with closed eyes. Then he turned to Kanji Yunzi. Shi Xiang, he silently mouthed. Kanji Yunzi feigned ignorance. When Qing Song Daoist caught Yichen's gaze, he quickly adopted a meditative pose, seemingly lost in thought. Why Yichen found the situation amusing. What can you do to me, Yichen? Wan Jiani's expression gradually morphed into a savage snarl. Even the sect leader and the peak masters do not believe your words. Huanbai, you worthless fool. How could you be so foolish as to betray me? With a surge of energy, Wan Jiani suddenly struck out at Huanbai's heart. Huanbai had never anticipated that Wan Jiani would dare to act in such a manner. And in that moment, he forgot to evade. Die waste. Wan Jiani's lips curled into a smirk, a glimmer of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Whoosh! A sword descended, the dark red blade seeming to ignite with flame. In an instant, the temperature soared, and the air trembled. Su Yurong darted forward like lightning, positioning herself before Huanbai, intercepting Wan Jiani's fearsome strike. Boom! Crack! The force of Wan Jiani's palm was torn asunder by Su Yurong's sword, shattering the ground beneath her feet into dust. Su Yurong? Wan Jiani's expression soured as he turned, his gaze fixated on Yi Chun with a menacing glare. If you have the ability, come face me. What skill is there in letting a woman take the lead? How audacious! Who gave you the gall to brawl within this grand hall? The iron-crowned Taoist roared, rising to his feet. Oh, you not hold the rules of Qingyun's sect in your hearts? Kanjiunzi waved his hand, signaling the iron-crowned Taoist to sit. He turned to Yi Chun, speaking slowly. Yi Shidi, it would be best for you and Wan Jiani to resolve your grievances amongst yourselves. After all, this hall is the ancestral property of Qingyun's sect. Even if no one is harmed, damaging the flora and fauna here would not be ideal, would it? I propose a fair duel between you two. The victor shall become the chief disciple of Qingyun's sect, representing us in the upcoming 100 Dynasties War. The loser will be expelled from the sect. Does the headmaster believe I can win? Yi Chun looked at Kanjiunzi with a peculiar expression. Of course. Kanjiunzi replied earnestly. Because you are handsome, and those who are handsome tend to have good fortune. Yi Chun's face darkened immediately. In truth, neither Yi Chun nor Wan Jiani cared much about the stakes of victory and defeat. What did expulsion from the sect matter? Where could Wan Jiani go? Could Yi Chun not continue cultivating? Winning to become the chief disciple seemed hardly enticing. Suddenly, Yi Chun's thoughts flickered back to a mainline quest the system had issued not long ago. He promptly opened the quest list. Mainline quest. Take command of Shaoqiong Peak and become a core disciple of Qingyun's sect. Task duration. Unlimited. Completing the task rewards 500 myth points and 1 chance to draw a silver extraction card. Is being the chief disciple sufficient to be considered core? Yi Chun regarded Wan Jiani with a peculiar gaze, unable to suppress a grin. Goodness, this is an elite foe worth 1,500 myth points. Not grinding would be a disservice to myself. Then let the headmaster and esteemed senior brothers bear witness. Yi Chun of Shaoqiong Peak, challenge Wan Jiani, the first of the Tianzi roll. Kanjiunzi was taken aback. His expression complex as he looked at Yi Chun. Yi Shidi, what do you mean by challenge? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? Does your entire sect have a problem? Lacking an official arena. The location for their duel was set at the square in front of the Tongtian Pavilion. News of the challenge between Yi Chun and Wan Jiani spread rapidly, by the time Kanjiunzi and the others sought to limit the number of sect disciples observing. The square was already filled with Qingyun's sect disciples. Even many elders who usually refrained from participating in sect affairs made exceptions to come and watch. After some discussion, Kanjiunzi and the others decided to allow the disciples to observe. Yi Chun, clad in white, sat cross-legged, completely unconcerned about the surrounding atmosphere. He held the silver extraction card tightly, prepared to use it at any moment. Wow. That's the little Shixiang who severed the peak with a single sword? So handsome. Indeed. I used to think one Shixiang was quite handsome, but he pales in comparison to the little Shixiang. With a stunning visage and strength surpassing several peaks, he was simply extraordinary. Wan Jiani stood with arms crossed, his elegant robes billowing in the wind. His starry eyes locked onto Yi Chun, and upon hearing the surrounding chatter, his expression grew increasingly grim. Yi Chun, fortunately, you are clever enough not to reveal the matter of the Mo Ling fire. However, because of this, you cannot utilize the Mo Ling fire, binding your own hands. How can you possibly contend with me? Once I defeat you and secretly seize the Mo Ling fire, I will effortlessly destroy Qingyun's sect when I leave Guangxing realm. At that time, I shall personally annihilate everything you hold dear. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes and rose. His white attire accentuated his extraordinary elegance, setting him apart as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. How could there be such a strikingly handsome man? Many young male disciples felt envious and resentful, but were helpless in the face of such beauty. Why did I not notice how stunning this little Xixiang is before? Many female disciples lamented inwardly, regretting their late realization, now faced with fierce competition. With a sigh, "Oh, I regret not acting sooner." Yao Shui stepped forward, casting a glance at the two individuals before her, and could not help but let out a sigh. Both Yi Chun and Wang Jini were indeed remarkable disciples of the Qingyun sect, exceptional talents rarely seen in centuries. Yet it was surprising to discover that neither hailed from the Guangxing domain. Could it be that the upper domains are truly that formidable? Are all cultivators there endowed with extraordinary talents and unparalleled beauty? Yao Shui could not resist stealing another glance at Yi Chun, only to catch him smiling gently at her. How could such a handsome man exist in this world? She wished she could have been born 100 years later. A faint blush crept across Yao Shui's fair cheeks as she cleared her throat lightly. The leader of the Shao Hui Peak, Tan, who had long surpassed 300 years of age, opened his mouth slightly. "Since you're all prepared, I shall not waste words. There is but one rule: no killing. Now, let us begin." As soon as Yao Shui's voice faded, Yi Chen's mind stirred, commanding the system to activate the silver extraction card for Yang Jian. With a resonating hum, the vast energies of heaven and earth converged. And Yi Chun, clad in white, stood still as if moved by an invisible wind, swelling like a balloon. An overwhelming surge of true essence erupted forth, creating invisible ripples in the void. Is this truly the cultivation level of the foundation establishment stage? The observing disciples were utterly bewildered. This seemed rather different from their own experiences of the foundation establishment stage. When did the foundation establishment stage begin to exhibit such a formidable presence? The solidity of Yi Chen's true essence was not even inferior to that of the nascent soul stage. How astonishing! The Qing Song Taoist's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This aura was undoubtedly that of the foundation establishment stage. Yet this true essence might be some secret technique we have never encountered. The Iron Crown Taoist stated matter-of-factly, "After all, he is from the upper domain." Yao Shui and the others nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with the senior brother's assessment. Upper domain, my foot. Yi Chun felt utterly exasperated. Was the entire Qingyun sect under some sort of whimsical transformation? Had the fantastical world been infected by the whimsical virus of the second dimension, leading to such absurdity? Could your imaginations stretch any further? "Junior uncle, in today's battle, I shall show no mercy," Wang Jini declared, lightning flickering around him as he wielded the Thunderbreaker sword, exuding an indescribable aura of elegance and abandon. As he spoke, he silently mouthed a word. "You, a mere waste, dare to claim to be from the 9 upper domains." Yi Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression growing increasingly deranged. "It would be too cruel to kill you. So I shall merely incapacitate you." With that, Yi Chen clenched his right hand, and a 3-pronged, double-edged blade materialized, a wild and untamed aura surging forth, sweeping in all directions. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Thundercut. Wang Jini's expression darkened. He swiftly stepped into the air, unleashing a downward strike towards Yi Chun. Clad in white, he appeared as a celestial being traversing the thunder pool. Crack, the sword light entwined with thunder, slicing through the void like a white rainbow piercing the sun, crashing down towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun smiled faintly, shaking the 3-pronged, double-edged blade in his hand. The golden sword light instantly expanded for hundreds of feet, shattering the heavens and earth, scattering the thunder into countless sparks. The terrifying wave surged forth like a shockwave, shaking the very foundations of the square, causing the bluestone tiles to shatter into powder. The onlooking disciples felt as though a colossal stone pressed upon their chests, the sound of thunder echoing relentlessly in their ears. Those with lower cultivation levels vomited blood and were sent flying, while those slightly stronger turned pale and staggered backward. Kanjiunzi gazed at the shattered tiles with a pained expression. Fighting is one thing, but must it create such a commotion? One cannot understand the value of firewood until one becomes the master of the household. These 1,000 tiles are worth at least several hundred spirit stones. Thud! Wang Jini fell heavily to the ground, retreating several steps to dissipate the overwhelming force of the sword energy. Indeed, Yi Chen wielded the three-pronged, double-edged blade, yet what he executed was still the foundational sword technique of the Qingyun sect. Golden Sun Sword Qi, scoundrel! Wang Jinyi's eyes nearly bulged with rage. He felt an unbearable humiliation. How could he, the chief disciple of the Qingyun sect, the first in the Tianzi scroll, be forced to resort to such basic techniques? To rely solely on this rudimentary Golden Sun Sword Qi, what kind of mockery is this? Meanwhile, Yi Chen found himself increasingly helpless. Utilizing the three-pronged, double-edged blade to execute the Golden Sun, Sword Qi yielded far less power than he had anticipated. Otherwise, that single strike just now would have been enough to force Wang Jinyi to kneel and call him father. However, he was left with no choice. He was entirely unfamiliar with other advanced techniques. Beyond this sword technique, he only possessed the 12 styles of the Foundation Fist, a rudimentary boxing technique deemed suitable only for the Qi refinement stage. But there was this punch. Yi Chen's eyes lit up, his true essence boiling like a tempest, and he unleashed a powerful punch. 12 styles of the Foundation Fist. Collapse. Yi Chen stepped down, his foot sinking over half a foot into the ground. Drawing a breath, he executed a seemingly ordinary punch, the very collapse technique from the 12 styles of the Foundation Fist. This boxing technique was the foundational practice of the Qingyun sect, possessing only common strength, sufficient merely to crack stones and shatter tablets, akin to the martial arts of an ordinary mortal. Most disciples would abandon this technique immediately upon achieving foundation establishment, opting for more refined and powerful techniques instead. In fact, the manual for this technique was carelessly placed in the first floor of the Han Shi building, available for all disciples to borrow freely. What kind of boxing technique is this? The iron-crowned Taoist furrowed his brow, puzzled. Is it a heavenly grade technique? I have never encountered it before. It is quite normal that you have not, Yao Shui replied, her gaze complex as she regarded Yi Chen. For this is the foundational boxing technique, the 12 styles of the Foundation Fist. Most disciples disdain to practice this technique, let alone someone like you who has entered the foundation establishment stage in just half a day. Foundational boxing technique? The iron-crowned Taoist's brows furrowed deeply, his expression one of confusion. It did not seem like it. Boom! A tremendous wave of true essence erupted, and the ground beneath Yi Chen's feet instantaneously caved in. Wang Jinyi felt as though he were a solitary boat amidst a raging sea. He had no choice but to desperately channel his inner true essence to maintain his balance, lest he be swept away by the force of Yi Chen's punch. Is this fellow truly just at the foundation establishment stage? Wang Jinyi's expression darkened profoundly. No. His cultivation level is likely above the half-step nascent soul stage. Damn it. Wang Jinyi gritted his teeth, his white attire billowing in the tempest raised by Yi Chen. Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. Thunder Collapse. Boom. The clear sky suddenly rained down several bolts of lightning upon Wang Jinyi's Thunderbreaker sword. Brilliant blue arcs danced like serpents, swirling around him incessantly, that moment. Wang Jinyi resembled a divine general descending from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming pressure. He dragged the Thunderbreaker sword along the ground, propelling himself towards Yi Chen with astonishing speed. Crackle! The surging arcs of lightning carved deep gashes into the earth. In an instant, the square before the heavenly tower was utterly destroyed, debris soaring into the sky. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly as he too, in his billowing white attire, hurled a punch down at Wang Jinyi. Collapse technique. What a splendid spectacle of white battling against white. What a thrilling clash of the collapsed fist against the thunder collapse. The onlookers felt dizzy, their minds captivated by the two handsome figures. Su Yurong stood among the observing disciples, her delicate hands gripping the Langya sword tightly. Her sharp nails pierced her flesh, blood pouring from her palm, yet she remained utterly oblivious. Boom! The two figures collided fiercely, the void erupting with a thunderous roar. Chapter 23. Do you misunderstand the ordinary? The violent energy surged forth, shaking the square and sending sand and stones flying. The crowd shielded their faces with their hands, bracing against the hail of debris. Meanwhile, a distant rumble echoed like thunder, resonating continuously. Kanjiunzi and the others turned in astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They beheld as several towering peaks, several hundred feet high, were completely flattened by Yi Chen's punch, utterly erased without a trace. Not even a speck remained. The collapse technique. This truly resembled the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting apart. Cough, cough. Is this truly just a foundational technique? The Iron-Crowned Taoist cast a doubtful glance at Yao Shui, a single punch obliterating several hundred-foot peaks. Such power could not even be achieved by heavenly-grade techniques. If this is merely a foundational technique, then the million volumes in the Hansher building are only fit for kindling. Ah, indeed, Yao Shui replied, somewhat awkwardly. This technique may warrant a re-evaluation of its grade. By the way, could it be that Wan Jiani has been killed? The Qingsong Taoist expressed concern as he gazed at the square. After all, he is from the upper domain. Humph. What is there to fear? The Iron-Crowned Taoist scoffed. A powerful being above the spirit transformation stage would pay a hefty price to cross the domain barriers into Guanqing domain. Moreover, sects like the Tai sect and other superior sects would not idly watch as they wreak havoc in Guanqing domain. Are you truly so confident in Yichun? Kanji Yunzi suddenly interjected. Wan Jiani's previous sword strike was no weak attack. A nascent soul cultivator, if lacking special means, would not escape unscathed from that strike. Why do you not worry that Yichun might lose? The peak masters exchanged glances, astonished. Did you not say that looks handsome brings good fortune? Master, Kanji Yunzi's face darkened immediately. I was just speaking nonsense. At this moment, the swirling dust was gradually swept away by the gentle breeze in the mountains. Yichun, clad in a pristine white robe, stood there, gazing blankly at the distant vanishing peaks. What the hell? Is this what they call inconspicuous power? Does the elder responsible for the cultivation rankings at Qingyun sect have some misunderstanding regarding the meaning of unremarkable? As everyone finally comprehended the situation within the arena, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The once spacious and level square had vanished, replaced by a scene where Yi Chen stood, wielding a three-pronged, double-edged knife. His aura towering like a mountain, his white robe remained untainted, resembling an otherworldly immortal descending to the mortal realm. Wan Jiani lay at the bottom of the pit, his garments shredded, exposing his charred chest. His eyes were vacant, with crimson blood trickling from his 7 orifices, evidently gravely wounded and on the brink of death. My goodness, a single punch that leveled several mountain peaks and injured a nascent soul cultivator. Truly formidable. I told you, Junior Uncle has definitely reached the transformation stage, didn't I? Yet you all doubted it. Just look at that punch. What transformation stage? Junior Uncle has surely attained the spirit-severing realm. Can a transformation stage cultivator wield a fundamental martial technique to such an extent? Ha! Junior Uncle has already reached the integration stage. I just heard it from Elder Tieguan. A young disciple chuckled lightly and remarked. The Elder wouldn't lie, would he? Integration stage? Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Even the sect leader of Qingyun, Kanji Yunzi, has merely achieved great success in the transformation stage, while Tieguan Taoist, the sect's foremost combatant, is said to be just one step away from the spirit-severing realm. That if Yichun has already reached the integration stage, does that not mean he is undoubtedly the most accomplished cultivator in Qingyun sect? Moreover, achieving integration after merely 100 years of cultivation is unprecedented in the entire Guanqing domain. Is Junior Uncle destined to become the foremost figure in Guanqing domain? In an instant, all gazes directed towards Yi Chun brimmed with genuine fervor and reverence. Unbeknownst to him, within a short span, his cultivation level had skyrocketed in the eyes of others to an unfathomable height. While he was still in a daze, Kanji Yunzi's voice resonated across the skies of Qingyun sect, declaring, henceforth, Yi Chun is the chief disciple of Qingyun sect, first on the Tianzi roll. Congratulations, Junior Uncle. Congratulations, Master Uncle. In an instant, the echoes of congratulations reverberated like thunder, ascending into the heavens. No one cared about Wan Jiani's fate. Everyone's attention was captivated by the figure in white. Yi Chun, the youngest integration stage cultivator in the entire Guanqing domain. His name would undoubtedly resonate throughout the cultivation world of Guanqing, and Qingyun sect would undoubtedly ascend to become a premier sect because of his existence. Amidst the cheers, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of panic within. Those familiar with their own matters know the truth. What nonsense about the integration stage. At best, he was merely a nascent cultivator. Why such baseless claims? Why tarnish his reputation for no reason? How can he possibly feign the demeanor of a formidable integration stage master? Urgently awaiting assistance, junior brother Yi. Kanjienzi looked at Yi Chun with a smile in his eyes. There stood Yi Chun, his white robe billowing, his handsome visage strikingly beautiful, exuding an indescribable charm as he stood there. From this day forth, you shall be the chief disciple of Qingyun sect, receiving the elder stipends and overseeing Zhaoqiangfeng. If Master Yizhen learned of how outstanding his disciple is, he would surely be immensely gratified. Saying this, he patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. Junior brother, you can rest assured in your cultivation. There is no need for you to worry about Wan Jianyi's matter. Us old-timers will handle by the way, should Zhaoqiangfeng recruit disciples. I could select a few exceptionally talented individuals from the other peaks and send them your way. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, declining. I prefer tranquility, brother. Oh, since junior brother is unwilling to take in disciples, then I shall arrange a few servant disciples to attend to your daily needs. How? About 100? Yi Chun's heart raced. Sect leader brother, that won't do. Indeed, since junior brother Yi is in charge of Zhaoqiangfeng, it is only right to arrange servant disciples to serve him. Tieguan Daoist instinctively tugged at his beard. Grinning broadly, my son, Zhao Ningxin, is willing to go to Zhaoqiangfeng. I only hope that junior brother Yi can offer him some guidance in his spare time. Yi Chun stared wide-eyed at Tieguan Daoist. Utterly incredulous. Sending your son to Zhaoqiangfeng as a servant. Is there such a thing as a father throwing his son under the bus? Brother Tieguan, tell me honestly, is this child truly your flesh and blood? Although many in Qingyun sect considered themselves Taoists, they did not prohibit marriage. In fact, many cultivators, having given up on the hope of achieving immortality, sought partners to bear offspring and share familial joy. Tieguan Daoist, aware of his limited talents, had long accepted that reaching the transformation stage was the pinnacle of his cultivation. Breaking through to the spirit-severing realm was beyond his reach. Thus, many years ago, he united with his partner under the sect's witness, and a few years later, they welcomed a son named Zhao Ningxin. Yi Chun had heard of Zhao Ningxin. He was indeed quite talented, having successfully condensed his golden core after 20 years of cultivation and ranking 7th on the dizzy roll. Slightly inferior to Huan Bai. Yet you wish to send such an exemplary son to be a servant at my Zhaoqiangfeng. Yi Chun gazed at Tieguan Daoist with a strange expression, momentarily questioning the man's sanity. Your son may be at the mid-golden core stage, but his talent is only average. How can he qualify to be a servant for junior brother? Yao Shui scoffed, grasping Yi Chun's hand eagerly and said, Junior brother, what do you think of Yurong? How about she comes to Zhaoqiangfeng to take care of your daily needs? I believe with just a few pointers from you, she could easily condense her golden core. Chapter 24. A rare sight, Yu Rong possesses 9th grade talent. Absolutely a match for junior brother's extraordinary charm. Charm, my foot. Yi Chun was at a loss for words. Have Yu Rong served me as a servant? Not a chance. Ahem. The previously silent Feng Zhu of Yamluo Feng, Chong Suzi, cleared his throat and said, My son is at the peak of the golden core stage. He certainly qualifies to enter Zhaoqiangfeng. Qian Sanren hastily added, My direct disciple is proficient in alchemy. Yi Chun felt overwhelmed that it seemed these senior brothers and sisters were convinced he was a hidden powerhouse at the integration stage, eager to send their sons and disciples to Zhaoqiangfeng. Hoping that Yi Chun could offer a few words of guidance, allowing them to soar amidst the clouds and become true prodigies of Guangxing domain. I'm really just at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Chun felt like crying without tears that if these prominent figures' children and disciples were truly sent to Zhaoqiangfeng, what could he possibly teach them? The foundational sword technique, Jinyang sword chi, or the 12 styles of burst fist. Junior brother seems to be weary. You all should refrain from bothering him any further. Kanjienzi glanced at Yi Chun, raising his hand to signal the heated debate to cease. Let us do this. Allow junior brother to return and rest for now. Those willing to send their juniors to Zhaoqiangfeng, please report their names to me, and I shall decide. How does that sound? Everyone nodded in agreement. Even Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude. Hee hee, Junior brother, my unaccomplished direct disciple, Zhou Quan, is far superior to theirs. What do you think? Yi Chun was rendered speechless, lying at the bottom of the pit. Wang Jiani, who had been ignored for a long time, slightly moved his lips. I believe I can still be saved. Having delegated all the trivial matters to Kanji Yunzi, Yi Chun finally returned to the familiar Zhaoqiang Feng. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Wang Jiani and receiving a system reward of 500 myth points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest and receiving a system reward of 500 myth points, along with one chance to draw a silver extraction card. Ding! The system's main quest has been issued. Enter the Qingyun secret realm and obtain the ancestor's inheritance. Upon completion, reward, 500 myth points and one chance to draw a silver extraction card. Just as Yi Chun lay down, a series of system notifications rang out. Why are you only notifying me now? Yi Chun wondered, is there a delay in the system? The system remained silent, and Yi Chun chose not to dwell on it. He had almost forgotten about the Qingyun secret realm, which Brother Qing Song had mentioned before. Yi Chun frowned in contemplation. Although this was a secret realm set up by the ancestor of Qingyun sect, it was not without its dangers. Based on previous trials in secret realms, only cultivators above the Void Dance stage could enter. Yet my apparent cultivation level is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Damn. Those old fellows all think I've reached the integration stage. How am I supposed to explain my desire to enter the Qingyun secret realm? Furthermore, I don't possess any decent techniques aside from 2 basic martial arts. Must a cultivator have a flying sword to appear respectable? I must enter the Qingyun secret realm. Just as Yi Chun was troubled about how to explain this matter to Kanji Yunzi, the system notification rang out once more. Ding! The effect of the silver extraction card has ended, and the host's attributes such as vitality and stamina have been permanently enhanced. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a dropped item. A dropped item? Yi Chun's nerves immediately tensed. After all, up until now, he had extracted the abilities of mythical figures several times. However, he had only obtained a single dropped item, the Wind and Thunder Wings. The drop rate for silver cards is evidently much higher than that of bronze cards. Thus, this dropped item is likely to be extraordinary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8-9 Profound Art. Would the host like to cultivate it immediately? It is actually the 8-9 Profound Art. Yi Chun's heart surged with excitement. I am the legend of the investiture of the gods. The 8-9 Profound Art is renowned. It can be said that Yang Jian's formidable strength and ultimate ascension to sainthood were entirely due to the intricacies of the 8-9 Profound Art. With a thought, a beam of light descended into his palm, transforming into an ancient, yellowed tome. The 8-9 Profound Art, also known as the 9 transformations of primordial energy, is an ancient teaching's divine skill that if one achieves the 9 transformations, the primordial spirit within the Naiwan Palace remains immortal. And thus the physical body does not perish. If I truly reach the realm of 9 transformations returning to 1, might I not be able to attain sainthood like Yang Jian? Yi Chun mused, waves of excitement surging within. Ding! Would the host like to cultivate the 8-9 Profound Art? The system's prompt echoed once more. Why Yi Chun finally came to his senses. Yes, cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the 8-9 Profound Art. The current realm is the first transformation. Have I truly mastered it? Yi Chun clenched his fist, feeling the true essence within him surging like turbulent waves, a hint of perplexity in his gaze. System, open the attribute panel. The translucent screen instantly unfolded before Yi Chun. ID. Yi Chun identity. Chief disciple of Qingyun sect, Lord of Xiaoqiang Peak Cultivation Realm. Foundation establishment stage, mythical value. 2460 divine talent. None cultivation method. 8-9 Profound Art first transformation items. Wind and Thunder Wings. The 1000 mythical value spent has been regained, along with an additional chance to draw a silver card. Why Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction, his face radiating joy. However, Yang Jian's extraction card had already been consumed. Should I draw another silver card for emergencies? After a brief contemplation, Yi Chun deemed it quite necessary. After all, this fantastical world is fraught with peril. One never knows when a powerful being might take offense at an insignificant ant like him and seek to extinguish his life. Keeping a hidden trump card at all times is undoubtedly a wise decision. System, Draw a silver extraction card. Realizing this, Yi Chen immediately declared, "Ding!" Drawing silver extraction card. The familiar spinning wheel reappeared before Yi Chen and gradually came to a halt. Before him manifested a figure with a human face and a bird's body, two azure serpents hanging from its ears, standing upon two azure serpents, which then solidified from a phantom into a streak of light that appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Grasping the warm silver extraction card, Yi Chen gazed at the figure depicted, his brows furrowing slightly. Why Yu Chong? Who is this deity? Although Yi Chen was not well versed in the pantheon of Chinese mythology, he had heard of most deities. Yet, he could not place this figure in his hand. Why Yu Chong? The legendary god of the sea, wind, and plague, also known as Yu Jiang or Yu Jing, is the grandson of the Yellow Emperor. Zhuangzi, in The Great Master, stated, "The deity of the North Sea is named Yu Chong, with the spiritual turtle as his envoy. Upon using the silver card for Yu Chong, the host can gain powers of wind and water control, along with two of the abilities, as well as permanent enhancements to health, stamina, and true essence." With a thought, the details of the silver extraction card materialized in Yi Chen's mind that a deity from ancient mythology. The grandson of the Yellow Emperor, Yi Chen was taken aback. "Goodness, I've drawn a significant figure. It seems my peculiar luck has increased once more." By the time Yi Chen regained his composure, the sky had darkened. The sect leader, Kanji Yunzi, sent someone to meet Yi Chen, informing him that the matter regarding Wan Jinni had been resolved, so he need not worry. Why Yi Chen nodded, refraining from inquiring about how Kanji Yunzi handled Wan Jinni. Chapter 25. A taste of athlete's foot from 82. A night passed without incident. When Yi Chen concluded his night of cultivation and pushed open the door, stretching lazily as he stepped out of his abode, he was immediately taken aback. Before him stood a throng of disciples from the sect. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, the young disciples, led by Su Yorong, respectfully bowed. "We greet the junior uncle. We greet the junior granduncle." Yi Chen blinked in surprise, his figure swaying as he retreated back into his room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Su Yorong was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at Yi Chen's residence. "What has gotten into the junior uncle?" The other young disciples exchanged puzzled glances. "What the heck? Was my manner of opening the door inappropriate?" Yi Chen nervously peeked outside, wondering why all the young disciples had come to Xiaoqiong Peak. "What is going on?" "Junior uncle, Yorong has come to Xiaoqiong Peak on the master's orders. Please grant us an audience." Su Yorong respectfully proclaimed. A profound silence followed. As Yi Chen offered no response, Su Yorong's brow furrowed, and she, unwilling to relent, continued. "Su Yorong comes on the sect leader's command to lead the miscellaneous disciples of Xiaoqiong Peak. I hope junior uncle will open the door and see us." With a resigned sigh, Yi Chen opened the door. "Junior uncle, granduncle." The crowd simultaneously looked up at Yi Chen. The multitude of reverent and awed gazes pierced through Yi Chen like 1,000 arrows, causing him immense discomfort. "I do not require so many miscellaneous disciples." Yi Chen waved his hand impatiently, urging them to return from whence they came. "Even if you do not need us as miscellaneous disciples, might you allow us to settle and cultivate at Xiaoqiong Peak?" A young disciple boldly asked. Why Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, wondering why. While Xiaoqiong Peak is quite expansive and can indeed be considered a blessed land, the other main peaks of Qingyan sect are no less impressive. With spiritual energy just as rich as that of Xiaoqiong Peak, that he simply could not comprehend why these individuals would choose to come to Xiaoqiong Peak to establish their residence for cultivation. He, the disciple who spoke, grinned widely, inhaling the celestial energy. The closer we are to junior granduncle, the denser the celestial energy. Just during this conversation, I can already feel myself on the verge of breaking through to the Void Dan realm. Yi Chen's breath hitched. The other disciples nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with his assertion. "Inhale your sister's celestial energy. I have only been without washing my feet for 2 days. Do you care to have a taste? Fragrant and alluring. I guarantee you will savor it for 10 days or half a month. Is that what you think too?" Yi Chen's eyes twitched as he glanced at Su Yorong, incredulously contemplating their desire to come to Xiaoqiong Peak to absorb his celestial energy. "Not a chance," Su Yorong calmly replied. While Xiaoqiang Peak is rich in spiritual energy, it is not overflowing with celestial energy. Only then did Yi Chun exhale a breath of frustration. Finally, I have encountered a sensible person. Yurong wishes to follow Junior Uncle to learn the supreme sword path. I hope Junior Uncle will grant this request. I did not seek to level mountains 100 zhang high with a single sword strike. I simply wish to possess even 1/10, no, 1/100th of Junior Uncle's swordsmanship. Yi Chen's brow darkened and his lips twitched. Sword path, my sister. I am merely at the foundation establishment stage. Hanzi Building, the repository within Qingyun sect for storing cultivation texts. All disciples may register and select suitable texts for cultivation. Given Yi Chen's current status as chief disciple, he has the right to borrow any text within the Hanzi Building, under the guidance of the elder in charge. Yi Chen arrived at the 6th floor. This level houses texts suitable for cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Disciples who have not yet reached the nascent soul stage are forbidden from ascending here. They are truly mad, Yi Chen muttered helplessly as he perused the text. And no matter how he pleaded or even invoked his authority as chief disciple, none of the young disciples would leave Xiaoqiang Peak. They insisted they came on the sect leader's command to serve as miscellaneous disciples. Each one was either an elite disciple or the offspring of some elder. Did they truly believe Xiaoqiang Peak was a daycare? Yi Chen grumbled as he pulled out a book from the shelf. The Great Transformation Sword Art, with a minimum requirement of the nascent soul stage. Yi Chen shook his head, returning the text and drawing out another. The Deluo Seal, also requiring the nascent soul stage. The elder in charge watched as Yi Chen pulled one text after another, glancing at each before placing it back, a knowing expression crossing his face. Yi Shidi, the 6th floor only contains texts suitable for the nascent soul stage. With your unparalleled cultivation, there are hardly any texts appropriate for you to cultivate. However, you may visit the 9th floor, where the remnants of the ancestral teachings are stored. Perhaps. Yi Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment and placed the text he was holding back on the shelf. No, perhaps it's better to pass. He smiled broadly and decided to explore the next level. With the puzzled gaze of the elder steward upon him, Yi Chen, with a flourish of his sleeves, made his way directly to the 5th floor. He repeated the actions of taking a book, glancing at it, and returning it to the shelf. After performing this routine once more, Yi Chen calmly arrived at the 4th floor. This level housed texts suitable for cultivation at the Golden Core stage. Yet again, he found nothing of value and proceeded directly to the 3rd floor. Next came the 2nd floor. The elder steward's brow furrowed increasingly, his eyes filled with confusion as he observed Yi Chen. How could it be that the junior brother's cultivation was as lofty as the 9 floors, yet he chose to ignore the ancestral texts and the heavenly level techniques on the 8th floor, only to come to the 2nd floor to engage with foundational methods? However, it was on the 2nd floor of the Han Shi Tower that Yi Chen truly felt at ease. His cultivation techniques were grounded in profound mastery, so it seemed unlikely that he would find anything worthy of his attention within the Han Shi Tower. Nevertheless, after being trapped in the Qi refinement stage for a century, his offensive capabilities still felt somewhat lacking. The power of the mythical extraction card was not something he could maintain at all times. He could not rely solely on the singular technique of the Golden Yang Sword Qi when confronting equally matched foes. The Ice True Resolution? Bah! It turned out to be a popular science book, a few tales about the Qingyun ancestor. How did such a book find its way into the Han Shi Tower? A guide on how to flaunt during the foundation establishment stage. Such literature exists as well. Yi Chen gazed at the worn pages of the ancient text in his hands, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he solemnly gathered the book along with several others he had selected. The 8 Desolation Sword Art, a title grand in nature, yet limited in power. The elder of the Qingyun sect remarked that its might was mediocre and suited only for the foundation establishment stage. 5 years of foundation establishment, 3 years to form the Golden Core, a guide on cultivation by the Fallen Scholar. According to the Fallen Scholar, anyone practicing the methods recorded in this book could undoubtedly condense a virtual core within 3 years. A comprehensive explanation of basic alchemy techniques by an anonymous author detailing the art of alchemy, an illustrated guide to foundational formations, also by an anonymous author. Look, is that not the junior uncle from Xiaoqiangfeng? It is indeed Junior Uncle Yi. What is he doing on the 2nd floor? Aren't the techniques here only suitable for the foundation establishment stage? What do you understand? This is called solidifying the foundation. Even the entry-level sword technique, Golden Yang Sword Chi, can be wielded by junior uncle with sword energy extending hundreds of feet, let alone foundation establishment techniques. Truly, junior uncle is above the common levels. Disdainful of the 9 floors, to cultivate, one must refine the most basic techniques to their utmost strength. Chapter 26. Comprehending sword intent, a natural phenomenon before long. Many disciples of the Qingyun sect discovered Yi Chun clad in white. However, at that moment, Yi Chun was completely oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him. He held a tome on the true understanding of the sword path, utterly captivated. Suddenly, a chorus of sword sounds erupted within the Hanshi Tower. In the void, sword intent surged, and the ground and walls were instantly marred with countless sword scars. The elder steward was immediately on high alert. Who dared to practice directly within the Hanshi Tower? Get out now! Look, it's Junior Uncle Yi, a disciple exclaimed, prompting everyone to turn their gaze. They beheld Yi Chun surrounded by swirling clouds and mist, as if shimmering with multicolored radiance. Numerous ethereal swords of qi danced about him. Releasing waves of sword energy, Yi Chun stood there, his sword intent seemingly ready to soar to the heavens, resembling a celestial sword immortal. Simultaneously, throughout Qingyun Mountain, the swords of all sword cultivators began to resonate, their sounds echoing across the entire mountain range like thunder. They were horrified to discover that their swords were moving uncontrollably, as if yearning to break free. The sword tips pointed directly towards the Hanshi Tower. Kanjiunzi was meditating in his quarters when he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. In an instant, he appeared above Tongtian Peak, that he gazed towards the direction of the Hanshi Tower, where the sword intent pierced the heavens, and an ancient sword exuding a majestic aura materialized, hovering above the tower, as if it sought to cleave through the 9 skies. In that moment, countless swords resonated like dragon chants. Kanjiunzi's heart trembled, and he immediately calculated with his fingers, his expression shifting dramatically, filled with ecstatic delight. Could it be that our Qingyun sect is about to produce a contemporary sword immortal? As Yi Chun emerged from that profound and enigmatic state, the myriad sword intents vanished in an instant, and the pages of the scattered books, as if caught in a tempest, settled down, returning to tranquility. It seems my cultivation has improved slightly. Why Yi Chun focused inwardly, a joyful expression crossing his face. However, upon noticing the fervent gazes of those around him, he was momentarily taken aback. What kind of gaze is this? The girls are one thing, but why do the men look at me with such intensity? Yi Chun frowned slightly and descended the stairs, tossing the selected books to the elder steward. When the elder steward finally glimpsed the title of the foundational How to Show Off guide, his expression turned exceedingly peculiar. A grand master of the harmonization stage, seeking to flaunt with mere foundation establishment cultivation. The elder steward looked at Yi Chun in surprise and realized that Yi Chun's aura truly only emanated from the foundation establishment stage. Had he concealed his true cultivation with some secretive method? The elder steward registered the book title, pondering whether Yi Chun was attempting to play the fool among them. The thoughts of such a grand master were incomprehensible. Yi Chun remained entirely unaware of the commotion he had caused. He exited the Hanshi Tower, strolling leisurely towards Xiao Qiongfeng. As he walked, he held a weathered book on the basics of sword control, immersed in its content. Unbeknownst to him, his feet hovered in mid-air, yet he did not plummet down the cliff. The disciples of Qingyun sect stared in astonishment at the scene before them, while Yi Chun walked gracefully in the space between the peaks, each step causing a radiant cloud to gather beneath him, eagerly serving as a stepping stone. This individual, blessed with a handsome visage, was dressed in flowing white robes. Exuding an effortless charm, he appeared as an ethereal immortal, transcending the ordinary. Junior Uncle is actually able to walk in midair. The crowd exclaimed in awe, no longer doubting the legendary cultivation of Yi Chun at the harmonization stage. After all, even the sect leader Kanjiunzi, with his cultivation, could only travel by sword or crane. He was incapable of walking in mid-air. Yet now, Yi Chun's displayed prowess seemed to surpass even Kanjiunzi's by a staggering height. Body refinement, chi refinement, Foundation establishment, virtual core, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, spirit division, harmonization, returning to void, merging with Tao, and great ascension. After the great ascension, one transcends calamity and becomes an immortal. Below the true immortals, there exist numerous realms, each level a step higher. Kanji Unzi attained the position of sect leader with his divine transformation cultivation. Meanwhile, that renowned Iron Crown Taoist, said to be the strongest in Qingyun sect, was merely a half-step spirit division. Truly, Junior Uncle is exceptional. The disciples of Qingyun were filled with admiration. Yi Chun continued to flip through his book while traversing the mountains, and in no time, he arrived at Xiao Qiongfeng. Oh, that is how it is. Yi Chun closed the book, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Upon entering the Foundation establishment stage, one could refine magical artifacts with their true essence, allowing the artifacts to resonate with their will, thus enabling flight. I have mastered this technique, but where can I find a flying sword? Yi Chun frowned in contemplation, completely oblivious to how unusually swift his comprehension of the sword control technique had been. Most cultivators forge and refine their own magical artifacts, while a few seek assistance from friends skilled in crafting. Qingyun sect does have its own artifact forgers, but their standards are. Yi Chun shook his head slightly. Truth be told, he found Qingyun sect's forging methods rather unimpressive. Junior Uncle, you've returned. Su Yurong appeared before Yi Chun at some point, a hint of flush gracing her typically frosty visage. Oh, you need me to do something? Yi Chun waved his hand. No need. Just as a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Yurong's face, Yi Chun suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, Yurong, may I inquire about how you acquired your sword? Are you referring to the Henya sword? Su Yurong inquired with mild surprise as she drew forth the dark red sword, cradling it in her hands before Yi Chun. Yi Chun reached out to touch it, immediately feeling a scorching heat reminiscent of molten lava. What a fine sword! Yi Chun couldn't help but exclaim. The Langya sword was bestowed upon me by my master. It is a second-grade spiritual weapon. It is said to have been forged from flame iron by the Sangjian Mountain Manor, greatly enhancing the power of fire-based techniques. Sangjian Mountain Manor? Yi Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. It sounded less like a celestial sect and more like a martial force among mortals. Sangjian Mountain Manor is a second-tier sect in the Guangxing domain. However, due to its exceptional sword-forging techniques, it is held in high regard, with a reputation and status that rivals even some first-tier sections. For countless centuries, few have dared to provoke a feud with the Sangjian Villa, a sect that forges treasures for others. Yi Chun felt a flicker of intrigue. It seemed quite interesting, and he resolved to visit it if the opportunity arose. Su Yurong hesitantly remarked that it might merely be a rumor. This Sangjian Villa is said to have connections with the Ziqing sacred land of the Upper Nine Domains, a branch that has descended into the lower realm. The Ziqing sacred land. Yi Chun was slightly taken aback. Is it akin to the Daluo sacred land, both being superpowers of the Upper Nine Domains? It appears that the ties between the Upper Nine Domains and other realms are not so insignificant after all. Junior Uncle, if you wish to acquire your own innate treasure, you might consider venturing into the Qingyun secret realm, Su Yurong suddenly suggested. The founder of our sect spent over 1,000 years perfecting this Qingyun secret realm, which houses a plethora of rare materials and treasure manuals he has gathered throughout the ages. That it is said that the unparalleled spiritual weapon wielded by Master Tieguan was obtained from the Qingyun secret realm. Yi Chun blinked, as if recalling something he had nearly forgotten. When does this secret realm open? In a fortnight, Su Yurong replied. Very well, I shall retreat for a few days before then, with a wave of his hand. Yi Chun turned and strode towards his dwelling. Chapter 27. The cultivation of Junior Uncle is as towering as 9 stories. Keep those fools from the foot of the mountain away from me for the next few days. Stupidity is contagious. Junior Uncle, when the secret realm opens, other sects friendly with our Qingyun sect will also send representatives. Su Yurong began, but before she could finish, Yi Chun glided into his cottage and firmly closed the door. She was uncertain whether Yi Chun had heard her words. After all, when the time comes, disciples from other sects will inevitably partake in the trials, leading to potential disputes. Not to mention, the chief disciple of the Yijin Pavilion, Su Han, is rumored to have reached the half-step transformation realm. he has always been on good terms with Wan Jiani. During this trial, it is unlikely he will refrain from confronting junior uncle. Yet, recalling Yi Chen's earth-shattering punch at the Tongtian Pavilion, Su Yurong couldn't help but smile at her own folly. Junior Uncle-less cultivation is as lofty as 9 stories. What is a mere Su Han in comparison? I am truly worrying for nothing. She had just lifted her foot to descend the mountain to warn the increasingly numerous disciples of the sect when she abruptly halted, her beautiful eyes gazing in bewilderment towards Yi Chun's cottage. Junior uncle, what does stupidity mean? Within the cottage, Yi Chun sat cross-legged. He glanced around at his dwelling, which could aptly be described as barren and desolate. Although Taoist Yi Chun never managed to break through to the nascent soul realm even until his demise. The stipend he received from the Qingyun sect was not significantly less than that of other peak masters. However, he had devoted all his earnings to procure medicinal herbs and concoct elixirs for Yi Chun. Leaving little to spare, it was only because Yi Chun held deep gratitude for Taoist Yi Chun that he could remain on the impoverished Xiaoqiang peak for a century. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have long since succumbed to the hardships and departed. Yi Chun felt a surge of warmth in his eyes. Master, when I reach the true immortal realm, I shall find a way to bring you back to life. At that time, we shall face the heavenly tribulation together, ensuring that the Qingyun sect never again dares to underestimate you, Taoist Yi Chun. Let the name of Xiaoqiang Peak echo throughout the realm. Yi Chun entered a retreat that lasted a fortnight. During this time, Su Yurong visited countless times, yet she did not dare to knock on the door of the cottage. Finally, as the Qingyun secret realm was about to open, Su Yurong arrived once more at the cottage. Observing the unchanged door, she hesitated for a moment before respectfully announcing, "Junior uncle, the Qingyun secret realm is soon to be unveiled. Representatives from other sects have already begun to arrive at Tongtian Peak, and the sect leader invites you to attend the ceremony today." After a lengthy pause, there was no response from within the cottage. Yi Chun appeared to have not heard Su Yurong's words. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yurong gritted her teeth and called out again, "Junior uncle, there are still 2 hours until the secret realm opens." Boom! At that moment, a celestial phenomenon erupted. Above Xiaoqiang Peak, an ancient sword soared through the sky. Cleaving the heavy clouds above, the sword opens the heavens. Su Yurong was momentarily stunned. In the next instant, radiant colors cascaded down, revealing a white-clad sword immortal descending from the heavens, gazing down upon the direction of Xiaoqiang Peak. In the following moment, myriad swords, shaped from qi, shot into the sky. Yi Chun stepped forth, leaping into the 9 heavens. With a single stride, he soared through the skies. 300,000 sword immortals in the heavens must bow their heads upon my arrival. Yi Chen's voice resonated like a thunderous bell throughout the entire Qingyun mountain range. In an instant, the 1,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect, along with over 600 representatives from other sects attending the secret realm trial, all gazed upwards at the sky above Xiaoqiang Peak, momentarily forgetting to breathe. Myriad sword intents resonated, and a celestial phenomenon unfolded. Which sword immortal has emerged? Kanjiunzi, after 1,000 years of cultivation, had never witnessed such an extraordinary event. The other sects were equally astonished, their mouths agape. Unable to utter a sound for quite some time, Yi Chun slowly opened his eyes, raised a hand, and severed the white clouds of the 9 heavens to form a sword, guiding it towards Tongtian Peak. This display left the onlookers in awe. "Yurong, come with me to Tongtian Peak to witness the ceremony." Yi Chun, clad in white, soared with the wind, truly resembling an immortal wielding a sword. Su Yurong responded with a blush, summoning the Langia sword to hasten towards Tongtian Peak. The Qingyun sect strictly forbade disciples from flying within the sect. However, Yi Chen's single command felt like the decree of an immortal, rendering even the sect leader Kanjiunzi and the various peak masters stunned, leaving no room for doubt from others. "Sanyan Dao brother, is this the young junior brother from Xiaoqiang Peak?" The head of the Yijian Pavilion, witnessing the scene of the immortal descending with a sword, couldn't help but feel his heart flutter, severing the white clouds to form a sword. This truly resembles the methods of an immortal. The Yijian Pavilion, focused on the sword path, had disciples enamored with the art of the sword. Now, witnessing this sword immortal's prowess, How could they not harbor immense respect? They longed to immediately pay their respects and change their allegiance. Haha, indeed. He is the junior brother I mentioned to Pavilion Master Su. Yichun Kanjiunzi was in high spirits. Today, as the secret realm opened, all major sects friendly with the Qinyan sect would send representatives to attend. Yichun's display had elevated his standing, and how could he not be pleased? He even contemplated privately rewarding Yichun with an unparalleled treasure after the trials. May I inquire, Dao brother, to what realm has this Yi junior brother ascended? The city lord of Baidi City, Han Li, could not resist asking. After all, Yi Chen's earlier display was simply too astonishing. Kanjiunzi furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond. If it is inconvenient to say, then consider my question unasked. Realizing he had overstepped, Han Li awkwardly backtracked. In the realm of cultivation, directly inquiring about another's cultivation level was considered quite impolite. His question had slipped out in a moment of excitement. Now, there was no chance to retract it. That is of little concern, Kanjiunzi replied with a peculiar expression. However, I'm also uncertain of this junior brother's exact realm. Judging solely from his aura, he should be at the Foundation Establishment stage. Foundation Establishment. I can hardly believe you. The crowd couldn't help but display expressions of disbelief, as if to say, if you want to tell us, then why treat us like fools? Kanjiunzi was utterly exasperated. You see, you press me for an answer, and when I speak the truth, you don't believe me. Sungyun Dao brother, our two sects have always maintained a solid relationship. Please, speak honestly. What is the cultivation level of this Yi junior brother? Su Exing, the head of the Yijian Pavilion, pressed further. Truly, it is the Foundation Establishment stage. Kanjiunzi felt utterly wronged. If you don't believe me, then you shall see for yourselves. With that, Yichun soared down upon his sword. Landing gracefully, the cloud sword slowly dissipated as Yichun, sporting a warm smile, ascended the steps, addressing those present. Greetings, fellow Taoists of Xiaoqiong Peak. Greetings, Yi junior brother. Greetings, Yi senior brother. Greetings, Yi junior uncle. The voices of greetings echoed. For having witnessed the earlier spectacle, none dare to underestimate this youthful, strikingly handsome master of Xiaoqiong Peak. After a laborious passage through the crowd, Yichun finally approached Kanjiunzi and the others. Greetings, sect leader senior brother. Ha, Yi junior brother, come forth and greet Pavilion Master Su of the Yijian Pavilion. Kanjiunzi promptly introduced Yichun to the prominent figures of various sects as Su Exing furrowed his brow, staring intently at Yichun. Is he truly at the Foundation Establishment stage? Yichun felt uncomfortable under that gaze, almost doubting if this Yijian Pavilion Master was made of glass. This is City Lord Han Li of Baidi City and Master Fa Hui of the Lianhua Zen Institute. In the Valley of Secrets, the leader Yichun greeted with a subtle smile, yet he hardly committed their names to memory. Chapter 28. Foundation Establishment Stage? You must be jesting. After taking a stroll, Yichun finally found an opportunity to sit down. Just as he was about to rest briefly, Iron Crown Daoist stealthily approached him and inquired, Junior brother, having witnessed the magnificent celestial phenomena at Xiaoqiong Peak earlier, I presume you have gleaned some insights into the sword path today? Yichun slowly replied, over the past 2 days, I have perused several texts and felt some inspiration that I shall summarize my thoughts and send them to Long Shou Peak. Oh dear, how could I possibly accept such generosity? Iron Crown Daoist exclaimed, his spirits lifted, rubbing his hands together. Then I extend my gratitude, junior brother. May I ask what divine scriptures you have examined these past days? I too wish to borrow them for study. Indeed, one can gain wisdom from the stones of other mountains. It is always wise to observe and reflect at, did you peruse the text from the 8th or 9th floor of the Hanshi building? Yichun gently shook his head. Neither. It was the 2nd floor's true explanation of the sword path and initial understanding of sword control at the Foundation Establishment stage. These 2 books are exceptionally well written. As Yichun began to elaborate on his insights. Iron Crown Daoist, however, was left in a daze, absorbing none of it. True explanation of the sword path is that the renowned introductory sword manual, initial understanding of sword control at the Foundation Establishment stage. What on earth is that? How have I never encountered these before? Could it be that junior brother gleaned the technique of wielding the clouds as a sword from this book? But isn't the second floor of Han Shi building accessible to all Foundation establishment disciples? While Iron Crown Taoist was bewildered, a resounding bell echoed throughout the entire Tong Tian Peak, signaling the commencement of the Qing Yin Secret Realm trial. As Song Yunzi's voice resonated, two towering stone swords, each reaching a height of 100 zhong, stood at the cliff's edge of Tong Tian Peak. Suddenly, a sword radiance soared into the sky, and a shimmering teleportation array unfolded, forming an entrance. An ancient and vast aura emanated from within. The density of spiritual energy here surpasses that of Shaoqiong Peak by several folds. Sensing the atmosphere of the secret realm, Yichen was slightly taken aback. Could it be that the venerable ancestor of Qing Yun employed heavenly means to establish a gathering formation for spiritual energy throughout this entire realm? Aside from himself and a few young disciples, Song Yunzi and others remained unfazed, clearly having anticipated this. The Qing Yun secret realm opens once every 50 years, and they had all previously entered for trials. Hence they were not overly astonished. Esteemed disciples, Song Yunzi infused his voice with true essence, ensuring that all present could hear him. You have come to my Qing Yun sect, not merely to listen to us old men engage in idle discourse. We, too, were once of your age and understand what thoughts occupy your minds at this moment. Song Yunzi smiled lightly. Disciples below the nascent soul stage may enter the Qing Yun secret realm, but I do not recommend that those who have yet to reach the void dance stage proceed. After all, the trials within are fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to death. Please heed my advice. Safety is paramount. Now, I trust you are all eager to begin, so I shall refrain from further ado. The trial of the Qing Yun secret realm begins, with a resounding clang of the bell reverberating above the Qing Yun sect. The eager disciples of various sects filed in according to their prearranged order, vanishing into the entrance of the secret realm, while Yichen stepped into the ranks of the Qing Yun sect disciples, his eyes curiously scanning the surrounding young individuals. Upon seeing him join the ranks, Han Li from Bai Di City was taken aback. Song Yun Taoist, why is junior brother Yi stepping into the trial disciples queue? Does he intend to enter the Qing Yin secret realm as well? Others were equally astonished, soon displaying their displeasure. Song Yun Taoist, did your sect not declare that only those above the nascent soul stage could enter the Qing Yin secret realm? What is the meaning of this concerning junior brother Yi? Their ire was understandable. The trial of the Qing Yin secret realm had received contributions of magical artifacts and spiritual herbs from their several sections. Otherwise, Qing Yin sect would not have been so generous as to open the secret realm to outsiders. However, since all were participating in the trial, was it not somewhat underhanded to employ such tactics? Junior brother Ye's cultivation is genuinely at the Foundation establishment stage. Song Yunzi expressed uncertainty. While Yichen's aura indeed appeared to be at the Foundation establishment stage, his various displays suggested that his true realm was far more complex than it seemed. The entrance to the Qing Yun secret realm was sealed by a barrier laid by the ancestor of Qing Yun, and those above the nascent soul stage could not enter. Song Yunzi was perplexed as to why Yichen was so intent on entering the trials of the Qing Yun secret realm. After all, the heavenly materials and treasures within were primarily beneficial to disciples at the nascent soul stage and below. For cultivators of their caliber, such items would only provide negligible benefits. Perhaps junior brother Yi merely desired to join the excitement. Song Yunzi comforted himself inwardly, considering that he was a figure of the upper realm. His thoughts were beyond their comprehension. Foundation establishment stage? Are you trying to deceive me? Han Li scoffed, his lips curling in disdain. He must be concealing his true aura with some secret method. Just based on that technique of wielding the clouds as a sword, I, as a fully realized transformation stage cultivator, cannot replicate it. Indeed, others echoed. Song Yun Taoist, although this secret realm belongs to your Qing Yun sect, we have also contributed treasures for it. I es it not unjust to engage in such underhanded practices in full view of everyone. Song Yunzi was left speechless, but he felt a growing concern that if junior brother Yi were to be ejected by the barrier and unable to enter the secret realm, it would be a significant embarrassment for Qing Yun sect. Furthermore, the reputation that Qing Yun sect had cultivated over millennia could be irrevocably tarnished. Isn't the entrance sealed by the barrier personally laid by the ancestor of Qing Yun? the head of Yi Jian Pavilion. Su Exin interjected, if Yi Chen's cultivation exceeds the nascent soul stage, he certainly cannot enter. You have all experienced this yourselves, have you not? Upon hearing this, the leaders of several sects exchanged awkward glances, each rubbing their noses. Falling silent, Suxen was correct. They had previously arranged for high-level disciples to attempt entering the Qingyun secret realm to seek treasures for their sects, yet none succeeded. The barrier set by the ancestor of Qingyun was insurmountable unless one reached the spirit-severing stage. Let us wait and see, Su Exan said, his hands clasped before him, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Chen's figure within the crowd. The truth of Yi Chen's cultivation would soon be revealed. To be frank, he did not believe that Yi Chen was at the foundation establishment stage, but he equally doubted the rumors that claimed he had already attained the integration stage. The leaders of these second-rate sects were merely at the transformation stage, still far from the spirit-severing stage. What merit could Yi Chen possess to break through to the integration stage at such a young age? The path of cultivation is inherently counter to the heavens. Cultivators are like grains of sand in a tumultuous sea, and those who break through the transformation stage are truly rare. If the path of cultivation were as effortless as it seemed for Yi Chen, would not their centuries of arduous toil be in vain? Song Yunzi and Iron Crown Daoist exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's concern. Song Yunzi sighed inwardly. Alas, I hope that junior brother truly possesses transcendent abilities to navigate this trial. The disciples of Qingyun's sect, adhering to their principles, were positioned at the end of the line of all trial participants. Chapter 29. The Qingyun secret realm unveiled half a stick of incense later. Disciples from various sects continued to enter the Qingyun secret realm, leaving only the disciples of Qingyun's sect remaining. Junior uncle, allow me to proceed first. Su Yurong respectfully bowed to Yi Chen before turning to step into the teleportation array. Vanishing from sight. Junior uncle, I shall go ahead. Li Tao followed suit. Junior great uncle, I shall proceed first, Sun Lei declared. The disciples of Qingyun's sect bowed respectfully and stepped into the portal that Yi Chen stood in place, his eyelid twitching slightly. For heaven's sake, just enter without all this fuss. One might think we were heading to the gallows. At last, all had entered the secret realm, leaving Yi Chen alone before the vast entrance. The gazes of the high-ranking figures from various sects converged upon him. Song Yunzi and the other leaders of Qingyun's sect were particularly tense, fearing that Yi Chen might be denied entry by the secret realm. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen stepped into the entrance of the secret realm under the anxious stares of the crowd, disappearing from view. The shimmering light of the entrance rippled like waves. He actually made it in. By the heavens, could he truly be at the foundation establishment stage? A foundation establishment stage, sword immortal? This world must be mad. Within the Qingyun secret realm lies a landscape utterly distinct from the external world. The density of spiritual energy here is several times greater than that found outside. Yi Chen contemplated that if he were to cultivate in this realm, his progress would undoubtedly be dozens of times faster than in the outside world. The Qingyun secret realm is only accessible for 7 days. Should he devise a means to remain here for cultivation? Perched atop a massive rock, Yi Chen gazed at the ethereal scenery of the realm, lost in thought. After all, the secret realm opens once every 50 years, and as long as he exits at the next opening, he would be fined out if he were to remain here for 50 years. He should be able to condense a golden core, shouldn't he? Yet, Yi Chen felt a twinge of uncertainty in his words. After all, he had spent a century merely refining his qi. Who knew how long it would take him to condense a golden core? If he were to be trapped in the secret realm for 50 years without even reaching the void core stage, it would be a tremendous embarrassment. The conventional methods of breaking through are simply too slow for his liking. With a sigh, Yi Chen dismissed the enticing notion of staying in the secret realm, reminding himself that he now possesses a system as long as he continuously extracts the abilities of mythological figures. Condensing a golden core should be a straightforward matter. Rising to his feet, he swiftly dashed deeper into the secret realm, to the periphery of the Qingyun secret realm. Su Yurong wielded the blazing Langya sword, rending the air as it cleaved a monstrous beast before her in two. Blood sprayed forth, yet not a single drop stained her. all repelled by her protective true essence, sweeping her hair back from her forehead. She lifted her gaze ahead, her expression growing solemn. The trials within the Qingyun's secret realm ostensibly serve as a test for the young disciples. But in reality, they are also a battleground for competition among the various sections. Based on the number and grade of the beasts slain, a ranking list for the trial is automatically generated. The top 10 participants are granted additional rewards. However, securing a rank is of utmost importance to the sect's reputation. And naturally, all sects, aside from Qingyun's sect, place great emphasis on this. Historically, Qingyun's sect has claimed half of the top 10 spots. Su Yuron pondered, yet the top position has always been held by the Swordplay Pavilion. After all, with myriad techniques at their disposal, their offensive capabilities are undeniably supreme among sword cultivators. The practitioners of the Swordplay Pavilion possess an inherent advantage when it comes to hunting beasts. Boom! Infusing her true essence in her feet, Su Yurong launched herself into the air, propelling herself deeper into the secret realm. This time, with the presence of her junior uncle, the first place on the trial leaderboard undoubtedly belongs to Qingyun's sect. Roar! Before Yi Chun could delve deeper into the secret realm, he heard the howls of beasts echoing in his ears. Most of these creatures have been captured and thrown into the realm by the ancestral master of Qingyun. Over millennia, they had rapidly multiplied, reaching an astonishing number. Although the Qingyun secret realm opens once every 50 years, allowing young cultivators to hunt beasts, it has done little to diminish their population. As he ventured onward, Yi Chun encountered numerous cultivators engaged in battle with the beasts, disciples of Qingyun's sect, as well as those from other sections. He merely observed from a distance, harboring no intention to intervene. Since entering this Qingyun secret realm, he had consistently sensed a voice calling out to him. Could it be a treasure or legacy left behind by the ancestral master of Qingyun? The very fact that I can hear this voice signifies my destined path, does it not? Clad in white robes, with sleeves billowing, Yi Chun advanced at an astonishing speed toward the depths of the secret realm. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted as numerous trees were uprooted. A somewhat disheveled figure hurtled toward Yi Chun like a cannonball. A disciple of Qingyun's sect? Yi Chun paused, recognizing the silhouette, though he struggled to recall who it was. Before he could place the figure, he instinctively sidestepped. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the individual landed heavily on the ground, emitting a muffled groan of pain. What on earth? How could a fifth-tier beast appear at the periphery of the secret realm? Go Sheng. As Yi Chun recognized the person's features, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Junior uncle? Oh no! Go Sheng, in immense agony, harbored some resentment toward Yi Chun for not coming to his aid, yet he dared not voice it. Go Sheng, why are you in such a sorry state? Yi Chun inquired, frowning. Logically, there should only be third-tier beasts at the perimeter of this secret realm, and Go Sheng, being a void core cultivator, should find them easy to handle, as third-tier beasts are merely equivalent to Foundation establishment cultivators. No, junior uncle, that was a fifth-tier beast. Before Go Sheng could finish, his gaze shifted in alarm behind Yi Chun. Junior uncle, watch out. Yi Chun turned around, a massive maw, dripping with blood, lunged toward him without restraint. The fifth-tier beast, the Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus. It is an exceedingly rare creature, said to possess a trace of dragon lineage, capable of wielding fire-based demonic arts. Whoosh! Yi Chun furrowed his brow, raising a hand as a terrifying golden sword aura surged upward. With a swift thrust, the Tyrannosaurus's head was pierced through in an instant. The sword aura extended several dozen yards into the air before gradually dissipating. Go Sheng opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. How could a fifth-tier beast, comparable to a golden core cultivator, be slain with a single strike? This junior uncle's cultivation is simply astonishing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the fifth-tier beast, Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus, and earning 200 system reward points. As the system notification echoed, Yi Chun's brow knitted together as he stared at the corpse of the Tyrannosaurus. Lost in contemplation, he had only just entered the periphery of the secret realm. According to the information he had received, it was inconceivable to encounter a fifth-tier Crimson Flame Tyrannosaurus here. Otherwise, wouldn't those young disciples who have yet to reach the golden core stage be doomed to return empty-handed? What on earth has transpired to drive these fifth-tier beasts, originally residing in the central regions, to the outskirts of the secret realm? Junior uncle, this trial in the secret realm seems rather unusual. Go Sheng scrambled to his feet, still shaken. Historically, no one has ever encountered a fifth-tier beast at this location during the trials. I had planned to hunt beasts externally, avoiding the deeper parts of the secret realm entirely. Now it appears that even the periphery is fraught with danger. Chapter 30. Why are you rubbing my head again? It is indeed rather extraordinary why Ichin suddenly reached out to touzle Go Sheng's hair. Advising for your safety, you should withdraw from the trial. That was precisely what I was considering. Go Sheng replied, confusion flickering in his eyes as he looked at Ichin. If I withdraw, I withdraw. I never expected to enter the top 10 anyway. But why are you rubbing my head? Ichin felt a bit awkward, retracting his hand in annoyance. Just then, a signal arrow, ignited with a blazing tail flame, shot into the sky, exploding in midair to form a peculiar pattern. It's a disciple from the swordplay pavilion. Go Sheng's expression shifted. What on earth have they encountered? They're signaling for help. How infuriating! How could a sixth-tier beast appear here? Is this a conspiracy of the Qingyan sect? No, that can't be right. Disciples from Qingyan sect would also be in danger. Beasts do not distinguish between friend and foe. Damn it, what is happening here? Flee. We stand no chance. Quickly retreat within the secret realm. Several disciples from the swordplay pavilion fled toward the exit in terror. They were covered in blood, their robes tattered and in disarray, looking utterly miserable. Behind them, the ground trembled violently as countless trees were uprooted by an overwhelming force. Damn it! A disciple at the Void Core stage fell behind, panic-stricken, and instinctively activated his personal flying sword, turning to slash behind him. True martial 36 styles, shattering Kunlun, buzz, the sword aura soared into the sky. Its intent seemingly capable of moving mountains and filling seas, resonating powerfully. Just this one strike revealed the swordplay pavilion's impressive mastery of swordsmanship. However, his strike failed to land at a massive mouth, lined with sharp teeth, lunged toward him. With a crunch, the flying sword shattered into countless fragments. The sword aura that had stirred the winds and clouds dissipated in an instant. Arg! The swordplay pavilion disciple was sent flying, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. Others from his sect attempted to rescue him, yet upon seeing what was behind him, they were paralyzed with fear, unwilling to approach that peculiar beast. Resembling a lion with elongated ears and two horns on its head, charged forth with earth-shattering strides. A sixth-tier beast, the Wind Howl, the disciple of the swordplay pavilion, who had yet to escape, was struck down by the paw of Windbreaker before he could even rise. His body snapped in two with a sickening crunch, and within moments he was devoured. Being a beast of the wild, it possessed unique methods of cultivation. The flesh of a cultivator, rich in true essence, served as the finest nourishment. By consuming a cultivator at the void pill stage, it could notably reduce its training time by a year. The Windbreaker licked its lips, its gaze lingering on the remaining disciples of the swordplay pavilion with an insatiable hunger. Crimson blood dripped from the corners of its mouth, the sound echoing like a resounding gong in the hearts of every disciple. They felt their spirits shatter. There was not a shred of fighting spirit left in them. How could a creature comparable to a fully realized nascent soul cultivator be confronted by mere golden pill and void pill cultivators? Flee! Make haste! Signal the outside. We concede. Damn the Qingyan sect. We've been utterly doomed by them. The disciples of the swordplay pavilion turned to flee, sending out signals as they did in the blink of an eye. Two more disciples were caught by the Windbreaker and met the same fate. Wretched beast! How dare you harm others? A thunderous voice rang out as a torrent of autumn water surged through the air, striking the Windbreaker and sending forth a spray of blood. With a pained howl, the Windbreaker's eyes turned an ominous crimson. The flying sword quivered violently, but could no longer move an inch. In that moment, Su Han from the swordplay pavilion charged forward, drawing his sword, and with a mighty kick, struck the Windbreaker squarely on its snout. With a resounding crash, the Windbreaker was hurled back, creating a deep crater in the ground. Yuhan's expression shifted slightly as he called out to his fellow disciples. This beast's defenses are too formidable. You must leave at once. The disciples of the swordplay pavilion bowed respectfully, clutching their swords, and turned to flee towards the exit. The windbreaker, watching its prey escape, was filled with rage. It dug its claws into the ground and charged at Su Han with astonishing speed. Zhenwu 36 styles, armor-piercing strike, boom! True essence surged forth as Su Han thrust his sword, the terrifying sword energy tearing through the earth for 100 feet. Dirt and rocks flew in every direction. The windbreaker collided directly with the formidable sword energy, a long gash appearing on its body, blood spraying forth, and in that instant, Su Han's sword was shattered. Staggering back, Su Han's face turned pale as he retreated 3 steps, his foot crashing into the ground, creating another deep pit. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind erupted as countless wind blades tore through the air, aimed straight for Su Han. The windbreaker's innate bloodline ability unleashed a barrage of wind blades. The ground was carved into horrifying ravines. Following the storm of wind blades, the massive form of the windbreaker surged forward. Zhenwu 36 styles. Sky Splitter. Su Han dared not conceal his strength, channeling every ounce of true essence within him to unleash his most powerful strike. A chilling light erupted as the astonishing sword energy seemed to pierce the heavens, slicing through everything in its path. The countless wind blades that approached were obliterated upon contact with this sword energy. However, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the windbreaker's eyes. Su Han's heart sank as he realized the impending danger. But it was too late to evade. His sword energy had been weakened by the multitude of wind blades, and by the time it reached the windbreaker, it had lost its initial sharpness. With a swift swipe, the windbreaker dispersed the sword energy and followed up with its tail, as hard as a magical artifact, delivering a crushing blow to Su Han's chest. Ugh! Su Han coughed up blood. His body sent flying, crashing into a massive cypress tree before finally coming to a halt. He knelt on the ground. His sword plunged into the earth to maintain his balance. Blood gushed from his mouth, seeping through his fingers. The power of this 6th-tier beast surpassed all his expectations. It seemed he might very well perish here. Yet, in Su Han's eyes, there was no hint of fear regarding death. Instead, a smile crept onto his face. The disciples of various sects entering the Qingyan secret realm were predominantly at the Golden Pill and Void Pill stages, with only a few at the Nascent Soul stage. Even if they sensed the battle-less fluctuations here and rushed over, it would make little difference. It would merely be a matter of whether the beast was satiated or overstuffed. Suddenly, a thought crossed Su Han's mind as he recalled the figure who had conjured a sword from the clouds at the moment the secret realm opened, appearing as if descending from the heavens. Was it Yi Chun? If he possesses such strength, why not come and rescue me? I, Su Han of the Swordplay Pavilion, shall remember this. With such thoughts, Su Han chuckled nonchalantly, laying back on the ground. What foolishness! How could a mere foundation establishment cultivator possibly contend with this beast? Su Han, oh Su Han, what a disappointment you are! Roar! A furious roar shook the heavens and earth. The windbreaker charged forward, its foul-smelling maw lunging towards Su Han with ferocity. Buzz! A golden sword energy, extending 100 feet, sliced through the air, piercing through the windbreaker's chest as it stared in bewilderment. Boom! The ground several hundred feet away was torn asunder, countless trees reduced to splinters. The windbreaker was cleaved in two by the sword, yet did not die immediately. Its upper half collapsed to the ground, struggling desperately to escape. Blood pooled beneath it, winding like a small stream. Mama! Humans are truly terrifying. I want to go home. Since it had come, it would not leave. The demon core of a 6th-tier beast is a valuable treasure. Yi Chun crouched before the windbreaker, smiling benignly, exuding an air of harmlessness. Before the creature could react, the terrifying sword energy pierced through its skull, pinning it to the ground. It's dead just like that. A 6th-tier beast, comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, was gone in an instant. Su Han watched as Yi Chun gleefully dismantled the windbreaker's corpse, extracting its demon core, feeling somewhat dazed. Indeed, Yi Chan's aura was unmistakably that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. But how could his overwhelming power be explained? Junior uncle, is it resolved? A cautious voice emerged from behind Su-Han, as Go Sheng peered out from a distance. Of course, that was a 6th-tier beast. If I wasn't careful, I would have lost my life here. It's resolved. I'll take the demon core for now, Yi Chen replied as he stood. As for the rest, see if there's anything useful to send to Shaoqiong Peak. You can keep the leftovers. Go Sheng's face lit up at the words. The materials from a 6th-tier beast were immensely valuable, as they were comparable to the treasures of human nascent soul cultivators. Even the scraps that Yi Chen did not want could make Go Sheng a fortune. Thank you, Brother Yi, for saving me. Su-Han struggled to rise, clasping his sword in gratitude towards Yi Chen. No need. It was merely a matter of convenience. Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. A matter of convenience? Su-Han's expression darkened. Can you speak properly? What do you mean by a matter of convenience? Was that intentional? However, Junior uncle, first a 5th-tier beast appeared at the outskirts of the secret realm, and now even a 6th-tier beast has shown up, Go Sheng remarked with a hint of confusion. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. It's possible that a more formidable beast has emerged in the central region of the secret realm, Yi Chen stated calmly. It is likely the reason these high-tier beasts have been driven to the outskirts. Could it be a 7th-tier beast? Go Sheng trembled. A shape-shifting beast? Surely not. The Qingyun's secret realm has existed for thousands of years without any shape-shifting beasts appearing. Yi Chen replied that if there were not a shape-shifting beast present, these 5th and 6th-tier beasts could not possibly be here. Go Sheng, you should escort Su-Han back. This trial in the secret realm can no longer proceed. Junior uncle, are you going to hunt a shape-shifting beast? Go Sheng's heart filled with reverence, but then a hint of hesitation crossed his face. What's wrong? Do you fear being scolded by the sect leader for conceding? Yi Chen asked, puzzled. Not exactly. Go Sheng took a deep breath, seemingly steeling himself. Since entering the secret realm, I've vaguely heard a voice calling to me. Though I don't know what it is, it feels unsatisfactory to flee without investigating. However, given the current situation, even if I were to pursue it, I fear I wouldn't survive to leave. What is wrong with you? Yi Chen's expression turned peculiar. You heard that voice too. Junior uncle, you heard it as well. Go Sheng was taken aback. The two of them turned to look at Su-Han, who was meditating nearby. Su-Han caught a glimpse of that voice too, he sighed. Yi Chen couldn't help but curse. I thought I was the only one chosen by the secret realm. It turns out everyone heard it. How embarrassing. Yi Chen warmly greeted the female relatives of the Qingyun ancestor from many generations past in his heart. Go Sheng and Su-Han also appeared somewhat awkward, clearly harboring similar thoughts to Yi Chen's. Regardless of what was summoning them, Yi Chen fell into deep contemplation, certain that it was connected to the emergence of 7th-tier demon beasts within the secret realm. It beckoned them to venture forth. Su-Han nodded in agreement. I have decided to take a look, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. After all, his purpose for entering the secret realm was to seek treasures, and it would be a pity to withdraw before delving deeper. Given such circumstances, that I will accompany you, Su-Han stated as he rose. You are injured, Yi Chen remarked, slightly frowning, having consumed the healing elixirs of our sect. I am no longer in serious peril, Su-Han replied with a faint smile. Even Yi Chen had to concede that Su-Han was quite an alluring man, although his looks paled in comparison to Yi Chen's. He could still be classified as a handsome figure. Furthermore, with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, he could serve as an adequate shield in the face of danger. I shall not go. Upon feeling Yi Chen's gaze upon him, Go Sheng, albeit reluctantly, gritted his teeth and spoke that he may have been somewhat foolish, but he was not Navi. A 7th-tier demon beast was certainly beyond his capability to contend with. A demon beast that had entered the transformation phase would awaken corresponding divine abilities. To that point, he feared that a single misstep could lead to his utter demise. Then you should leave the secret realm at once. Yi Chen instructed, and report the situation here to the sect leader. If you encounter disciples from other sects on your way out, make sure to advise them to withdraw from the secret realm. Go Sheng solemnly agreed. Rest assured, little master uncle, I will deliver the news to the sect leader. Yi Chen nodded, glanced at Su-Han, and then abruptly stomped his foot on the ground, charging into the depths of the secret realm. Boom! The ground erupted, creating a large crater as soil flew everywhere. Su Han stood there, momentarily stunned. Is this speed attainable by a mere human? Is he truly the monster that rumors claim him to be? Gritting his teeth, Su Han exerted himself to catch up. Meanwhile, Goshen gathered the materials from his wind howl and then turned to flee towards the exit, outside the Qingyun secret realm, apart from Kanjianzi. The expressions of the other sect leaders were equally grim. Junior sect leader, what on earth is happening? Iron Crown Taoist inquired via sound transmission to Kanjianzi. How could so many disciples perish in just 2 days? Kanjianzi's face darkened, and he said nothing, utterly at a loss for words. He himself was still in a state of bewilderment. Look, Yichun has risen to first place. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment. Kanjianzi looked up to see that the seemingly motionless Yichun on the hunting leaderboard had skyrocketed to the top like a rocket, displacing Su Yurong, who had maintained a first position until now. What on earth is going on? Iron Crown Taoist's hand trembled, inadvertently pulling out a strand of beard, causing him to grimace in pain. High-tier demon beasts. The voice of Yi Jian Pavilion's Su Xian resonated calmly. Only by hunting high-tier demon beasts could someone rise in rank so swiftly. However, what kind of demon beast could possibly allow Yi Chun to ascend his rank so rapidly? Kanjianzi's heart sank. A nagging sense of foreboding loomed over him, refusing to dissipate. Surely, there cannot be any issues in this Qingyun secret realm trial. Qin Song Taoist suddenly furrowed his brows. Before he could finish speaking, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly rippled like the surface of a lake. In the next moment, several bloody disciples from Tianji Valley burst forth, collapsing to the ground. In a way. Chapter 32. A rescue amidst chaos. Qin Song Taoist's expression fell instantly. Do I possess the curse of a crow's mouth? The leader of Tianji Valley, Yao Baran, swiftly approached the fallen disciples, his face filled with concern. Cough, cough. Leader, we encountered 5th-tier demon beasts, one disciple managed to say before violently coughing. Blood gushed from his mouth, instantly staining the ground. Open your mouth. Consume this. Yao Baran offered a golden elixir to the disciple, ensuring he swallowed it. Shortly thereafter, the disciple's complexion improved. The other Tianji Valley disciples were similarly fed healing elixirs by Yao Baran. A mere 5th-tier demon beast has left you all in such disarray. Yao Baran's brows knitted tightly, anger simmering in his eyes. Where is your 3rd senior brother? He is a fully realized golden core cultivator. How could he possibly fail against a 5th-tier demon beast? The few Tianji Valley disciples exchanged glances, filled with grief and indignation. Leader, our 3rd senior brother has perished in battle. What? Yao Baran's expression changed dramatically. Incredulous, how can this be possible? Just a mere 5th-tier demon beast. No, leader, it was not just one. The Tianji Valley disciple lamented. It was a horde. At least 10 of them. This is impossible. Han Li, the lord of Baidi City, interjected loudly. 5th-tier demon beasts are comparable to golden core cultivators. It is inconceivable for them to appear in such numbers. Yao Baran remained silent, his face a mask of grim resolve. Just then, the entrance to the secret realm began to tremble once again. Disciples from Baidi City stumbled out of the entrance, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Lord of the city, we encountered 6th-tier demon beasts. What? This time, Han Li was left speechless, yet it did not end there. An increasing number of disciples fled from the secret realm entrance, all of them bearing serious injuries, whether from Lianhua Zen Courtyard or Yi Jian Pavilion. Even the disciples of Qingyun sect were similarly wounded, and they all claimed to have been attacked by demon beasts. Kanjianzi and the others finally realized the gravity of the situation, their faces paling. Kanjianzi, how could such a calamity occur? Yao Baran, having tended to the injured disciples, stormed towards Kanjianzi, brimming with righteous fury that I demand to know why there are so many high-tier demon beasts within the Qingyun secret realm, which has always been under your sect's management. Kanjianzi's heart sank. He was at a loss for words that I do not know. The Qingyun secret realm had stood for thousands of years without such occurrences. My 3rd disciple, Yao Shan, is trapped amidst the horde of demon beasts and has yet to emerge. Yao Baran fumed. Your Qingyun sect must provide me with an explanation. Indeed, our fellow disciples have yet to return. Qing Yun sect must give an account. My Yijian Pavilion disciple Su Han has not returned either. Su Xian, the head of Yijian Pavilion, raised his voice. Yi Chun and Su Yurong from Qing Yun sect have also failed to return. If this is a conspiracy by Qing Yun sect, the cost is simply too great. Therefore, something must have gone awry within the Qing Yun secret realm. This situation is clearly beyond the control of Brother Kanjianzi. The disciples of the sect have not returned safely. I believe Qing Yun sect is even more anxious than we are. Hence, this is not the moment for assigning blame, but rather for devising a means to rescue them. Upon hearing Su Xian's words, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances without rebuttal. Yao Buran snorted coldly, brooding as he took a seat that he too did not believe this to be the machinations of Qing Yun sect. After all, such tactics would only be employed if Qing Yun sect possessed absolute power to crush them. Otherwise, they would never resort to such underhanded methods. However, with his beloved disciple in peril, he needed an outlet for his fury. I thank Lord Han Li for your intervention. Kanjianzi sighed, expressing his gratitude to Han Li. This is not the time for such matters, Brother Kanjianzi. Do you have any means to lift the restrictions of the secret realm? Han Li inquired. If nascent soul cultivators cannot enter the secret realm, it will be exceedingly difficult to rescue those who have not escaped. Kanjianzi found himself in a dilemma. There are indeed methods, but once the restrictions are lifted, the Qing Yun secret realm may cease to exist. After all, the Qing Yun ancestor had long surpassed the realm of divine transformation, far exceeding the capabilities of his less worthy descendants. I could tease such a time. Who cares about the Qing Yun secret realm? Yao Buran retorted angrily. Yao Shan is the future leader of my Tianji Valley. If he perishes within this secret realm, what will your Qing Yun sect offer as compensation to Tianji Valley? Kanjianzi was taken aback, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. He sighed deeply, hesitated for a long while, and finally nodded. Very well, I beseech you all to lend me your strength, to unseal the gates of the secret realm and lift the constraints of our boundaries. It is likely that if several of our esteemed friends in the transformation stage join forces, we could accomplish this within the span of a single incense stick. The other sect leaders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Those who remain trapped within the secret realm are the core disciples of various sections. Should these cultivated seedlings, nurtured at great expense, perish within this realm, it would result in immeasurable loss for their respective sects. Upon witnessing the unanimous agreement, Kanjianzi began to prepare the incantation to unlock the gateway to the secret realm. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, Su Yurong found herself engaged in a fierce battle against two fifth-tier demonic beasts. Although she had recently experienced a slight elevation in her cultivation level, she had yet to break through to the Golden Core stage. Faced with beasts comparable to Golden Core cultivators, she was swiftly thrown into a desperate struggle. Boom! The Langia sword, ablaze with flames, descended with a thunderous strike, its scorching aura slicing through the air for several dozen feet. The ground was instantaneously torn asunder, the earth upheaving. The first demonic beast, caught in the onslaught, let out a mournful cry as it was flung away, blood gushing from its throat. Yet the second beast lunged forward, ferociously attempting to bite Su Yurong. At this juncture in battle, Su Yurong had nearly exhausted her vital energy, leaving her with no strength to unleash a second strike. Could it be that she was to perish here today? Gritting her teeth, she felt the remaining vital energy within her boil like molten lava. This could not be. She had yet to seek guidance from her junior uncle regarding the sword path. She absolutely could not die here, just as she was about to resort to a secret technique in a desperate bid for survival. A resonating hum, akin to a dragon's roar, echoed through the air. Su Yurong, taken aback, turned her head to behold a sword hurtling towards her. The brilliance of the sword radiated like divine weaponry from the heavens. The fifth-tier beast that had charged at her did not utter a sound before being cleaved in twain by the golden sword energy. Blood erupted forth, staining the ground in a gruesome display. Before Su Yurong could fully comprehend the situation, Su Han swept past, swiftly severing the head of the injured beast. TSK, another 200 mythic points added to the tally. Yi Chun stepped forward, approaching Su Yurong. Clad in white garments as pure as snow, he bore an enchanting visage that resembled a celestial being. At that moment, Su Yorong found herself entranced. Yorong, are you unharmed? Observing the expression in Su Yorong's eyes, Yi-chan felt a pang of confusion. Was this girl suffering from some affliction? Why did she always regard him with such a gaze? Ah, junior uncle, I am fine, Su Yorong quickly replied. What brings you here? Numerous high-tier demonic beasts have suddenly appeared at the periphery of the secret realm. There must be some hidden truth, she continued. Chapter 33. Not a single fifth-tier beast, but a horde, Yi-chan replied. I happened to rescue this young lad on my way, and intended to delve deeper. S. Yuhan's expression turned awkward. It was rather embarrassing to be saved by someone merely at the Foundation establishment stage. However, given Yi-chan's displayed prowess, Su-han concluded that he could not possibly be of such low cultivation. Perhaps powerful figures enjoyed masquerading as simpletons. The elder brother Yaoshan from Tiangong Valley has been captured by a demonic beast. Su Yorong's complexion shifted suddenly. From the aura of the beast, it seems to be a sixth-tier demon, though I lack the knowledge to identify its specific kind. It matters not. They are merely mythic points. Yi-chan remarked nonchalantly. Junior uncle, what are mythic points? Su Yorong inquired earnestly. Why Yi-chan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at her question. You all should head back for now. He quickly redirected the conversation. I suspect that there may be seventh-tier demonic beasts at the center of the secret realm. Having you accompany me might hinder my progress. Junior uncle, Su Yorong began, but Su-han gently shook his head, offering a wry smile. What young master Yi said is indeed correct. Seventh-tier demonic beasts are comparable to fully fledged transformation stage cultivators. We are not equipped to confront them. Yorong, we should not become a burden to junior uncle. Su Yorong parted her lips, but found herself unable to utter a word in rebuttal. Clenching her teeth, her eyes brimmed with reluctant determination. If only she were a bit stronger, perhaps she could assist her junior uncle. Gazing at Yi-chan's tall figure, she silently resolved to enter seclusion upon her return. She would not emerge until she had broken through to the golden core stage. Very well, let us depart. Yorong, Su-han said, his tone unyielding. Su Yorong cast one last glance at Yi-chan's retreating silhouette before soaring into the air on her langusword, heading towards the exit. We are finally leaving. Yi-chan exhaled a sigh of relief. This girl truly was a handful. With a resigned sigh, Yi-chan dashed forward, propelled by his formidable stamina. While his presentation may have lacked grandeur, he had no choice. He possessed no magical artifact or flying sword. Outside the secret realm, he could effortlessly gather clouds to craft a sword for show, but within this realm, there was not a cloud in sight, only an expanse of azure sky. Yi-chan relied solely on his astounding physical capabilities, traversing the terrain with a combination of movement and pauses. The unfortunate demonic beasts that fell to his hand numbered no fewer than 30, most of them being fourth tier or higher. With his trial in the secret realm, he was bound to reap substantial rewards. Yi-chan reveled in the thought. The accrued points would afford him several opportunities to draw from the silver extraction cards. With just a few successful draws of mythic character abilities, coalescing a virtual core would be but a matter of moments. Suddenly, Yi-chan's attention was drawn forward by a peculiar sight. He spotted a figure, bloodied and suspended in mid-air. The individual had their eyes tightly shut, their aura faint, clearly gravely injured. The attire they wore appeared to belong to Tiangong Valley. Below him, a young man dressed in a blue robe gazed skyward, an expression of melancholy upon his face. Since you have arrived, why not come forth to greet me? The young man spoke, abruptly turning his gaze towards Yi-chan. His eyes were an eerie shade of emerald green, with vertical pupils, a demonic beast in human form. Yi-chan felt a stirring in his heart and slowly advanced. Concurrently, he activated the silver card. Yi-chan's overwhelming aura enveloped him in an instant. Upon seeing Yi-chan's white attire and ethereal presence, the young man's eyes glimmered with admiration. Are you a disciple of the Qingyan sect? I am Yi-chan, a disciple of the Little Cheong Peak of Qingyan sect, Yi-chan replied with a calm smile. A disciple of the Qingyan sect? The young man sighed, casting a pitying glance at him. Were you a human from another sect, I might have considered sparing your life. However, as a disciple of the Qingyan sect, your fate is sealed. I have no choice. Blazing flame terror claw. The young man grinned wickedly, suddenly lunging towards Yi Chun with a claw aimed to strike. In an instant, the void appeared to be torn apart, creating several dark fissures, flames of the inferno. Golden Sun Sword Chi. Yi Chun pointed his sword forward. Instantly, a golden sword energy, stretching hundreds of feet, obstructed the air. The ground was violently rent asunder, revealing a chasm that seemed bottomless. The young man's attack was effortlessly dissipated by a single stroke of the sword. Boom! The earth quaked and the mountains trembled. The sword energy surged forward, obliterating a hill behind the young man into dust. Stumbling back, he managed to create a deep crater in the ground with a single step, finally dispelling the overwhelming sword energy. What sort of technique is this? The young man's complexion paled slightly, his eyes twitching. You are a transformation stage cultivator from Qinyan sect? Impossible! Cultivators above the nascent soul stage cannot possibly pass through the restrictions at the entrance of the secret realm. I am, but at the foundation establishment stage. Yi Chun replied, somewhat helpless. Why does no one believe me? Foundation establishment? Are you mocking me? The young man roared in fury that a foundation establishment cultivator cannot unleash sword energy stretching hundreds of feet. That is merely the introductory sword technique of the Qinyan sect. The Golden Sun Sword Chi. Yi Chun sighed. Alas, why is it that speaking the truth invites disbelief? Being an honest person is truly challenging. Golden Sun Sword Chi. The introductory sword technique. The young man's eyes twitched violently. You scoundrel, you insult me. I, Jinyang, am a seventh-tier demonic beast, comparable to a transformation stage cultivator. I shall slay you and devour your flesh and blood whole. Your name is Jinyang? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. What a coincidence. Very well. I admit I am at the spirit division stage. Why? Yi Chun sighed, feeling somewhat apologetic. Had he known your name was Jinyang, he would not have resorted to this pathetic introductory sword technique. I knew it. You are a spirit division expert. Scoundrel, you dare call my technique trash? Jinyang erupted in fury, extending his hand to grasp the air, instantly manifesting a long sword. With a single stroke, he pierced through the void. His sword aimed directly at Yi Chun's dantian. Cultivators of the spirit division stage could project their nascent souls outside their bodies. As long as the nascent soul survived, the physical body would not perish. Allowing for infinite rebirth, to vanquish the spirit-severing cultivator, one must first decisively shatter the Yuan-Ing that guards the Naiman Palace. How foolish of me! Yi Chun sighed deeply and smacked his forehead. Indeed, it has long been established that relying solely on this singular tactic is unwise. Buzz! A terrifying sword intent surged skyward, and a fearsome blaze seemed poised to incinerate rivers and boil seas, reversing the very fabric of existence. A sword aura stretching 1,000 zhong loomed ominously in the void. Jinyang's soul was instantly gripped by terror, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Yi Chun pointed skyward with one hand while directing the other at the panicked Jinyang, admonishing him with a fierce exclamation. .8 Desolation sword technique. I wield a sword capable of splitting the heavens, capable of boiling the seas. Upon harnessing the formidable powers of Yi Chun's aura became overwhelmingly potent. One sword swept across 100,000 miles. The sword body, merely a condensation of true essence, extended over 1,000 zhong, resembling the primordial sword of an ancient deity. Buzz! With a single stroke, the blade seemed to rend the heavens and earth asunder. Wherever the sword energy passed, the void collapsed, and countless trees and rocks were instantly reduced to dust. Boom! The sky rumbled like muffled thunder. The sword energy cleaved through mountains, split the earth, and caused lakes to steam as if boiling. Everything within 1,000 zhong before Yi Chun was obliterated. Reduced to mere powder, the ground was torn apart, creating an unfathomable chasm, leaving onlookers aghast. Wow! Chapter 34. Is your name really Jinyang? A horrifying sword scar was carved at a Jinyang's back as he tumbled onto a hill. The hillsides crumbled, and debris scattered chaotically. Cough, cough. Ugh. Struggling to rise from the rubble, he coughed violently before collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth from the gaps between his fingers as he clutched his mouth, staining his robe. This individual's cultivation level is undoubtedly above the spirit-severing realm. Jin Yang gazed at Yi Chun, his eyes filled with dread, devoid of any thoughts of combat. How could one fight such an opponent? Even if he were a successfully transformed 7th-tier demon beast, he would still be utterly outmatched. There was no chance of victory. He had to escape quickly. That damned fellow hasn't even made a move yet. If this drags on, I will surely become a casualty beneath this wolf in sheep's clothing. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was equally astonished by the might of his own sword strike, that he stood dumbfounded, surveying the desolation before him, muttering to himself, "Is this what one calls a paltry display of power? Who the hell at Qingyun sect is responsible for grading the martial techniques? Upon my return, I shall surely recommend their dismissal to the sect master. If this sword technique is deemed weak, then how formidable must the heavenly grade techniques be? Does one strike truly annihilate a realm?" Yi Chun strode over to the disciple from the Tiangong Valley. Upon discovering that the life force had utterly extinguished, he sighed. "Though I know not who you are nonetheless a fellow cultivator who came to Qingyun sect to partake in the trials. I shall ensure your remains are returned." With that, Yi Chun willed the body of Yao Shan into the spatial ring gifted to him by Su Yurong. While the spatial ring may not accommodate living beings for long, a corpse poses no issue. Having lost a disciple, must I not provide an explanation to Tiangong Valley? Yi Chun gazed contemplatively at the distant Jin Yang, who knelt half-crouched upon the ground. Jin Yang felt a chill run down his spine, sensing as if an ancient beast was fixating upon him. Fear gripped his heart. Who truly is the beast here? Yi Chun rose, his foot crashing into the ground as he charged towards Jin Yang. The explosive force released in that instant was enough to crack open Jin Yang's very skull. For heaven's sake, don't come any closer. Su Exant, if you do not intervene now. I swear on the ancestors of the sword sect. Su Xin. Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, the heavens and earth twisted, a thunderous roar enveloping the entire Qingyun secret realm. In an instant, the very foundations of existence trembled, and radiant lights illuminated every corner. Within the secret realm, spiritual energy dissipated rapidly for 3,000 miles. Outside the Qingyun secret realm, Song Yunzi's face turned pale as he glared at the sword sect's leader. Su Xin, disbelief etched upon his features. Su Xin, why have you done this? Just moments ago, the leaders of several sects collaborated to reverse the cosmic order and break the restrictions of the Qingyun secret realm. Yet, at this critical juncture, Su Xin suddenly attacked. Every cultivator at the God Transformation realm was drained of true essence due to the breach of the restrictions and against Su Xin's full-scale assault. They were swiftly overwhelmed. Why would you do such a thing? Su X's gaze grew distant, as if lost in the reverie of bygone days. Upon reflection, it seems there was no particular reason. If I must say, it's simply that I am displeased with Qingyun sect's dominance over my sword sect. We are all second-tier sects. Why should Qingyun sect be placed upon such a pedestal? Song Yunzi's expression darkened considerably. The ancient beast within the Qingyun secret realm. Was that also your doing? Indeed, 200 years ago, when the Qingyun secret realm opened, I carelessly tossed a 5th-tier demon beast inside. Finally, 200 years later, it has successfully transformed. Su Xin smiled faintly. When it emerges from the secret realm, my sword sect shall gain another god transformation cultivator. After sweeping you all away, my sword sect shall become the most powerful second-tier sect in the Guangqing domain. And once I absorb the spiritual energy from the Qingyun secret realm, ascending to the spirit-severing realm is not beyond reach, that I shall lead my sword sect to leap into the ranks of the first-tier sects. To achieve this goal, your sacrifices are but a small price to pay. Song Yunzi nearly fainted from rage. You're not sacrificing your own sect's interests. Of course you would say that. You've been plotting this for so long. Song Yunzi's heart sank, and he could not help but display a pained expression. Qingyun sect, including himself, had been severely wounded by Su Xin's sneak attack. Now, even though he was aware of Su Xin's scheme, he was powerless to intervene. Little junior brother, if you were still alive, hope for Qingyun sect would rest upon your shoulders. You're pinning your hopes on that Yi Chun, aren't you? Su Xin sneered. Although he was unsure of what means Yi Chun had employed to deceive everyone, his cultivation level was undoubtedly at the foundation establishment stage. My sword sect Jian mind method enables us to peer beyond levels to discern another's cultivation. Yi Chun is absolutely not a spirit-severing cultivator. Unless those first-tier sects intervene, no one can save your Qingyun sect, but do not worry. Bai Di City and Tiangong Valley shall accompany your Qingyun sect to the grave. On the road to the underworld, you shall not be alone. Within the Qingyun secret realm, the heavens and earth twisted. Endless spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a massive vortex. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed dramatically. Yi Chun stood there, utterly bewildered. What in the world is happening? Are we about to be reborn again? Perhaps not. I cannot guarantee that I will be as strikingly handsome in the next life. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended, tearing open a rift in space before Yi Chun. Before he could react, a powerful force yanked him inside. In the blink of an eye, the dark rift vanished without a trace. Jin Yang finally struggled to rise from the ground. The scene before him was one of turmoil. Mountains crumbled and the earth split, resembling an apocalyptic landscape. Where had Yi Chun's figure gone? That plague incarnate has vanished. Jin Yang wasted no time contemplating and leaped towards the exit of the secret realm. Now that the restrictions had lifted, he could finally escape. Aha! After 200 years of arduous cultivation, I am free at last. In an instant, the light faded away. Yi Chun blinked, surveying his surroundings with confusion. Where am I? Have I crossed into a new world? Is this a fantasy turned tomb raiding? Congratulations, young man. You have successfully passed my trial. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed in Yi Chun's ears. Who? Show yourself. Yi Chun summoned his true essence, a sword gleaming several zhong long, flickering at his fingertips. I am the ancestor of Qingyun, Song Yunzi. Song Yunzi? Yi Chun's face darkened. Curse you, Qingyun. That old coot has been dead for over 1,000 years. How could he possibly still be alive? I truly am Song Yunzi. The aged voice replied, somewhat begrudgingly. Why don't you believe me? I have found you. Yi Chun suddenly cleaved through a nearby rock wall with his sword. Crash! Debris flew everywhere, and clouds of dust filled the air. A gaunt old man cowered behind the stone wall, gazing at Yi Chun with a bewildered expression that, I am Song Yunzi. Bang! A dull thud rang out as Yi Chun's fist struck the old man's face. The frail figure bent like a bough before being sent flying into the stone wall, embedding himself within it. Song Yunzi, you old fool. Chapter 35. The Anomalies of the Secret Realm. Yi Chun cursed under his breath. Dare to claim respect in front of me. Were you the one who brought me here? Where exactly is this place? Release me at once, or I shall strike you. Cough, cough. The emaciated old man struggled painfully as he pried himself away from the rock wall, leaving behind a humanoid indentation. You young whippersnapper, do you not understand the concept of respecting your elders and cherishing the young? Did you not hear the summons and traverse numerous trials to arrive here? Was it you who summoned me? Yi Chun regarded the old man with suspicion. What is this place? Are you truly Qingyunzi? This is the depths of the secret realm, the resting place of my true self. Cough. Cough. Of this old man. Qingyunzi replied cautiously, casting a wary glance at Yi Chun. Since you have passed the trials, it proves your extraordinary talent in cultivation as a reward. You may take anything you desire from here. Only then did Yi Chun notice the dust-laden jars and rusted magical artifacts scattered around. But he could not help but sneer, just this? Even a scrap dealer might not want it. Qingyunzi blinked in confusion. What is a scrap dealer? That is of no consequence. Yi Chun scowled and waved his hand. If you are indeed Qingyunzi, then present something worthy as a reward. This pile of scrap metal. Suddenly, Yi Chun fell silent. He watched as Qingyunzi waved his hand, causing a rust-covered longsword to float into the in an instant. The rust vanished, and the sword's radiance shot up into the sky, its ringing echoing like a dragon's roar. This sword is named Long Yuan, a top-grade celestial artifact. It was acquired by me from an ancient relic long ago. Yi Chun stared dumbfounded at the sword hovering in midair, a tinge of envy creeping into his expression. Kinji smiled faintly and summoned a broken dagger into his hand. With a resounding boom, the blade's brilliance surged, its aura extending for hundreds of feet as if to cleave through the void. This dagger is named Zhanlong, a mid-grade celestial artifact. It was a tribute from a minor sect. With a flourish, Kinji pointed, and another divine weapon hovered in the air, its rust and scars vanishing to reveal its sharp edge. "Stop! Enough! I'm feeling a bit lightheaded," Yichen remarked, placing a hand on his forehead. "Are you saying that these weapons, which appear as scrap iron, are all celestial artifacts, according to the classification of the Guangxing domain? Artifacts are divided into 4 grades: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, each further categorized into upper, middle, and lower tiers. Yet, throughout Kinji lengthy introduction, Yichen had not heard of a single artifact below the celestial grade. "Of course," Kinji replied, brimming with pride. "Artifacts below the celestial grade are unworthy of my attention. Oh, and this vial contains transformation elixirs. This one holds release elixirs." As Yichen watched Kinji present a collection of dusty vials and jars, as if showcasing a treasure, he felt somewhat dazed that, the entire foundation of the Qingyun sect is inferior to what you possess in this old man's grave. What a travesty! With these items, the Qingyun sect could surely ascend to the rank of a superior sect, if not a top-tier one. "Take what you desire." Kinji generously waved his hand, stating that even if the entire place were emptied, it would be no issue. While Yichen gazed at the array of treasures before him, momentarily lost in thought. "What is it? Are you hesitating?" Kinji inquired, puzzled. "With these celestial artifacts and exquisite elixirs, why would you worry about not achieving your path? Are you but a remnant of Kinji?" Yichen suddenly asked. Kinji paused, hesitating as he replied. "That would be accurate. More precisely, it is a fragment of my spiritual essence. Once these treasures find an heir, this fragment will dissipate." Kinji possessed so many treasures, yet chose not to bequeath them to the Qingyun sect, instead hiding them here. Yichen smiled at Kinji. "Only disciples who partake in the secret realm trials may have the chance to acquire a treasure or two to enhance their strength." Why? What do you mean, why?" Kinji appeared flustered. "Is it necessary to ponder so much? This is a chance of destiny. Those without such opportunities waste their years without making progress, while those aided by destiny can soar to great heights. Do you wish to forsake the fortune that is within your grasp?" "Indeed." Yichen suddenly chuckled. "The path of cultivation is to defy the heavens, seek one's true heart, and pursue one's authentic self. If one clings to external possessions and allows such impurities to cloud their pursuit of the Tao, how can they hope to realize their path?" Kinji stared intently at Yichen. "Are you certain you wish to proceed thus?" Yichen looked back at Kinji and retorted, "Does the ancestor know the name of his disciple?" Kinji smiled slightly. "I would be glad to hear it. I am Yichen of the Zhaoqiangfeng, a seeker of the path of longevity." Yichen clasped his hands together respectfully, bowing deeply. "I bid you farewell, venerable ancestor." My Qingyun sect has produced an extraordinary disciple." Kinji laughed heartily. "A seeker of longevity." "Excellent, splendid." A peculiar wave of energy swept through the area, and Kinji aged visage transformed into that of his youthful self, handsome and radiant, with an aura that transcended the mundane. Just his presence alone emanated a remarkable sword intent that soared into the heavens. "My Qingyun sect has a promising future." Yichen watched as Kinji ascended into the sky, murmuring softly, "He is indeed quite handsome, though still a tad inferior to me." Upon hearing this, Kinji nearly stumbled and fell. "Beneath this tomb, I have prepared rewards for you." Kinji figure dissolved into countless specks of light. The once mighty Kinji, who had once single-handedly cleaved through the entire Qingyun mountain range to establish the sect, vanished entirely from this realm. Without transcending tribulation to attain immortality, no matter how high one's cultivation, ultimately, one still returns to dust. Alas, Yichen sighed, contemplating his next move to exit the tomb. Suddenly, a hidden door slowly opened before him. Is this where the most precious rewards of the secret realm lie? Without a moment's hesitation, Yichen stepped onto the gray stone tiles and descended. After traversing a flight of stairs, he found himself in a vast natural pool. To his astonishment, the pool was not filled with water, but rather brimming with Mother Earth stone milk. So much Mother Earth stone milk? It must be enough for an entire sect of disciples to advance from the foundation establishment stage to the golden core stage. However, Yichen had no intention of taking this pool back to share with the sect. He was not a saint and could not achieve such selflessness. He shed his clothing and sat directly in the pool. A chilling sensation enveloped him, bringing an unparalleled sense of comfort that nearly elicited a moan from his lips. This Mother Earth stone milk contains the essence of the earth, capable of reshaping a cultivator's spiritual veins and enhancing their talents. I wonder what realm I could reach with such an abundance of it. Ding! The effect of the silver extraction card has expired. Ding! Congratulations to the host for permanently enhancing attributes such as vitality and stamina. Chapter 36. Unleashing Fury upon the Ancestor, Qing Yun Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a dropped item. Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. The silver extraction card was indeed far more reliable than the bronze extraction card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of Yu Chong. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting slightly. Yu Qiang? Yu Qiang is the wind god, sea god, and divine beast of ancient mythology. Though he did not gain the desired wind manipulation ability, he could accept this. If he diligently studies and develops this ability, perhaps he could become the legendary 9-star poison nurse. Upon this realization, Yi Chen calmed his mind and began to circulate the profound art of Ba Jiu Xiangong. Absorbing the Mother Earth stone milk that surrounded him, as he practiced, a brilliant golden light erupted around him, filling the stone chamber with ethereal phenomena. Shadows of divine beings and demons materialized, howling silently towards the heavens. As if striving to break free from unseen restraints, a massive whirlpool formed in the pool, with Yi Chen at its center, resembling an insatiable abyss, voraciously devouring the Mother Earth stone milk. The sound of rushing water grew increasingly thunderous, akin to crashing waves, causing the stone chamber to resonate with a deep hum. Immersed in this mysterious realm, Yi Chen remained oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. Outside the Qingyun secret realm, the master of the swordplay pavilion, Su Exin, sat cross-legged on an elevated platform, eyes closed in deep meditation. After the restrictions of the Qingyun secret realm were lifted, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged forth, which he continuously absorbed to nourish his soul. He had imprisoned the God Transformation Realm cultivators from the Qingyun sect and other sects with restraining spells. He awaited the moment he could break through to the Spirit Separation Realm, at which point he would possess sufficient power to intimidate all others, propelling the Swordplay Pavilion to the rank of a first-tier sect. Master, I do not understand. Why imprison the leaders of the major sects instead of eliminating them directly? Su Han, standing respectfully by Su Xian's side, inquired, "Isn't it more efficient to eradicate the source of the problem?" Su Xian slowly opened his eyes, which shimmered with a brilliance reminiscent of celestial bodies shifting. Su Han was taken aback, hastily lowering his gaze, unable to meet Su Xian's penetrating stare. To honor, what do you think would happen if we exterminated all the elders and disciples of the major sects? Su Xian queried. Su Han furrowed his brow in contemplation before gently shaking his head. That is not feasible. Moreover, we in the Swordplay Pavilion still require the support of these major sections. The combined forces of their disciples likely number in the thousands. Eradicating them would be a monumental task. Furthermore, the first-tier sects would not remain passive observers. A heavy toll of bloodshed might even provoke intervention from the exalted sections. Precisely, Su Xian replied with a faint smile. Control is far more advantageous than slaughter. As long as the leaders and masters of these God transformation sects remain in our grasp, their forces will lack the courage to retaliate. Enlightened, Su Han clasped his fists in respect, exclaiming, "I understand, Master." Su Xian nodded and asked, "What news of Su Yurong?" Su Han's expression dimmed. Sister Yurong remains unyielding. However, rest assured, Master, I will find a way to win her heart. Su Xian frowned. Su Yurong possesses the Xiancha Nining body, an exceptional furnace quality. After cultivating with her, your path to the God Transformation Realm would be seamless. once you achieve full mastery of the God transformation. With my assistance, ascending to the spirit separation realm will be a trivial matter at that point. Our swordplay pavilion will have 2 spirit separators. Even first-tier sects would not be able to overshadow us. Hunter, do you know what must be done? Su-Han's countenance darkened. Gritting his teeth, he respectfully replied, Yes, master. If gentleness fails, I shall resort to force. That Su Yorong is destined to become mine. Very well, Su Exen nodded, slowly closing his eyes. You may leave. I must absorb the spiritual energy from the Qingyun's secret realm to break through to the spirit separation realm. Not disturb me unless necessary. Yes. Su-Han bowed respectfully and took his leave. As Su Exan watched Su-Han depart, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Just then, the already unstable entrance to the secret realm began to tremble violently. What is happening? Su Exion's expression shifted dramatically. The entrance to the Qingyun's secret realm had shown signs of instability after the combined efforts of several God transformation cultivators to dismantle its restrictions, but it had never trembled like this before. Could it be that the time limit for the realm's opening had arrived, and it was about to close? A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens. Unseen sound waves surged outward, resonating through the entirety of Tongtian Peak. The disciples of the swordplay pavilion guarding the entrance, due to their inadequate cultivation, instantly collapsed, blood spilling from their mouths. Su Exion's gaze darkened ominously. I am finally free. With a resounding boom, a massive, grotesque beast burst forth from the entrance, crashing heavily to the ground. The earth cracked open, fissures spreading like a web in all directions. The beast's crimson eyes scanned its surroundings before settling upon Su Exen. In a flash of light, the gigantic beast transformed into a handsome young man clad in a black robe. Jin Yang, you wretched creature, why do you not kneel? Su Xin glutted at Jin Yang. His voice laced with authority. Jin Yang's slit pupils flickered momentarily before he slowly knelt. I have come to pay my respects. Master. He had no choice but to kneel, despite having broken through to the transformation phase. Equating his strength to that of a human god transformation cultivator, he was still bound by the soul mark that Su Exien had inscribed upon him prior to their entrance to the Qingyun's secret realm. Should he harbor any treachery, Su Exen could effortlessly shatter his soul with but a thought. Observing Jin Yang kneeling before him, Su Exen inquired, What of Yichun? Yichun, that fellow clad in white. Resembling a celestial being, Jin Yang's eyes flickered with trepidation before a sinister smile formed. He is likely dead. Dead? Su Exien's brow furrowed. Are you certain? At the moment the restrictions of the Qingyun's secret realm were lifted. The realm imploded. I witnessed him being consumed by a spatial rift. Jin Yang replied nonchalantly. Even if he did not perish in the chaos, he could have been transported to an unknown location. What is there to be concerned about? Su Exen nodded slowly. Did I understand? You may leave now. The Qingyun secret realm will close in 3 days. I must absorb the emanating spiritual energy and hasten my breakthrough to the spirit separation realm. The mention of the spirit separation realm caused Jin Yang's gaze to sharpen, yet he remained silent as he turned to depart. Once more, Su Exien settled into a cross-legged position, commencing his absorption of the spiritual energy spilling forth from the secret realm. Deep within the Qingyun secret realm, beneath the ancient tomb, 3 days swiftly passed. The waters surrounding Yichun had transformed from a milky white to a crystal-clear clarity. The essence of the Mother Earth stone milk had been entirely absorbed by him. His body now resembled a flawless gem, radiating an almost ethereal glow, while a subtle yet profound aura emanated from within. Suddenly, Yichun exhaled a breath of turbid air, gradually opening his eyes. Chapter 37. Setting a small goal. 9-star poison milk to his astonishment. His pupils had taken on an unusual golden hue, seemingly reflecting the cycles of celestial bodies. Ding! Congratulations, host, on breaking through to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, earning a reward of 100 myth points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on advancing to the initial stage of Void Dan, earning a reward of 200 myth points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the pinnacle of Void Dan, earning a reward of 200 myth points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reaching the initial stage of Golden Dan, earning a reward of 300 myth points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on attaining the pinnacle of Golden Dan, earning a reward of 300 myth points. As Yi-Chen opened his eyes, the system's notifications rang out in rapid succession. His cultivation level soared as if propelled by a rocket. Foundation establishment, Void Dan Pinnacle, Golden Dan. He ultimately halted at the pinnacle of Golden Dan, surrounded by swirling clouds and radiant mist. Yi-Chen emanated an aura reminiscent of an immortal descending from the heavens. After being refined by the Mother Earth stone milk, his already striking features appeared even more breathtaking. With a forceful exhalation, he released another breath of turbid air, causing the entire pool to shatter explosively. Water cascaded like a torrential downpour. Revitalized, Yi-Chen felt invigorated, as if reborn. Gazing inwardly at his soul, he beheld a Golden Dan radiating resplendent golden light within his Niwen palace. Golden Dan. I have broken through to the Golden Dan stage. Yi-Chen nearly wept tears of joy. Having been trapped in the Qi refinement stage for a century, while others had long since condensed their Golden Dan and prepared to form their Yuan-Ing. He had finally caught up after so long. Old man, did you see that? Your disciple has successfully formed his Dan. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yi-Chen finally dispersed the formidable aura that had lingered by his side. System, open the attribute panel. ID. Yi-Chen Identity. Chief Disciple of Qingyun Sect. Lord of Shaoqiong Peak Cultivation Realm. Golden Core Stage Mythical Value. 4760 Divine Talent. Cultivation Method. 8-9 Profound Art. 3rd Transformation Items. Twin Wings of Wind and Thunder. This journey through the Qingyun Secret Realm was indeed worthwhile. Yi-Chen smiled with satisfaction, having not only successfully broken through to the Golden Core stage, but also amassed a considerable amount of mythical value. However, the previous silver extraction card had already been utilized, and he needed to draw another for his protection. System, draw 2 silver extraction cards. Ding! Mythical value has been deducted. Extraction in progress. The familiar spinning wheel appeared once more. When the wheel finally halted, 2 ethereal shadows flickered and transformed into 2 mythical extraction cards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained silver extraction card Neza. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained silver extraction card Zhurong. Yi-Chen's eyes brightened immediately. Neza, the great deity of the 3 altars in the mythology of the investiture of the gods, was appointed by Jiang Zia as the vanguard protector of Zhou. After the battle of the investiture of the gods, he achieved sainthood, his combat prowess rivaling that of Yang Jian, making him capable of sweeping through the broad realm of Changchun. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong was the ancient fire god in mythology. Legend has it that Zhu Rong clashed with the great shaman Gong Gong, leading to a catastrophic defeat for Gong Gong, whose anger caused him a crash into Mount Buzhou, resulting in the upheaval of heaven and earth and the Great Flood, which later inspired the myth of Niwa repairing the sky. With these 2 deities to safeguard him, it was time to depart from the Qingyun secret realm. Yi-Chen furrowed his brow, uncertain about the situation outside. How will I exit? He arrived at the tomb chamber on the 1st floor, searching extensively but failing to find a way out. It was as if this tomb chamber existed in isolation from the outside world. What to do now? Yi-Chen felt utterly bewildered. Buzz! The sound of a sword resonated like a dragon's roar. The rusted Long Yuan sword lying on the ground suddenly flew into Yi-Chen's hand. Are you suggesting I use the sword to carve a path? Yi-Chen gazed at the trembling Long Yuan, his brow knitted in doubt. Will it really work? With a sigh, he ultimately decided to give it a try. If it failed, he would simply seek alternative methods. With true essence surging like boiling water, Yi-Chen wielded the Long Yuan and struck fiercely. 8 Desolation's sword technique. Buzz! The sword chi extended over 100 feet, instantly tearing open a massive rift in the void. Fresh air from the outside world rushed into the tomb chamber through the crack. Hiss! Yi-Chen inhaled sharply. This time, the sword chi was not 1,000 feet long. Yet its power seemed even more terrifying. It actually tore open space. Was this truly just a seemingly unremarkable foundational cultivation technique? Yi-Chen found himself wanting to discuss life with the elder responsible for grading cultivation methods in the Qingyun sect. Seeing the rift in space about to close, Yi-Chen couldn't afford to ponder further. He leaped into the breach. Whoosh! The rift he had torn apart slowly closed behind him, the tomb chamber, filled with heavenly-grade spiritual weapons and miraculous elixirs, went unnoticed by him. I am Yi Chun, a seeker of the Tao, striving for eternal life. The sky above the Qingyun's secret realm hung low, the spiritual energy thin, and an aura of death pervaded the air. What on earth had transpired? Yi Chun's brow furrowed deeply. Why had the once rich spiritual energy of the secret realm transformed into this desolate state? Was someone devouring the spiritual energy within the realm? He suddenly froze, then crushed the ground beneath him with a foot, charging towards the exit. No matter who dared to audaciously attempt to consume the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm. They must be connected to the anomalies occurring within the Qingyun's secret realm. Outside the Qingyun's secret realm, on the summit of Tongtian Peak, ominous clouds gathered like turbulent waves. The heavy sense of oppression left nearly everyone gasping for breath. Within the thick, low-hanging clouds, streaks of dark red lightning danced ominously. The continuous rumble of thunder was maddening. Su Exin, who had been in seclusion at the Tongtian Peak secret realm for several days, suddenly opened his eyes. A bolt of dark red lightning, as thick as a child's arm, descended with apocalyptic might, engulfing the entire Tongtian Peak in a tempest of lightning. Boom! Crack! A deep, bottomless pit appeared atop Tongtian Peak in an instant. In the Qingyun sect's prison, Kanji Yunzi, sensing something amiss, looked pale as he gazed towards Tongtian Peak, his lips trembling as he murmured, "Divine tribulation?" As Yi Chun burst forth from the Qingyun's secret realm, the first sight that met his eyes was this apocalyptic scene. What the hell? Just as I emerged, the heavens strike me with lightning. Every hair on his body stood on end. The dark red tribulation lightning was truly overwhelming. However, he quickly realized that the target of the lightning was not himself, but rather the bloodied man standing on the high platform, his hair disheveled. This is the master of the Sword Pavilion. If memory serves me right, his name is Su Exin, correct? Yi Chun murmured, "Boom!" Another bolt of tribulation lightning crashed down. The pinnacle of Tongtian Peak was obliterated, sending countless stones flying through the air. Su Exin struggled against the dark red tribulation lightning, his legs sinking deeply into the ground. A terrifying pit, over 100 feet in diameter, formed beneath him for the impact. What of the tribulation lightning? Su Exin's hair flared wildly. Su Exin shall ascend to the divine separation stage and achieve a feat not seen in a millennium for the Sword Pavilion. Open for me! Boom! Crackle! The immensely powerful tribulation lightning was forcibly torn apart by Su Exin's bare hands. The terrifying power of the lightning slithered like a serpent, gradually dispersing into the heavens and the earth. Since the tribulation lightning was not aimed at him, Yi Chun simply sat down and watched with keen interest as Su Exin faced his tribulation. Chapter 38. Breaking through like drinking water, the scattered remnants of lightning that fell towards Yi Chun were crushed entirely by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. The divine separation tribulation seems to have 3 stages of lightning, right? Yi Chun murmured, Su Exin has already withstood 2 strikes. The power of this third one will likely exceed the previous ones by several times. However, why is he undergoing tribulation atop Tongtian Peak? Where is the sect leader? Where is senior brother Tieguan? And where have the other disciples participating in the Qingyun's secret realm trial gone? Before Yi Chun could ponder further, the skies above Tongtian Peak darkened ominously. The terrifying power of lightning continued to gather until a single bolt pierced through the heavens. Boom! The peak crumbled, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Yi Chun was startled, quickly activating the 8-9 profound art to shield his body from the cascading tribulation lightning. Meanwhile, Su Exin, caught in the midst of it all, fell to his knees with a thud. The ground exploded beneath him, his body drenched in crimson blood, as if he had just been fished out of water. With true essence surging like a furious tide, a golden nascent soul emerged from Su Exin's body, stepping forth to withstand the lightning. Is this the nascent soul of a transformation stage cultivator? Yi Chun gazed at the radiant little figure, intrigued. It was indeed far more refined than that of a nascent soul cultivator. Every feature was strikingly clear, resembling Su Exin himself. The unending power of the tribulation lightning crashed down, relentlessly battering Su Xian and his nascent soul. The air was filled with piercing screams. Suddenly, the nascent soul's body was riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Is it about to give in? Yi Chun's expression changed slightly as he watched the terrifying might of the heavenly tribulation lightning. That I will not yield. Su Xian bellowed, somehow managing to stand up against the lightning. The cracks on his nascent soul began to heal gradually. In that moment, the world brightened unexpectedly. The overwhelming pressure of the tribulation lightning seemed to vanish in an instant. As sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated Tongtian Peak, Su Xian's nascent soul opened its mouth, voraciously consuming the incoming spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Above Tongtian Peak, spiritual energy coalesced into a massive vortex. At the center of the whirlpool was Su Xian's nascent soul. Time passed, and eventually, the surrounding spiritual energy was entirely devoured. The nascent soul, looking satisfied, patted its belly and began to grow with the wind. In the blink of an eye, its features became even more pronounced, resembling Su Xian to a T. It was as if a mirror stood between the two. After 8 centuries of cultivation, he finally succeeded in breaking through to the divine separation stage today. Su Xian's face beamed with joy. The nascent soul smiled faintly, stepping forward to merge with Su Xian into one. That the path of cultivation involves forming the golden core, shaping the nascent soul, forging the divine separation, and ultimately merging into one to break through to the combined body stage. Following that would be the void return, the great ascension, and the tribulation to become an immortal, with Su Xian successfully condensing his divine separation. He had become a top-tier expert in the vast Chongqing realm, capable of leading the Sword Pavilion to become one of the foremost sects in the realm. Whoosh! Several flying swords soared through the air. Su Han, witnessing Su Xian standing with hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming aura, could not help but feel a jolt of shock. He then bowed his head respectfully, saying, "Congratulations, Master, on your ascension to the divine separation stage." Congratulations to the esteemed Master on ascending to the divine separation stage. The elders and disciples displayed expressions of astonishment, hastily kneeling in reverence. Su Xian's gaze swept over the crowd before settling upon Yi Chun, who sat with his chin resting on his hands. Why, Yi Chun, how about you transfer your allegiance to my sword chess pavilion? With your innate talent, I can make you my true disciple, leading the sword chess pavilion. Yi Chun blinked in surprise. Am I not a harmonization realm cultivator? How do you have the audacity to say such things to me? Humph, Su Xian scoffed. What harmonization realm? Our sword chess pavilion or visualization technique allows one to transcend realms. Wait, you've actually condensed a golden core? How is that possible? Su Xian was taken aback upon observing Yi Chun's cultivation level. In just a few short days, this fellow had jumped directly from foundation establishment to golden core. Ascending 2 major realms, such a feat seemed impossible. Even the most extraordinary genius of the Guangqing domain could not achieve such a transformation within mere days. Could it be that this fellow is indeed a harmonization realm powerhouse? Feigning weakness to deceive others, a sense of uncertainty gripped Su Xian. Judging by the attitudes of Song Yunzi and the others, Yi Chun appeared to possess an extraordinary background. Could he truly be a harmonization realm cultivator, merely concealing his true power with a unique technique, fooling even the sword visualization technique? If he truly were a harmonization realm expert, Su Xian felt his heart sink. He had painstakingly schemed to seize the Qingyun sect's Qingyun secret realm and successfully broke through to the divine separation stage, believing he could dominate the Guangqing domain, with none daring to disrespect the sword chess pavilion. Yet, in the end, he realized he was still just a small fry. Congratulations, Master, on your ascension to the divine separation stage. The figure clad in a black robe, Jin Yang, arrived late. The moment he uttered these words, he suddenly felt a chilling gaze directed at him. He looked up in confusion, only to find Yi Chun standing not far away. "Why you? How could you still be alive?" In an instant, Jin Yang's expression changed dramatically, as he stumbled backward several paces, nearly collapsing to the ground, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Su Xian, I demand an explanation. Yi Chun asked coldly, how do you know this shape-shifting beast? Moreover, where have all the disciples of the Qingyun sect gone? Su Xian furrowed his brow, secretly cursing his misfortune. At that moment, a terrifying sword energy surged into the sky, instantly tearing through the void and striking towards the bewildered Jin Yang. Jin Yang never imagined that this calamity would unsheath his sword and attack without hesitation. Wait, there stands a divine separation stage, Cultivator. Shouldn't you be targeting him first? Jin Yang felt utterly helpless. However, faced with Yi Chen's relentless strike, he dared not underestimate it. His demonic energy surged within him like boiling water, and a phantom of a beast materialized behind him. He raised his claws to fiercely grasp at the descending sword energy, attempting to tear it apart in one swift motion. Yet, at this moment, Jin Yang remembered the sword energy from that day in the Qingyun secret realm, which had stretched 1,000 feet long, causing him to tremble. How could that world-rending sword strike have been unleashed by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Compared to that strike, the sword energy Yi Chun unleashed now was evidently much weaker. If he could withstand it, he absolutely could withstand it. Boom! The sword descended, splitting the entire Tongtian Peak as if it had been cleaved by the hand of a deity, creating an unfathomable chasm that spanned the two mountain peaks. The earth trembled, and debris cascaded down. The onlookers atop the peak were instantly rendered pale with fear at the might of this sword. A sword cleaving through a mountain? Is this something a human can accomplish? Ah! My hand! Before the spectators could recover from their shock, Jin Yang's anguished scream echoed in their ears. His hands were severed at the wrists, crimson blood gushing forth and soaking the ground beneath him. Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes towards Yi Chun filled with a mixture of fear and awe. Chapter 39. Online viewing of the Calamity Thunder explosion against the Transformation Realm Cultivator that was a formidable 7th-tier shape-shifting beast. How could it not withstand a single strike from Yi Chun? Ah, Su Xian, why are you still hesitating to act? Kill him! Jin Yang roared in fury. Once he learns of your actions, do you think you will still have a chance to survive? Yi Chen's delicate phoenix eyes slowly turned towards Su Xian. Su Pavilion Master? Su Xian sighed, his inner energy surging. Boom! The heavens seemed to crack open in an instant, as a colossal hand formed from true essence tore through the fabric of reality, descending upon Yi Chun with immense force. Ancient palm. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and with a thought, he activated the silver extraction card, invoking Zhu Rong. A cataclysmic heat enveloped Yi Chun in an instant. His eyes transformed into a dark red hue, akin to the flames of a raging inferno. Around him, the void warped, producing crackling sounds akin to burning wood. With a single step, he traversed a scorched earth. The Tongtian Peak, already cleaved by Yi Chun's sword, seemed to plunge into a furnace. Within a radius of several hundred feet, the ground glowed a fiery red, barren and lifeless, like a torrent of magma, like the scorching sun. The blazing divine flames coiled around the Long Yuan sword as Yi Chun faced the descending palm with the sword thrust. 8 Desolation Sword Technique. Boom! A terrifying, formless shockwave erupted from the two figures, radiating outward with reckless abandon. Everything it touched was instantly shattered and dissolved. On Tongtian Peak, several disciples of the Sword Chest Pavilion were caught unprepared, directly torn apart by the overflowing sword energy and flames. Su Han watched in horror as he gazed at Yi Chun and Su Xian, his eyes filled with flickering light. Just as Yi Chun shattered Su Xian's palm strike and was about to unleash a second sword, he felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively turning to flee with his sword. Escape. He must escape immediately. Even a slight ripple could spell his doom. How could he die here? He still had a bright future ahead. As for Su Xian, there hadn't been much of a master-disciple bond between them. Once Su Xian was dead, he could conveniently ascend as the master of the Sword Chest Pavilion. Su Xian, no matter what you've done, I will interrogate you once I capture you. Yi Chen's gaze turned icy as he stood suspended in midair, engulfed in flames, resembling a fire deity descending from the heavens. Harnessing the nine heavens departure fire of Zhu Rong, the might he unleashed was capable of scorching rivers and boiling seas. Buzz! A dragon-like sword cry resonated. Yi Chun held the sword with both hands. As a fire sword formed from the nine heavens departure, fire extended 1,000 feet long, hovering behind him, its intense heat warping the air, incinerating all living beings within 1,000-foot radius into ash. 8 Desolation's sword technique. I possess a sword that can open the heavens. It can fill the seas. It can burn and boil the very fabric of existence. Su Xian's eyes widened in terror. His long hair, flowing wildly. Crimson blood seeped from beneath his skin, instantly evaporating under the terrifying heat of the nine heavens departure fire. From a distance, he appeared as though clad in a blood-red battle armor. This fellow truly is a harmonization realm cultivator. At this moment, Su Xian harbored no doubts, feeling as though his heart had been crushed, even if he had broken through to the divine separation stage. What hope did he have in the face of a harmonization realm powerhouse? But I refuse to accept this. Su Xian roared towards the heavens, bolts of lightning crashing down around him, exploding in his vicinity. Yi Chun gently swung his sword. That world-burning, sea-boiling sword cleaved through the void, instantly striking Su Xian. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed like the wrath of the heavens as the thunder he had gathered instantly shattered. Su Xian's body plummeted like a cannonball, crashing into the valley between Tongtian Peak and Huaishou Peak. In the next moment, the already battered Tongtian Peak collapsed with a thunderous roar. A segment of the mountain plummeted into the valley below. Boom! In an instant, the mountains crumbled and the earth quaked, creating an unfathomable pit in the valley as Su Xian lay at the bottom of the pit, his clothes tattered, bloodied, and unconscious. Gulp! Jin Yang struggled to swallow. About to turn and flee, the blazing Long Yuan sword whistled through the air, plunging directly into his throat. Boom! The Long Yuan sword, with its overwhelming might, carried Jin Yang's body over 1,000 feet, pinning him against the cliffs of Huaishou Peak. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the shape-shifting beast Jin Yang, earning a system reward of 1,000 myth points. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, standing in the air, gazing down at the scene below. Boom! A section of Tongtian Peak shattered in an instant. Bathed in blood, Su Xian stepped forward, his expression twisted with rage as he stared at Yi Chun. Haha! Yi Chun, you cannot kill me, as long as I remain in the divine separation stage. I shall never perish. Yi Chun's brow furrowed slightly as Su Xian's avatar, concealed within, could escape in an instant, traversing thousands of miles. Even if he harnessed the power of the fire god Zhu Rong, it would be impossible to catch up in such a short time. If Su Xian, a formidable cultivator at the avatar stage, were to flee, it would spell endless trouble. Perhaps my own strength is insufficient. Yi Chun observed the disheveled Su Xian, whose hair was wild and frenzied. A faint smile curving his lips, the nine heavenly fire enveloped him, crackling with energy. But I am now the fire god Zhu Rong, the great ancient shaman. Is it so difficult to slay an avatar stage cultivator? A chill suddenly gripped Su Xian's heart. Though he knew not who the fire god Zhu Rong was, the presence of Yi Chun sent shivers down his spine. Escape. This foe is unlike any he had encountered before. I could never be his match. Flee. Once back at the sword chest pavilion, I shall regroup and make a triumphant return. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the echoes. A sword arced through the void, akin to a shooting star, vanishing in a flash. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth were rent asunder by this strike. Su Xian's body was cleaved in two in an instant. However, Yi Chun's sword failed to extinguish Su Xian's avatar. Boundless spiritual energy surged from the heavens and earth, and in the blink of an eye, his form began to mend. Why, Yi Chun, I've already warned you. You cannot kill me. Is that so? Yi Chun's lips curled into a cold smile. What? The wound cannot heal. Su Xian's expression changed drastically. How could this be? What manner of flame is this? The nine heavenly fire. No sooner had Yi Chun spoken than the dragon abyss sword his hand vanished. Like a tea that moment, the heavens trembled. A distant rumble echoed through the air. Su Exin gazed in horror as the heavens and earth converged at an astonishing speed. Su Exin, this 9 heavenly fire merely serves to bind your avatar. Why Yi-chan spoke coolly, it is not this fire that will send you on your way, but rather the final sword I shall deliver. The final sword. Su Exin froze, but with the sword sheath, how could he draw it again? Thunderous roars. The entire Tontian Peak was suddenly crushed beneath the descending firmament. Countless stones tumbling down. The ground in the valley began to rise ominously. In an instant, within 1,000 zhang, the heavens and earth closed in a line. All things in the cosmos crumbled, erupting with deafening explosions. This line is Yi Chen's sword, forged from the power of the universe. At his initial golden core level, Yi Chen might have found this impossible. Yet now, harnessing the divine power of Zhu Rong extracted from the silver card, Yi Chen had become a god among men. This sword is thus a divine strike. Let alone Su Exin at the Avatar stage, even a true immortal who has crossed tribulations would meet their doom beneath this sword's might. How could this be? How could you accomplish such a feat? Chapter 40. I have a sword that can burn heaven and boil the sea. Su Exin, wild-haired and frenzied, stretched out his arms in a futile attempt to block that converging sword of heaven and earth. But can human strength contend with the cosmos? In the blink of an eye, his body was shattered by Yi Chen's sword wielded with Zhu Rong's power. Even his avatar could not escape. His soul extinguished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Avatar stage, Su Exin, earning a system reward of 5,000 mythos points. As the system notification rang out, the heavenly sword slowly dissipated. Only the shattered Tongtian Peak and the ravaged Huaishou Peak remained. Yi Chen said nothing, his powerful consciousness sweeping across the 7 peaks of Qingyun, locating the imprisoned Kanjianzi and others. With a furrowed brow, he stepped into the void, the rear mountain of Longzhou Peak. The Iron-Crowned Taoist and others were confined here, the disciples of the Sword Chest Pavilion on guard. Though anxious at the commotion outside, dared not abandon their posts. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance. A handsome man, enveloped in dark red flames, strode forth. Halt! Who are you? Yi Chen remained silent, advancing towards the prison. The guard disciple, about to strike, was obliterated in an instant. Crimson blood splattered forth. The other disciples of the Sword Chest Pavilion were stricken with terror. And before they could flee, they were devoured by the 9 heavenly fire. Junior brother, is that you? The voice of the Iron-Crowned Taoist rang out. It is I, brother Iron-Crowned. Yi Chen pointed his sword, and the prison's barriers collapsed with a thunderous crash. Junior brother, it is truly you. The Iron-Crowned Taoist looked at Yi Chen with excitement. You emerged alive from the secret realm. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. Yi Chen carefully assessed the situation. Although the Iron-Crowned Taoist and others appeared weak, their bodies were unharmed. The elders and disciples from other sects were in similar condition. Thank you for saving us. Junior brother Yi. Thank you, young master uncle, for your life-saving grace. Thank you, master uncle, for your life-saving grace. Thousands of disciples from various sects were emotionally overwhelmed, instinctively preparing to kneel. Although cultivators defy heaven, not bowing to heaven or earth, no one would dare to voice objections when kneeling to their Savior. Yet, even as they exerted all their strength, they found themselves unable to lower themselves, as if an invisible barrier stood between them and the ground. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with dread. Brother Iron Crown, where is senior brother Kanjianzi? Yi Chen inquired, his brow furrowing. And what of the Lord of Baidi City and the master of Tianji Valley? They have already been escorted back to the Sword Chest Pavilion by Su Exin's men. The Iron-Crowned Taoist's expression shifted, if it weren't for the Qingyun secret realm being immovable. The Qingyun sect would have become a graveyard. Junior brother, with Su Exin aided by the spiritual energy within the Qingyun secret realm, he has likely already attained the Avatar stage. The Qingsong Taoist said with a grim expression, Our powers are suppressed. We would only be a burden to you. You must flee at once. As long as you are present, the Qingyun sect can rise again. Yes, junior brother, you are the hope of the Qingyun sect. The Iron-Crowned Taoist's face darkened, that we must leave the Qingyun mountain range immediately. As he spoke, The Iron-Crowned Daoist exchanged glances with his companions, that we shall remain and fight Su Xian to the end. For our junior sister's revenge. Junior sister? Yi Chen's expression changed drastically as he searched the area, but found no trace of his sick senior sister, Yao Shui. Where is sick senior sister? Was she also taken to the sword chest pavilion? The Qingsong Daoist hesitated, his eyes reddening as he looked away. Yi Chen's heart sank as he turned to the Iron-Crowned Daoist. Brother Iron Crown, alas, when one dies, it is as if a lamp has been extinguished. The Iron-Crowned Daoist sighed heavily. Junior brother, do not take it too much to heart. That direct disciple of the sword chest pavilion, Su Han, forced Su Yurong to cultivate dual cultivation, and your sick senior sister could not bear it. She fought Su Xian, but was defeated and killed. The immortal realm is inherently cruel. When skill is lacking, there is nothing to complain about. Nonsense, the Qingsong Daoist retorted angrily as Su Xian deceived us into working together to break the secret realm's restrictions. And sixth junior sister exhausted too much of her true essence. Meanwhile, Su Xian held back, his true essence still formidable. Under such circumstances, how could sixth junior sister possibly win? Why speak of such trivialities? The Iron-Crowned Daoist stomped his foot in frustration. The recent upheaval at Tongtian Peak, the spiritual energy surging, must indicate that Su Xian has broken through to the Avatar stage. We must act quickly and have junior brother lead everyone to escape. If we delay, it will be too late. We shall avenge sixth junior sister. Su Xian, you say? Yi Chen replied coldly. He is already dead. I killed him with my own hands. His soul has been extinguished. At this declaration, the crowd fell silent. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief at Yi Chen. You killed an Avatar stage cultivator? No way. Is that true? Are you serious? The Iron-Crowned Daoist stammered. Junior brother, you aren't deceiving us, are you? Yi Chen maintained a stoic expression, clearly confirming the truth. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment that he killed an Avatar stage cultivator. Just how powerful is this junior brother? Could he truly be a great figure of the combined body stage? Brother Iron Crown, I leave this place in your hands. I must step out for a moment, Yi Chen said coldly. Junior brother, where are you going? The Iron-Crowned Daoist was taken aback to the sword chest pavilion. Before the words had fully left his lips, Yi Chen's figure had already vanished from sight, appearing above Longsho Peak. Today, I, Yi Chen, shall cleanse the sword chest pavilion with blood. The sword chest pavilion is located in the southwestern Shudi of the Guangxing domain. The terrain here is primarily characterized by rugged mountains and hills, with a reputation for being perilous. Famously described as the Shudi path is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. Within the sword chest pavilion, on the Congjian Peak, Su Han glared at Su Yurong, who sat before him with a cold face and remained silent, rage burning his eyes. That Su Yurong, I warn you, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The Qingyun sect has been annihilated, and once news of your possession of a Xinshan 9 body spreads, you know what fate awaits you. Engaging in dual cultivation with me is both your best and only choice. Su Yurong tightly closed her eyes, not even glancing at Su Han. I see. You're still waiting for your little master uncle, aren't you? Su Han's teeth ground together audibly. Why master has already ascended to the spirit division realm. No matter how strong Yi Chen is, he cannot possibly survive against my master. If you were wise, you would leave. Su Yurong's lips parted slightly, and with a sharp reprimand, she declared, You make me feel nauseated. Su Han was on the brink of exploding with rage. Very well. We shall see how long you can endure. With a thunderous roar, the heavens shook and the earth trembled. The entire Congjian Peak quaked violently. Su Han steadied himself, his expression transforming drastically as he hastily departed from Su Yurong's residence. Su Yurong gazed sorrowfully at the sea of clouds outside the window. Little master uncle, could it be you? Above Congjian Peak, Yi Chen stood suspended in midair, surrounded by a raging inferno that threatened to consume the 8 directions. Just moments ago, Yi Chen had unleashed a sword strike that was unexpectedly halted by the protective array of the Yijin Pavilion. An astonishing wave of sword energy surged outward, shattering the surrounding peaks into dust. The sound of chaos filled the air as debris flew and dust enveloped the scene. However, the Yijin Pavilion, shielded by the protective array, merely trembled without suffering significant damage. Can an array withstand the full force assault of a Spirit Division cultivator? Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Such protective arrays are typically composed of multiple smaller arrays, functioning as a composite formation, maintained by countless gathering spirit formations. Chapter 41. Slaying the Spirit Division, merging heaven and earth into one sword. For an average cultivator to force their way through, it would be nearly impossible unless their cultivation level exceeds several tiers. If Su Xian had not acted from within the Qingyun sect, even with the strength of the Aegean Pavilion, they would struggle to breach the protective array of the Qingyun sect. Humph! Even the most formidable array has its limits. Yi Chen scoffed, channeling his true essence into the Long Yuan sword. The blazing sword energy extended for 1,000 zhong, soaring into the sky with a sword intent that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens and collapsing eternity. Atop Sanjin Peak, Su Han witnessed this strike and was instantly rendered speechless in shock. Other disciples of the Aegean Pavilion, whose cultivation levels were relatively lower, found their sword hearts shattered in an instant, causing their cultivation levels to plummet. Wretched, a disciple at the Void Dance stage spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to his knees, blood pouring forth relentlessly. Disciples below the nascent soul stage must not gaze directly at the sword energy outside the array. Retreat to the rear mountain immediately. A deep, aged voice suddenly echoed throughout Sanjin Peak. Su Han turned to see a white-haired elder approaching on a sword, a fleeting chill flashing in his eyes as he respectfully bowed. I have encountered the sword elder. The elder nodded gently, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen outside the protective array, and inquired solemnly. Such sword intent reaching the heavens, I have never witnessed such terrifying sword energy before. Su Han, who is this person? Su Han replied in a low, respectful tone. He is Yi Chen of the Qingyun sect. What? The sword elder was taken aback. When did the Qingyun sect acquire such a perceptive junior? Su Han was at a loss for words, falling silent. Fortunately, the sword elder had not expected him to provide an answer. It seems the sect master has not returned. Something must have gone awry. The sword elder remarked coolly that I shall attempt to hinder him, while you awaken the other closed-off elders of the transformation stage. Yes, Su Han respectfully retreated and turned towards the forbidden grounds at the rear of Sanjin Peak. A flicker of shadow crossed the sword elder's eyes. Just as he was about to step out of the array, Yi Chen once again struck down with an expressionless countenance. Boom! Like 1,000 thunders crashing simultaneously. The sword elder's body jolted violently, his ears ringing, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. In an instant, several alarming cracks appeared on the protective array. Simultaneously, several of the smaller arrays that made up the protective formation ceased functioning. The sword elder was profoundly shocked. This young man a monster? One person with a sword can contend against the collective might of the Aegean Pavilion's protective array. At that moment, Yi Chen raised the Long Yuan once more. The torrent of scorching flames engulfed the void, so intense that even the sword elder, who stood dozens of miles away, felt the scorching heat wave. His hair curled in an instant. Stop. Seeing Yi Chen raise his sword, the sword elder's heart raced, and without hesitation, he charged forth with his own sword. Buzz! A sword strike came hurtling towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen remained impassive, descending with a sword strike. Boom! The sword elder stood before the protective array, pouring all his cultivation into resisting Yi Chen's earth-rending strike. Before the sword energy even reached him, the clothing on his body was instantly reduced to ashes. His protective true essence proved utterly ineffective against the nine heavens fire of Zhu Rong. Boom! The vast sea of flames crashed against the protective array, then dissipated. Following closely was Yi Chen's sword energy, extending for 1,000 zhong. The sword elder's hair stood on end as he braced himself against the cataclysmic strike. In an instant, his body was torn open with countless wounds. Blood gushed forth as if it were free, but he had only managed to withstand for a fleeting moment before being smashed into the protective array. Along with his sword, boom! The force surged forth, an invisible shockwave spreading wildly. Countless peaks crumbled and fell. Wretched, the sword elder spat a mouthful of blood, his aura immediately waning to its lowest point. Crack, crack! The faint sounds echoed in the sword elder's ears. like the tolling of a great bell, sending chills throughout his being. As expected, in the next moment, the protective array shattered. The fragmented spiritual energy rampaged across the skies above Sangjian Peak, shimmering brilliantly, a sight to behold. The Sword Elder, along with his sword, plummeted into the ground, creating a bottomless pit. The entire Sangjian Peak trembled, as if the very stones were about to collapse. How audacious! Dare to wield a sword and act recklessly within my Aegean pavilion? A formidable elder of the transformation stage descended upon his sword, his hair billowing, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, before he could even catch sight of Yi Chun, a sword energy several thousand zhang long pierced through his chest, pinning him against the rock face of Sangjian Peak. His nascent soul, in a panic, attempted to flee, but was ensnared by the chaotic sword energy, resulting in his complete obliteration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Sangjian Elder of the Aegean Pavilion, earning a system reward of 1,000 mythic points. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sound of rupturing air filled the atmosphere as hundreds of flying swords tore through the void, hurtling towards Yi Chun. The Sword Elder had been struck into the ground by Yi Chun's sword, his fate unknown. Meanwhile, the Sangjian Elder had not even had the chance to retaliate, directly pinned to the rock face by Yi Chun's sword. His corpse remained on display atop Sangjian Peak. The elder commanding the multitude of swords was the sword master of the Aegean Pavilion. Aside from the sect master Su Xian, who had attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage, there were only 3 other elders at that level, which explained why they were overshadowed by the Qingyan sect. Held in high regard, whoosh, 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 thousands of flying swords tore through the air, their might utterly terrifying. Yi Chun remained unfazed, executing a simple sword sweep, devoid of any flamboyant techniques. Boom! The torrential rain of sword was overturned by a single strike. Countless flying swords shattered, their spiritual energy dissipating, falling to the ground like raindrops. The sword master's expression turned ashen. Each of these thousands of flying swords had been personally refined by him, nurtured with his own true essence day after day. This was how he had achieved the perfect array of swords, capable of being wielded at will. Yet, centuries of accumulation were obliterated by Yi Chun's single strike. Losing nearly half, to claim he felt no pain would be a lie. The sword master felt as though his heart was bleeding. This wretched boy, I shall pierce your heart with 1,000 swords. The elder, with hair like a crane and a youthful visage, exclaimed furiously, I shall hang you upon my sword master cliff, and daily refine sword embryos with your heart's blood, nurturing spiritual energy, pierced by 1,000 swords? Do you think you're worthy? Yi Chun scoffed. I have heard that the Aegean Pavilion possesses a sword retention mountain. Any cultivator who challenges it must leave their flying swords upon defeat. Over the course of thousands of years, countless swords have been left embedded there, and disciples of the Aegean Pavilion, upon successfully establishing their foundation, must select a flying sword that resonates with their sword path from the sword retention mountain. The sword master furrowed his brow, uncertain of Yi Chun's intent in mentioning this. Indeed, once I defeat you, your sword shall also be left upon sword retention mountain. Truly a delightful dream. Yi Chun chuckled derisively. In my previous life, a certain senior of the sword path commanded my utmost respect, and I always aspired to learn from them. Today, I, Yi Chun, shall teach you all at the Aegean Pavilion how to wield a sword. Come forth, sword! With a light yet thunderous reprimand, Yi Chun's voice reverberated through the void like a rolling thunderclap, echoing heavily in the hearts of every disciple of the sword-playing pavilion. The less experienced among them spat blood and fainted from the shock, while those of slightly higher cultivation experienced a ringing in their ears, dizziness, and their faces turned pale as death. Chapter 42. One man, one sword, single combat against the sword-playing pavilion buzz. The sound of a sword's cry pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of thousands of sword sounds resembling a dragon's roar, akin to a peal of thunder. In the blink of an eye, an endless swarm of flying swords surged like locusts across the skies above the concealed sword peak. Hurtling towards Yi Chun, even the disciples of the sword-playing pavilion could not restrain their flying swords, which unsheathed and flew toward Yi Chun uncontrollably. That moment, the entire sword-remaining mountain appeared desolate and tragic. The disciples tasked with guarding the mountain were engulfed in terror, collapsing to the ground and weeping inconsolably. The elder controlling the swords bore a countenance as pale as death, his spirit crushed. Having taken pride in his own sword mastery, he felt utterly foolish witnessing Yichen effortlessly uproot a mountain that housed tens of thousands of concealed swords. How laughable! How tragic! Did he, like an ant shaking a great tree, not realize his own insignificance? Despite the sword energy coursing through him, the elder still summoned his true essence, defiantly confronting Yichen with his mastery of swords. The myriad flying swords swirled around Yichen. Resembling a swarm of ants or locusts, the disciples atop the mountain felt their scalp tingle merely from a glance. How could anyone dare to battle such a monstrous figure? After centuries of cultivation, it was the first time they encountered such a formidable junior. The elder controlling the swords let out a long howl toward the heavens. Although he understood his inevitable defeat, he still wished to exchange a sword strike with Yichen. However, he felt compelled to clarify that Su Xian's actions were solely his own and had nothing to do with the disciples of the sword-playing pavilion. He hoped Yichen would spare them and refrain from causing them distress. Yichen coldly regarded him, remaining silent. The elder's eyes flickered with anger. Did he not fear retribution for implicating the innocent by entering the sword-playing pavilion? One was bound to its fate. That's why Yichen sneered. Questioning the notion of innocence, did the elder attempt to morally bind him? What a foolish dream! Today he intended to bathe the sword-playing pavilion in blood. If the elder sought a sword strike from him, he would return it in kind. Life and death were his own to bear. Very well. The elder, enraged to the point of laughter, pointed a finger, and hundreds of flying swords converged above him into a singular blade. The sword energy soared into the sky, rumbling ominously. The elder appeared as though he were pushing a mountain, his movements slow yet deliberate, his face tinged with an unusual crimson hue. The colossal sword in the air roared as it descended upon Yichen. With a cold snort, Yichen stepped forward, flames igniting the heavens. Behind him, a multitude of flying swords clashed with a cacophony akin to the sound of metal striking metal, swiftly coalescing into a gigantic sword stretching 1,000 feet long. Spanning the void, boom! The large and small swords collided instantaneously, shattering countless flying swords into fragments that rained down like a torrential downpour. The elder's long sword, formed from his gathered energy, was swiftly obliterated by Yichen's strike. As the final flying sword shattered into a myriad of pieces, the elder coughed up a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the rock wall, a circle of crimson blood staining the ground. That is my return strike. Yichen stepped forward, and thousands of flying swords descended like rain, instantly dismembering the elder. Amidst the splatter of blood and flesh, even his nascent soul could not escape, mercilessly shredded by the flying swords. Thus, in this battle, all three elder cultivators of the sword-playing pavilion perished. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the sword-playing pavilion's elder controlling swords, earning a system reward of 1,000 myth points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the sword-playing pavilion's elder holding swords, earning a system reward of 1,000 myth points. Countless lifeless flying swords fell, obstructing a river beneath concealed Sword Peak. Why Yichen paid them no mind. Turning to rush toward the back mountain of concealed Sword Peak. The duration of the silver extraction card was but 6 hours. He had already expended a significant amount of time on his way to the sword-playing pavilion. Now, his time was no longer ample. He needed to locate Su Yurong and Song Yunzi swiftly. Having drained much of his power, he could not currently utilize his divine sense to search the entire sword-playing pavilion. Yichen rubbed his forehead. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura and could not help but show joy. Yurong? He descended from the sky, raising his hand to unleash a sword energy that cleaved the building before him in two. Su Yurong stared at Yichen in shock, and in the next moment, her eyes turned red. Little Uncle Master, like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, Su Yurong rushed toward Yichen, burying her head in his embrace. This cold, frost-like goddess, upon sensing Yichen's familiar presence, suddenly burst into tears. Master, master, Yichen's gaze darkened as he gently patted Su Yurong's head. I know everything. From now on, you shall be my disciple. Yi-chun, hearing Yi-chen's words, Su Yurong paused. Little Uncle Master from this day forth. She would need to address him as mastered, while Yi-chun smiled faintly. We shall have your initiation ceremony upon returning to Qingyun Gate. Come with me. Today, I will cleanse the sword-playing pavilion in blood. Yes, little master. Su Yurong found herself momentarily unaccustomed to the shift in identity. The sect leader and elder had been confined by the sword-playing pavilion in the back mountain for several days, and she had no idea of their current situation. If anything happens to the sect leader, the sword-playing pavilion shall pay the price. Yi-chin declared coldly. Ding! The effect of the silver extraction card has ended. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring permanent enhancements to vitality, true essence, and stamina. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the item. 9 heavens fired at that moment. The effect of the extraction card expired. The divine power of Zhu Rong vanished from Yi-chun, and a hint of imperceptible fatigue flickered in his eyes. He considered himself fortunate to have obtained another item, drop. 9 heavens fire. Zhu Rong's divine fire. Not bad. Buzz. Wind and thunder surged as a pair of wings imbued with astonishing wind and thunder power unfurled behind Yi-chun. Yurong, come. Yi-chun extended his hand towards Su Yurong. Su Yurong's face flushed. Master, I can fly on a sword. Why? Yi-chun shook his head slightly. Too slow. Su Yurong dared not refuse, her cheeks reddening as she stepped forward. Suddenly, she felt a warm arm encircle her waist. Hold on tight. Yi-chen's words had barely left his mouth when the wings of wind and thunder gently flapped, and the two soared skyward toward the forbidden grounds of the back mountain. In the forbidden grounds of the sword-playing pavilion, Su Han sat cross-legged at the entrance, his expression dark as night. He had never imagined that Yi-chun could survive Su Xian's hands and reach the sword-playing pavilion. Su Han, considering you have not committed any grave errors, I can plead for leniency on your behalf to my junior disciple. Song Yunzi spoke calmly. Let him spare your life. Though Song Yunzi had now become a prisoner, he still appeared relatively well. Shut your mouth. Su Han instinctively bit down on his fingernails. What qualification did a useless person, stripped of all cultivation, have to speak to him? As long as you remain in my grasp, Yi-chun will be too afraid to act recklessly. Even if he possesses boundless cultivation, what does it matter? Can he truly disregard your lives? At these words, a shadow flickered in Song Yunzi's eyes, and he fell silent. You little bastard, both you and Su Xian will meet a miserable end. Han Li suddenly lunged at the black iron bars, angrily cursing. Do you think I, the Lord of White Emperor's City, will submit? Bah! What a foolish dream. Su Han's gaze darkened as he fixed a stare on Han Li. Chapter 43. I teach you the sword of the sword-playing pavilion. Suddenly, he drew his sword, thrusting it toward Han Li. Then let me send you on your way. Except for Song Yunzi, none of you shall escape death. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, the chilling sword light tearing through the void, aimed directly at Han Li's chest. Han Li was horrified, instinctively retreating. However, no matter how hard Su Han tried, his sword could not advance even an inch. It was as if an invisible barrier loomed between him and Han Li, unbreakable and indestructible. Impossible! Su Han's face changed dramatically. You are both poisoned and stripped of all cultivation. How could you possibly withstand my sword? Do you wish to kill Lord Han Li? A voice as cold as ice resonated through the air, causing Su Han to feel a chilling dread envelop him. As though he had plunged into a frozen abyss, Yi-chun appeared behind him, his gaze icy and unyielding. Su Han stared, dumbfounded, and after a prolonged silence, finally managed to utter, Junior brother Yi, I was just about to release the several sect leaders. You have truly endured much for this. Yi-chun replied with a faint smile. You are too polite. I have long found Su Xian to be quite displeasing. Su Han's lips twitched slightly. I am willing to represent the Yijian Pavilion in allegiance to the Qingyun sect. Yi-chun, do not be swayed by his deceptive words. Han Li shouted anxiously. This little rascal is more wicked than anyone. It was he who suggested that Su Xian poison us to disperse our true essence. Master Fa Hui of the Lianhua Zen Academy was poisoned too deeply and has yet to awaken. The Lord of Tianji Valley, unable to endure the humiliation, has chosen to self-terminate. Panic filled Su Han's eyes. Junior brother Yi, that was all Su Xian's scheme. As he spoke, his gaze drifted beyond the forbidden ground. Where are the disciples assigned to guard this place? Could they have all perished in such a brief span? Master, all has been resolved. Su Yorong, clad in vibrant red, stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Yi Chun. 126 disciples outside the Yijian pavilion. None remain. What? Su Han's complexion paled, and he turned to Su Yorong. An ominous shadow crossing his face. Wretched girl. With a slight movement, Yi Chun summoned a terrifying golden sword aura that materialized, aiming directly at Su Han's forehead. The sharp, golden energy flickered ominously. Su Han, descend and accompany your master. Ha ha ha. Su Han's figure swayed, rapidly retreating. Yi Chun, do you truly believe you can so easily end my life? He raised his sword and plunged it into a talisman on the ground. Do you know why this is the forbidden ground of the Yijian pavilion? In an instant, the talisman shattered, unleashing a peculiar wave that swept across the heavens and the earth. The true essence of Kanjiunzi and the others dissipated, leaving them with cultivation levels barely above that of Qi, refining disciple. As they encountered the wave, darkness enveloped their vision, and they collapsed, one after another. Master, Su Yorong's body swayed. This malevolent energy is overwhelming. Yorong, immediately lead the sect leaders away from the Yijian pavilion. Yi Chun commanded coldly. And no matter what occurs here, do not return. Wait for me to find you. Master, Su Yorong's expression shifted. Let your disciples accompany you. Your presence near me would only be a burden. Yi Chun replied without glancing back at Su Yorong's sorrowful visage. Let us depart swiftly from the Yijian pavilion. Ha ha ha. You think you can escape? Su Han's expression contorted with malice. Let me enlighten you. The reason this place is deemed forbidden is that it seals an unparalleled weapon of destruction. The demon's sword, Tian Lai. Boom! An otherworldly, sinister energy surged skyward, causing the ground to collapse several dozen feet. A colossal sword, exceeding 7 feet in length and bound by countless chains, emerged from the earth, radiating malevolence. Su Han cackled as he grasped the hilt of the sword. With a clatter, the massive chain seemed to come alive, piercing into Su Han's body. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Su Han's form surged upward, his muscles bulging as if he had transformed into a giant. Tian Lai. Su Han's figure towered, his veins pulsating like writhing worms beneath his skin. The thick chains clung tightly to him, a surge of sinister energy erupting skyward. Tian Lai. Su Han's blood-red gaze swept across Yi Chun and the others, and he raised the enormous sword, bringing it crashing down. Boom! The earth was torn asunder by the sheer force, and the sword chi spread, leaving a shocking array of scars across the forbidden ground. He was under the control of this sword. Yi Chun was taken aback, then surged forward, charging at Su Han. Yorong, take your master and the others and leave the Yijian pavilion immediately. Boom! The sound of crashing echoed as Yi Chun propelled Su Han, smashing him into the distant rock face. Su Yorong gritted her teeth, lifting Kanjiunzi and assisting the other sect leaders as they fled outside. Outside the forbidden ground, Yi Chun seized Su Han by the throat and forcefully slammed him into the rock wall. A resounding crash reverberated, leaving an indentation in the shape of a person on the cliff. Countless fragments fell from above. Tian Lai. Su Han pried himself free from the rock wall, once again raising the enormous sword. The chains rattled, pulsating with a heartbeat-like rhythm. With each sound, an endless stream of malevolent energy surged into Su Han, elevating his cultivation level. Su Han, have you chosen to become the sword corpse of Tian Lai? Yi Chun's gaze darkened as he summoned the Long Yuan sword, striking at Su Han. Boom! A 1,000-foot-long sword chi instantly cleaved the mountain peak behind Su Han in two. Yet Su Han, wielding the Tian Lai demon sword, endured Yi Chun's strike with unwavering resolve. The next moment, he was hurled into the valley below by the terrifying sword chi. The sound of a heavy thud echoed as he fell hundreds of feet. Just as Yi Chun sought to conclude Su Han's fate, the fearsome sword chi tore through the heavens. Su Han leaped into the air, appearing before Yi Chun in an instant. He grinned savagely. raising the colossal sword high above his head, ready to smash it down. Having become the sword corpse of Tianlai, Su-Han had completely lost his senses. Thus, his strikes were entirely controlled by Tianlai. Devoid of any strategy, he swung the sword like a club, either cleaving or smashing, with no other techniques whatsoever. Bang! 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 Above the peaks, countless clouds were shattered by the rampaging sword chi. The mountains within a radius of several hundred feet were ravaged by the clash of the two. Although under Tianlai's control, Su-Han's strength did not match that of Su Exin, who was in the spirit division realm. However, his physical prowess was exceptionally formidable, making him a considerable challenge for Yi Chun. What to do? Should I use the silver card to summon Neza? Yi Chun pondered, fending off Su-Han's assault while deep in thought, while utilizing the myth extraction card could grant him world-shattering power for a brief period. Once the duration ended, his vitality would be severely depleted. He was not in the Qing Yun sect, and he dared not risk returning with Su Yorong and the others in a weakened state. Cards that had not been played could only be deemed as trump cards. There was no need for the myth extraction card. Chapter 44. The Unparalleled Weapon. The Demon Blade. Tian L. Y. Yi Chen's eyes sharpened, his spirit igniting with sword energy. As for puppets controlled by the demon sword, I shall cleave through as many as there are. His true essence surged within him as he kicked Su-Han away, sending him crashing into a distant peak. The sword techniques he had borrowed from the Hanshi building unfolded before his eyes, illuminating his mind with clarity. Roaring, Su-Han charged forth like a wild beast. Swinging his sword at Yi Chun, this strike bore the weight of 1,000 Jun, capable of toppling mountains. Yi Chun raised his hand casually, executing a seemingly mundane sword strike, without employing any sword techniques or mental methods. He unleashed a thunderous sound as countless sword scars erupted from Su-Han's body, blood gushing forth. He was sent reeling backward like a cannonball, vanishing into the depths of the clouds. Who claimed that the sword technique was merely an introductory guide? A wave of melancholy washed over Yi Chun. It seemed that the elder responsible for assessing the levels of martial arts at the Qingyun sect was none other than his sick senior sister. Yao Shuet had intended to engage in heartfelt conversation with her upon exiting the Qingyun secret realm, to inquire whether she harbored any misconceptions regarding seemingly weak and unremarkable techniques. A sorrowful sword intent enveloped the heavens. In an instant, the world was awash with grief. Nowhere was devoid of sorrow. Nowhere was free from the sword. Kanji Yunzi, who had just departed from the Yi Pavilion, turned back in astonishment, his eyes wide with fear. This is sword intent. This is indeed sword intent. His junior brother had comprehended his own sword intent at such a young age. The future of the sword path is promising. Perhaps this is what it means to be a great figure. The Lord of Baidi City, Han Li, sighed in admiration. Perhaps this is what it means to be a great figure. Not long ago, Master F.A. Hui, who had awakened, clasped his hands together in prayer. Perhaps this is what it means to be a great figure. Kanji Yunzi lamented. When comparing people, one must die. When comparing goods, one must be discarded. Su Yorong felt somewhat speechless. Aren't you all either sect leaders or city lords? Can you not exhibit even a hint of a masterful demeanor? In the void, a green lotus bloomed slowly behind Yi Chun, proudly standing above the sea of clouds. It swayed gently in the wind, an extraordinary phenomenon. The sea of clouds birthed a green lotus. In the next moment, Su-Han surged upward once more, malevolence soaring. The green lotus trembled lightly, transforming into a sharp sword that stood resolutely before Yi Chun. Yi Chun gradually raised the Long Yuan sword, its blade resonating with sword intent, the sword chi ascending to the heavens. The Long Yuan and the green lotus merged into one. Immediately, Yi Chun executed a breathtaking sword strike that astonished the heavens and the earth. Buzz, crack, the heaven-splitting demon sword was swiftly cleaved in twain. Along with it, Su-Han's body was also severed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Yuanying stage Cultivator Su-Han, earning a system reward of 500 mythos points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the heaven-splitting demon sword, earning a system reward of 1,000 mythos points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the Dragon Abyss Sword upgrade feature. As the system's notification sounded, the Dragon Abyss immediately began to devour and absorb the immense malevolent aura emanating from the heaven splitting, which swept through the surroundings that Wei Chen's long hair danced wildly, his robes rustling in the wind. His eyes turned a deep crimson. Master Su Yorong's gaze was filled with concern. The malevolence of the heaven-splitting sword was truly alarming. Should Yi Chun fall victim to its corrupting influence, the consequences would mirror Su Han's fate. He would be utterly reduced to a sword corpse of the heaven-splitting, a mere shell devoted only to the demon's sword. My junior brother will be fine, Song Yunzi reassured. After all, he was a prominent figure from the upper domain. Indeed, Han Li echoed like a parrot, a prominent figure from the upper domain. He was instantly left dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Yi Chun. The upper domain? A prominent figure? Humph. Do you think this mere malevolence can control me? Yi Chun suddenly scoffed, the blood-red hue in his eyes vanishing. The surging malevolence dissipated entirely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the super first-grade spirit tool, the True Dragon Abyss Sword. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a special accomplishment reward of 500 mythos points. Junior brother! Upon seeing Yi Chun soar towards them on his sword, Sung Yunzi's emotions were complex, with countless words lodged in his throat, unsaid. Master, I shall take you back to the Qingyun sect. Yi Chun smiled as he spoke. From this day forth, the swordplay pavilion shall cease to exist. As he spoke, his true essence surged within him like a raging sea. With a single sword strike, he unleashed the 8 Desolation sword technique. A sword chi extending thousands of feet spanned the peaks of the swordplay pavilion. Rumble, like the sound of heavenly thunder, countless mountains around the swordplay pavilion rapidly crumbled beneath the force of this world-shattering sword. Rocks flew through the air, dust billowed into the sky. Many disciples of the swordplay pavilion, unable to escape in time, cried out for mercy, only to be engulfed by the ruins in the blink of an eye. The towering peaks before him vanished. Countless mountains were flattened by Yi Chen's sword. Hiss! Song Yunzi and Han Li gasped in shock, their minds nearly shattered. Obliterate an entire sect with a single strike. What terrifying cultivation must that entail? The figures from the upper realm were indeed as fearsome as rumored. Master Fa Hui's eyes were filled with compassion as he sighed, clasping his hands. Amit Ba! Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Foundation Establishment Stage, Cultivator Zhang Han, earning a system reward of 50 mythos points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Golden Core Stage, Cultivator Sun Xiao, earning a system reward of 100 mythos points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the Void Core Stage, Cultivator Zhao Hui, earning a system reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving the special accomplishment Fierce Flames Rising, earning a system reward of 1,000 mythos points. The system's notifications rang out incessantly, Yi Chun did not bother to listen closely. However, the number of disciples from the swordplay pavilion who perished under this sword likely numbered in the hundreds. Yet his eyes remained as calm as a still pond, undisturbed by the chaos. Cultivators inherently defy heaven. And this world is one governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest. Su Exin must have been aware of this before committing his acts. Alas, let us depart. Song Yunzi sighed, gazing at the dissipating remnants of the Tsangjian Peak. Buzz! With a sword held aloft, Yi Chun led Song Yunzi and Han Li, while Su Yorong accompanied Master Fa Hui. The group soared into the sky, heading towards the Qingyun sect. Half a day later, at the Dragon Head Peak of the Qingyun sect, Iron Crown Taoist beheld Song Yunzi's return to the Qingyun sect, tears streaming down his face. Master Junior Brother, Senior Brother Iron Crown. Song Yunzi smiled faintly, a glimmer of nonchalance in his eyes. And why Junior Brother has avenged us. Iron Crown Taoist nodded, at a loss for words, even though the swordplay pavilion had vanished. The suffering brought upon the major sects by Su Exin would not easily fade. This is the body of Yao Shan, why Yi Chun returned Yao Shan's body to the Elder of the Heavenly Machine Valley, who had been slain by a metamorphic stage beast within the secret realm. Meanwhile, the master of Yao Buran had perished within the forbidden grounds of the swordplay pavilion. The Elder of the Heavenly Machine Valley accepted Yao Shan's body with tears in his eyes. passing it to the other disciples. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly knelt before Yi Chun. Why, Heavenly Machine Valley has encountered great calamity. Fortunate to have junior brother Yi avenge our blood feud. We have discussed and are willing to recognize junior brother Yi as our leader. What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The Heavenly Machine Valley was still considered a second-tier sect. How could they possibly recognize Yi Chun as their leader? Yi Chun stared blankly at Song Yunzi. Master brother. Ah, I was just about to say the same. Song Yunzi chuckled lightly. From this day forth, the position of the sect leader of the Qingyun sect belongs to you. Junior brother. Chapter 45, Enlightenment of Sword Intent Junior brother. This matter with the Heavenly Machine Valley shall be decided by you. What? Yi Chen's face turned pale in shock. You want me to be the sect leader? Absolutely not. Song Yunzi was taken aback, staring at Yi Chun in disbelief. Why was it that while others scrambled for the position of sect leader, when it came to his junior brother, he completely defied the norm? Master brother, although your true essence has dissipated, your realm remains. Yi Chun exclaimed with indignation. As long as you find a way, your cultivation can be restored. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Even if I leap from Dragon Head Peak and perish here, I will never take up the mantle of sect leader. Junior brother, why go to such lengths? Iron Crown Taoist urged. Your current cultivation level far surpasses this old fellow's that if you do not become the sect leader, then who will? Who says that one must be of high cultivation to be the sect leader? Yi Chun retorted furiously. Besides, I am merely at the Golden Core stage. Are you not afraid of being laughed at for having a mere Golden Core practitioner as your leader? Iron Crown Taoist and Song Yunzi exchanged knowing glances and smiled. Junior brother, you are still trying to fool us. Even Su Xin at the Spirit Division stage fell before you. Do you still dare to claim you are just at the Golden Core stage? Do you even believe that yourself? Yi Chun attempted to retort, but found no words to refute. In any case, whoever wishes to be the sect leader can take it. Do not think you can pass it to me. With that, Yi Chun stormed off in a huff. You're wrong. Let us return to Shao Qiong Peak. Sect leader, we. The elder of the Heavenly Machine Valley began to speak, but Yi Chun interrupted him with a furious tirade. You, in your valley, get lost. The elder of the Heavenly Machine Valley was left speechless, feeling quite embarrassed. Junior brother, what is the meaning of this? Iron Crown Taoist looked perplexed as he watched Yi Chen's retreating figure. Song Yunzi wore a similar expression of confusion. While it is commendable to pursue the Tao without seeking power, even a nominal sect leader position would not hinder his cultivation. Matters within the Qingyun sect would naturally be handled by Song Yunzi and the other senior brothers. Why was his junior brother reacting so strongly? At Shao Qiong Peak, Su Yurong nervously pushed open Yi Chen's door. Master, why do you refuse to take the sect leader position? Yi Chun suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Su Yurong bewildered. Isn't it nice to cultivate peacefully here at Shao Qiong Peak? Why must I take on the burdensome title of sect leader? I'm not foolish. Becoming the sect leader means shouldering the responsibilities of that role, which is far too exhausting. Let Master Brother take it. He is destined for a life of toil. Su Yurong blinked her large eyes, somewhat comprehending, yet not fully grasping Yi Chen's thoughts. She found her new master to be quite extraordinary, even in his unconventional ideas. Suddenly, Yi Chen's expression shifted, and he pulled open the door, rushing outside. Outside the thatched cottage on Shao Qiong Peak, a sea of disciples from the Qingyun sect knelt on the ground. We respectfully invite the junior uncle to ascend to the position of sect leader. We respectfully invite the junior ancestor to ascend to the position of sect leader. Song Yunzi and Iron Crown Taoist clasped their fists and bowed, inviting junior brother to assume the position of sect leader. What the hell? Are they staging a coup? Yi Chun was immediately infuriated, rushing to the edge of the Shao Qiong Peak cliff. Even if I jump off this cliff and starve to death here, I will never take the position of sect leader. Junior brother, please do not make a scene, Song Yunzi said with a furrowed brow. With your cultivation, even if you jump off, you will not perish. Moreover, once a cultivator reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can abstain from food. You cannot possibly die of starvation. I'll take that as a jest that I am not joking. Yi Chun furiously declared, whoever wishes to be the sect leader can take on the role. Do not think to foist it upon me. Young junior brother, what is the reason for this? Iron Crown Taoist looked perplexed. You only need to assume the title of nominal sect leader, AS, for the daily affairs of the sect. We shall naturally handle those. Even so, I have no interest. Yi Chen maintained a stern expression and issued an eviction order. Leave quickly from Shao Qiong Peak. Furthermore, Iron Crown Senior Brother, take your son Zhao Ningxin with you. Do you truly believe that Shao Qiong Peak is a nursery for Qingyan sect? Kanji Yunzi exchanged glances with Iron Crown Daoist, realizing this fellow was impervious to both soft and hard tactics. What are we to do? Yi Chen showed no sign of leniency and directly returned to his humble abode that I shall enter seclusion for cultivation. No trespassers are allowed on Shao Qiong Peak. Those who violate this edict will bear the consequences. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling sword aura shot skyward, crashing down with a thunderous sound, embedding itself before his cottage. Crack, crack, the sword chi surged forth, sending spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Many lower-level disciples of Qingyan sect were swept away by the sword chi, transforming into rolling gourds. Kanji Yunzi and Iron Crown Daoist gazed at the Dragon Abyss sword that lay across the path between the cottage and the others, their expressions turning grave. Junior brother, I implore you to take on the role of sect leader. Alas, I have lost my cultivation and cannot uphold the scene. Moreover, in this chaotic world of cultivation, if you do not step forward to lead Qingyan sect, how can we ensure that others will not bully us? Young junior brother, Yi Chun was instantly vexed beyond measure. Roll. The voice imbued with the true essence of the sword path resounded like rolling thunder, crashing toward Kanji Yunzi and the others. Iron Crown Daoist, sensing the precariousness of the situation, seized the dazed Kanji Yunzi and fled. The wind howled fiercely. Boom! Crash before the cottage, countless alarming sword marks were etched into the ground, ravaged by the boundless true essence of the sword path. Observing that the sect leader and the most formidable Iron Crown senior uncle had fled in a hurry, the other disciples of Qingyun's sect dared not linger and scampered away. At last, Shao Qiong Peak returned to tranquility. Yi Chun sighed deeply, sprawled out on his bed, feeling utterly distressed. What a bother it is to be a sect leader. Su Yorong sat quietly beside him, saying not a word to her. Nothing was more important than Yi Chun. Since the master was unwilling to take on the role of sect leader, then so be it. Remaining here in the serene and distant Shao Qiong Peak to cultivate seemed quite agreeable. Reflecting on this, Su Yorong stole a glance at Yi Chen's handsome profile, her cheeks slightly flushed. No, I cannot allow them to continue this way. Yi Chen sprang up, frowning in contemplation, observing the insistence of the sect leader and Iron Crown senior brother. I shall not become this so-called sect leader. They will not relent otherwise. I am not foolish enough to assume such a burdensome role. No, I must set up prohibitions on Shao Qiong Peak, ensuring they cannot disturb me daily. With that, Yi Chun dashed outside. Master, where are you going? Su Yorong anxiously inquired. Stay here and guard the place. I'm heading to the Han Shi building, as Yi Chen's words echoed. He had already appeared 1,000 feet away. With a gentle flap of his wind and thunder wings, his figure vanished deep into the sea of clouds. Su Yorong sat cross-legged, gazing blankly at the sea of clouds outside the window. Before long, distant thunder rumbled, and Yi Chun, clad in white, astonishingly flew back toward Shao Qiong Peak, single-handedly carrying a stack of towering tomes. So many books! Su Yorong exclaimed in surprise, rushing out to greet him. Master, what is this? No worries, I have brought back all the array-related texts I could find from the Han Shi building. Yi Chun placed the books on the ground, gritting his teeth as he spoke. I refuse to believe that I cannot keep them out of Shao Qiong Peak. With that, Yi Chen dove into his cottage. In the next 2 days, I shall enter seclusion, no matter who comes. Send them away. Chapter 46. Absolutely not the sect leader, Su Yorong dazedly agreed. The next day, Kanji Yunzi and Iron Crown Daoist appeared punctually before the cottage on Shao Qiong Peak. This time, they did not bring the entire sect's disciples. Young junior brother, I implore you to take on the role of sect leader. Creak. The door opened, and Su Yorong, her face cold, slowly stepped out and bowed respectfully. Sect leader senior uncle, Iron Crown senior uncle. Master is in seclusion and cannot meet with visitors. Ah, we shall return tomorrow. Kanji Yunzi wasted no time and turned to leave with Iron Crown Daoist on the third day. The two arrived as promised. Young junior brother, I implore you to take on the role of sect leader. Within the cottage, Yi-chun felt as if he might go mad. What is wrong with these two? Why are they so persistent? He gritted his teeth and infused his true essence into a newly comprehended array. Soundproof array. Buzz. The array, radiating a peculiar glow, expanded with the wind, enveloping the cottage in an instant. Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist shouted for a long while. But upon seeing Yi Chin's lack of response, they turned to Su Yurong and said, "Let us go. We shall return tomorrow." Su Yurong's face darkened instantly. On the fourth day, when Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist returned, they were astonished to discover several spirit-gathering arrays had appeared atop Shao Qiong Peak. Assuming Yi-chan was merely indulging in array research, they did not think much of it. Young junior brother, I implore you to take on the role of sect leader. Get lost. Then we shall return tomorrow. On the fifth day, the two, seemingly tireless, reappeared at Shao Qiong Peak. This time, they noticed numerous small displacement arrays had emerged. Yet these displacement arrays were rather trivial, and the two quickly navigated their way out. Young junior brother, I implore you to take on the role of sect leader. Damn it. Are you not tired of pestering me? I have said I want to take the role. Now scram. Then we shall return tomorrow. On the sixth day, Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist discovered several small fire-type attack arrays atop Shao Qiong Peak. On the seventh day, they encountered a composite array comprised of various attribute attack arrays. When the eighth day arrived, Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist were once again astonished to find a grand protective array enveloping the entire Shao Qiong Peak. What is this? Is this a mountain protection array? Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist stood agape, bewildered. They had only been away for a day. What on earth had transpired atop Shao Qiong Peak? How had such a mountain protection array emerged? Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps sounded as Su Yurong stepped out from within the array, bowing respectfully. I have seen the sect leader senior uncle and Iron-Crowned senior uncle that M.Y. Master said that if you can pass through this by Luo Grand Array, he will consent to your request to become the sect leader of Qingyun's sect. Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist widened their eyes in shock, their faces pale. Are you saying that this mountain protection array level formation was completed by young junior brother in just 7 days? Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist stared at the grand array before them, utterly dumbfounded, their hearts overwhelmed with astonishment. The mountain protection array level formation. Young junior brother completed it in just 7 days? Is he even human? It must be noted that every sect's mountain protection array is a composite formation made up of countless small and medium arrays. The sheer number of arrays and the complexity of their combinations require the full manpower and resources of an entire sect to arrange. One could assert that in terms of formations, Yi-chan alone was worth an entire sect. Su Yurong calmly stated. Master mentioned that he has just learned the formation from the text and is still not proficient in its use. With the array skills of the two esteemed uncles, you will surely be able to decipher it. Just learned? Kanjiunzi and Iron-Crowned Daoist exchanged incredulous glances. They're truly such a blow to one's morale. Just having learned formations, and he directly set up a mountain protection array-level formation for practice. This level of talent cannot simply be described as terrifying. It is nothing short of monstrous, esteemed uncles. Please proceed. Su Yurong gestured aside. If you truly cannot find your way out, please do inform the disciple loudly. Master is still in the cottage, secluding himself to study higher-level formations. Hence I can only lead you two esteemed uncles out. So this is not even the highest-level formation? Kanjiunzi sighed. Brother, our young junior brother is remarkable. Iron-Crowned Daoist nodded in silence, following closely behind Kanjiunzi as they stepped into the grand array. The moment their figures vanished within the formation, they felt a sudden whirl of the heavens. When they regained their bearings, they found themselves enveloped in chaos, utterly unable to discern their direction. Junior brother, this is a displacement array, isn't it? Iron-Crowned Daoist, skilled in combat but lacking knowledge in formations and alchemy, could only seek guidance from Kanjiunzi. Kanjiunzi, his expression grave, nodded in acknowledgement. It is a simple, small displacement array. It seems somewhat familiar to If it's a displacement array, that makes it easy. The Iron-Crowned Daoist immediately relaxed. Junior brother, quickly calculate where the exit is. Among us brothers, You possess the highest mastery of formations that it seems our little junior brother is still concerned for us. The exit has already been determined. Sun Zi stepped forward, with the iron-crowned Taoist hastily following. However, after wandering about, the two found themselves back at their original position. Why haven't we managed to leave yet? The iron-crowned Taoist asked, bewildered. Oh dear, this doesn't seem to be a simple maze formation. Sun Yunzi lamented, squatting down and tugging at his hair in utter frustration. After calculating for quite some time, Sun Yunzi still could not find the exit. The iron-crowned Taoist began to feel anxious as well. Yet, when he saw Sun Yunzi relentlessly tugging at his own hair, he wisely swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. I've got it! I've got it! Ha-ha! After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Sun Yunzi suddenly laughed heartily, rising to his feet. Little junior brother is truly remarkable. Who would have thought of such a method? Noticing the puzzled gaze of the iron-crowned Taoist, Sun Yunzi explained, this is not a maze formation at all. Huh. The iron-crowned Taoist was even more perplexed. Are you mocking my lack of knowledge? Although I'm not skilled in formations. I have some understanding. What on earth could this be if not a maze formation? Sun Yunzi, as if seeing through the iron-crowned Taoist's thoughts, shook his head with a wry smile. Little junior brother is impressive indeed. He actually thought to combine countless small maze formations into a composite formation. Thus, this formation is both a maze formation and not a maze formation. No wonder we can't seem to escape. The iron-crowned Taoist looked bewildered. Do you even know how to get out? Sun Yunzi smiled. Senior brother, just follow me. The iron-crowned Taoist, half convinced, trailed behind Sun Yunzi as they moved forward. Suddenly, Sun Yunzi took a step forward, and his figure vanished into the chaos. The iron-crowned Taoist was taken aback. Junior brother, senior brother, come over here. This is the exit, Sun Yunzi's voice called out. Only then did the iron-crowned Taoist feel reassured enough to step forward. Boom! The heavens and earth seemed to reverse, and the iron-crowned Taoist felt as if he had stepped into a sea of flames. Senior brother, how did you get in here? Sun Yunzi said, his expression grim. This is wrong. I miscalculated. This is an offensive formation. Wasn't it you who told me to come in? The iron-crowned Taoist retorted angrily. When did I? Sun Yunzi's expression changed. There were illusions within this grand formation. This is troublesome. The complexity of this formation far exceeds my expectations. Chapter 47. Please be the sect leader before Sun Yunzi could finish. An endless sea of flames erupted violently. Boom! A terrifying blaze shot up in the sky, coalescing into a fire dragon that dove toward Sun Yunzi. Roar! The void trembled as Sun Yunzi's hair and beard curled from the intense heat. Iron-crowned brother, could you please provide some cover? I need to calculate where the exit is again. Sun Yunzi said, lowering his head to hastily calculate. The iron-crowned Taoist dashed in front of Sun Yunzi, his flying sword sweeping through the air, its radiance flashing like a shooting star, instantly dispersing the fire dragon. However, in the next moment, amidst the sea of flames, the fire dragon coalesced once more. The corners of the iron-crowned Taoist's eyes twitched slightly. Junior brother, is this what you call a small-scale fire formation? Sun Yunzi ignored him, continuing to calculate fervently. In an instant, the formation was filled with sword light, flames soaring high. Outside the grand formation, Yi Chun sat leisurely in front of a thatched cottage, sipping hot tea. Su Yurong stood obediently beside him. Master, I don't understand. Why must you have the two uncles forcibly break into the grand formation? Yi Chun leisurely took a sip of his tea. Who asked these two rascals to bother me every day? Let them suffer a bit, so they will think twice about bothering me again in the future. Besides, I also hope to test the power of this formation through them. After all, I've only studied for 7 days, and my understanding of the formation path is still shallow. I could only set up a small-scale formation. One of the two senior brothers is the strongest in the Qingyun sect, and the other is an expert in formations. They're the perfect candidates to serve as guinea pigs. Saying this, Yi Chun smiled cunningly. However, my main intention is still to teach these two old fellows a lesson. Even Su Yurong, with her cold demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle at her master's childlike mentality. Boom! With a loud crash, the entire formation shook violently. The tremors were felt clearly throughout the entire Zhaoqiang Feng. Master, should I go and bring the two uncles out? Su Yurong immediately inquired. Sung Yunzi and the Iron Crown Taoist have been trapped in the formation for nearly 2 hours. They must have had enough of their suffering. Wait a bit longer. Yi Chun appeared to be watching a show, nearly inviting Su Yurong to join him in the entertainment. Just a little longer. They're about to start fighting. Even Su Yurong, with her cool temperament, found herself speechless. Are you deliberately watching a show? No matter how skilled. He is still a little junior uncle with a cultivation level of 9 layers. Shouldn't he have some semblance of a master's demeanor? Inside the Grand Formation, the Iron Crown Taoist glared furiously at Song Yunzi. Aren't you the one who specializes in formations? How could you not handle a formation set up by a novice who has only been studying for 7 days? Song Yunzi felt a sense of despair. Damn it, why don't you give a try? This grand formation interlocks with countless smaller formations, and I've lost count of how many brain cells I've sacrificed. Yeah, I still can't figure out how my little junior brother combined these ordinary formations into a composite grand formation. Moreover, it can even trap a transformation god stage cultivator. It's simply inconceivable. For an ordinary formation master, attempting to combine such a complex formation would likely send them to their doom due to the repulsion between the countless small formations. After the Fire Dragon formation, there was even a myriad sword formation. I almost fell into the trap due to carelessness. The Iron Crown Taoist cursed. Little junior brother is truly insidious. Sung Yunzi immediately felt that this statement resonated with him. If not, the Iron Crown Taoist glanced at Sung Yunzi at the same time. Sung Yunzi looked back at him. They both understood the meaning in each other's eyes and awkwardly coughed. Ahem, I'm going to call for help, the Iron Crown Taoist said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Being trapped in a formation and unable to move an inch, if this were to get out, it would truly be a disgrace. Wait a bit longer. Sung Yunzi suddenly stepped forward. What is this? The mist gradually dissipated, revealing a small tree with a hastily written sign hanging from it. Lost your way. Little junior brother looks so handsome, yet his writing is. Sung Yunzi chuckled bitterly, not daring to say it resembled a dog's paw print. Sung Yunzi continued forward and discovered a second wooden sign. Want to get out? The Iron Crown Taoist's face darkened. Was this not common sense? Was this brat trying to make us plead with him, or something? Sung Yunzi remained silent, pressing onward. It's quite simple. Just follow my instructions to exit the Grand Formation. The Iron Crown Taoist frowned but said nothing. Shout 3 times. Yi Chun is amazing. The formation will dissolve. Sung Yunzi looked at the Iron Crown Taoist in confusion. Iron Crown brother, what does amazing mean? The Iron Crown Taoist stammered for a long time before angrily retorting. How the hell would I know? Do you truly think shouting what he says will let us out? We have no other options, do we? Sung Yunzi sighed. Well then, let us follow the little junior brother's instructions. Both Sung Yunzi and the Iron Crown Taoist took a deep breath, filling their dantians, and shouted loudly, Yi Chun is amazing! Yi Chun is amazing! Yi Chun is amazing! Their voices echoed, resonating through the air outside the formation. Yi Chun was in high spirits. Su Yurong curiously asked, Master, I don't understand. What does amazing mean? Huh. Yi Chun nearly choked on the tea he had just swallowed. Coughing, that's not important. Go bring your 2 uncles out, Su Yurong. With a puzzled expression, walked toward the Grand Formation. After the formation was set up, Yi Chun had already taught Su Yurong how to control it. Throughout the entire Qingyun sect, only the 2 of them could control the Biluo Grand Formation on Zhaoqiangfeng. Soon, the mist dispersed. A disheveled Sung Yunzi and Iron Crown Taoist slowly walked out behind Su Yurong. Quickly, show your 2 uncles to their seats, Yi Chun instructed with a smile. Once they were seated, Yi Chun feigned ignorance. I wonder what brings you 2 senior brothers to Zhaoqiangfeng. Sung Yunzi and Tai Guandaoren exchanged a glance, both perceiving a hint of trepidation in each other's eyes. They refrained from mentioning the matter of requesting Yi Chun to assume the role of the sect leader, instead posing a question in return. Junior brother, did you personally arrange this by Luo formation? Ah, indeed, Yi Chun nodded, having made some modest advancements in the study of formations. Thus he decided to try his hand at it. Little did he expect that it would lead his 2 senior brothers to inadvertently stumble in. Inadvertently? My foot. Wasn't it you who urged us to challenge this formation? They silently cursed, yet dared not voice their thoughts. Your talent in formations is truly unparalleled in my experience. Song Yunzi sighed. Our Qingyun sect's prosperity rests upon you. Junior brother, As he spoke, he rose to his feet and regarded Yi Chun, hesitating momentarily before continuing. Since you are so resolute in not taking up the position of the sect leader, we shall no longer press the matter. However, I shall proclaim to the sect that although you may not be the leader, you shall enjoy all the powers thereof. As for me, despite my decades of cultivation, I have yet to break through to the dividing spirit realm. Now, I find myself stripped of all my cultivation, left with nothing but a feudal state. It is impossible for the Qingyun sect to flourish under my stewardship. Therefore, we must rely on you, junior brother. Tai Guandaran also stood, respectfully clasping his fists in salute. Junior brother, the Qingyun sect depends on you. Yi Chun did not make an effort to support his two senior brothers. Instead, he furrowed his brow. Senior brother, I am accustomed to a carefree disposition and am not suited for the constraints of the sect leader's position. However, your cultivation is not beyond recovery. In fact, there exists the possibility for further advancement. What? Song Yunzi and Tai Guandoran's expressions shifted dramatically. Junior brother, you jest, do you not? Song Yunzi's voice trembled slightly. The poison I was administered was none other than the infamous Shi Yuan Dan, known for being incurable. This poison specifically destroys a cultivator's foundation and dispels their true essence. For over a millennium, I have never heard of anyone recovering their cultivation after consuming Shi Yuan Dan. Indeed, Tai Guandaran concurred. It is said that Shi Yuan Dan originates from the demons of the upper domain. The method of its refinement is utterly unknown in our lower realm, Guangxing domain. Junior brother, what are you implying? Before Tai Guandaran could finish his sentence, his pupils constricted as he gazed in astonishment at the black flame in Yi Chen's hand. What is this? This is Mo Linghua, Yi Chen explained. When Wan Jinni ventured deep into Luoyun County, it was to obtain this extraordinary flame. Observing the black flame exuding a destructive aura, Song Yunzi blinked. But how does this relate to my recovery? Junior brother, you are not suggesting that you wish to refine me into a magical artifact, are you? While becoming an artifact spirit does allow for cultivation, artifact spirit, my foot, Yi Chun retorted irritably. Could you possibly expand your imagination any further? After merging with this extraordinary flame, you will be able to utilize it in place of true essence for your techniques. However, until you reach the great ascension stage, your true essence cannot truly recover. Yet when you attain the pinnacle of the great ascension stage and face the heavenly tribulation, this Mo Linghua can transform you into a turbid immortal. Yi Chen's expression turned serious as he gazed at Song Yunzi. Senior brother, have you made your decision? Once you accept this Mo Linghua, the turbid immortal realm will be the limit of your cultivation. You shall never aspire to attain true immortality in this lifetime. After a moment of silence, Song Yunzi spoke. I understand. I choose this path. Junior brother, a slight smile graced his lips as he looked at Yi Chun. Given my qualifications, I had already believed that reaching the dividing spirit stage would be the culmination of my journey. Now, not only is there hope for recovery, but even the prospect of further advancement. What more could I desire? A turbid immortal is still an immortal. Among the myriad cultivators of the Xian Yuan realm, how many can truly cultivate to the turbid immortal stage? Tai Guandaran glanced at Song Yunzi. Remaining silent, he comprehended Song Yunzi's sentiments that, in fact, if given the choice, he too would prefer to become a turbid immortal. After all, cultivation is an endeavor that defies the heavens. Whether one can truly reach the realm of the true immortals is uncertain. For thousands of years, no one in the Qingyun sect has ever truly cultivated to the level of a true immortal and ascended. Even the founder of Qingyun, Song Yunzi, is merely at the void returning realm. Yi Chun nodded in response. Then I asked the sect leader to wait a little longer. The power of Mo Linghua is far too domineering. Your current body cannot withstand it. Allow me to procure some spiritual herbs and concoct a pill that can neutralize the overpowering force of Mo Linghua. And then I shall assist the sect leader in merging with this extraordinary flame. Of course, Song Yunzi replied joyfully. After hundreds of years of cultivation, a little more time is of no consequence. Then, junior brother, Tai Guan, and I shall not disturb your training any longer. With that, Song Yunzi pulled Tai Guandaran and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Tai Guandaran hastily freed himself from Song Yunzi's grasp, approaching Yi Chun with a beaming smile. Junior brother, seeing as I am also willing to become a turbid immortal, do you have any other means? Yi Chun's expression darkened. Senior brother Tai Guan, I only possess this one Mo Linghua. Besides, you are not incapable of cultivation. The great path is still attainable. Why would you wish to become a turbid immortal? Tai Guandaran faltered, letting out a sigh. The aspiration to transcend and ascend to immortality is indeed a dream cherished by every cultivator. Yet, knowing my own limitations with my talents, I would be fortunate to reach the dividing spirit stage. Moreover, countless cultivators have perished during heavenly tribulations. I truly lack the confidence. Yi Chun pondered, stroking his chin before responding. Senior brother, you need only focus on your cultivation. Our Qingyun sect can not only become a top-tier sect in the Guanxing domain, but I can even guarantee that one day, the Qingyun sect will ascend to the upper domain and lead the way to immortality. Both Tai Guandaran and Song Yunzi were taken aback. Suddenly, Tai Guandaran burst into laughter. Ascending to lead the way. What a splendid ambition. Junior brother, your resolve is commendable, and I, as your senior brother, feel rather embarrassed. Very well. Since junior brother possesses such grand aspirations, I too shall strive against the heavens. I shall not be outdone by you. With that, he turned and departed, a renewed vigor evident in his demeanor. Qingyun shall flourish. Qingyun shall flourish. Song Yunzi bid farewell to Yi Chun and followed Tai Guandaran out. Master, were you comforting Tai Guandaran with your words? Su Yurong inquired. Certainly not. Yi Chun stood, stretching with a yawn. What I said was genuine, really. Su Yurong was taken aback. Could it truly be possible to ascend in such a manner? Surely, even the most prestigious sects of the upper domain and the millennia-old empires cannot achieve such feats. Yurong, I am off to the Han Shi building and shall return shortly. Before Yi Chun finished speaking, his wind and thunder wings gently flapped and he vanished from Shaoqiong Peak. Su Yurong rested her chin on her hands, gazing absent-mindedly at Yi Chun's departing figure. What realm is her master truly at? He has slain Su Xin at the dividing spirit stage and effortlessly destroyed the Yijian pavilion. It seems he can accomplish anything with ease, as if there is nothing beyond his capabilities. Rumbling, the power of wind and thunder roared incessantly as Yi Chun effortlessly lifted a stack of tomes as if they were mere feathers. In a few leaps, he had already arrived at Shaoqiong Peak. With a crash, he casually tossed the tomes onto the ground, producing a resounding thud. Su Yurong was instantly roused, her face flushing. Master, you have returned so quickly? Yi Chun perused a volume titled An Introductory Guide to Alchemy of the Qingyun Sect without lifting his gaze, instructing, activate the Great Formation. No matter who arrives, do not allow them entry. Yes, Su Yurong promptly stood and began to follow Yi Chun's orders. Meanwhile, she was internally astonished. Is the master planning something again? After 7 days of research, he has managed to establish a formation on par with a mountain-protecting array, and he hasn't even returned the vast array of formation texts. Now he intends to delve into alchemy. Once Su Yurong activated the Great Formation, she cautiously approached Yi Chun and asked, Master, I have one question. Why is this formation called the Bailuo Formation? Su Yurong furrowed her brow. Have you finally realized? Yi Chun raised his head with a smile, gazing at Su Yurong. Are you familiar with the phrase from the Azure Depths to the Yellow Springs? Su Yurong nodded in confusion. The disciple is aware. Yi Chun continued. The name I chose for the formation, Azure Depths Array, carries a straightforward meaning. With a triumphant smile, he added, upon entering this array, one either ascends to the heavens or hastens towards death. Su Yurong was taken aback, realizing that these were hardly encouraging words. Yi Chun swiftly concluded his perusal of the ancient texts in hand and suddenly inquired, I recall there being an elder's disciple in our sect with commendable alchemical skills. Yurong, do you happen to know who it is? Su Yurong pondered for a moment. It should be the direct disciple of our fourth elder, the Red Cloud Hermit. I believe her name is Zhou Ning. Yi Chun blinked in surprise. Oh, it's a female. Su Yurong snapped back to reality, her expression shifting to one alarm. Master, are you suggesting? Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. I merely have some insights into alchemy and wish to find someone to assist me in the crafting process. Some insights into alchemy? Su Yorong gazed at Yi Chun in disbelief. You have only read a single book, and that is merely an introductory text on alchemy from the Qingyan sect. Insights indeed. Are you intending to have the alchemists of the world dash themselves against their own furnaces? Yi Chun stroked his chin in contemplation. Should he greet the fourth senior brother, or perhaps inform the sect leader directly to request the individual? It seemed that the fourth senior brother was fervently eager to send disciples to the Little Cheong Peak, likely hoping to facilitate the arrangement in the Hall of Knowledge. A graceful and charming female disciple greeted the elder in charge before making her way to the fourth floor's alchemical literature section. She had come in search of ancient texts on elixirs to make further breakthroughs in her alchemical pursuits. However, upon discovering the barren shelves of the alchemical library, her beautiful eyes widened in horror. A piercing scream echoed throughout the Hall of Knowledge. This is terrible. The Hall of Knowledge has been robbed. Elder son, this is dire. The Hall of Knowledge has been robbed, Zhou Ning exclaimed in panic as she rushed out. Seizing the elder in charge, Zhao Hui, by the arm. There are no books left in the alchemical section. A thief must have entered the Hall of Knowledge. I am not elder son, Zhao Hui replied with resignation. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ning squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Zhao Hui from head to toe, and her face flushed crimson. My apologies, Elder Zhao. Well, you know my eyesight. Zhao Hui shook his head, opting not to pursue the matter further. He understood that this beautiful girl, despite her looks, had likely strained her eyes from reading too much. Fatigued distance. She could hardly distinguish between male and female, let alone discern facial features. Zhou Ning. You ought to read less, Zhao Hui advised. In this lifetime, one cannot possibly read every book. He cautioned her against wasting her energies on trivial matters. Zhou Ning's face seemed as though it might bleed from embarrassment. I'm aware of my limited talent in cultivation. Thus, I must immerse myself in the study of alchemy. Suddenly, it appeared as though she recalled something. Elder Zhao, the books, they haven't been lost, Zhao Hui quickly interjected. They were borrowed by Yi Chun from the Little Cheong Peak. Little Cheong Peak? Zhou Ning blinked in surprise. That the young master. However, she had heard tales of his extraordinary talents, but had never heard of his prowess in alchemy. Why would he empty the alchemical library? That, I do not know. Zhao Hui sighed. You might inquire at Little Cheong Peak that I believe that young disciple has a rather amiable disposition. Zhou Ning furrowed her brow. Ninger, a momentous event has occurred. At that moment, the Red Cloud Hermit approached with an expression of elation. Master, what has happened? Zhou Ning inquired, puzzled. Have you discovered an ancient alchemical formula? You foolish child, all you think about is alchemy. The Red Cloud Hermit chuckled wryly. No, it is not that. The sect leader summoned me just now and informed me that the young master wishes for you to come to Little Cheong Peak. The young master? Zhou Ning was momentarily bewildered. Which young master? Which other could it be? Naturally, it is Yi Chun, the Red Cloud Hermit replied irritably. According to the sect leader, Yi Chun has recently been delving into alchemy and requires an adept disciple to assist him. Hence, the sect leader thought of you. Zhou Ning blinked slowly, processing the information. The young master from Little Cheong Peak is specifically requesting me. Indeed, the Red Cloud Hermit seemed far more excited than his oblivious disciple. The young master possesses cultivation that is at least at the 9th level. The sword master of the Swordplay Pavilion, Su Xen, attempted to seize the spiritual energy of the Qingyun secret realm to break through to the spirit separation realm, only to be decisively defeated by the young master. He single-handedly vanquished the Swordplay Pavilion. With such cultivation, how could a mere integration realm practitioner hope to contend? Zhou Ning was taken aback. Master, what do you mean by this? I do not comprehend. The Red Cloud Hermit looked at his naive disciple with exasperation and whispered, the young master is likely a significant figure from the upper domain, even if he hasn't reached the Great Ascension stage. He must possess the strength of the returning Void Realm. What? Would that not mean he is comparable to the ancestor of Qingyun? Zhou Ning's exclamation was abruptly silenced by the Red Cloud Hermit. He glanced around, noticing Zhao Hui eavesdropping, and quickly pulled Zhou Ning aside. The sect leader told me that the young master set up the Azure Depths Array after studying formations for only 7 days. The nuances of alchemy should be child's play for him. After all, He is a figure from the upper domain. Zhou Ning nodded slowly, as if beginning to grasp the concept. Oh, stop dawdling. Hurry back and pack your things. You must move to Little Cheong Peak immediately. The Red Cloud Hermit urged. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A few casual pointers from the young master might lead to your enlightenment. Seeing her master's agitation, Zhou Ning hastily summoned her magical artifact and flew towards her residence, Hecate Little Cheong Peak. Su Yurong sat outside her thatched cottage, idly gazing at the sea of clouds above point 3 hours prior. Yi Chun had shooed her away, locking himself inside, seemingly engrossed in some sort of experimentation. I.S. master becoming obsessed with alchemy, she pondered. Yet for 3 consecutive days, all he had produced were a heap of useless pills, accomplishing little else. When will master teach me the way of the sword? Su Yurong sighed heavily, feeling that Yi Chun was being sidetracked by trivial pursuits. Formation? Alchemy, in the face of a world-shattering sword. What use are these? She mused. While formations might ensnare the enemy, potions, am I to prepare 100 bottles to hurl at them during battle? Suddenly, a brilliant rainbow shot into the sky. The entire expanse above Little Cheong Peak resonated with a grand sound. The clouds swirling in vibrant hues, as if a celestial being had descended. What is happening? Zhou Ning, standing at the foot of Little Cheong Peak, widened her eyes in astonishment that a supreme spiritual elixir has emerged. Oh heavens, the young master has actually crafted a supreme spiritual elixir. In that moment, she no longer felt that her master acted rashly. Had she known that the young master could concoct such a rare elixir, she would have wept and begged to come to Little Cheong Peak. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhou Ning stepped forward, instantly plunging into the azure depths array. In an instant, the world spun around her, and chaos enveloped her senses. Chapter 50. What scheme is master up to this time? She blinked, surveying her surroundings, and for a long while, her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Is this a formation? On Dragon Head Peak, the iron-crowned Taoist who had been meditating suddenly opened his eyes. This phenomenon, is it coming from Little Cheong Peak? Without a second thought, he rose and soared towards Little Cheong Peak on his sword. In no time, commotion stirred within the Qingyun sect as numerous prominent figures emerged from their seclusion, heading straight for Little Cheong Peak. It was known that supreme spiritual elixirs were exceedingly rare. If nurtured properly, they might even give rise to innate elixir spirits. Most within the Qingyun sect had only heard tales of supreme spiritual elixirs, but had never witnessed one with their own eyes. The young master has concocted a supreme spiritual elixir. Kanjienzi gazed towards the direction of Little Cheong Peak, feeling a tremor run through his body. The Qingyun sect is on the rise. The Qingyun sect is on the rise. Amidst the chaos of the array, Zhou Ning flitted about like a headless fly, and her poor eyesight only added to her confusion. Suddenly, a gap in the formation opened, and a figure dashed through. Ningya. Qi Sanren gazed around with a perplexed expression, pondering whether this was indeed the Bai Luo array mentioned by senior brother, the sect leader. Before Zhou Ning could respond, another figure burst into the scene. Fourth junior brother. Chong Su Zi stared blankly at Qi Sanren, bewildered. Did you set up this grand formation? I lack such capability. Qi Sanren replied with a wry smile. It must be the handiwork of our junior brother. Just then, silhouettes began to emerge outside the array, one after another. The group exchanged confused glances. Look, what is that? Suddenly, a disciple cried out in alarm. A wooden plaque swung precariously from a tree branch, inscribed with a crooked, barely legible message. Haha, you can't get out now, can you? The mocking tone left no doubt that it was penned by Yi Chun. Strange, why does it differ from the content of the last time we visited? Iron-crowned Taoist mused, puzzled that at that moment, another disciple exclaimed, There's another plaque here. The others rushed towards it. The fluttering plaque bore the inscription, Do you wish to leave? Tisich, it's merely a misleading array. Qi Sanren chuckled lightly. Watch me break it. Iron-crowned Taoist remained silent, patiently awaiting the unfolding spectacle. After a stick of incense had burned, Qi Sanren emerged, drenched in sweat and disheveled, as if possessed. No, it can't be. Why isn't this the exit? He exclaimed in frustration. What a bizarre formation. It defies all logic. Master. Are you all right? Zhou Ning inquired, concern etched on her face. Surely, her master wouldn't he be driven mad by a mere formation? It's right here. My calculations are indisputable. Qi Yun Sanren stomped his foot angrily, charging towards a direction. I refuse to believe this. Many disciples of Qing Yun's sect exchanged glances, hesitating before following him. Meanwhile, the more astute ones noticed Iron Crown Taoist remained unmoved, opting to stay put. Chong Su Zi observed Iron Crown Taoist, and, like him, adopted a meditative posture. Oh dear, what in the world is this? A 10,000 sword formation! Qi Yun Sherbo exclaimed. Where is the exit? Hurry and calculate. Soon, piercing screams echoed from the mist ahead, sending chills down their spines. When Qi Yun Sanren, in utter disarray, finally broke through with his disciples, a wooden plaque dangled before him. Want to leave? Easy. Shout 3 times. Yi Chun is so handsome. This time, Qi Yun Sanren had learned his lesson. He turned to glare at Iron Crown Taoist. Brother, do you know something? Last time, I was trapped in this grand formation with the sect leader and junior brother. Iron Crown Taoist replied with a grin. How did you escape? Qi Yun Sanren asked. Bewildered, I simply did as our junior brother instructed. Iron Crown Taoist declared, gathering his energy, and shouted to the heavens, Yi Chun is so handsome. Yi Chun is so handsome. Yi Chun is so handsome. In an instant, Iron Crown Taoist's figure blurred, melding with the surrounding chaos. I'll be going now, what? Qi Yun Sanren gasped in disbelief. Is that really possible? But what is the principle behind it? This defies science. What is science? Disciples of the sect began to chant, Yi Chun is so handsome, and successfully made their way out of the grand formation. Those still trapped dwindled in number. Master, I can't bring myself to shout. Zhou Ning confessed, feeling embarrassed. Oh worries. Master will take you out? Qi Yun Sanren retorted defiantly. I refuse to believe I can't escape a mere misleading array. Half a stick of incense later, Qi Yun Sanren found himself staring at an expanse of flames, utterly bewildered. What? Wrong again. Let us try again. After another stick of incense, he faced a thunderous pool, his eyes twitching, again, and yet again, after half a stick of incense. He squatted down before a plaque that read, If you don't shout, you'll be trapped in the array. What to do? Waiting online, urgent. Master, let's just follow Junior Uncle's advice, Zhou Ning sighed. Otherwise, we really might not get out. Moreover, the effect of the premium elixir is fleeting. It could dissipate at any moment. Qi Yun Sanren's face turned pale, and he rose to his feet. Gathering his energy, Yi Chun is so handsome. So handsome. Zhou Ning's cheeks flushed, suppressing her embarrassment, echoed the chant 3 times. With a whoosh, the chaos around them dispersed, revealing the fragrant beauty of Shao Qiong Peak. Countless disciples of Qing Yun's sect gathered before the thatched cottage. Expressing their astonishment, the intoxicating aroma of elixirs wafted through the air, igniting excitement in both Qi Yun Sanren and Zhou Ning. Premium elixirs. This fragrance could only emanate from a premium elixir. Suddenly, resonant sounds echoed from Shao Qiong Peak, transforming the area into a fantastical realm, as if innumerable laws of the Tao were resonating in harmony. Several disciples of Qing Yun's sect stared in shock. I broke through. I truly broke through. I've successfully condensed a void pill. Could simply inhaling the scent of the elixir lead to such enlightenment? Qi Yun Sanren stood agape, witnessing this spectacle. Is this truly the effect of a premium elixir? Zhou Ning was even more ecstatic, lost in a trance. Boom! A peculiar wave swept through the surroundings, with several individuals breaking through in an instant. Ha ha! I managed to refine it. Laughter erupted from within the cottage, where Yi Chun exclaimed, Now? Who dares to provoke me? You wrong. You wrong. Has that girl named Zhou Ning arrived at Shao Qiong Peak yet? Yi Chun swung open the door, only to be taken aback by the multitude of heads before him. Congratulations, junior brother, on refining the premium elixir. Congratulations, junior uncle, on refining the premium elixir. Yi Chun blinked, then abruptly slammed the door shut. The crowd outside exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of Yi Chun's intentions. Inside, Yi Chun's heart raced. What was happening? Why were there so many people? Had the Bailuo array failed to ensnare these rascals? No, it must be that I opened it incorrectly. He took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and slowly opened the door. As he gazed at the sea of heads leaning towards him, the composure he had just regained shattered. Chapter 51. Mischief in progress. How on earth did you all escape the Bailuo array? Wasn't it the hint you provided, junior brother? Iron Crown Taoist peered curiously into the cottage. Where's the premium elixir? Show us. Yi Chen's expression darkened as realization dawned on him, and he couldn't help but curse. You lot, do you have no shame? I asked you to praise my handsomeness, and you did? While it's true, must you lack even a shred of dignity? Do you still consider yourselves masters? Junior brother, cut the nonsense. Where's the premium elixir? Iron Crown Taoist insisted. Let me see it. I promise I won't take it. Just want to have a look. Premium elixir. You mean this? Yi Chen held up a black pill, exuding a fragrant aroma. Yes, that's it. Iron Crown Taoist, though puzzled by the pill's unappealing appearance, rubbed his hands in anticipation. What effects does this premium elixir have? Effects? Yi Chen's gaze turned peculiar as he flicked his fingers, sending the pill soaring through the air. Junior brother, what are you doing? That's the premium elixir. Iron Crown Taoist lamented, distraught. Didn't you want to know its effects? I'm merely demonstrating. Yi Chen replied innocently. Effects? Just as the crowd was left bewildered, boom. The earth trembled as a distant peak exploded from the force of the pill. Debris flew, clouds of dust billowing into the sky. Everyone stood frozen in shock. What the hell? R&T pills meant to be consumed. Have we been using them wrong all these years? Junior Uncle Yi Chen refined a premium elixir, but it's not meant for consumption. Su Yurong's heart raced wildly. She suspected Yi Chen had overheard her thoughts. Just recently, she had remarked that alchemy was useless in combat, and now her master produced a pill capable of battle. Qian Sanren was equally stunned. Having delved into alchemy for years, this was the first time he had heard of a pill being utilized in such a manner. Yet, the sheer power left him feeling quite uneasy. The Red Cloud Wanderer opened his mouth, gazing at the mountain peak that had been utterly erased, and for a long while, he could not utter a single word. Among those present, only Zhou Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement, her lips trembling slightly with enthusiasm. Little Shu, could you enlighten me on how you accomplished this? It is well known that alchemy requires the refining of various medicinal materials with different attributes into consumable elixirs within a cauldron. The most challenging aspect lies in controlling the attributes of these materials. The elixir crafted by Yi Chen astonishingly did not explode during the refining phase, which is nothing short of a miracle. No, it should be termed a divine feat. It merely involves mixing the two special materials, the fire crystal and the ice stone, in a specific ratio. Yi Chen explained with palpable excitement, as long as you infuse it with true essence when throwing it. Allowing these two highly concentrated, attribute conflicting substances to make contact instantaneously. The energy released will be cataclysmic. Zhou Ning blinked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Little Shu, I understand the concept of conflicting attributes, but what does highly concentrated mean? And what is this energy? Yi Chen paused, momentarily taken aback. Highly concentrated refers to something akin to spirit stones, which are crystallizations of high-density spiritual energy. As for energy, Yi Chen found himself in a quandary, regretting not having studied chemistry and physics more diligently in his past life. Little Shu, how do we ensure that the fire crystal and ice stone, which are conflicting in nature, do not come into contact and explode prematurely? Zhou Ning posed yet another question. That query is somewhat complex and involves a multitude of chemical and physical principles. I'll elaborate on it later, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Little Shu, what is chemistry? And what is physics? Zhou Ning pressed on. Why? Yi Chen felt a wave of headache wash over him. Why does she resemble Su Yurong so much? Where does she get all these questions? Look at the others. They simply praise Yi Chen's prowess and ask nothing else. Junior brother, is this the supreme elixir you refined? The Iron Crown Taoist's voice quivered slightly. Indeed, I had a sudden inspiration while studying alchemy and casually tried my hand at it. Yi Chen said with a mischievous grin. The Iron Crown Taoist's heart trembled. The power of this elixir is comparable to the full force strike of a divine transformation stage cultivator, perhaps even exceeding it. If such an elixir were mass-produced and unleashed during a life-and-death struggle, The sheer devastation would be unimaginable. The iron-crowned Taoist shuddered at the thought of that moment, regardless of whether one is a divine transformation or a split-soul cultivator. They would all have to kneel and call me father. Junior brother, how many of these elixirs do you have? I want them all, the iron-crowned Taoist exclaimed, seizing Yi Chen's arm. Senior brother, hold on. The Red Cloud Wanderer interjected hastily. Junior brother, please answer me first. What is the cost of refining this elixir? There's hardly any cost involved. Neither the fire crystal nor the ice stone are rare materials. Yi Chen replied. Additionally, the auxiliary materials are quite inexpensive. All things considered, a single low-grade spirit stone could yield about 3 to 5 of these elixirs. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. It was not that the cost of the elixir was high, but rather astonishingly low. Disciples of the void alchemy realm in the Qingyun sect receive 3 low-grade spirit stones monthly, while those of higher cultivation can obtain even more. The elixirs Yi Chen developed could be purchased by ordinary void alchemy disciples who save their spirit stones, affording them 100 or so. Should they encounter a divine transformation stage cultivator, they could readily throw them into the fray as a means of attack, the issue of hitting the target aside. The sheer power would likely terrify the opponent. The iron-crowned Taoist felt his heart race wildly. Junior brother, if these elixirs are mass-produced, could our Qingyun sect not stride confidently across the Guangqing domain? Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. He had been immersed in the joy of successfully refining the elixir, not having considered this aspect. Upon reflection, it did indeed sound exhilarating. However, there was one concern that why Yi Chen furrowed his brow in contemplation. The conflicting attributes of the fire crystal and ice stone, along with their required quantities and harmonization methods, are not easy to control. That I cannot ascertain whether other alchemists possess the ability to refine such a thing. No worries, no worries. The iron-crowned Taoist exhaled in relief. Long, as it is not an insurmountable challenge. I will consult the sect master and request that he send someone to Shaoqiang Peak to learn, striving to have more people master this alchemical method. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt a wave of exasperation. That I prefer tranquility. Perhaps I should teach Zhou Ning and let her pass on the knowledge. That works. The iron-crowned Taoist and the Red Cloud Wanderer exchanged glances, agreeing that this would not disturb the junior brother's cultivation. Excellent, indeed. A large gathering had come to admire the supreme elixir. And although its effects and usage were somewhat unexpected, they left fulfilled. By the way, junior brother, what is the name of this elixir? The Red Cloud Wanderer suddenly recalled and inquired. Since it is crafted from materials with opposing attributes of ice and fire. Yi Chen smiled gently. I have named it the Song of Ice and Fire. The Red Cloud Wanderer appeared utterly perplexed, while others named their elixirs with straightforward titles. Why had it become this? The Song of Ice and Fire. Zhou Ning was momentarily entranced, finding the name beautiful. Su Yurong also expressed delight, clearly fond of the title. Only the Red Cloud Wanderer, a man of steel-like conviction, failed to grasp the underlying artistry. Why not simply call it Exploding Elixir? It's concise, fitting, and memorable. Yi Chen's expression darkened immediately. Exploding Elixir? Are you serious? Why not call it Exploding Cauldron? Or Exploding Pill? If your elixir explodes, what use is there in refining it at all? The Red Cloud Wanderer contemplated earnestly. Conceding, you raise a valid point. Get lost. This elixir shall be named 3,000 Ways to Kill You. Yi Chen retorted with irritation. The Red Cloud Wanderer's eyes lit up. This is splendid. I shall take that name. Ha, Brother Iron Crown, come. I will accompany you to seek out the sect master. Yi Chen was taken aback. Wait, what? You can't be serious? I was merely joking. Little Shu, is this elixir genuinely to be called 3,000 Ways to Kill You? Zhou Ning inquired cautiously. Of course not. Yi Chen immediately denied it, then abruptly turned to scrutinize Zhou Ning, blinking in surprise. Who are you? Zhou Ning was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected question. Master, she is junior sister Zhou Ning. Su Yurong explained. Did you not send for her to Shaoqiang Peak? Oh right, you are Zhou Ning. Yi Chen exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, as he grasped Zhou Ning's small hand. Look at this lovely appearance, truly remarkable. Zhou Ning's face darkened. Is that a compliment? Come, let me explain to you the principles of chemical reactions and the law of conservation of energy. Why Yichun eagerly replied, to refine a supreme elixir, such knowledge of mathematics. Physics and chemistry is fundamental. Zhou Ning appeared utterly bewildered. What are these strange postures? Although Su Yurong, a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, wished to follow along, she found herself overwhelmed by the terminology spilling from Yichun's lips. Terms like entropy, increase and decrease, hydrogen-oxygen reactions. While they may recognize her, she certainly did not recognize them. With a splitting headache, Su Yurong abandoned the enthusiastic explanations of Yichun and ventured off to contemplate the sword path alone. The Biluodazen formation atop Xiaoqiong Peak was reactivated. Following Yichun's instructions, Su Yurong stowed away the wooden plaques, and once again, Xiaoqiong Peak was graced with rare tranquility. On Longzhou Peak, since the Tongtian Peak had been destroyed during the battle between Yichun and Su Xian. Song Yunzi had relocated to Longzhou Peak. Standing at the edge of the sea of clouds, Song Yunzi furrowed his brow as he observed the excited Iron Crown Taoist and Red Cloud Wanderer approaching on their swords. What has transpired? What new endeavor is that one atop Xiaoqiong Peak engaged in? Master of the sect, joyous news, the Red Cloud Wanderer exclaimed excitedly. Junior brother has refined a supreme elixir. Song Yunzi was not particularly surprised. Who is this junior brother? A prominent figure from the upper domain. What is so remarkable about refining a supreme elixir? Even if he were to concoct an immortal pill possessing innate elixir spirits, I would not be overly astonished. However, this elixir was not intended for consumption. The Red Cloud Wanderer's speech became somewhat disjointed, causing Song Yunzi's brows to furrow even deeper. Not for consumption? Then is it meant for combat? Precisely. The Iron Crown Taoist nodded vigorously. 1 elixir thrown down can obliterate an entire mountain peak. Its power rivals that of a divine transformation stage cultivator's strike. Master of the sect, do not be astonished. The most shocking part is that Junior Brother claims the cost of this elixir is extremely low. The Red Cloud Wanderer continued, seizing the opportunity to elaborate. Ordinary disciples of the Void Alchemy realm possess sufficient financial resources to refine 100 or so. If such a miraculous elixir were to proliferate within the Qingyun sect, Kanji Yunzi furrowed his brow that I was not surprised. My junior brother possesses extraordinary talents and remarkable brilliance. So, I find nothing astonishing in his actions. What astonishes me instead is that the two of you ventured out today without taking your medicine. What nonsense are you spouting? Elixirs are not meant for consumption. Rather, they are intended for combat. Such a notion is unheard of. My junior brother has named this elixir 1,000 lives for you. Qiyun Sinrun, completely oblivious to Kanji Yunzi's unusual expression, continued, Master, we must arrange for disciples with alchemical talent from our sect to learn at the Zhaoqiang Feng. Once this elixir is mass-produced, our Qingyun sect will rise to become a prestigious sect. Upon finishing, Qiyun, Sinren, and Tieguandaran looked at Kanji Yunzi expectantly. However, Kanji Yunzi, with a somber expression, remained silent. Master, why aren't you excited? Qiyun Sinren inquired, puzzled. Excited about what? What nonsense are you saying? Kanji Yunzi retorted, irritable, having never heard of an elixir that could be directly used in battle. Qiyun Sanren was momentarily taken aback, then lamented, Master, it's true. You could go to Zhaoqiang Feng and see for yourself. One entire mountain peak has been flattened. If we miss this opportunity, Qiyun Sanren's expression suddenly hardened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kanji Yunzi. Then you will be the eternal sinner of Qingyun sect. Seeing the sincerity in his demeanor, Kanji Yunzi looked skeptically at Tieguandaran. Brother Tieguan, is this true? What junior brother Xingyun says is indeed accurate. I have witnessed it with my own eyes, Tieguandaran confirmed. Many elders and disciples of our sect have seen it as well. 1 elixir released, and the land within 100 miles is left barren. Qiyun Sanren's eyelids twitched. Barren land? Could that be somewhat exaggerated? If it's true, then this indeed presents an opportunity for Qingyun sect. Kanji Yunzi stroked his chin, lost in thought. After a long pause, he spoke. Very well, I shall issue a decree. The 6 main peaks of Qingyun sect shall select disciples with alchemical talents to study at Zhaoqiang Feng. At Zhaoqiang Feng, when Su Yurong awakened from her meditative state, a sudden and intense surge of spiritual energy emanated from the nearby straw hut. Just as she was taken aback, a thunderous explosion erupted, akin to a clap of thunder, and the entire roof of the hut was blown off. Su Yurong's figure flashed as she dashed into the straw hut. "Master, are you all right? Just a minor incident." Yichen looked up at the clear blue sky outside and sighed. "It's just that this straw hut may not fare well against my junior uncle." Zhou Ning's faint voice chimed in, and Su Yurong then noticed the dark object at Yichen's feet was actually Zhou Ning. Su Yurong stared at her in confusion. "What happened to you?" "Nothing. I mismanaged the dosage and blew the furnace." Yichen rubbed his reddened eyes and complained, "It nearly suffocated me." Su Yurong's expression darkened. "You were gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, pretending to be profound because your eyes were stinging from the smoke? This won't do. It seems we must establish a dedicated alchemy room." Yichen wiped his tears, stood up, and stepped out of the hut, intending to ask the sect leader for a better alchemy furnace. "It's unbearable to have furnaces explode at every turn." "Ahem." Zhou Ning coughed as she rose. "Junior uncle, my master has a furnace. It's a top-notch one known throughout the alchemy world. I can ask him to lend it to us." "That would be splendid. I admire your ability to even rope in your own master." Yichen rejoiced. "Your theoretical knowledge has improved significantly. With a bit more practice, concocting the Song of Ice and Fire will be a breeze." As he spoke, Yichen fell into thought, realizing that the Song of Ice and Fire was merely a whimsical creation, that he couldn't afford to waste too much time on it. Instead, he needed to quickly concoct a pill to assist the sect leader in merging with the Mo Ling fire. At that moment, above the Qingyun mountain range, the clouds surged and rolled, painting the sky with hues of dawn. Rays of light shot into the heavens, and the sounds of the Tao resonated throughout the land. Did Junior Uncle concoct a top-tier spear elixir again? The disciples of Qingyun sect were taken aback, all gazing towards Zhaoqiangfeng. Su Yurong and Zhou Ning exchanged puzzled glances at Yichen. "What are you looking at me for?" Yichen replied, exasperated. "I didn't create it." Just as he finished speaking, a dazzling streak of light tore through the clouds, heading straight for Qingyun sect. A figure clad in white was seen soaring on a sword. "Who is in charge of Qingyun sect?" The handsome youth called out, his voice resonating with a surge of true essence that enveloped the skies above Qingyun sect. "Who dares to be disrespectful before me?" A thunderous shout erupted as Tieguan Daoren stepped forward, glaring at the striking young man. "Are you Kanjianzi?" The handsome youth smiled faintly. "I am Wenhan, a direct disciple of the renowned Tai sect." "I am not Kanjianzi." Tieguan Daoren's brow furrowed upon hearing the young man's introduction. "The sect leader is currently awaiting you at Long's Ho Peak, Ditto." Wenhan narrowed his eyes, a mocking smile curling his lips. So the rumors of Qingyun sect's leader being incapacitated by Su Xian of the Yijin Pavilion are true. "If Kanjianzi cannot come and meet me on his sword, it matters not," Wenhan stated calmly. "The 100 Dynasties War is about to commence. This is your invitation. However, I doubt Qingyun sect can send forth any capable disciples to participate." "What a pity!" As he spoke, a delicate jade slip tore through the void, hurtling towards Tieguan Daoren. His expression darkened as he caught it that moment. He noticed an astonishing sword intent emanating from the jade slip. It was sword intent, not mere sword energy, as he recognized this. An overwhelming force shattered his majestic aura entirely. "Wah!" Tieguan Daoren staggered back, nearly losing his footing on his flying sword. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Humph, so this is Qingyun sect." When Han sneered, "It would be better if Su Xian truly absorbed you." After all, Su Xian had successfully advanced to the divine transformation realm. "You." Tieguan Daoren's face darkened. Ob humiliated at his own sect's gate by an outsider ignited a furious fire within him. However, when Han not only was a fully realized cultivator of the transformation realm, but he also had the backing of the prestigious Tai sect among the 3 super sects of the Guanqing domain. He dared not retaliate, for that would invite a formidable foe upon Qingyun sect. Despite his resentment, he had to swallow his pride. When Han cast a scornful glance at Tieguan Daoren, turning to leave on his sword. He held no interest in bullying a second-rate sect. Suddenly, the earth trembled, a long sword, emanating an otherworldly aura, cleaved through the void, aimed directly at Wenhan. Wenhan was taken aback, swiftly turning to counter with a strike. Boom! The air trembled. and the clear sky echoed with a thunderous roar, reverberating in everyone's ears. The Long Yuan's sword hung in midair, with Yi Chun, clad in white, gazing coldly. Meanwhile, when Han stumbled backward, propelled like a cannonball, crashing into a distant peak, the mountain erupted into a massive crater, debris soaring into the sky. Wah! When Han spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with shock and fury as he glared at Yi Chun, who stood sword in hand at a distance. The crimson blood soaked into his pristine garments. After much effort, when Han finally pried himself off the rock face, wiping the blood from his mouth, he seethed, "How audacious of Qin Yun sect to send someone to ambush me. Seeking death, are you?" Yi Chun smirked slightly. "What nonsense about a super first-rate sect. It's nothing more than a facade." When Han's eyes darkened, raising his long sword as if it were a tranquil stream directed at the heavens. .5 Thunder sword technique. Boom! Crackle! A deafening thunderclap echoed across the clear sky. A thick, black lightning bolt descended, coiling around when Han's sword, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "Junior brother, be careful," Tieguan Daoran warned with difficulty. "That is the Tai sect's Yin thunder, also known as the water-dirty thunder. It strikes with the precision of a mercury spill, seeping into every crevice. Cold and eerie, it extracts marrow and essence." Yi Chun was taken aback. It certainly sounded like no righteous technique. Isn't the Tai sect the paramount sect that governs the vast realm of the Tao? How could such a sinister sword technique exist? The iron-crowned Taoist scoffed, asserting that the normal thunder techniques are certainly not like this. Those who have not yet broken through are full of spirit and vitality, with abundant yang energy, and their true essence first manifests through the heart fire guiding the golden lungs. Balanced and just, expansive and vigorous, it is thus referred to as the thunder of the Blade Palace. Yi Chun suddenly grasped the meaning, casting a peculiar glance at Wen Han. Does my senior brother imply that this fellow has already broken through? Even this arrogant brat is no longer a fledgling? The iron-crowned Taoist was taken aback, staring incredulously at Yi Chun. He could not comprehend the sudden melancholy of his junior brother. Could it be envy of Wen Han's lineage? "You shall pay the price for your foolishness." Wen Han coldly snorted, stepping forward and instantly covering hundreds of zhong. The sword, entwined with sinister thunder, tore through the void, descending upon Yi Chun. Crackle! The black lightning slithered like a serpent, scorching the air with a pungent odor. Yi Chun's gaze turned icy as he swung his sword down. The 8 Desolates sword technique. A blazing flame engulfed the surroundings, a heat wave scorching the heavens. The terrifying shockwave surged from the two, wildly expanding outward. The myriad sinister thunders were severed by Yi Chun's sword, then consumed by the 9 heavens' fire into nothingness. When Han's face paled, "You severed my sinister thunder? This is impossible." Yi Chun, expressionless, swung his sword down once more. The sword energy soared 1,000 zhong. Boom! Like a clap of thunder, when Han's hand shattered, blood gushing forth, dripping down. He barely began to speak when Yi Chun's second sword strike descended. Rumble! The distant mountains crumbled into ruins beneath the 1,000 zhong sword energy. When Han's sword shattered in two, and he was sent flying again, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble. "Cough, cough!" he gasped, struggling to rise. His eyes filled with terror as he looked at Yi Chun. "Impossible! You are merely a golden core cultivator, yet your flying sword is a heavenly-grade spiritual weapon." "Benfans pupils constricta sharply nobunde." "No wonder my sword. Have you finished your nonsense?" Yi Chun replied coldly. "Since you represent the Tai sect against the Qin Yun sect, it is only appropriate for us to return the favor. I shall slay you and hang your corpse atop Dragon Head Peak. Let the other sects witness the fate of disrespecting my Qin Yun sect." "No, please, I beg you." Terror-stricken, when Han struggled to escape, that he suddenly regretted taking on this task, let alone coming to the Qin Yun sect. Had he known that the Qin Yun sect harbored a monster like Yi Chun, he would never have dared to humiliate the iron-crowned Taoist. Chapter 54. Master the sciences of mathematics and chemistry with a single thrust. Yi Chun pierced through Wen Han's skull, pinning him to the ruins. Crash! The stones erupted, the entire mountain crumbling beneath Yi Chun's sword. When Han's head was impaled, fixed to the ground, in the next moment, Amidst the excited cheers of the Qingyun sect disciples, Yi Chun raised his hand, the long yuan sword effortlessly lifting when Han's corpse and shooting straight towards the summit of Dragon Head Peak. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. The long yuan sword hung when Han's corpse atop Dragon Head Peak. Since I said I would hang you there, I, Yi Chun, shall keep my word. Whoosh! A beam of rainbow light burst forth from Han's corpse, hastily steering his flying sword to flee into the distance. Damn it! The Qingyun sect is merely a small second-rate sect. How could it conceal such a powerful figure? Wen Han felt a surge of rage as he recalled how utterly powerless he had just been. His physical body was destroyed. Only his Yuan Ying was escaping now that a cultivator's Yuan Ying only becomes indistinguishable from their main body upon reaching the divine separation stage. Despite his mastery in the transformation stage, his Yuan Ying remained infantile, that if only I could return to the sect, I would report to my master. Then, the Tai sect need only dispatch a divine separation elder to bloodily cleanse the Qingyun sect. You intend to massacre my Qingyun sect? Yi Chun's voice suddenly resonated in Wen Han's ear that he tensed, nearly afraid to turn back. This fellow a monster. How could he catch up to me, riding a flying sword with my Yuan Ying? As Wen Han attempted to employ the secret blood escape technique to flee, his entire Yuan Ying seemed paralyzed by fear, unable to move an inch. What is happening? What sorcery have you employed? Sorcery? Yi Chun smiled as he squatted before Wen Han, curiously observing him. This is merely the binding immortal array. The knowledge of a disciple from a paramount sect so limited, truly embarrassing. Impossible, Wen Han exclaimed in terror. The binding immortal array can at most confine golden core cultivators. Its effectiveness against transformation or even Yuan Ying cultivators is negligible. How could this possibly be the binding immortal array? Yi Chun stroked his chin in contemplation. What you say seems reasonable. This is indeed the binding immortal array. I simply glanced at it in the sect's records and memorized it that I casually employed it without recalling its ineffectiveness against transformation cultivators. Isn't the effect rather impressive? The manuals are simply misleading. Misleading the young disciples, indeed. Misleading disciples. Wen Han's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his gaze filled with dread. What on earth is this person? The binding immortal array, which is already ineffective against Yuan Ying cultivators, can still confine me. A transformation cultivator? In this fantastical world, openly cheating. Does your master know? Oh my, can Yuan Ying sweat too? Yi Chun exclaimed in amazement, lifting the immobilized Wen Han. I've heard that a cultivator's Yuan Ying is akin to exquisite spiritual pills, capable of greatly enhancing one's cultivation. Wen Han trembled violently, his eyes filled with utmost terror. No way. This fellow still wants to consume me? While it is true that devouring the Yuan Ying can enhance one's cultivation, that is an act for wicked cultivators. Such actions not only risk damaging one's foundation, but, if discovered, would lead to being hunted by the entire realm of cultivation. Aren't you a disciple of a righteous sect? You dare to kill me. Are you not afraid that the Tai sect will annihilate your little Qingyun sect? Wen Han's voice trembled as he spoke. To be frank, he was somewhat afraid that why Yi Chun grinned. After all, there's a powerful figure in the integration stage overseeing the paramount sect. Phew. Wen Han exhaled, long, as Yi Chun felt some trepidation. He would be fine as long as his Yuan Ying was not destroyed. He could be reborn even if his physical body was damaged. Even if he abandoned the shell, he could simply find another body to possess. As long as his Yuan Ying remained intact, he was immortal. Therefore, to avoid the Tai sect venting their anger on the Qingyun sect, I must ask you to die, Yi Chun said with a smile. Wen Han's heart was filled with profound dread that moment. His true essence finally broke through the binding immortal array's constraint on his body. Buzz, the flying sword beneath him sang like a dragon's roar. In the next instant, the sword light shimmered with a crimson glow, carrying Wen Han away in an instant. Once I return to the sect, I will personally lead my people to bloodily cleanse your Qingyun sect. Ha! Wen Han's arrogant laughter echoed in the distance, resounding throughout the skies of the Qingyun sect. Many disciples of the Qingyun sect turned pale with shock. Even the iron-crowned Taoist's expression darkened. His gaze is heavy as if it could drip water. The Tai sect, just the mention of its name could leave one breathless. an unparalleled super sect. In the vast realm, the supreme sects are the Tai, the One Buddha, and the One Dynasty. The One Dynasty refers to the secular power of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The Great Zhou Dynasty reveres martial arts, with all officials, from the emperor down to the seventh-rank officials, being martial cultivators. However, this worldly dynasty's strength far surpasses that of other first- and second-rate cultivation sections. The One Buddha refers to the two Zen temples, where the disciples solely cultivate the Buddhist path. And the master of the Lankara is unfathomably powerful. The One Tao naturally refers to the Tai sect. Within the Tao sect, there are countless masters, and the leader, Tai Zhenren, is said to have reached the integration stage. Among the three paramount sects, the Tai sect is subtly regarded as the most esteemed. Such a colossal entity, if it sought to target a mere Qingyun sect, what hope could the Qingyun sect possibly have? Would the Qingyun sect truly vanish because of this calamity? Master, senior brother, in the great hall of Dragonhead Peak, the Taoist Qing Song gazed grimly at the Kanjiunzi. Kanjiunzi's expression remained calm, his eyes devoid of ripples. I believe my junior brother can handle this well. The Qingyun sect will undoubtedly flourish because of him. Hearing these words, Qing Song Dao Ren felt little relief in his heart. The pressure from the Tai sect was indeed overwhelming. Regardless of the sect, facing such an adversary would render anyone restless. In the sky outside Qingyun Gate, Yi Chen gazed at the swiftly retreating figure of Wen Han, a faint smile gracing his lips. He certainly fled with remarkable speed. As he spoke, he rummaged through his robes for quite some time, eventually extracting a dark, murky pill. Tai Guan Dao Ren's expression shifted in shock, and then his face paled as he realized. Is it going to cost you 3,000 lives? He immediately turned and bellowed to the disciples within the gate. Quick! Find a place to hide. Before he could finish his warning, Yi Chun, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, hurled the black pill into the air. Sizzle! The pill pierced through the air when Han, in the midst of his desperate flight, instinctively glanced back, momentarily stunned. Then a smirk appeared on his lips. A pill. Could it be that this fool has lost his mind? Does he intend to use that pill to kill? Boom! A deafening roar erupted as a wave of terror surged forth. The peaks of dozens of mountains were instantly obliterated when Han stood agape, exclaiming what? With another colossal explosion, the very heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The summits of countless mountains were annihilated by the shockwave generated from the pill's detonation. A brilliant light pierced through the heavens and the earth, as numerous boulders cascaded down. What? A pill can truly be used for combat? When Han was left dumbfounded. However, it was too late for him to escape now. Chapter 55. The return of Qingyun Gate. The speed of the explosion was simply too rapid. In a mere instant, Wen Han's primordial spirit was consumed by the blast. Rumble! The aftershocks of the explosion ravaged the mountains, echoing like distant thunder. Simultaneously, a notification from the system resounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the transformation stage, Wen Han. You have received a system reward of 1,000 mythos points. Oh dear. It seems this pill is far more potent than the previous one I concocted, the Song of Ice and Fire. Yi Chen mused. Could it be that the quantities of fire crystal and ice stone were excessive? If that's the case, then if these two substances reach a terrifying dosage, wouldn't it mean? Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. An atomic bomb of a fantastical nature. Just imagine, if a sect displeases me, I could casually drop a spirit pill, or better yet, an immortal pill, and... what a thrilling thought. Within Qingyun Gate, all disciples were rendered speechless by the power of Yi Chen's pill. For a moment, the entire Qingyun mountain range fell into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. On Longsho Peak, Kanjiunzi felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. Is this truly the exceptional spirit pill concocted by my junior brother? Qian San Run gazed in astonishment at the collapsed peaks in the distance, murmuring, it seems its might has indeed increased. Qian, junior brother. Immediately, he issued a decree to all disciples of Qingyun Gate. Kanjiunzi, his expression brimming with excitement, declared, all disciples with alchemical talent, cease all other activities that go to Xiaoqiong Peak. Even if you must kneel, beg my junior brother to teach you the alchemical methods. Master, that Wen Han who was slain by my junior brother. Qing Song Dao Run hesitated, frowning as he spoke. What nonsense is this about the Tai sect? Kanjianzi cursed under his breath. Once my junior brother has perfected his mass production of that deadly pill, we shall use the Tai sect as a test subject. Let us drop 100 or so of them. A single pill capable of obliterating a transformation stage expert. Ha! Qing Song Dao Ren's face darkened. Master, you become rather arrogant. Kanjianzi, however, paid no heed to his words, laughing heartily as he turned to leave. After slaying Wenhan, Yichen intended to swiftly return to Xiaoqiong Peak. He hesitated for a moment, then headed towards Longzhou Peak. Before Kanjianzi could return to his residence, he was intercepted by an uninvited Yichun. Junior brother, have you found the spiritual herb that allows me to merge with the Mo Ling fire? Yichun chuckled. Not so quickly, brother. I have come to ask for your assistance. Oh, what is it? Speak your mind. Kanjianzi inquired with a smile. That I require an alchemy chamber. Yichun stated, not a problem, but if you don't wish to use the existing alchemy chamber within the sect, I can arrange for someone to build one for you at Xiaoqiong Peak. Kanjianzi readily agreed. For the second matter, I desire a pill furnace that I've heard that Qi Yunzi possesses a superior one. Yichun stated without reservation. Kanjianzi nodded. Certainly, if Qi Yun junior brother refuses, I shall bring Taiguan brother along to persuade him until he willingly gifts it to you. Why Yichen's expression darkened. Brother, we should strive to win people over with virtue. I am indeed using virtue to win him over, Kanjianzi replied, bewildered. Is that not the case? Yichen opened his mouth, speechless. Is that all you require? Kanjianzi asked. If you have any other requests, I can accommodate them as well. Why Yichen eyed Kanjianzi with suspicion. Suddenly his expression shifted dramatically as he took 3 steps back. Master, what are you planning? Have you developed any peculiar habits after losing your cultivation? I assure you, although I possess good looks, I am quite principled. Kanjianzi shot him a helpless glare, this time during the great battle of the 100 dynasties organized by the 3 elite sects. You shall participate. Choose the other participants as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Why Yichen blinked. Is that all? Indeed, Kanjianzi replied, his expression inscrutable. Your slaying of the Tai sects when Han will undoubtedly raise suspicions. Apart from you, sending any other disciples would likely lead to their demise. I understand. Why Yichen replied earnestly. I will go. Before I leave Qingyun Gate, I will find a way to assist you in merging with the Mo Ling fire. Kanjianzi gazed deeply at Yichen, patting his shoulder before turning towards his residence. The invitation for the great battle of the 100 dynasties along with Qi Yun junior brother's pill furnace will soon arrive at Xiaoqiong Peak. Yichen took a deep breath, then turned to soar towards Xiaoqiong Peak. With a month remaining until the great battle, the days ahead would be busy to Xiaoqiong Peak. Upon returning, Yichen immediately pulled Zhou Ning into the thatched cottage to work on their concoctions. Su Yurong followed Yichen's instructions to activate the Biluo Great Formation. Soon, disciples responsible for constructing the alchemy chamber ascended the building and began their tasks. As dusk approached, Taiguan Dao Ren arrived at Xiaoqiong Peak, wearing a smug expression. After receiving Su Yurong's report, Yichen stepped out of the cottage. Junior brother Yi, I brought you the pill furnace from Qi Yun disciple. Additionally, this is the invitation Han brought. The sect master asked you to accept it. Thank you, brother. Yichen expressionlessly accepted the items, then with a loud bang, firmly shut the door of the thatched cottage. Taiguan Dao Ren stood there, dumbfounded before dejectedly turning to leave the mountain point 2 days later. The alchemy chamber was completed. Why Yichen and Zhou Ning moved out of the thatched cottage and into the alchemy chamber, observing Yichen's hurried steps and the time spent with Zhou Ning. Su Yurong's gaze turned increasingly resentful. Has master forgotten to teach me the insights of swordsmanship? On the 3rd day, the skies above Xiaoqiong Peak were a spectacle of clouds and mist. Why Yichen opened the door of the alchemy chamber, emerging with a somewhat fatigued Zhou Ning. Junior uncle, is it really possible? You have already mastered it, Ninger. Have confidence. Yichen smiled slightly, saying, Ali Ji. Su Yurong's expression grew even more resentful. That you've even included Ninger in this? Zhou Ning blinked. Junior uncle, what does Ali Ji mean? Yichen paused. It means keep it up. Junior uncle, what does keep it up signify? It means to cheer you on. Enough talk, quickly throw it out. Yichen feigned anger. Zhou Ning blinked. turning towards the cliff's edge. Oh. With delicate fingers, she grasped a fiery red pill and casually tossed it into the air. Boom! A tremendous roar reverberated as the heavens shattered and a mountain peak vanished from existence. Su Yorong gaped, her expression somewhat dazed. Has the Song of Ice and Fire truly been concocted by Zhou Ning? Zhou Ning blinked and, after a moment of silence, leaped joyfully. Junior uncle, this is wonderful. I've succeeded in refining it. Yichen looked at Zhou Ning with an odd expression. Is your reflex arc that long? Well, splendid. Yichen nodded approvingly. You may teach those disciples of Qingyun Gate who are outside, although they are blocked by the Biluo Great Formation at the base of Xiaoqiong Peak. They shout daily, Yichen is so handsome, and Yichun is awesome. I find it rather annoying, even if what they say is true. Zhou Ning paused momentarily before respectfully replying, Yes, little master uncle, I assure you I will complete the task. Yichun awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort that he could not quite articulate. Chapter 56. Boldly cheating in the fantasy world. This ice and fire duality. No. The Song of Ice and Fire places considerable demands on an alchemist. To conduct mass production would indeed pose challenges. I shall elaborate on these various issues with the sect leader to Ninger. Your responsibility is to select as many suitable disciples as possible. Meanwhile, I must embark on a journey before the 100 Dynasty War. Master, where are you going? Su Yorong asked in surprise. To seek a few spiritual herbs. Yichen replied nonchalantly. The sect leader cannot delay the fusion of the Mo Ling fire any longer. After conveying these matters, Yichen casually tossed an object to Zhou Ning before retreating to his grass hut. Ning, this gift is for you. It should aid your vision. Zhou Ning instinctively received it, looking down at the object in confusion. It was a metallic frame with two transparent lenses. Zhou Ning had never encountered such an item, and Su Yorong, who had approached out of curiosity, wore a similarly bewildered expression. Little master uncle, what is this? Glasses, they are worn on the eyes. Yichen's voice rang out with slight impatience. Worn on the eyes? Zhou Ning queried, donning the glasses, and the previously blurred world around her instantly became crystal clear. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Little master uncle, let me try, Su Yorong said enviously as she snatched the glasses from Zhou Ning's hands. The world spun around her, nearly causing her to fall. What is this? Is it a new magic tool crafted by master? Incredible. Su Yorong quickly removed the glasses and handed them back to Zhou Ning. How can you withstand this? It's terrifying, as Zhou Ning beheld the clear world once more. Warmth flooded her heart. Upon hearing Su Yorong's words, she felt a momentary confusion. But soon, she realized that these glasses were crafted specifically for her by her little master uncle. The thought caused her cheeks to flush, and her heart raced like a frightened deer. System, open the attribute panel, in the grass hut. Yichen murmured, ID. Yichen identity. Chief disciple of Qingyun sect, master of Little Qiong Peak, cultivation level, golden core perfection. Mythical value, 8760. Talents, techniques, 89 profound art fourth transformation. Items, wind thunder dual wings, 9 heavens leaving fire, Mo Ling fire, Long Yuan sword. Skills, golden sun sword chi, 8 desolation sword art, 12 style collapse fist. Mythical extraction card, silver card. Neza has yet to reach 10,000 mythical value. Yichen glanced at the data in the attribute panel, feeling a tinge of disappointment. The Mo Ling fire is an otherworldly flame that requires water attribute spiritual herbs to neutralize. Ideally, it would be the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice from the extreme north ice field. However, I feel my current strength is insufficient for the journey. Yi-Chun stroked his chin, lost in thought, after the bloodbath at the E-Sword Pavilion. My cultivation level advanced significantly upon extracting the power of the fire god, Zhu Rong, that I wonder how many more times I must experience this to reach the nascent soul stage. Moreover, if when Han does not return to the Tai sect, he will surely be suspected. If the Tai sect truly comes seeking a flaw. After careful contemplation, Yi-Chan pushed open the door and called out. Ning de, Shou Ning. Master, Zhou Ning Jr.'s sister has gone down the mountain, Su Yorong said. Did you not send her to assess the disciples sent by the sect elders? Oh, darn, Yi Chun smacked his forehead and was about to head down the mountain. Su Yurong looked at him with a pitiful expression, hesitating to speak. Yurong, what's the matter? Just say it, Yi Chun asked in confusion. Master, Zhou Ning Jr.'s sister has already refined the Song of Ice and Fire. But I've been on the mountain for so long, and you haven't taught me anything, Su Yurong said, feeling wronged that Yi Chun suddenly realized. Feeling embarrassed, I overlooked that. What do you wish to learn? Alchemy. Formation. Tool crafting. Su Yurong resolutely shook her head, her eyes filled with determination. No, I only want to learn the supreme swordsmanship from you. Yi Chun felt a slight headache. Supreme swordsmanship. What supreme ability do I possess to teach you? All right, first thoroughly study this technique before seeking me out. Yi Chun casually handed Su Yurong a tome, the very same one he had comprehended upon emerging from seclusion, which led to his ability to wield the white clouds as a sword. Su Yurong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly flipped through the pages of the tome. However, after a few casual flips, she furrowed her brow tightly. This technique appeared to be merely a basic introductory swordsmanship manual. Glancing at the title, Su Yurong nearly fainted from anger. The weathered, yellowed pages bore the bold inscription, "True explanation of swordsmanship." That wasn't this the introductory swordsmanship manual of the Qingyun sect for foundational disciples? She had just barely begun her training. Was this truly considered swordsmanship? Furious, Su Yurong nearly tossed the tome to the ground but hesitated, her gaze wavering. The master's cultivation level is as high as 9 stories. So he wouldn't deceive me. Could it be that this technique only appears basic, yet its contents hold profound significance? Yes, that must be it. Su Yurong's eyes gleamed once more. Legendary cultivators often achieve greatness through fortuitous encounters. Perhaps the master gifted me this tome because it contains extraordinary opportunities? With that thought, Su Yurong could no longer contain herself, clutching the yellowed, true explanation of swordsmanship as if it were a treasure. She immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to comprehend and delve into IT. Yi Chun made his way down Little Cheong Peak, his heart racing in anxiety. What supreme swordsmanship could he possibly impart to Su Yurong? He could only throw her a random technique while pondering how to address the situation. Just as he was still lost in thought, a thunderous boom erupted like a clap of thunder. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sweeping in all directions. The oncoming force was dispersed with a single palm from Yi Chun. He stared in astonishment at the shattered alchemy furnace before him. Feeling utterly befuddled, did Zhou Ning begin already? Next, Zhou Ning declared with a calm demeanor, her slightly chubby face unexpectedly possessing an air of cold elegance. The despondent Qingyun sect disciple who had been using the furnace turned away, and the remaining participants grew increasingly tense. With a whoosh, flames roared to life as the furnace disciple meticulously added various materials in the correct order. Then, he exerted his true essence to control the flame's temperature, preventing any explosions. That a moment later, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhou Ning stood to the side, intently observing the progress of the alchemical process, not uttering a single word. After a long while, the flames beneath the furnace gradually extinguished. A wisp of fragrant vapor wafted from the furnace, exuding an enticing aroma. Is it complete? The furnace disciple beamed with delight, waiting for the furnace's temperature to subside before using true essence to open the lid. At that moment, 3 dark pills lay quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Oh, it really succeeded? Yi Chun was slightly surprised, looking at this disciple with newfound respect. Zhou Ning picked up one of the pills from the furnace and casually tossed it. Boom! With a dull thud, the ground instantly erupted into a deep pit, smoke billowing everywhere. So the weight was reduced. No wonder, Yi Chun realized. Zhou Ning nodded, signaling the furnace disciple to step back. You have qualified. Chapter 57. Sect Leader Senior Brother. Have you become arrogant? The furnace disciple excitedly rushed to stand behind Zhou Ning, joining the other qualified disciples. Yi Chun stood for 6 long hours. During this time, Zhou Ning diligently assessed the disciples sent by Kanji Yunzi, not exchanging a single word with Yi Chun. Only when the sun began to set did the selection of these young disciples conclude that a total of 23 disciples possessed the talent for alchemy. Little Master Uncle, Zhou Ning finally glanced at Yi Chun, respectfully bowing. However, A hint of fatigue marred her stunning visage. Well done. Yi Chen's eyes brimmed with approval as he turned to the 23 selected disciples. To his surprise, out of several hundred, only these 23 were chosen. The odds were indeed quite favorable. He had expected there would be at most two. The 23 disciples gazed at the legendary figure before them. The little master uncle whose cultivation was as high as 9 stories. With reverence, I won't waste words. I trust you did not come to Little Cheong Peak merely to listen to me discourse. Yi Chun commenced. You all may reside on Shao Cheong Peak, where you will cultivate alchemy under Ning Er's guidance. The required resources will be abundantly supplied by Qingyun's sect. My sole request is that you master the refining method of the Song of Ice and Fire within 3 days. Following that, you shall engage in mass production. Your future status will rise to the highest among the disciples of Qingyun's sect. At that time, those who fail to grasp the alchemical techniques of the Song of Ice and Fire shall be expelled from Shao Cheong Peak. Zhou Ning gazed with bewilderment in her beautiful eyes and inquired, Shirshu, what is mass production? Yi Chen paused momentarily before redirecting the conversation. All right, that is all I wish to convey. Now disperse, return to your homes, and seek your respective mothers. Assemble on Shao Cheong Peak tomorrow. I hope that in the future, you can gain renown in the realm of cultivation through alchemy. The disciples' eyes sparkled with fervor. Renowned in alchemy? This was once a mere dream beyond their reach. Could it be that Shirshu can make such a miraculous future come true? Zhou Ning stared dreamily at Yi Chen's handsome profile. With the glasses adorning his face, the world appeared far clearer. Zhou Ning felt as though her Shirshu seemed even more charming. To gain renown in alchemy, Shirshu, I shall help you realize this. That a night passed without incident. The following day, Yi Chen began assisting Zhou Ning in guiding the 23 disciples in the refinement of the Song of Ice and Fire. Apart from questions regarding the alchemical concoction he invented, Yi Chen answered all inquiries related to alchemy from these disciples. Although he had only perused some introductory texts, his understanding of alchemy surpassed that of anyone else in Qingyun sect. The disciples felt exceedingly fortunate to have arrived at Shao Cheong Peak through their trials. Through the combined efforts of Yi Chen and Zhou Ning, the arduous construction of the production line began yielding the Song of Ice and Fire by the 3rd day. Shao Cheong Peak was enveloped in ethereal mists, with celestial energy swirling all around. Apart from the occasional sounds of exploding alchemical furnaces, harmony reigned supreme. Sun Yanzi, on his part, was exceedingly responsive to the needs of Shao Cheong Peak. Within a mere 3 days, he had dispatched over 20 alchemical furnaces to Shao Cheong Peak. The Bai Luo Great Formation had been reactivated. Outsiders could not breach the formation and were thus unaware of the fervent alchemical activities taking place atop Shao Cheong Peak. Su Yorong had secluded herself ever since receiving the true insights of swordsmanship from Yi Chen. It had been several days since Yi Chen had last seen his soul disciple, but a strange wave swept through Shao Cheong Peak. The disciple, Sun Hansheng, stared vacantly at the swirling smoke of the alchemical furnace before him, paralyzed with hesitation and unable to open the furnace. If he missed the optimal moment to open it, the concoction would turn into waste. Yi Chen's voice echoed softly, rousing Sun Hansheng from his stupor. He hastily unleashed his true essence to blow off the lid of the furnace, and a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. Sun Hansheng gazed at the few dark alchemical pills, unable to conceal his excitement. Yi Chen casually picked one up, infused it with true essence, and tossed it into the distance. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, scattering the dense sea of clouds. Although it was not yet the perfected Song of Ice and Fire, it was already quite impressive. Yi Chen joyfully patted Sun Hansheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done." "Keep it up." Sun Hansheng's face flushed with excitement, rendering him speechless. Receiving praise from his Shirshu, Yi Chen was a joy surpassing even the creation of a top-tier spirit pill. "Yes, I shall diligently obey Shirshu's command." After a span of 10 days, Sinzi gazed at the multitude of pills lay before him, momentarily breathless. These were all the Song of Ice and Fire concocted by his junior brother. Yi Chen chuckled, "Absolutely genuine. Its potency rivals that of the very first one I refined myself." Gasp! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. The recluse Qiyun cautiously inquired, "Junior brother, how many pills are here?" 300. Yi Chun grinned. 300 pills comparable to those suitable for a cultivator at the transformation stage. There's no need for existential doubts. Sect Master Brother. Why Yi Chun handed a lengthy invoice to the dazed Song Yunzi, somewhat bashfully saying, "Sect Master Brother, might I trouble you to settle this account?" Song Yunzi, upon seeing the lengthy bill, was momentarily taken aback. "Junior brother, didn't Tichi mention that the cost of these pills is not high?" Sinzi glanced over the bill casually, only to have his expression darken. "Junior brother, is this dragon tongue grass an essential material for alchemy? Why is there such a hefty charge of 30,000 spirit stones? And what is this vodka? It costs 23,000 spirit stones. And this 6-flavor mania pill?" Song Yunzi lamented, "Junior brother, if you're going to fabricate an invoice, at least do so with some seriousness." Yi Chun, feigning surprise, countered, "Sect Master Brother, what are you talking about? This is the necessary cost for refining the Song of Ice and Fire. You wouldn't attempt to evade payment, would you? If so, then the spirit pill production line on Shao Qiong Peak shall all right. All right, I'll settle these costs for you." Song Yunzi shook his head, letting out a rueful laugh. "But isn't this pill supposed to cost you your life?" Yi Chen's expression darkened. "Cost you your life? How absurd." When Yi Chen departed from Longzhou Peak, he felt elated, for he carried the 200,000 spirit stones reimbursed by Song Yunzi for a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. This was a fortune. In the past, selling Shao Qiong Peak would not have even amounted to a mere 10,000 spirit stones. "Master, we are finally wealthy," Yi Chen murmured as he poured a cup of wine before the tomb of Taoist Yizhen. "Our Shao Qiong Peak is no longer impoverished." Why Yi Chun left Qingyun sect. With less than 20 days remaining until the Great War of the 100 Dynasties in Guangxing Domain, he needed to journey to the Arctic ice field to procure ancient ice for the concoction of the central fusion of the Mo Ling fire. However, upon departing from Qingyun sect, he secretly took 500 pills of the Song of Ice and Fire, his clandestine possession, unbeknownst to Song Yunzi and the senior members of Qingyun sect, with my current strength. Venturing alone to the Arctic ice field should pose no problem, Yi Chen mused, especially since I possess so many pills. Yet for safety's sake, he decided to draw another mythical extraction card, seated upon the Longyuan sword. Yi Chen soared through the skies, while his consciousness delved into the system space. System, draw a mythical card. Chapter 58. Is there hope after contracting the Dihua virus? Ding. Does the host confirm the expenditure of 1,000 mythical points to draw a silver mythical extraction card? Confirmed. As Yi Chen's words fell, the familiar spinning wheel reappeared before him. As the rapidly spinning wheel gradually came to a halt, a somewhat familiar silhouette materialized. Shortly afterward, that apparition transformed into a streak of light and landed in Yi Chen's palm. Gazing at the mythical extraction card resting in his hand, Yi Chen was mildly astonished that I actually drew this one. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the silver extraction card. Wenzhong. Silver card. Wenzhong. A figure from the myth of Fengshan. Grand Master of the Shang Dynasty, posthumously conferred as the Supreme Master of Thunder, ruler of the Nine Heavens. Upon using the mythical extraction card, the host will acquire the Nine Heavens Thunder Method, 3-eye Divine Sight, and the ability for 5 elements transformation, lasting for 6 hours. Satisfied, Yi Chen stored the Wenzhong extraction card and continued his journey on the sword, making haste toward the Arctic ice field. In the Arctic ice field at the Divine Mist Palace, the Palace Master, Gong Weihan, slowly opened her beautiful eyes while seated on a throne sculpted from cold jade. Song Yunzi, that old fool, was truly rendered powerless by Su Exen. Palace Master, an elderly woman spoke, her voice raspy and ominous, as though echoing from the depths of hell. "Is it true that Yi Chen from Qingyun sect intends to come to the Arctic ice field?" Gong Weian nodded. "I have heard that this junior brother of Song Yunzi is exceptionally talented, having broken through to the integration stage at a young age. His attainments and formations in alchemy are also noteworthy. If he is indeed as Song Yunzi described, I would not mind lending him a hand." Palace Master, why does Yi Chen seek ancient ice? The elderly woman rasped. Qingyun sect is located in the Central Plains and has no need to cultivate cold-type techniques. This does not concern us. Gong Weihan waved her hand and spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. I find myself somewhat intrigued by Yi Chun. The Long Yuan sword truly deserves its reputation as a supreme spiritual weapon. Moreover, after devouring the demon sword Tianlai, the Long Yuan sword seems to exhibit signs of spiritual awakening. From Qinjianmen to the extreme northern ice plains, it must be a distance of thousands of miles. Yet, Yi Chun, riding his sword, arrived at the extreme northern ice plains in merely a day's time. This speed, Yi Chun's expression grew serious as he gazed at the Long Yuan sword. The sword technique I cultivated during the foundation building stage. Is it truly just a foundation building technique? Why does this speed seem rather extraordinary? Shaking his head, Yi Chun sheathed the Long Yuan sword and proceeded through the thick layer of snow. The extreme northern ice plains are perpetually cloaked in ice and snow, with a frigid climate and scarce human presence. However, some cultivation sects have established their strongholds here. Among them, the second-tier sect Xintian Palace is vaguely regarded as the uncrowned king of the extreme northern ice plains. It is said that Xintian Palace only accepts female disciples. I wonder if that is indeed true, the Yi Chun murmured to himself, pondering whether they would accept a handsome male disciple like me. If Tsang Yunzi were to hear Yi Chun's words, he would surely spit blood in frustration. After all, he had gone to great lengths for Yi Chun, only for him to consider switching allegiances so easily. The Xintian Palace is quite expansive, with the outer region being the mixed residence of mortals and cultivators known as Xintian City. As he traversed the city, every household kept their doors tightly shut, and the streets were devoid of anything but snow. Yi Chun's frown deepened with each step. Typically, there would be a considerable number of mortals inhabiting the vicinity of a cultivation sect. Cultivation sects require mortals for sustenance. While mortals seek protection from the sections, this relationship bears resemblance to a symbiotic interaction in biology. Given that Xintian Palace is located in such a desolate area, one would expect it to be true. However, since entering Xintian City, Yi Chun had yet to encounter a single living soul, which was indeed peculiar. Could it be that my extraordinary handsomeness has rendered them too shy to venture outside? Yi Chun touched his face, reassured that he had concealed his true appearance with magic, that it should be impossible for anyone below the Golden Core stage to discern it. Could it be? Yi Chun's heart raced as he realized that even the residents of Xintian City might be Golden Core experts. Hey, are you Yi Chun? Just as Yi Chun was lost in thought, a melodic voice rang out. The sound was not loud, yet resonated like thunder amidst the swirling snow. Yi Chun looked up in surprise, only to behold a stunningly beautiful girl with long hair standing before Xintian Palace. I heard your cultivation is quite high, so I want to test you personally. The girl suddenly grinned, and with a swift motion, she slashed downward with a blade, tearing through the air with terrifying force. The oppressive blade aura instantly cleaved the street for hundreds of feet. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Who are you? Miss, do I know you? However, the enchanting girl clearly had no intention of introducing herself. With a single stroke, her overwhelming blade aura shattered the street. Boom! A stunning chasm appeared before Yi Chun. Why is such a beautiful girl not practicing with a sword instead? With the Long Yuan sword in hand, Yi Chun retaliated with a swift strike. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the fierce energy surged forth, dissipating her menacing blade aura instantly. A flicker of surprise crossed the girl's eyes as she suddenly leaped and charged forward. Slashing downward with her blade, Yi Chun furrowed his brow slightly. Though you are beautiful, do not let that lead you to overestimate yourself. Do you truly think I, Yi Chun, lack temper? Golden Sun Sword Chi. A golden sword aura, hundreds of feet long, surged forth, cleaving through the girl's blade momentum. Boom! The entire street exploded in an instant, turning the adjacent buildings into ruins. The girl's expression paled, and she was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing against the wall of Xintian Palace. Bam! With a crash, a human-shaped dent appeared in the wall, and spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly in all directions. Footsteps echoed as Yi Chun approached the girl step by step. Excuse me, miss, but who are you? I haven't provoked you, so why attack me with such ferocity? The girl finally managed to extricate herself from the wall, gazing at Yi Chun with an unusual glint in her beautiful eyes. Her internal energy surged violently, and blade aura soared toward the sky. Yi Chun frowned deeply. Are you serious about continuing this fight? That would be rather unwise, wouldn't it? If you keep this up, don't blame me for being ruthless." The girl coldly scoffed. Is this the extent of a small master uncle from Kinjianmen? I can endure, but my aunt cannot. Yi Chen's anger flared as he flicked his finger, sending the dark ice and fire song hurtling towards the girl. The girl's eyes turned icy as she swung her blade downward. The ice and fire song was cleaved in half, and the ensuing explosion erupted violently. The conflicting energies of fire and ice surged outward, consuming everything in their vicinity. The girl's face changed dramatically. She had never imagined that the pill Yi Chen casually tossed was an offensive treasure. Moreover, given its formidable power, it likely rivaled the strike of a nascent soul expert. This was disastrous. The girl couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Boom. The explosion roared like thunder, and just as it appeared the girl would be engulfed by the blast, a green ancient bell plummeted from the sky. Thundering down, with a dull sound, the terrified girl was enveloped by the bronze bell. Boom! The area within 100 feet was obliterated, leaving behind a deep pit over 100 feet in diameter. The walls of Xintian Palace were marred by numerous, alarming cracks. Gong Weihan looked on with a complex expression at Yi Chen, who stood there in white robes, hands clasped behind his back. She too was astonished by the power of Yi Chen's mysterious pill, a combat-capable pill. That was something she had never heard of. As the terrifying energy dissipated, Gong Weihan retrieved the bronze bell. The girl, with tears in her eyes, rushed toward Gong Weihan, her face filled with grievance. "Mother," Gong Weihan sighed. "Oh, you." She then turned to the bewildered Yi Chen. "You must be Yi Shidi, correct? I am Gong Weihan, the master of Xintian Palace. This is my daughter, Mu Yuchenji." Why Yi Chen blinked. "Master, may I ask what this is all about? Did you clear out the outer city to welcome me?" Gong Weihan forced a smile. "It's just that my daughter has heard of your remarkable deeds and is overly enamored with you." Which led her to impulsively test you. Why Yi Chen blinked again, his expression one of confusion. "Oh, this beautiful girl is actually a die-hard fan of mine? Am I really that famous in the cultivation world?" As he caught sight of the girl's eager and reverent gaze, Yi Chen suddenly felt quite uneasy. This was indeed a reckless act on my daughter's part. I hope you can forgive her. Gong Weihan said apologetically. Why Yi Chen was momentarily speechless, glancing at the outer city streets that he had nearly reduced to ruins. "Well, master, you flatter me. Why Yi Shidi, I have received the message from Song Yunzi regarding your inquiry. We at Xintian Palace are indeed aware of the location of the 10,000-year cold ice. Rest for a bit, and tomorrow I will have my daughter accompany you deeper into the ice plains." "Thank you, master." Yi Chen respectfully cupped his hands in gratitude. "Please, follow me," Gong Weihan said, leading the way. Mu Yuqing trailed behind, occasionally glancing back at Yi Chen, her cheeks flushed. "Mother, Yi Chen is so handsome," Mu Yuqing whispered to Gong Weihan. "Can we keep him in Xintian Palace?" "Nonsense," Gong Weihan scolded, somewhat irritated. "He is a formidable cultivator at the integration stage. Yuqing, you must show respect to Yi Shidi. Tomorrow, you will accompany him to the ice plains in search of the 10,000-year cold ice. Remember, take the opportunity to learn from him about the cultivation path. That I do not expect you to reach the integration stage, but you must strive to attain the God transformation stage quickly." As she spoke, a shadow of gloom crossed Gong Weihan's eyes. Only by breaking through to the God transformation stage can your marriage prospects have some leeway. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing pouted. Who would want to marry that scoundrel Zhou Cheng? If it comes to marriage, you should marry him yourself. Gong Weihan's brows furrowed tightly, and the temperature around them plummeted. She shot a cold glare at Mu Yuqing, remaining silent. Feeling guilty, Mu Yuqing lowered her head. Unable to meet Gong Weihan's gaze. I realized my mistake. Why Yi Chen, following behind, observed everything quietly, choosing not to speak. After all, this was a matter concerning Xintian Palace. As an outsider, he had neither the qualification nor the reason to intervene. Once he located the 10,000-year cold ice, he would leave this place promptly. At that point, regardless of what transpired within Xintian Palace, it would no longer concern him. Strangely, in this extreme northern ice plain, Xintian Palace should be the most powerful sect. What other forces could possibly threaten Xintian Palace? Gong Weihan arranged a banquet for Yi Chen, The banquet. Numerous elders and disciples of the divine celestial palace surrounded Yichun, curiously observing him from every angle. The ambience was lively, filled with the chatter and laughter of young ladies, which left Yichun feeling quite embarrassed, prompting him to excuse himself and leave early. Upon returning to his residence, just as Yichun intended to rest, a gentle tapping sounded at the window. It seemed someone was knocking with small stones. Puzzled, Yichun opened the window, only to have a stone fortuitously land on his forehead. Mu Yuqing, startled, quickly covered her eyes and exclaimed, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you would suddenly open the window." Yichun looked at her with a hint of helplessness and asked, "What on earth do you want?" Mu Yuqing raised her head, gazing at him with eager eyes, her brows arched with excitement. "Hey, Yichun, do you have a dual cultivation partner? What on earth? Are the girls in this world so direct?" How should this old bachelor respond? Seeing Yichun struck dumb, Mu Yuqing felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Hey, I'm asking you a question. Perhaps, maybe, probably not," Yichun replied, scratching his nose and glancing at the endless expanse before Mu Yuqing. "It seems I prefer something a bit more grand and tumultuous. Airports, for instance, just don't appeal to me at all." Mu Yuqing looked puzzled. "What's an airport?" Following Yichun's gaze, her face flushed crimson. After a long pause, she could not articulate her thoughts, gave Yichun a fierce glare, and turned to flee. Why Yichun closed the window and sat down. He reached out into the air, pondering, having grace seems quite magnificent. Oh dear, Ninger is also quite splendid, a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Su Yurong, who was deep in meditation, suddenly sneezed, bewildered by the empty surroundings. "I've already condensed the void, Dan. It's impossible for me to catch a cold. Could it be that someone is cursing me?" With that thought, an angry expression surfaced on her face. "Damn that master! How could he leave without taking me?" Saying this, she pulled out a small figurine from her bosom, which bore a striking resemblance to Yichun. Su Yurong took a deep breath, her eyes filled with adoration. "Master!" Achoo! Yichun sneezed again, casting a suspicious glance at the window. "The window is closed. Could it be that a dignified golden core cultivator, might actually catch a cold? We'll be delving into the icy plains tomorrow. I should rest early. Yichun lay on the couch and soon drifted into slumber. The night passed without incident. The following day, Yichun was awakened by a gentle knock on the door. Yi shitty. It's about time to set off. Are you ready? Gong Weihan's voice outside was exceedingly polite. Yichun, momentarily taken aback, quickly wiped his face and arose to open the door. "Palace Master, I am ready. We could depart at any moment." "Wow, so handsome, just as the rumors say, devastatingly handsome. I heard he is at the integration stage. But he looks like just a golden core cultivator to me." "Fool, if you could see through the cultivation of a big shot at a glance, would they still be a big shot?" "That makes sense." Hearing the whispers of the disciples outside, Gong Weihan's brows furrowed in displeasure, and the temperature around her plummeted. The young female disciples, sensing they had provoked the palace master, quickly lowered their heads and dared not speak further. Gong Weihan forced a smile. "My disciples are ignorant of decorum. Please forgive them for making you laugh. You should it's no problem. I'm used to it." Yichun waved his hand nonchalantly. "What can one do? Who told me to be so handsome? I seem to be the center of attention wherever I go." Gong Weihan subtly frowned but turned to walk outside. Yi shitty. "Follow me. The young lady is already waiting at the palace gate." Yichun smiled slightly and followed her toward the palace gate. Did you see that? He smiled at me." "Nonsense. Young Master Yi was clearly smiling at me. Can you have some self-respect? Calling him young Master Yi so affectionately." As Yichun walked, the female disciples of the divine celestial palace burst into a flurry of infatuation, chattering excitedly. Chapter 60. It is said that the divine celestial palace is composed entirely of female disciples. Mu Yuqing sat atop the palace wall of the divine celestial palace, gently kicking her long legs amidst the swirling snowflakes. Her heart felt a bit chaotic. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. How could she have asked such a question? It was utterly mortifying. "Yuqing," Gong Weihan's voice, laced with a hint of coldness, echoed from behind, making Mu Yuqing tense up. "What are you doing sitting up there? Is this appropriate?" "Oh," Mu Yuqing replied, leaping down. Yi shitty. I will accompany you deep into the icy plains to search for the Millennium Ice. Gong Weihan stated, this young lady is rather spirited. I hope Yi Shidi will take good care of her along the way. Palace Master, you are being overly courteous, Yi Chun said, pondering for a moment before retrieving a delicate porcelain vial from his pocket and handing it to Gong Weihan. This is a pill I concocted called the Song of Ice and Fire, as a token of my respect. Pill. Mu Yuqing's eyes brightened immediately. Is it the explosive pill you used yesterday? Yuqing, you should call him Yi Shu. Gong Weihan scolded, frowning. Such impudence. Mu Yuqing stuck out her tongue. He is not much older than me. Why should I call him Shu? Yi Chun chuckled, appreciating her spirit. Well said, he should indeed be called a young master. Indeed, this is the explosive pill I used yesterday, Yi Chun confirmed. There are 20 of them here. As a gesture of gratitude from the Qingyun sect to the divine, celestial palace. 20 pills of such potency? Gong Weihan was taken aback. She had witnessed the power of the Song of Ice and Fire firsthand. Had it not been for her treasure, the Dongli Bell, which mitigated the explosion's impact, the entire outer city would have been leveled. The potency of this pill rivaled the full-force strike of a god transformation cultivator, yet Yi Chun seemed to treat it as if it were of no great significance. When did the Qingyun sect become so affluent? Yi Shidi, this pill is far too precious. My divine celestial palace has done nothing to deserve it. Gong Weihan replied courteously. Mother, if you don't accept it, I will. Mu Yuqing exclaimed, snatching the vial from Yi Chun's hand, her face alight with excitement. What a marvelous pill! I've never heard of a combat pill before. Yuqing, Gong Weihan scolded again, you lack decorum. Quickly return the pill to your Yi Shu. It's quite all right. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. I have plenty of these pills. Let Yuqing have them to play with. As he spoke, he pulled out another porcelain vial and handed it over. This one also contains 20 pills. Palace Master? Gong Weihan was left utterly speechless. Pills comparable to a strike from a god transformation cultivator. Such treasures would be revered and preserved in any sect, yet he casually gave them away as if they were mere cabbages. Did he think himself to be Doryman, pulling out top-tier pills at will? Yi Chun smiled as he placed the vial in Gong Weihan's hands and turned to walk towards the icy plains. Mu Yuqing hurriedly tucked the Song of Ice and Fire away, quickly catching up to him. Young Master Yi, why is this pill called the Song of Ice and Fire? Why not call it the explosive pill? It is simple, straightforward, and fitting. Yi Chun's expression darkened, immediately feeling the urge to reclaim the pills he had given her. Explosive pill, you scoundrel! The extreme north ice plains were perpetually blanketed in snow. The heavy snowfall came down without warning. If Yi Chun had not been protected by the 9 heavenly fire, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to traverse even 100 miles into the icy expanse. Conversely, Mu Yuqing appeared utterly unfazed by the relentless snowstorm, seemingly unbothered by the harsh conditions in a wind-sheltered ice cave. Mu Yuqing gazed wide-eyed at the flames before her. Why, Yi Chun? Without firewood. How did you light the fire? Having spent 2 days together, this spirited girl had dropped all formalities, referring to him directly by name. Thankfully, Yi Chun, having crossed over from Earth, was not particularly concerned about such things. This is the 9 heavenly fire. Its fuel is my true essence, not firewood. Yi Chun explained, and Yu Yuqing blinked her large eyes in curiosity. What is fuel? Yi Chun was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth agape. Why do you always have such peculiar terms? Mu Yuqing gazed at him with curiosity. Is it true that you single-handedly killed the god-splitting cultivator Su Xin and annihilated the entire E-Sword Pavilion? You truly comprehended the sword path and stepped in the integration stage. The Qingyun sect truly beseeches you to take on the role of the sect leader, yet you disdainfully assaulted the esteemed leader. Kanjiunzi, what utter nonsense is this? Yi Chen's face turned ashen. Aside from the annihilation of Su Xin and the E-Sword Pavilion, everything else is a fabrication. The notion of striking the sect leader's senior brother is utterly unfounded. Mu Yuqing blinked and continued to inquire. Does the explosive pill you concoct truly possess the might of a full-force strike from a god transformation stage cultivator? This is not merely an explosive pill. Its true name is 3,000 lives. Nay, it's a Song of Ice and Fire, Yi Chun replied, exasperated. He even regretted agreeing to accompany Gong Weihan. as this girl was not a guide at all, but rather a chatterbox, even someone as adept at sarcasm, as Yi Chun found her incessant questions tiresome. Yuqing, why do you practice the saber rather than the sword, in a bid to turn the situation around? Yi Chun decided to take the initiative and pose the question. Sword cultivators are universally acknowledged as the foremost in the realm of cultivation. Hearing this, Mu Yuqing curled her lips in disdain. Yi Chun, how pedestrian of you! Since so many people practice the sword path, who do you think I, Mu Yuqing, am? How could I possibly conform to their ways? I shall cleave through the firmament with a single stroke, ensuring that no cultivator dares to underestimate female practitioners again. Yi Chun raised his thumb in genuine admiration, exclaiming, "What a magnificent spirit! It appears the tempest outside has ceased. Let us continue our journey." Mu Yuqing declared with a triumphant smile, "In approximately another day's time, we shall reach the location of the 10,000-year-cold ice. By the way, what precisely do you seek the 10,000-year-cold ice for?" "Here we go again." Yi Chun sighed deeply. "To treat the illness of my senior brother, the sect leader, Kanji Yunzi of the Qingyun sect." Mu Yuqing's gaze turned slightly uneasy. Did I not hear he had been rendered powerless? What illness does he need treating for? To assist my senior brother in merging with allowing him to continue his cultivation, Yi Chun stated candidly, without any intention of withholding information. Mu Yuqing was taken aback. Can one truly cultivate again after having their true essence destroyed? If I say it can, then it undoubtedly can. Yi Chun smiled lightly and suddenly pointed forward. A razor-sharp aura of metal instantly tore through the air, transforming into 100 Zhonglong sword chi that impaled an attacking beast of the icy plains onto the ice. Boom! With a tremendous sound, the ground shattered, revealing a bottomless pit, had it not been for the extreme northern ice plains soil. Hardened over millions of years, akin to steel, the force of Yi Chen's sword would have been even greater. Hiss! Mu Yuqing gasped, her charming face paled slightly. Is this the Qingyun sect's heaven-level sword technique? Heaven-level sword technique? Yi Chun was taken aback, shaking his head. No, it is merely an introductory sword technique. Jinyang sword chi that I would love to learn a heaven-level technique, but alas, my realm does not permit it. Upon seeing the melancholic expression on Yi Chen's face, Mu Yuqing took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to land a punch on him. Chapter 61. Do you have a dual cultivation partner? An introductory sword technique? Pray tell, who possesses an introductory sword technique that can produce 100 Zhonglong sword chi? It is unexpected that in such a harsh environment as the extreme northern ice plains, there would still be demonic beasts present, Yi Chen remarked. These are not demonic beasts. They're savage beasts, Mu Yuqing clarified. Demonic beasts can cultivate and even transform into humanoid forms, whereas savage beasts possess no ability to cultivate. No matter how powerful they are, they remain mere beasts, with no possibility of taking human form. Despite the harsh conditions of the extreme northern ice plains, there are indeed many formidable savage beasts. Savage beasts, you say? How intriguing, Yi Chun exclaimed. After half a day's journey, the two arrived at a fractured ice valley. Mu Yuqing pointed below, saying, "There lies a river of warm water that never freezes. The 10,000-year-cold ice you seek is situated beneath this river." Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Beneath the warm river? That seems contradictory. This defies the laws of thermodynamics. Mu Yuqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. You are conjuring up new and peculiar terms again. What is thermodynamics? That's of no consequence, Yi Chun replied. In this fantastical world, even Newton would find himself irate. With that, he grasped Mu Yuqing and leapt into the ice valley. Da-da! Mu Yuqing shrieked in terror. Yi Chun, have you lost your mind? Why would you jump down directly? I have tools. Moreover, I could fly down on my sword. Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that this was indeed the more dramatic approach. Mu Yuqing suppressed the urge to curse, swallowing back her words of greeting to Yi Chen's ancestors. It wasn't that she didn't wish to scold him. Rather, the chilling wind rendered her cheeks numb, making it difficult for her even to speak. After what felt like an eternity of falling, Yi Chen caught a glimpse of the valley floor, swiftly drawing his Long Yuan sword to stab at the icy wall. Boom! With a deafening roar, shards of ice cascaded down. The two gradually slowed their descent. As they neared the valley floor, the temperature around them began to rise, Upon landing, Yi Chun was immediately astounded by the scene before him. At the bottom of the valley flowed a river, steam rising from it, with lush green grass lining its banks, and many rare plants flourishing vibrantly. The misty atmosphere rendered this place a veritable paradise, akin to a realm of immortals. What a marvel! Yi Chun exclaimed. The warmth of the river has melted the ice, allowing for the growth of these plants that it is simply astounding. The 10,000-year cold ice is at the riverbed. You go retrieve it, Mu Yuqing said, still shaken. I shall gather some spiritual herbs here. Yi Chun nodded and, without any further preparation, dove headfirst into the warm river. Mu Yuqing looked on, utterly bewildered. This fellow, possessing an astonishingly handsome visage. How could he be so reckless? The river was warm. It was not unbearable. Yi Chun held his breath and swam downwards with remarkable speed, just as he was about to reach the riverbed. A sudden chill enveloped him, causing his expression to change. Could this be? Following the direction of the icy sensation, he found himself engulfed in darkness, unable to see anything. Yet he could distinctly feel that the river water nearby was beginning to freeze. Chunks of ice flowed past him, scraping against his skin. Yi Chun quickly swam forward. Upon sensing the bone-chilling cold, he halted. 9 Heavens Liuhua. A blazing flame erupted, roaring to life in the murky river, burning fiercely. This divine fire, fueled by Yi Chun's true essence, would not extinguish even underwater. It's still a bit dim. Yi Chun urged his true essence, and instantly, the flames transformed into a colossal fireball that seemed to scorch the heavens. The entire river began to boil, bubbles rising incessantly. The depths of the riverbed were suddenly illuminated as bright as day. Mu Yuqing stood agog, watching the river boil, murmuring, "What on earth is he doing down there? Does he intend to boil himself alive?" At the riverbed, Yi Chun spotted a massive chunk of 10,000-year cold ice, about the size of a grinding disc. The ice shimmered in shades of bluish white, radiating a lustrous glow akin to high-quality jade. Just as he prepared to swim over, 2 lantern-like eyes suddenly flickered to life beneath the riverbed. A colossal savage beast opened its maw and lunged at Yi Chun. What in the world is this? Yi Chun was taken aback, swiftly flicking his wrist as the Long Yuan sword unleashed 100 Zhonglong sword chi towards the approaching savage beast. In an instant, the river surged tumultuously, waves crashing. Meanwhile, Mu Yuqing had long since distanced herself, fearing to be caught in the turmoil beneath the water surface. The climate beneath this ice valley was drastically different from the outside world, resulting in the growth of many rare spiritual herbs typically unseen in the outside realm. The reason the Shinxiao Palace was aware of the 10,000-year cold ice's location was due to their discovery of this ice valley years prior. Just as she was comfortably searching for spiritual herbs, a sudden surge of energy erupted, and a sword sliced through the air straight towards Mu Yuqing's back. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as the ground split open, creating a gaping chasm. Countless spiritual herbs were destroyed, causing Mu Yuqing to wince in pain. Gripping her sword, her palms tingled with a hint of numbness. Amidst the swirling dust, several figures appeared, riding swords as they hovered before Mu Yuqing. Mu Yuqing, a young man questioned, bewildered, "Is it you?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Mu Yuqing's pupils constricted with alarm, filled with apprehension. Fuma Island. "So it is you." The young man smirked coldly. "Why are you not at the Shinxiao Palace waiting for my junior brother to propose marriage? What are you doing here?" "Chun Ming, who is this girl?" Mu Yuqing remained silent. An elderly man with a sinister gaze and gray-white hair spoke up, his tone unfriendly, suggesting that if she were a nuisance, it would be better to eliminate her. "I report to you, Master Uncle." Chun Ming clasped his fists in respect and said, "This girl is the only daughter of the master of Shinxiao Palace, Gong Weian, with a cultivation talent rated at the 9th level, and she's also my junior apprentice sister." "Oh, so she's the girl that Sijui has taken a fancy to," the sinister elder sneered coldly. "In that case, once this matter is concluded, take her back to Fuma Island. Our affairs here must not be known to outsiders." Chun Ming's eyes flickered as he respectfully replied, "Yes, Master Uncle. Who would want to return with you?" Mu Yuqing shouted in anger. "Only a fool would marry that scoundrel Chen Sijui. I would rather die here than marry into your Fengma Island. Seeking death, Chun Ming drew his sword, making a move toward Mu Yucheng. Standing firm with her blade, Mu Yucheng summoned her inner energy, showing no fear. The little girl is spirit. I admire that, the sinister elder said with a wicked smile. Very well, since you are unwilling to marry Sijui. We at Fengma Island shall not force you. Master Uncle. Chun Ming's expression changed slightly. The sinister elder waved his hand, signaling Chun Ming to be silent. You have decent talent. Come and serve as my bed-servant disciple. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Chun Ming's expression turned strange, yet he dared not speak. Mu Yucheng felt a wave of disgust wash over her and instinctively stepped back. The elder's eyes narrowed as he swiftly launched a palm strike toward Mu Yucheng. Chapter 62. Rare Elixirs? The air exploded, instantly turning everything within several meters into dust. Mu Yucheng felt a pang of despair. This elder was clearly at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. She had no hope of resisting. Was she truly going to be coerced into becoming a humiliated bed-servant disciple at Fengma Island? Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted as the water's surface exploded, sending a massive beast's head, splattered with blood, hurtling toward the sinister elder, a Han Jiao beast. The elder's eyes filled with dread as he struck out at the beast's head. Bang! The force shattered the beast's skull, spraying foul liquid everywhere, drenching the disciples of Fengma Island. My hand, my eyes. A chorus of screams erupted as the beast's potent toxins rapidly corroded their bodies. The blood of the Han Jiao beast is highly toxic. Retreat quickly, the elder shouted darkly. The disciples of Fengma Island supported each other as they withdrew, some of them bloodied and in utter agony. Bang! A heavy thud sounded as a massive block of ancient ice crashed from the water's surface into the ground, creating a deep pit. Ugh, I can hardly breathe. Yucheng crawled out of the river, looking bewildered at the crowd from Fengma Island. Yucheng, we have guests. Mu Yucheng couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you see the tense atmosphere? Do we look like guests? Master Uncle? Chun Ming asked in a low voice. The sinister elder squinted and nodded slightly. Chun Ming's sword trembled in his hand, and he thrust it toward Yi Chun with a whoosh. The sword was enveloped in a dark energy, resonating with the growls of demons. 10,000 demons' sword. Yi Chun was momentarily stunned, then flicked a finger. The sharp golden energy coalesced at his fingertip, instantly striking Chun Ming's sword tip. Crack! Chun Ming's mid-grade spirit sword shattered piece by piece, clattering to the ground. Before he could recover from a shock, a piercing sword energy pierced through his chest, sending him flying backward for hundreds of feet. Bang! The ice shattered, and Chun Ming was buried beneath the fragments. The sinister elder's eyes twitched violently. I am Chun Daoling from Fengma Island. May I ask your esteemed name? Yi Chun, as if he had not heard, completely ignored him. While wringing out the water from his clothes, he turned to Mu Yucheng and said, Since they are not guests, what are you waiting for? Throw the elixirs I gave you at him. Mu Yucheng paused, recalling that Yi Chun had given her a vial of elixirs when she left Shenshao Palace. She pulled out the porcelain bottle from her belongings, narrowing her eyes mischievously at Chun Daoling. Now that's the spirit. Yi Chun dried his clothes, stood up, and stored the ancient ice jade into his spatial ring. Chun Daoling glanced at Mu Yucheng and then at Yi Chun. His expression wavering. One blow had sent the nascent soul cultivator Chun Ming flying. He found it hard to gauge Yi Chun's strength. As for Mu Yucheng, he dismissed her completely to owe him. Those so-called elixirs seemed like mere bluster. Elixirs are just food. How could they be a threat? Could they truly kill someone? Chun Daoling scoffed, looking at Yi Chun. Are you also here to search for the remains of the immortal? What? Yi Chun was taken aback. Remains of the immortal? What nonsense is that? Chun Daoling noticed that Yi Chun's expression was genuine, and his eyes brightened. It's nothing. That boy Chun Ming just acts recklessly, since you two mean no harm. Let this matter rest. Wai Yi Chun gazed at Chun Daoling with playful eyes and asked Mu Yucheng, Did they force you into marriage? Mu Yucheng's expression darkened as she slowly nodded. Then what are you waiting for? Yi Chun exclaimed loudly. Use the elixirs to hit him. Chun Daoling's face changed drastically, and he immediately assumed a defensive stance. Although he believed he could also injure a nascent soul cultivator like Chun Ming, he would never do it so easily. Naturally cautious, he had to be on guard. However, upon hearing Yi Chun instruct Mu Yu Chung to use the elixirs against him, his mind was flooded with questions. What is going on? Do they truly believe an elixir can kill? Have these two lost their minds? With a gritting of her teeth, Mu Yu Chung infused her inner energy into the elixirs. Following Yi Chun's previous instructions to throw the Song of Ice and Fire, the dark elixir, unremarkable in appearance, arced through the air. Chun Daoling remained frozen in place, his eyes full of questions. Are they truly two fools? Perhaps I should just kill them before searching for the remains of the immortal. Just as he contemplated murder, the dark elixir struck him, exploding with a thunderous roar. Boom! The ground shook violently as a bottomless pit opened up, and spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards. The glacier surrounding the ice valley instantly shattered, raining down like falling rain. Even if the mass-produced Song of Ice and Fire lacked the power of those personally refined by Yi Chun, its might was still formidable. Chun Daoling's mind reeled. What the hell? Is this really an elixir? With his mastery at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he withstood the explosion's force and leaped out from the falling ice shards. However, just as he emerged, Mu Yu Chung hurled another elixir at him. Chun Daoling's eyes widened in horror. He nearly bit his tongue. You have more of this kind of power? In response, Mu Yu Chung threw a third Song of Ice and Fire. Boom! Boom! The earth trembled violently, and the entire ice valley began to collapse. Chun Daoling spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with terror. The casual elixir thrown by Mu Yu Chung possessed the power of a nascent cultivator. Who on earth could refine such unfathomable elixirs? This was simply outrageous. Ordinary cultivators would never break through to the transformation stage in their entire lives. Yet with such elixirs in hand, one could fight on equal footing with transformation stage cultivators. Damn, this is too outrageous, isn't it? Ugh! Chun Daoling burst forth from the swirling ice and snow, his feet crashing into the ground, carving out two horrifying trenches. Blood dripped slowly from the corner of his mouth. His clothes torn and hair disheveled, his body marked with charred traces, making him appear particularly disheveled. Meanwhile, Mu Yu Chung seemed to be enjoying herself, casually tossing out 3 more Songs of Ice and Fire. Chun Daoling's eyes bulged, and he no longer dared to underestimate the elixirs that could rival a transformation stage cultivator's strike point 8 directions skywalking technique. Inner energy surged, and the tattered clothing on Chun Daoling's body billowed, as if caught in a storm. In the next moment, he shifted like a specter, evading the Song of Ice and Fire thrown by Mu Yu Chung. Boom! 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 The ground shook violently as the ice valley was engulfed in chaos. The winds howling and snow swirling. Upon confirming that Chun Daoling had not been harmed, Mu Yu Chung contemplated discarding the remaining pills from the Song of Ice and Fire in one fell swoop. Unaware of their true value, her heart brimmed with hatred for the demon sealing island. She would not hesitate to sacrifice 20 exquisite pills for Chun Daoling's life. However, her wrist was suddenly grasped by a hand as smooth as jade. Chapter 63. Is this girl a chatterbox? Yi Chun remarked coolly that only through unexpected tactics could one achieve remarkable results. Now that this old fellow was on guard, it would be futile to waste any more pills. Did he really think that a cultivator at the transformation stage would merely stand there and allow them to throw pills at him? Mu Yu Chung bit her lip fiercely, her heart filled with resentment. The demon sealing island, isolated at sea, was unrestrained by the powerful sex of the inner circle. Hence, they acted with impunity, embodying both righteousness and wickedness. If it weren't for the pressure from a few formidable cultivators on the island, how could her mother willingly send her into the jaws of danger? Rest assured, I'll take care of him, Yi Chun said with a wink and a smile. For reasons unknown, Mu Yu Chung felt an immediate sense of calm upon seeing Yi Chun. Take care of me, Chun Daoling, disheveled and wild-eyed, scoffed. You two juniors must have found the remains of an immortal in advance, uncovering this formidable elixir, right? Humph. I knew that the Shenxiao Palace had ulterior motives for their relentless explorations of the ice plains. However, pills are ultimately inanimate objects. With my defenses in place, how could you possibly harm me? Rest assured, I want to kill you immediately, and I intend to break your limbs and torment you slowly until you divulge the secrets of the immortal's remains. Chun Daoling grinned wickedly, then stomped the ground, causing a flying sword to soar from one of the disciples of the demon sealing island and land in his hand. The demon sealing sword. Buzz! The sword energy surged, filling the ice valley with a chilling aura, accompanied by the haunting cries of the tormented. The sword flashed like a meteor across the sky, vanishing in an instant. The air trembled. Even the very fabric of space was torn asunder by the astonishing sword energy. Yi Chun sighed, unleashing the Dragon Abyss sword, whose sword energy, hundreds of feet long, crashed down. Chun Daolin's eyes nearly bulged out as Yi Chun effortlessly shattered the sword energy with a single strike. Boom! The heavens trembled, and the entire ice valley was rent apart, revealing a chasm that seemed bottomless. Injured, Chun Daolin stumbled back, kneeling on the ground, his heart gripped by terror. What kind of sword technique is this? Could it be divine level? Yi Chun disdainfully curled his lip. The entry-level sword technique of the Qingyan sect. The Golden Sun sword energy. Damn, why does it always come back to this entry-level move? Chun Daolin stared at Yi Chun, momentarily at a loss for words. Entry-level sword technique. Are you jesting? Which entry-level sword technique can unleash sword energy 100 feet long? My own full-force attack at the transformation stage was obliterated in an instant. Which entry-level technique is so formidable? This young brother. How about this? I shall withdraw from the Yishan Valley and, upon returning to the Demon Sealing Island, persuade my disciple to annul the engagement with this young Lady Mu. As for your injury to my disciple from the Demon Sealing Island, shall we let it go? Clearly realizing he could not contend with this mysterious youth, Chun Daolin quickly conceded, as long as he could escape back to the Demon Sealing Island. Who cared about the Shenxiao Palace or the Qingyan sect? He could obliterate them in a heartbeat. That sounds splendid, Yi Chun replied with a smile. Mu Yuqing's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Yi Chun. What are you doing? Yi Chun gestured for her to remain silent. Chun Daolin, feeling a weight lift from his heart, said, Then we shall take our leave. Wait. Yi Chun smiled at Chun Daolin. I'm quite interested in the immortal remains you mentioned. Might you share more with me? Chun Daolin's expression instantly shifted to one of panic. I don't know what you were talking about. If that is the case, I can only give you a beating and then search your soul myself. Yi Chun feigned regret. Cold sweat broke out on Chun Daolin's back. With Yi Chun's sword energy spanning hundreds of feet, he had no doubt that Yi Chun possessed the ability to search souls, causing his expression to shift repeatedly. Flee. I cannot win. Absolutely cannot win. Chun Daolin bit down hard on his teeth, flinging his sleeves that a fierce wind howled, and several bewildered disciples of the Demon Sealing Island were hurled toward Yi Chun. Meanwhile, he employed his movement technique to escape frantically from the ice valley. The 8 directions skywalking technique. The terrified disciples of the Demon Sealing Island, their expressions filled with despair, had not even approached Yi Chun when they were immediately shredded by the tempest of sword energy. Mu Yuqing covered her mouth, her face pale, and turned to the side to retch violently. Blood gushed forth. As an unwed maiden, she had never witnessed such a scene to Yi Chun, however, maintained an impassive gaze, taking a step forward to appear 100 feet away. With the wind and thunder wings, the sound of thunder roared as Yi Chun sprouted wings, pursuing Chun Daolin at astonishing speed. Damn it, he clearly has the aura of a golden core cultivator. Yet, Chun Daolin's expression darkened. How could he shatter my demon sealing sword with a single strike? What on earth is that? And that pill comparable to a full-force strike from a transformation stage cultivator. Has the Shenxiao Palace truly uncovered the secret of the immortal remains? Boom! Suddenly, the clear sky was pierced by ominous thunder. Chun Daolin looked up in astonishment. He saw Yi Chun with wings unfurled, diving from the sky, and forcefully pressing his head toward the ground. What the hell? Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the entire ice valley. The ground instantaneously erupted into a terrifying P.I.T. In shock. Chun Daolin was driven deep into the earth by Yi Chun's force. Ugh! Chun Daolin coughed up blood, his breath faltering instantly. Speak what you know, or I shall search your soul myself, Yi Chun said coldly. Ha! Chun Daolin sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. You wouldn't know how to search a soul, would you? If so, why waste so much time talking to me? Yi Chun suddenly burst into laughter, snapping his fingers at a formation to trap immortals appear beneath Chun Daolin's feet. Hiss! Chen Daolin gasped. You know how to form arrays? Are you an array master? Yi Chun did not respond, but instead began to draw in the air with his right hand. Buzz. As he completed the final stroke, the void trembled gently. A talisman radiating immense energy floated over and instantly adhered to Chen Daolin's forehead. Drawing symbols in the air. You're actually a talisman master? Chen Daolin nearly bit his tongue in shock. Terrified, he reached for his forehead, yet found nothing. Disappeared? It hasn't disappeared. It is affixed to your primordial spirit. Yi Chun stated calmly as he withdrew several porcelain bottles from his robes, arranging them neatly in the snow before him. This is merely to prevent you from self-destructing your primordial spirit when you can no longer endure. What do you intend to do? For reasons unknown, Chen Daolin felt a chill run down his spine at Yi Chun's demeanor. What do I intend to do? Yi Chun smiled slightly. You guessed correctly. I do not possess the art of soul-searching. Therefore, I can only resort to severe interrogation. You see, these 20 or so bottles of pills are just like the ones that girl threw at you earlier. In fact, the quality of the ones here is even higher. I plan to let you sample each one, just to verify whether the pills produced in bulk are of consistent quality. Yes, he spoke. Yi Chun opened a porcelain bottle, pouring the dark pills into his hand. A few hundred pills, enough for you to enjoy for quite some time. Chapter 64. What are you staring at, by the way? Yi named this pill the Song of Ice and Fire, just like the pills in that girl's hand. Chen Daolin's gaze fell into a daze. He felt a chill run from his feet to the base of his spine and up to the crown of his head. Are you a devil? You possess hundreds of pills comparable to a full-force strike from a transformation stage cultivator. If you were to unleash them all, not even a transformation stage cultivator would survive, let alone a second-rate sect. Are you intending to drop them all on me? Chen Daolin's complexion turned an ashen hue. Desperately, he urged the true essence within him. Attempting to break free from the array Yi Chun had laid down with a mere flick of his fingers. After all, such a casual array surely had limited restraining power. If only he could expend all his true essence. Damn it! With a loud bang, Chen Daolin clutched his bleeding forehead, squatting on the ground, gritting his teeth in agony. Hiss! What kind of array is this? Why is it so unyielding? Could it be a heavenly grade formation? What heavenly grade formation? I certainly do not possess such skills. Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. It is merely a few entry-level immortal trapping arrays. What a joke. Chen Daolin's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you mocking my lack of knowledge? I am, after all, a fully realized cultivator in the transformation stage. An entry-level immortal trapping array could never contain me. Yi Chun tossed a pill that appeared somewhat less unsightly towards Chen Daolin. However, the sect leader mentioned that although it is just a simple immortal trapping array, the composite formation I researched possesses the power of a mountain-protecting array. Chen Daolin felt as though his heart was being crushed. Conjure a formation with just a wave of your hand, capable of such might. Are you a divine formation master? Before Chen Daolin could regain his composure, the ominous explosion of the ice and fire symphony resounded. The icy expanse within hundreds of feet was instantly shattered. The heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Chen Daolin felt as if his brain had turned to mush from the impact. A wave of intense pain surged through his body, causing him to gasp sharply. Hiss! Due to the constraints of the formation, the explosion of the ice and fire symphony did not extend beyond the town. Chen Daolin's clothes were torn to shreds, his body drenched in blood. Appearing utterly wretched, as his vital energy surged, his damaged body began to slowly recover under its influence. Flesh and bones regrew. Even his charred skin became as tender as that of a newborn. Upon opening his eyes and realizing he was still alive, he could not contain his joy. Ah-ha-ha-ha. I'm still alive. Alive. This pill is of rather low quality. Its power is utterly pathetic. Yi Chun remarked disdainfully, producing a second pill. Chen Daolin was left in a daze, his mind struggling to comprehend. This pill is merely of trash quality? Boom! Before he could grasp the situation, the second ice and fire symphony erupted violently. The entire icy valley trembled, leaving Chen Daolin's body nearly obliterated, with only a bloodied skeletal frame and remnants of flesh remaining. His nascent soul cowered feebly within the mud pill palace, trembling in fear. This one is quite good, Yi Chun exclaimed genuinely. Next time, let them write their names on the bottles for their pills. Such alchemical talents must be nurtured. Chun Daolin was gradually recovering. Mu Yuqing, stepping through the snow, arrived, and upon seeing Chun Daolin's pitiful state, a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes. Why not just kill him? After all, he's a transformation stage cultivator. It would be such a waste. I need him to test my pills, Yichun replied. Besides, I'm quite interested in the immortal bones he mentioned. Will he not divulge? Mu Yuqing inquired, frowning. Indeed, he's quite stubborn. Yichun chuckled that no, I will tell you everything. Chen Daolin exclaimed in terror. This dark pill's power is terrifying. What on earth is this? Even my fully realized transformation stage cultivation struggles to withstand it. If I endure a few more blows like this, I will surely perish and be buried within this valley of the fallen immortals. Did you hear that? Still unwilling to speak. Such tenacity. Yichun interrupted Chun Daolin with a smile, casually producing another pill. Huh. Chun Daolin was instantly bewildered, confusion evident in his small eyes. Are you hard of hearing? Did I not say I would tell you everything? How can you unjustly tarnish my reputation like this? Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the icy valley. The tremendous noise startled Mu Yuqing, making her shudder and pale slightly. Once the smoke cleared, half of Chun Daolin's body had vanished, and his charred nascent soul looked on in terror at Yichun and Mu Yuqing. Yichen's smile morphed into something sinister as he picked up another ice and fire symphony, this one appearing more refined, its power likely greater. With a thud, the still recovering Chun Daolin knelt before Yichun. Great one, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Look at this Mu Yuqing. This is what it means to be a transformation stage cultivator. Such spirit. I am ashamed in comparison. Yichun remarked, gazing at the bewildered Mu Yuqing. She blinked in confusion, utterly lost. Chen Daolin's face turned pale as he realized that Yichun was clearly intent on playing with his life. Damn it, with such terrifying cultivation. Why pretend to be a mere golden core cultivator? Is it enjoyable to play the pig to eat the tiger? I, a dignified transformation stage cultivator, am being so humiliated and toyed with, as he reflected on his woeful state. Chun Daolin began to weep, why Yichun was momentarily taken aback. Why are you crying? I used a talisman to protect your nascent soul. You cannot die no matter how much we play with you. He scolded, is this not utterly shameful? Unexpectedly, Chun Daolin cried even harder upon hearing this. Woo! The immortal bones were discovered by a disciple of our demon sealing island. I scoured the island Aztecs and found that an ancient battle once occurred here. The combatants were suspected to be legendary immortals. I secretly hid this information, planning to bring others to retrieve the immortal bones. As it might unravel the secrets of becoming an immortal, I have told you everything. Can you not stop the explosions? Witnessing Chun Daolin's sorrowful weeping, Mu Yuqing felt a twinge of compassion. Meanwhile, Yichun pondered deeply. Immortal bones? In the vast realm of Xianyuan, with countless sects scattered everywhere, there are indeed tales of cultivators achieving ascension and becoming immortals. Yet, in my recollection, there has never been a record of celestial beings descending upon Xianyuan to manifest their divinity, let alone dying in this small Guangxing region. Could it be that a powerful figure from the upper realm fell in this valley of fallen immortals and was mistaken for immortal bones by Demon Sealing Island? No, Chen Daolin is still a transformation stage cultivator. He should have some knowledge. Coming back to his senses, Yichun delivered a sharp slap to Chen Daolin. Fuming, stop crying. Chen Daolin immediately fell silent, bowing his head in silence. Where are the immortal bones? Yichun inquired. Right beneath the hot river, Chun Daolin obediently replied. Originally, I brought my disciples here to slay the beast lurking beneath the hot river, but unexpectedly, Yichun paused. Could it be that the beast is not guarding the millennium cold ice, but rather the immortal bones? At that moment, his attention had been focused solely on the millennium cold ice and the beast, and he had not examined the situation closely. Why Yichun stood and addressed Mu Yuqing. I shall descend to investigate further. But what about him? Mu Yuqing pointed at Chen Daolin, seeing the cowering elder of Demon Sealing Island. Yichun smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Buzz! An endless surge of sword intent instantly soared, piercing the heavens. The terrifying sword energy nearly scattered the clouds in the sky, within the immortal trapping array. Chen Daolin was instantly pierced by myriad swords, dying on the spot. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying Transformation Stage Chen Daolin, earning a reward of 1,000 myth points. Boom! In the next moment, the nine heavens Lihua blazed fiercely, instantly reducing Chen Daolin as corpse to ashes. All right, that has settled, Yi Chen remarked indifferently, turning to walk towards the hot river. Then Yu Yuqing hurried to catch up. Why did you burn Chen Daolin? To reduce him to ashes. Yi Chen replied, this is a fundamental operation for a cultivator, lest I leave behind evidence that could be discovered. There are always greater mountains. Who knows what powerful figure might take an interest. But a transformation stage cultivator is still a formidable presence. Mu Yuqing questioned. He must have numerous treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones, right? Even if he has none of those, surely he has spirit stones? Wouldn't it be a waste to burn them all? Yi Chen stumbled, a sharp pain slicing through his heart. What a waste! The thought of the elixirs and spirit stones belonging to Chen Daolin being reduced to ashes pained him greatly. What a dreadful waste! He murmured to himself as he arrived at the banks of the hot river, under the disdainful gaze of Mu Yuqing. It's exceptionally perilous below. You should not descend. Yi Chen sighed deeply, dismissing the matter of Chen Daolin, and spoke to Mu Yuqing that if anyone else arrives, just throw a pill at them. Rest assured, even if you run out, I have plenty more, enough to fill your needs. Mu Yuqing nodded obediently. All right, Yi Chen was taken aback. When did this once brash and impulsive individual become so compliant? With a gaze filled with skepticism, Yi Chen leaped into the river. The searing sensation engulfed his entire body, prompting him to grimace in discomfort. Once he acclimated to the scalding waters of the riverbed was within reach. Although this hot river stretched for hundreds of miles, since Chen Daolin had managed to locate the ice valley. The remains of the immortal should lie nearby. Yi Chen ignited the nine heavens fire and began to search meticulously along the riverbed. He scoured nearly every inch around the vicinity of the ice valley. Yet he found no trace of the immortal's remains. Could it be that Chen Daolin was deceiving him? That seemed unlikely. Suddenly, Yi Chen recalled the fierce beast, the cold Jiao. Might it be lurking in that vicinity? He swiftly turned and swam towards where he had encountered the cold Jiao. Previously, he had been too preoccupied with extracting the eternal ice to observe his surroundings closely, in hindsight, given the extremely high temperature of the hot river. Why had the eternal ice not melted? Furthermore, after he had removed the eternal ice, the chill in the river seemed unaffected. Yi Chen swam in the direction from which the coldness emanated, arriving at the spot where he had found the eternal ice. Illuminated by the nine heavens fire, everything within a radius of several dozen meters became strikingly clear. To his astonishment, he discovered a dark, square opening measuring about a yard across beneath him. Cold air continuously surged from the entrance, freezing the scalding river water into chunks of icy. Turned out that the eternal ice had been resting atop this opening. Yi Chen suddenly realized that while he had been engaged in a struggle with the cold Jiao, he had overlooked this crucial detail. Could it be that the disciple from Demon Ceiling Island had discovered this entrance and subsequently located the immortal's remains beneath? After a brief moment of hesitation, Yi Chen grasped the mythical extraction card, the silver card Neza, and plunged into the opening. Splash! The surrounding river water evaporated instantly, and Yi Chen was startled to find himself in an expansive space below. The air was permeated with an intense chill, and as he gazed around, everything appeared pristine white. The water from the hot river could not seep in at all. The cold was overwhelming. Yi Chen stepped onto the icy surface and advanced. Finding it even stronger than the eternal ice, the ice cave was devoid of any treasures, save for a towering ice monument standing on a platform before him. Countless icicles hung down from the ceiling like spears of ice. As Yi Chen approached the monument, he faintly discerned something within it. Yet there were no inscriptions upon the stone. It did not seem to be a natural formation. Frowning, Yi Chen drew closer and was astonished to discover a skeletal figure seated within the translucent ice monument. Could this be the immortal remains that Chen Daolin had mentioned? The nine heavens fire blazed fiercely in Yi Chen's grasp, swiftly engulfing the ice monument. Drip, drip, the terrifying heat filled the entire ice cave. And the eternal ice, which had remained unmelting for millennia, began to dissolve into droplets upon the ground. As the skeleton gradually became visible, a look of surprise flickered in Yi Chen's phoenix eyes. It was as translucent as jade, even shimmering with a faint golden HUIT appeared to be anything but human remains. Just then, a series of characters suddenly appeared on the smooth, mirror-like ice walls. I'm the true martial immortal, slain by treachery in this place. Kneel before me, and you may receive my legacy. Yi Chen furrowed his brow. True martial immortal? In the 48,000 domains of the current Xianyuan, he had never heard of anyone daring to call themselves an immortal. Could it be that this pitiful figure, who had perished here, was indeed a celestial being from the immortal realm? Kneel? Yi Chen scowled at the skeleton that had completely detached from the ice monument, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Kneel before you? You, who have met your end here, clearly lacking in prowess. What right do you have to demand my submission? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Chen grasped the Long Yuan sword and swung it at the skeleton. Boom! The terrifying sword aura instantly shattered the skeleton into countless fragments. Ha! I admire your spirit. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by the characters that appeared upon the ice wall. Cultivators do not kneel to heaven nor to earth, let alone to your so-called immortal. This immortal shall bestow upon you the true martial body refining art. Yi Chen was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that this true martial immortal was a masochist? After he had cleaved his remains, the immortal was eager to offer him a cultivation method. Once you refine the true martial body, you shall break through the barriers of the myriad realms and ascend to the immortal realm, taking charge of the true martial immortal sect on my behalf. After the characters on the ice wall vanished, a long silence ensued, just as Yi Chen grew impatient and prepared to leave with a few bone fragments. A line of golden characters flickered back into view on the ice wall. True martial body refining art overview. In an instant, the characters seemed to come alive, flowing like water and merging into Yi Chen's mind. To his astonishment, he found an article radiating golden light within his consciousness that a divine-level cultivation technique, or perhaps a body refining technique. Boom! A brilliant beam of light shot through the ice cave, breaking through the water surface and soaring into the heavens. For a moment, it felt as if the very heavens and earth were pierced by this radiant column. An immense pressure surged forth, wreaking havoc across the 8 directions. Standing at the riverbank, Mu Yuqing's complexion turned pale as paper, her internal energies roiling uncontrollably. With a thud, she could no longer withstand the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 66. Alchemist before losing consciousness. Mu Yuqing could not help but curse Yi Chen inwardly. Damn you, Yi Chen, what trouble are you stirring up now? Beneath the river within the ice cave, a celestial apparition laughed heartily as it stepped forward, vanishing into the towering light. Splash! The river flowed back in. And in the blink of an eye, the ice cave was inundated with the scalding river water that Yi Chen could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? If you're leaving, why tear down the roof?" He hastily gathered a few fragments of the shattered bones he had severed and tossed them into his spatial ring. Just as he was about to depart, his attention was suddenly drawn to the spot where the true martial immortal's remains had been seated. The temperature of the 9 heavens fire was so high that it could melt divine weapons into vapor in an instant. Yet the area around the true martial immortal's seat remained icy to the core, showing no signs of change. This was clearly suspicious. In the next moment, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with a sudden realization. Ah, what a treasure! Gazing at the surging hot river, Mu Yuqing was left bewildered. What on earth is he doing down there? Such a commotion! Just then, with a resounding boom, Yi Chen burst forth from the water and landed on the ground. He shook his head and vigorously wrung out the water from his clothes, exclaiming, "I can't believe it! I can't believe it! I've actually discovered ice essence here." Ice essence. Mu Yuqing wrinkled her nose. What on earth is that? What's its use? It may be of no use to you, but for alchemists, it's a precious commodity. Yi Chen replied joyfully, regarding the blue liquid in his palm that radiated an astonishing chill, flowing like a living entity. This substance was far superior to ice stones. Just a smidgen could enhance the power of the song of ice and fire tenfold. Hiss! Mu Yuqing's eyes widened in shock as she gasped. The power of the Song of Ice and Fire is already comparable to a full-force strike from a god transformation stage cultivator. If its power increases tenfold, wouldn't that rival an attack from a deity transformation stage cultivator? This ice essence was also an exceptional material for forging ice-type treasures. Watching Yi Chun, who was toying with the palm-sized ice essence, Mu Yuqing could not help but roll her eyes. This avaricious demeanor bore no resemblance to the graceful, ethereal image of the little master uncle that was rumored to exist. Weren't you down there searching for the immortal remains? Mu Yuqing inquired. Did you find them? Let's discuss this on the way, Yi Chun said, putting away the ice essence with a serious expression that Mu Yuqing nodded in agreement. The two departed from the ice valley, heading towards the direction of the Divine Sky Palace that by the way. Yi Chun suddenly spoke up. Should I pay a visit to Demon Ceiling Island and wipe out their entire clan? Mu Yuqing paused for a moment, then hastily wrapped her clothing tighter and quickened her pace. Humph, who asked you to play the good guy? Divine Sky Palace. Gong Weihuan's beautiful face was filled with murderous intent as she stared fixedly at the young man before her. Chen Siju, are you truly intent on pressing me so hard? Mother-in-law, the pale-faced young man clad in Demon Ceiling Island attire grinned. One cannot say it so, that it was you who made the agreement with my father. If Mu Yuqing does not break through to the god transformation stage, she must willingly marry me and become my furnace, and from that point on, the Divine Sky Palace will be sheltered under Demon Ceiling Island. Chen Siju took a few steps forward, closing the distance to Gong Weihuan as he inhaled the fragrance emanating from her. May I ask, mother-in-law, has Mu Yuqing managed to break through to the god transformation stage yet? Gong Weihuan was instantly infuriated by Chen Siju's lewd actions, causing her already ample bosom to appear even more imposing. Chen Siju's pair of crafty eyes remained fixed on her, unable to look away for an extended period. The agreed-upon deadline has yet to arrive, and you're already so impatient. Gong Weihuan thought about gouging out this fellow's eyes and crushing them into oblivion. However, the power of Fengma Island far exceeded that of the Xinjiao Palace, and she dared not risk the entire sect. Indeed, I can no longer wait. Chen Siju replied with a wicked grin. I've already reached the mid-stage of the transformation god realm, and I am but a step away from achieving great success. Once Mu Yuqing becomes my furnace, my cultivation will yield exponential results that if you refuse, I happen to have some manpower with me and wouldn't mind annihilating your Xinjiao Palace. Gong Weihuan's expression shifted multiple times. Just as she was about to speak, seeking a reason to delay, a startling rainbow shot through the air, sweeping past Xinjiao City and directly towards the palace gates. Yi Chun arrived, accompanied by Mu Yuqing, riding on a sword. The astonishing sword aura extended for 100 zhang, causing the onlookers' faces to change dramatically. The disciples of Fengma Island hurriedly parted to create a path, while those of Xinjiao Palace were invigorated. Junior Uncle Xiao Yi. How wonderful! Junior Uncle Xiao Yi has returned. With his exceptional prowess, he will surely drive away these despicable foes. Yi Chun descended, holding Mu Yuqing's hand as he approached Gong Weihuan. Who are you? Chen Siju bellowed in rage. Let go of my hand. Yet Yi Chun paid him no heed, walking straight up to Gong Weihuan and cupping his hands in greeting. Palace Master, Yi Chun has returned. A strained smile appeared on Gong Weihuan's face. Thank you, junior brother Yi, for taking care of my daughter. But who the hell are you right now? Chen Siju, furious, glared at Yi Chun and demanded, I'm talking to you. You bastard. Ah, you were speaking to me? Yi Chun slightly paused. I apologize, but your cultivation is simply too weak. I didn't even notice you a disciple of Xinjiao Palace. It couldn't contain his laughter, as Yi Chun's words were undeniably cutting. After all, Chen Siju was the young master of Fengma Island, a mid-stage transformation god cultivator, and one could hardly say he was weak in the grand scheme of the Guangxing domain. Isn't this just a deliberate humiliation? Junior Uncle Xiao Yi is truly exceptional. His methods of slapping faces are unparalleled. I will ruin you. Chen Siju seethed, his right hand curling into a claw, dark flames igniting fiercely in his palm. He leaped forward, charging at Yi Chun. It's the young master's netherfire claw. This is a low-grade heavenly technique. Its power is astonishing. It is said that the flames will not extinguish until they have consumed their foes. The disciples of Fengma Island eagerly anticipated the scene of Yi Chun being thoroughly beaten. They had witnessed such scenarios countless times before. According to the young master's temperament, this extraordinarily handsome lad would undoubtedly suffer unspeakable torment. Awaken, Chun Siju sneered. You shall pay for your foolishness. Yi Chun took a deep breath and exhaled gently. Whoosh! The nether fire swirling around Chun Siju's hand was instantly extinguished. Huh? Chun Siju was taken aback. The disciples of Fengma Island stared in disbelief. Did he just blow out the nether fire? Is he blowing out celestial energy? While Chun Siju was dazed, Yi Chun seized his hand with a slight smile. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Yi Chun executed a shoulder throw, slamming Chun Siju into the ground that a deep pit instantly formed, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading wildly in all directions. Silence, an eerie silence fell over the crowd, and one had expected Yi Chun to perform such a maneuver. Ha ha ha! Mu Yuqing laughed uproariously. Chun Siju, look at you now. What a joke of a transformation god cultivator, reduced to lying on the ground like a dog before Yi Chun. Yuqing, Chapter 67, to crush the bones and scatter the ashes. Gong Weihuan reprimanded, though a hint of amusement flickered in her gaze. This is utterly satisfying. After enduring such humiliation for so long, Shunjiao Palace finally has a chance to breathe. I will kill you. Chun Siju roared, leaping up and striking towards Yi Chun with a palm. Netherfire's sealing palm. Yi Chun remained unhurried, pulling out a porcelain vial from his pocket and casually tossing a dark pill towards Chun Siju. Chun Siju paused, then burst into derisive laughter. Has this guy taken the wrong medicine? Does he think he can crush me with a pill? Ridiculous! Boom! Before he could even strike, the dark pill exploded instantly. Like a thunderclap, a violent force erupted forth. Chun Siju's imposing aura was shattered in an instant. A gaping pit formed beneath him, sending him flying away. What the hell? The disciples of Fengma Island were left utterly stunned. They had seen people crushed by techniques and challenged with treasures, but who had ever heard of someone being smashed by a pill? Bang! Chun Siju crashed heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He stared incredulously at Yi Chun. What kind of sorcery is this? Comparable to a strike from a transformation god cultivator. The Song of Ice and Fire. Yi Chun replied with a faint smile. Quite the flavor, isn't it? Chun Siju rose from the ground, his face alternating between green and white. I merely let my guard down. How could you possibly defeat me with such a thing? The 8 directions, wandering sky step. Chun Siju swiftly utilized the Fengma Island's movement technique. Charging at Yi Chun, he was undoubtedly a mid-stage transformation god cultivator. Although Yi Chun's Song of Ice and Fire was powerful enough to rival the full force of a transformation god cultivator. If Chun Siju was determined to evade, the pill would lose its element of surprise and would not be so easily hit. If not trapped by Yi Chun in the formation, even if Chun Daolin had 3 to 5 pills thrown at him, he would likely remain unscathed. You can't withstand it, and you can't evade it? Yi Chun was not surprised by Chun Siju's response. In an instant, Chun Siju appeared before him, launching a palm strike that a tempest of demonic energy surged, coalescing into a massive palm imprint that barreled towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun did not flinch or evade, instead meeting it with a punch. Qingyan Sect Entry Punch. 12 styles of collapse punch. Chun Siju's eyes blazed with fury. This is merely an entry-level technique. Are you using entry-level techniques against me? Yi Chun felt a bit embarrassed. I don't know any advanced techniques. After exiting the secret realm, I forgot to choose a few high-level techniques from the library. I wonder if there are still any good books like the Foundation Establishment Strategy. Boom! The palm shrouded in demonic energy was instantly shattered by Yi Chun's punch in the bewildered gaze of Chun Daolin. Yi Chun's fist, seemingly imbued with primal force, struck his chest. Chun Siju spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying, crashing against the city wall of Shunjiao Palace. A shocking crack spread instantly. Young master, the disciples of Fengma Island's faces paled in horror. That moment, a figure darted through the crowd like a specter, appearing before Yi Chun with a palm strike. It was the same nether fire sealing palm, but this individual wielded it with an imposing and grand manner, lacking the eerie air of Chun Siju. Bang! He clashed fiercely with Yi Chun, his expression shifting slightly as he staggered back 3 steps, leaving the ground beneath him fractured. Though his cultivation was clearly at the golden core stage, his combat prowess was extraordinary. Hong Chao's right hand trembled as he regarded Yi Chun with an expression full of wariness. "Who are you?" Yi Chun frowned slightly at the suddenly appearing gray-haired man that half-stepped to the separation god realm. This fellow is but a step away from reaching the separation god realm, compared to Su Xian, who forcibly broke through to the separation god realm using the spiritual energy of the Qingyan secret realm. His cultivation is no less impressive. Junior brother Yi, he is Chun Siju's guardian, standing a half-step to the separation god realm. Gong Weihuan whispered, if it weren't for him supporting Chun Siju, how could Shunjiao Palace resort to such disgraceful acts? I see. Yi Chen nodded, a smile gradually transforming into something sinister. Just in time, I have an ability I've yet to use since acquiring it. Perhaps I can test it out now. As Yi Chen's words fell, a ghastly green mist seeped from his right hand. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath Yi Chun shattered instantaneously. He surged forth like a cannonball, charging at Hong Chou. Hong Chou, sensing a formidable adversary, desperately summoned all his true essence to brace himself. The strikingly handsome youth before him, who seemed almost otherworldly, exuded an unsettling aura. Despite being merely at the golden core stage, he had effortlessly inflicted grievous harm upon the transformation stage Chen Siju, instilling in Hong Chou an unprecedented sense of pressure. This feeling was akin to what he experienced only when facing the Island Master. No, that's not right. Even the pressure from the Island Master paled in comparison to what this young man evoked. Hong Chou's thoughts raced as he swiftly fortified his defenses at that moment. Yi Chen's assault was upon him. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted, and within a radius of several hundred zhong, the ground splintered into countless cracks. A tempest of violent energy swept through, sending dust and debris spiraling into the air. The onlookers exchanged terrified glances, instinctively retreating, fearing the fallout of the battle. Yet, Hong Chou, at the forefront, wore an exceedingly peculiar expression. What the hell is going on? The intimidation seemed insurmountable, but the attack bore no real power. Realizing that Yi Chen's punch lacked any tangible force, Hong Chou was filled with doubt. Suddenly, Yi Chen grinned, "Don't rush. Let me stack a passive ability." Hong Chou was left utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding Yi Chen's words. Hey, 12 styles of crumbling fist. Yi Chen's true essence surged within him as he unleashed punch after punch upon Hong Chou. The momentum was extraordinarily imposing. The ferocity was nothing short of terrifying. Hong Chou gritted his teeth, maintaining his defense against the relentless onslaught of Yi Chun's tempestuous strikes. However, the more he fought, the more perplexed he became. What kind of nonsensical martial art is this? There's not a shred of damage. Is the frightening momentum merely a tactic to intimidate? Hong Chou's fury erupted, and he unleashed a surge of true essence that sent Yi Chun flying away. Yi Chun, clad in white, landed gracefully, exuding an extraordinary presence. You little brat, what kind of martial art is this? Just a scare tactic. Hong Chou fumed at this is called the Away 18 styles, all authentic, no shortcuts. Yi Chun replied with a chuckle. I've only unleashed 2 rounds so far, and it's far from over. Hong Chou was instantly infuriated. Although he had no understanding of what the Away 18 styles entailed, the name alone suggested it was anything but a legitimate technique. To engage in battle with someone of his caliber, a half-step into the divine separation realm, was nothing short of a mockery. Elder Hong Chou, Chen Siju's feeble voice rang out, "Kill him. Annihilate the divine mist palace. I want these fools to pay for their foolishness." A murderous intent surged in Hong Chou's eyes. Boom. A terrifying aura ascended to the heavens, and the atmosphere around the divine mist palace shifted dramatically. When a half-step divine separation cultivator was enraged, their might was utterly fearsome. The faces of the divine mist palace's members turned ashen, eyes wide with terror, while Yi Chun wore a mysterious expression, reaching out to ruffle Mu Yuqing's hair. Chapter 68. True Martial Immortal. The passive ability was stacked, and its effect should now manifest. Mu Yuqing appeared confused. You all shall die. Hong Chou soared into the air, glaring menacingly at the members of the divine mist palace. his eyes brimming with lethal intent to tea that moment. His expression suddenly shifted dramatically as the exposed skin of his entire body turned a dark green. Wei Chen's eyes sparkled. It's green. Hong Cho touched his nose. His hand stained crimson. What is happening to me? Chen Siju gasped at the sight of Hong Cho, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and recoiled in horror. His face paling, he staggered back, fearfully regarding Yi Chun as though he were a monster. Thud! Hong Cho plummeted from the sky, his appearance frightening the disciples of the demon sealing island into retreat. The half-step divine separation expert crashed onto the hard blue bricks. Young island master. Hong Cho struggled to rise, but was horrified to discover he could not summon a single ounce of his once mighty true essence. My cultivation is gone. He glared at Yi Chun, bloodied and furious. You bastard. What have you done? Mu Yuqing, frightened by his pitiful state, instinctively hid behind Yi Chun, clutching his garment. Damn it, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. I feared that ordinary poisons wouldn't affect someone of your half-step divine separation caliber. So I layered it a few extra times. To be precise, it was 381 layers of poison effects. Poison? Hong Chao's voice trembled. Impossible. I am a half-step divine separation cultivator. How could a mere mortal's ailment affect me? Yi Chun scoffed. Until you transcend and become an immortal, you remain immortal. Besides, my poison is not of the ordinary kind. With a snap of his fingers, the disciples of the demon sealing island, bewildered, suddenly changed countenance, collapsing to the ground in agony. Viscous, dark blood seeped from their 7 orifices, and in an instant, they lay lifeless. My poison effects are entirely under my control. Moreover, they can spread at my will. Thud! Chun Siju's legs buckled, and he involuntarily knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Please, don't kill me. A deluge of dark, toxic blood gushed from Hong Chao's mouth. What a cunning method. Who are you really? Yi Chun of the Qingyun sect. Yi Chun replied coolly. The Qingyun sect is quite formidable. The light in Hong Chao's eyes extinguished in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground. Vitality snuffed out. Unconvinced, Yi Chun raised his hand, intending to use the 9 heavens fire to incinerate his corpse completely. Suddenly, he felt Mu Yuqing tugging at his sleeve. Realizing, Yi Chun promptly approached and stripped Hong Cho of all his valuables. Then he set fire to Hong Chao's body, leaving no trace behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying half-step divine separation Hong Cho, earning system rewards of 1,000 myth points. Yi Chun regarded Mu Yuqing with admiration in his eyes. This girl is quite impressive, adept at managing resources. Yi Chun, no. Master Yi, please don't kill me. Chen Siju cried out in terror. I do not wish to die. Whatever you desire, the demon sealing island will surely fulfill it. My father is a divine separation cultivator. I can have him send you insights on advancing to divine separation. I beg you, spare my life. Yi Chun frowned slightly. Yuqing, I leave him to you. Without hesitation, Mu Yuqing drew her blade and advanced towards Chen Siju. After sustaining severe injuries, Chen Siju's power was utterly diminished, rendering him no threat as a transformation stage cultivator. Otherwise, Yi Chun would not have permitted Mu Yuqing to take action. Yuqing! No! Gong Weihuan's expression shifted, urgently calling out to stop her. Yi Chun's gaze turned icy as he looked at Gong Weihuan. Palace Master, your scheming is too heavy. I've already stood up for the Divine Mist Palace. Slaying half-step divine separation Hong Cho, effectively severing ties with the demon sealing island. Does the Divine Mist Palace wish to remain aloof and untouched at this juncture? Gong Weihuan's complexion darkened considerably. She understood Yi Chun's implication well. Having killed Hong Cho, both Yi Chun and the Qingyun sect had irrevocably established a mortal enmity with the demon sealing island. Yi Chun's actions were evidently in defense of the Divine Mist Palace. Otherwise, he could have easily walked away unscathed and returned to the Qingyun sect. The Divine Mist Palace could not afford to adopt a stance of indifference. Allowing Mu Yuqing to eliminate Chen Siju was tantamount to presenting a declaration of allegiance to the Divine Mist Palace. Mu Yuqing glanced at her indecisive mother before decisively swinging her blade towards Chen Siju. You wish for me to become your furnace. Do you, Chen Siju, even qualify? Gong Weihuan opened her mouth, but had no words to utter. Though she feared the demon-sealing island and hesitated to sever ties, she also knew that intervening would surely offend Yi Chun. Weighing the pros and cons, she ultimately chose to remain silent. "You should be grateful to be my furnace." Chun Siju suddenly erupted in laughter. "Yi Chun, do you truly believe I would surrender without a fight? Once I return to the demon-sealing island, I will persuade my father to eradicate the divine mist palace, then hunt you down and bring your head to the Qingyun sect as punishment." Blood demon, great method. Boom! An overwhelming surge of blood energy erupted from him, casting a terrifying pressure around. Using this secret technique would deplete my vitality and render me forever hopeless for the path of immortality. But to take you all down with me, this trade is worth it. Huh. Chun Siju's sinister smile suddenly froze on his face, and the blood energy surrounding him vanished in an instant. That a formation rose from beneath his feet, completely sealing his energy to a formation of finger and palm. How is this possible? Chun Siju was utterly horrified. "You are actually a master of divine arrays?" Yi Chun remained silent, instead raising a finger to inscribe symbols in the air. A resonant hum echoed, producing extraordinary waves that surged in all directions, creating astonishing turmoil. "What? Drawing symbols in midair. You are also a master of divine talismans." "Impossible. This cannot be true. It's a deception. All lies," with a startling surge of energy. The talisman instantly penetrated Chun Siju's mud pill palace, sealing off his primordial infant. At this moment, even if Chun Siju wished to employ secret techniques or self-detonate, he could not muster even a fragment of true essence. Mu Yuqing approached Chun Siju with her sword drawn, her delicate face etched with cold determination. "Mu Yuqing, you vile woman! How dare you?" Chun Siju glared at her, fury evident in his voice. "What do I have to fear?" Mu Yuqing retorted, her brows furrowing in defiance. "Chun Siju, did you ever consider that your oppression of us, the orphans and widows, would lead to this day? Ice Soul Blade Technique." Boom! The blade's radiance, imbued with chilling energy, howled forth, instantly tearing a deep gash in the blue brick ground. Meanwhile, Chun Siju's head, adorned with disbelief, soared into the air. Blood gushed forth. With a thud, his head landed on the ground, rolling amidst the dust. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. Gong Wei Huan stood expressionless, lost in her thoughts. "Mother!" Mu Yuqing rushed to Gong Wei Huan's side, but was halted by a wave of her hand. With a heavy sigh, she turned to Yi Chun and said, "Thank you, junior brother Yi, for rescuing the Divine Sky Palace from peril." Chapter 69. Your cultivation is so weak, I didn't even notice you. She understood all too well. Now that Mu Yuqing had slain Chun Siju, the situation had spiraled beyond redemption. The conflict between the Divine Sky Palace and the Demon Sealing Island could only end in mutual destruction. Only when one side was utterly annihilated would this matter truly conclude. In the aftermath, the Divine Sky Palace would likely face a fierce battle. So I implore you, junior brother Yi, to depart swiftly. "Mother!" Mu Yuqing urgently tugged at Gong Wei Huan's sleeve. Gong Wei Huan shot her a fierce glare. "This is a matter of the Divine Sky Palace. Do you wish to drag your junior brother down with you?" The island master, Chun Jingsheng, is a genuine spirit separation realm expert. That Mu Yuqing was momentarily stunned, lowering her head in silence. That Yi Chun calculated the time until the 100 Dynasty War and realized there was still some time remaining. "I can help you eliminate the Demon Sealing Island, but I have one condition." "Eliminate the Demon Sealing Island?" The disciples of the Divine Sky Palace exchanged incredulous glances, though junior uncle is indeed remarkably talented. Chun Jingsheng is a bona fide spirit separation realm cultivator. Gong Weihuan's eyes flickered with intrigue. What does junior brother desire? Unlike the ordinary disciples, Gong Weihuan had confirmed a significant detail from Tsang Yunzi. Yi Chun had indeed slain the spirit separation realm cultivator Su Xi. Otherwise, she would never have willingly sent her daughter to accompany a golden core cultivator into the icy wilderness. Yi Chun smiled slightly. "I want Mu Yuqing." The previously silent palace entrance erupted into a flurry of chatter. The disciples of the Divine Sky Palace were ignited with gossip, clustering together in groups. "Wow, How bold of him to directly ask for the young palace master. Such masculinity. Indeed, he is my Longsheng. Puffed, your Longsheng? Have you no shame? He is clearly my junior Uncle Yi. Mu Yuqing's face flushed crimson in embarrassment. She glared at Yi Chun, feigning anger. Yi Chun, what nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense. Yi Chun replied innocently. I merely wish to take you as my disciple. After all, I am an elder of the Qingyun sect, and the master is Aoqiang Feng. Wouldn't it be an honor for you? So, it was merely to take a disciple? A fleeting flicker of disappointment crossed Gong Weihuan's eyes. Wasn't this precisely what the palace master had hoped for from the beginning? Yi Chun smiled gently. Isn't it so, palace master? Gong Weihuan's expression remained composed, betraying no emotion as she remarked, I am grateful for your kind intentions, junior brother. This is a blessing from Mu Yuqing. Yuqing, shouldn't you kneel to pay your respects to your master? Mu Yuqing shot Yi Chun a reproachful glare. Who would want to acknowledge him as a master? He lacks even the semblance of one. Yuqing, Gong Weihuan admonished sharply, do not be disrespectful. Yi Chun's eyes narrowed slightly. Thoroughly impressed by Gong Weihuan's composure, there's no need for concern. It's of little consequence. I am not one to hold grudges. If you choose not to kneel, then so be it. With that, Yi Chun turned to leave towards the outskirts of the Divine Sky City. Yuqing, let us depart. Where to? Mu Yuqing was taken aback. Eradicate the demon sealing island, and then you shall return with me to the Qingyun sect. Why Yi Chun willed the Dragon Abyss sword to materialize beneath his feet. Mu Yuqing regarded Yi Chun with a look of incredulity, as if he were a fool. Eradicate the demon sealing island. Just the two of us? Are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how many transformation realm cultivators are present on the island? Do you understand that a single strike from a spirit separation realm expert could obliterate an entire city? Do you even possess basic common sense? Yi Chun merely smiled at her. They are but mere chickens and dogs. Easily extinguished with a snap of my fingers. Mu Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Yi Chun, as if observing an imbecile. Why Yi Chun reached out and grasped Mu Yuqing's cheek, lifting her onto the Dragon Abyss sword in an instant. In the blink of an eye. The sword's radiance transformed into a dazzling rainbow, soaring towards the demon sealing island. Gong Weihuan watched the two figures vanish into the distance, rendered speechless for a long time. Palace Master. Yi Chun's voice suddenly echoed in Gong Weihuan's mind, startling her. Looking closely, it seemed no one else in the palace had heard Yi Chun's words. The gossip among the disciples continued to blaze. From this day forth, the demon sealing island shall no longer be a threat to your Divine Sky Palace, and Mu Yuqing shall have no further ties with your Divine Sky Palace. Gong Weihuan finally sighed deeply, her eyes filled with a sense of desolation. Above the clouds, Mu Yuqing stood rigidly upon the Dragon Abyss sword, her small hands fidgeting nervously. Yi Chun wrapped his arm around her waist, his consciousness already delving into the system space. System, activate the myth extraction card. Not to. Ding, silver card. Natu has been consumed. Ding, congratulations host for receiving an attribute enhancement, lasting for 6 hours. Ding, congratulations host for acquiring the divine ability of 3 heads and 6 arms. And the treasure, 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield. Yi Chun blinked in surprise. 3 heads and 6 arms. What use does this ability serve besides showing off? The 9 Dragon Divine Fire Shield was indeed impressive. If he could also extract the Soul Slaughter Flag, it would be even more formidable. The Soul Slaughter Flag, a treasure from the myths of the Divine Sealing, released dark energy that would disperse the souls of anyone it touched. It was an exceptional weapon for mass attacks, perfect for exterminating sections, 3 heads and 6 arms. Upon activation, the host will gain 3 heads and 6 arms, with a 9-fold enhancement to all attributes, including true essence and vitality. Yi Chun's eyes widened in astonishment. A 9-fold enhancement. How utterly astonishing. After consuming the myth extraction card, the power extracted by the system surged into Yi Chun's body. In an instant. His cultivation level skyrocketed, directly reaching the pinnacle of the spirit separation realm. If he were to further amplify his strength using the 3 heads and 6 arms divine ability, his power would rival that of a harmonization realm cultivator. I refuse to believe that with such cultivation, I cannot obliterate a demon sealing island. On the demon's sealing island, the island master Chen Jingsheng was diligently cultivating in his quarters. Suddenly, a thunderous knocking reverberated from outside. Island master! Island master! There is grave news! With a resounding crash, a surge of violent energy shattered the door. The mournful voice was abruptly silenced. He was propelled like a cannonball, embedding himself into the wall. Blood gushing from his mouth without restraint, disturbing my meditation. Do you seek death? Chen Jingsheng seethed. Island master, it is dire news regarding the young island master. Before the unfortunate soul could finish speaking, his head drooped lifelessly. Chen Jingsheng stared blankly. What the hell? I was a bit too rough. Could you at least explain what happened before dying? Looking at the disciple he had inadvertently killed, Chen Jingsheng felt a twinge of frustration. He waved his hand, and hellfire instantly incinerated the hapless body. Then he swiftly made his way to the grand hall at the center of the Demon's Sealing Island. The Demon's Sealing Island was located over 100 kilometers off the extreme northern ice plains. Isolated at sea, far from the inner realms, allowing it to evade the control of the foremost sections. Though the sect was named the Demon's Sealing Island, its actions were neither purely righteous nor entirely sinister. Having no connection to the orthodox sections otherwise, they would not have coerced Mu Yuqing into becoming a furnace. Island Master Chen Jingsheng descended with a flash of light before the Grand Hall, only to be intercepted at the entrance by Elder Huang Tuesday. Island Master, what should we do now? Huang Tu was seething with rage, daring to act so audaciously as to completely disregard our Fengma Island. We must utterly annihilate him, reducing him to ashes, obliterating his very soul, and uprooting his sect entirely. Chapter 70. Allow me to accumulate my passive first. Wait a moment. Chen Jingsheng interrupted Huang Tu's tirade. What on earth has transpired? Huang Tu was taken aback. How can you remain so composed when your son is already dead? And yet you turn the question back to me? Suddenly, a flash of realization struck Huang Tu's mind. Could it be that Chen Siju was not the biological son of the island master? That would explain his apparent indifference. Surely, if it were otherwise, how could a father remain so unfazed by his son's death? As Huang Tu contemplated how to respond to Chen Jingsheng, a thunderous roar echoed, shaking the very foundation of Fengma Island. A terrifying sword energy cleaved the island in twain. What in the world? Huang Tu trembled, his eyes wide with astonishment. Who was this formidable figure? How could they shatter the island's protective formation with a single stroke? Cleaving the land in half. This had to be a master of the advanced divine transformation realm. Chen Jingsheng's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly propelled himself towards the island's edge. Elder Huang Tu. Follow me. Huang Tu hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly followed. Outside Fengma Island, Mu Yuqing's small O-shaped mouth remained agape for an extended time. One sword stroke shattered the island's protective formation. What level of cultivation is this? At this moment, Yi Chun, empowered by the strength extracted from Neza, radiated an astonishing aura. It seemed that Fengma Island's strength was not as feeble as previously suggested. Mu Yuqing opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Yi Chun was correct. For someone who could effortlessly shatter the protective formation with a single sword, the divine transformation realm was hardly a concern. Just as Yi Chun prepared to strike again, a brilliant rainbow shot forth from the island. Who dares to breach my protective formation? Chen Jingsheng glared at Yi Chun and Mu Yuqing, his brows furrowed. Who are you? In that instant, his mind raced. There seemed to be no record of such a young divine transformation expert within the entire Guangqing domain. Could they be disciples from those elite sects within the inner realm? Chen Jingsheng's gaze landed on Yi Chun, an inexplicable sensation washing over him. Who am I? Yi Chun replied with a slight smile. I am Yi Chun of Qingyun's sect. Before he could finish speaking, he swung his sword down, unleashing a formidable sword energy that stretched over 1,000 zhang, seemingly capable of severing the very fabric of space. Chen Jingsheng was unprepared for the sudden attack from this celestial-looking youth. Caught off guard, his protective true essence shattered instantaneously, and he was sent flying like a cannonball. Boom! The ice surrounding Fengma Island shattered, creating a staggering black hole. Chen Jingsheng was propelled into the sea, causing a massive depression on the surface. Moments later, Waves surged, smashing through the ice and soaring skyward like towering blue walls. Chen Jingqing covered his mouth as crimson blood flowed incessantly from between his fingers. You wretched scoundrels! Why do you unjustly flaunt your strength? Has Fengma Island ever wronged you? Yi Qin's expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Mu Yuqing, who wore a similarly confused look. This attitude seemed rather misplaced. It hardly resembled that of someone confronting a murderer. Chen Siju is your son, isn't he? Yi Qin inquired, his brow furrowing with suspicion. He even began to wonder if he had indeed mistaken the person. If that were the case, he would be in serious trouble. The protective formation was of considerable value, and now he had split the island in two. He could not afford such reparations, just as the Cheong Peak had begun to prosper. It now seemed destined to lose everything. Siju, has my son offended a fellow cultivator? Chen Jingqing's brows knitted tightly. This ungrateful child. When he returns, I shall break his legs and make him apologize to you. He could not fathom what his son had done to provoke such irate that moment. Huang Tu arrived at Chen Jingqing's side, his expression grim. Island Master, the young master has taken people to the Shenxiao Palace. Not long ago, the young master's soul lamp extinguished, and the girl beside that man is Mu Yuqing, the sole daughter of Palace Master Wei Han. Chen Jingqing's eyes widened in shock as he grabbed Huang Tu by the collar, pulling him close. That my son is dead. Huang Tu swallowed hard. Why yes, not long ago I sent someone to inform you, and I thought you were already aware. Chen Jingqing felt darkness sweep over him, nearly losing his balance and falling into the sea. My son is dead. I was the last to know. You shall all pay for my son's death. With that, dark red flames erupted from Chen Jingqing, threatening to incinerate everything in their path. The space around him warped, giving rise to countless dark ripples. Blood demon technique. What a fool! Yi Qin scoffed. He didn't even know his own son had been slain. He nearly made me think I had the wrong person. Mu Yuqing was equally speechless. How could a father remain oblivious to his son's demise? What kind of heart must one possess? If she were to learn that the Fengma Island disciple sent to inform Chen Jingqing had been killed with a single strike, she would likely burst into laughter. Blood demon technique? Yi Qin nodded slightly, recognizing that it was indeed a more fitting display of prowess than what Chen Siju had displayed, now that exudes the aura of a true master of the divine transformation realm. As he spoke, Yi Qin's smile morphed into something more sinister. Divine power, 3 heads and 6 arms. Buzz, a terrifying pressure swept across the seas and lands. In an instant, Yi Qin sprouted 2 additional heads and 4 more arms, his cultivation level soaring as if propelled by a rocket. After employing the mythical extraction card, Yi Qin now possessed initial stage divine transformation strength. Under the 9-fold amplification of the divine technique, his cultivation level soared. Nearing the integration realm, Huang Tu's face turned as pale as a ghost. Heaven help us? An integration realm master? Integration realm? Huang Tu stared in disbelief at Yi Qin, transformed into a being with 3 heads and 6 arms. His expression akin to one who had just lost their parents. Good heavens, a master of the integration realm. Is it too late to renounce my allegiance? Mu Yuqing tilted her head, looking at Yi Qin with disdain. So ugly, Yi Qin's expression darkened, and he swiftly delivered a sharp rap to her head. Ouch! Mu Yuqing cradled her head, tears welling in her eyes. Go play in the mud. Yi Qin snapped. What do you know? Child, all disciples of Fengma Island, heed my command. Spare no effort in annihilating our foes. Chen Jingqing's voice thundered, echoing through the void. Elders and disciples above the divine transformation realm, follow me to battle. Those who defy shall be executed without mercy. Upon hearing Chen Jingqing's murderous orders, Huang Tu trembled, his eyes filled with conflict. But this is a master of the integration realm. To oppose him is tantamount to courting death. As Huang Tu hesitated, Chen Jingqing stepped forward, swiftly closing the distance between them, and seized him by the throat. That my son is dead. Why do you still draw breath? Huang Tu was gripped by terror. Logically, his cultivation was also at the mid-stage of divine transformation. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against Chen Jingqing. And no matter how he struggled, he could not break free from Chen Jingqing's grasp. Descend into hell and accompany my son in death. Chapter 71. Deception Chun Jingqing's blood-red eyes bore in a Huang Tu as crimson flames enveloped him, consuming him entirely. Nether fire! Ah, Chun Jingqing, I curse you! Huang Tu's wretched screams mingled with his venomous curses, only to vanish in an instant. A charred skeleton, reduced to mere bones, fell from Chun Jingqing's grasp, plunging into the icy waters below. Elder Huang Tu hadn't even escaped with his nascent soul, meeting a fate of complete annihilation. The disciples of Fengma Island collectively gasped, falling silent in fear. If even Elder Huang Tu, at mid-stage divine transformation, could perish, none among them were safe from death. Goodness, he even turned on his own people. How ruthless! Yi Chun smiled faintly. Yet today, Fengma Island shall undoubtedly face its doom. As his words fell, he wielded the Long Yuan sword in one hand and the Nine-Dragon Divine Fire Shield in the other. While the remaining 4 arms hung limply by his sides, he casually grabbed a bottle labeled a Song of Ice and Fire. With 3 heads facing 3 different directions, a terrifying pressure surged forth, sweeping across the seas and lands. Humph. Chun Jingqing let out a cold snort, suddenly stepping into the void, charging directly towards Yi Chun, his fingers curled into claws, surrounded by a swirling blood-red demonic aura. Even a mere glance sent chills racing through one's heart. Kill! Eliminate him! Avenge the young island master! Slay this pretty boy! The members of Fengma Island roared in unison, unleashing their various techniques as they launched their assault on Yi Chun. In an instant, a myriad of magical artifacts and countless sword lights tore through the void, crashing down upon Yi Chun. Yi Yuqing felt her scalp tingle and swiftly turned to retreat to a safe distance. Yi Chun, do take care in your fight. Do not splatter me with blood. Yi Chun almost twisted his mouth in frustration. What kind of unfortunate situation had he gotten himself into? Was there truly a curse upon his master? Once he dealt with Fengma Island, he would have to teach this disrespectful little girl a lesson about the importance of hierarchy and respect for elders. Such virtues of Chinese tradition should not be discarded so easily. Who was the fool that dared to call him a pretty boy? Yi Chun shouted in anger. Step forward. You may call me a handsome man, but anyone who dares to call me a pretty boy shall meet their end. With that, Yi Chun swung his sword down, instantly striking towards the oncoming Chun Jingqing .8 Desolation sword technique. Meanwhile, with his other arm, he hurled dark, ominous pills towards the cultivators of Fengma Island below. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosions resonated continuously, transforming the island into a veritable rain of explosive pills. Each detonation of the Song of Ice and Fire created an unfathomable pit. Flying stones shattered the air. Countless cultivators were crushed beneath the surging shockwaves. In that moment, the cries of despair echoed throughout Fengma Island, that a multitude of cultivators were reduced to a bloody pulp, their very essence obliterated. Above the island, Chun Jingqing gazed at the towering sword energy, nearly popping his eyes out. What kind of sword technique could unleash such a vast sword energy? This was simply too terrifying. Boom! With a resounding crash, Chun Jingqing's protective true essence was instantly shattered, and his right arm was sent flying, blood spraying everywhere. Chun Jingqing retreated 1,000 feet, crashing heavily into a distant hill. With a thunderous roar, the hill crumbled into dust, completely vanishing. Chun Jingqing pressed his left hand tightly against his mouth. Crimson blood seeping through his fingers, he had already resorted to the blood demonic art, sacrificing his own essence blood to forcibly elevate his cultivation. Why was he unable to withstand even a single strike from his opponent? Was this boy a monster? As the master of Fengma Island, a formidable cultivator of the Spirit Division realm, he could barely fend off a single sword strike from Yi Chun. Yi Chun scoffed. Still boasting about wanting to kill me. Go home, wash up, and sleep. Everything you desire will be in your dreams. Bastard. Chun Jingqing's eyes were bloodshot, his fury nearly consuming the last vestiges of his sanity. Yi Chun regarded him with indifference, while his other 4 hands continued to joyfully play with explosive pills. This moment, Fengma Island appeared as a scene of utter devastation, resembling a place ravaged by a meteor shower. The island's structures, mountains, and hills had been completely flattened to the ground under the relentless bombardment, turning into a wasteland. Witnessing this scene, Chun Jingsheng felt his heart bleed. After thousands of years of heritage, Foma Island was being destroyed by a suddenly emerging brat. I will tear you apart. Chun Jingsheng had completely lost his mind, roaring as he thrust himself into the void. Buzz! The void collapsed, unleashing endless dark spatial rifts that surged towards Yi Chun like ripples on a water surface. No matter your myriad techniques, I shall cleave through them with a single sword. Yi Chun held the sword with both hands, striking downwards. The sword energy enveloped in flames surged forth. The spatial rift created by Chun Jingsheng's attack was cleaved apart by the 1,000-foot-long sword energy and was then consumed by the 9 heavens, leaving fire, turning to nothingness. Ugh! Chun Jingsheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being growing weak as he plummeted from the air. With a resounding crash, he fell into a deep pit on Foma Island. Dust and smoke swirling around him. Why? Yi Chun gazed indifferently at the terrified disciples of Foma Island. Finally halting his barrage of pills, he had expended nearly all of the hundreds of Song of Ice and Fire pills he possessed. That should suffice. Why Yi Chun casually tossed the 9 dragons' divine fire cover towards Foma Island. The onlookers were dumbfounded as they watched the palm-sized artifact grow in size, eventually resembling an inverted bowl that completely enveloped Foma Island. Buzz! With a muffled sound, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover sealed Foma Island tightly. Observing this peculiar artifact, the members of Foma Island exchanged bewildered glances. What is this thing? A magical artifact. Does he intend to trap us on the island? Together, let us break this artifact. The disciples of Foma Island, who had narrowly escaped the bombardment of Yi Chen's pills, immediately banded together to assault the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. However, no matter how desperately they struggled, they could not inflict even the slightest damage upon the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. TCH. Yi Chun scoffed dismissively. This is a treasure of the Chan sect, one of Neza's 8 divine artifacts. With you insignificant shrimp, demonic fire-sealing palm, in a severely injured state, Chun Jingsheng struggled to rise, exhausting his last shred of true essence as he struck towards the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. Buzz! A tremendous sound erupted, the 9 dragons' divine fire cover radiating brilliant light, ripples cascading across its surface. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. Elders of the divine transformation realm, come assist me. Chun Jingsheng shouted loudly. The few elders of the divine transformation realm who had narrowly escaped death exchanged glances, then simultaneously launched their attacks. In an instant, flames surged from the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. A terrifying heat radiating in all directions. TSK. It seems the bravado has been shattered. Mu Yuqing remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Master, can you truly handle this? A man must never admit defeat. Yi Chun grinned. Mu Yuqing paused, her face flushing as she turned away, spitting out disdainfully, shameless. True essence surged within Yi Chun, and with a clap of his hands, a terrifying roar echoed through the heavens. 9 fire dragons materialized, opening their mouths to unleash torrents of flames upon the disciples of Foma Island below. Chapter 72. Mythical extraction of Neza. What? Is this a spirit of a weapon? Chun Jingsheng nearly bit his tongue in shock. There were 9. In the realm of cultivation, artifacts possessing spirits were at least of the heavenly grade, and having 9 fire dragons as spirits, this must be a divine grade artifact. Island Master, the fire dragons seemed to be spewing true samadhi fire. An elder's face turned pale, lamenting 9-fold intensity of true samadhi fire. We at Foma Island are likely... Boom! The terrifying flames cascaded down. The speaking elder could only rely on his protective true essence to withstand the onslaught. A piercing scream erupted as the flames incinerated him to ashes the moment they touched his body, obliterating his very essence. Even his nascent soul had no chance to escape, turning to dust amid the true samadhi fire. Behind Chun Jingsheng, an elder of the divine transformation realm, bearing an ancient seal atop his head, desperately resisted the torrent of flames. The seal's brilliance waned increasingly, until it melted into a puddle before the elder's horrified gaze. Allah Master, save me! He reached out towards Chun Jingsheng, But before he could even make contact, he was utterly reduced to a SH. In that moment, chilling screams echoed relentlessly. The 9 fire dragons circled above Fengma Island, raining down vast amounts of true samadhi fire. In an instant, Fengma Island was engulfed in flames. Within a radius of tens of thousands of feet, the island transformed into a scorched wasteland, devoid of life. It was unclear whether Yi Chun acted deliberately or not, but as the fiery rain fell, not a single drop landed upon Chun Jingqing. Chun Jingqing watched as the 9 fire dragons danced in the air, an involuntary shiver coursing through his body. What kind of being has my disciple provoked? It has led to the complete annihilation of Fengma Island. Unfilial son, you are no longer human. Roar! One of the fire dragons let out a furious roar. Diving downwards, it swiftly bit off Chun Jingqing's head. In the next moment, Chun Jingqing's spirit broke free, hurtling towards the 9 dragons' divine fire cover with blinding speed, his gaze resolute. Master! Mu Yuqing's expression changed drastically. Warning, be careful. A spirit division cultivator, whose nascent soul has transformed into spirit, is indistinguishable from their true self. Once a cultivator at this realm resolves to self-destruct, the resulting power will be cataclysmic. Boom! As Mu Yuqing's voice faded, Chun Jingqing collided with the 9 dragons' divine fire shield at an astonishing speed, producing a thunderous roar. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield quaked violently, nearly toppling him over that very moment. 9 fiery dragons lunged downwards, aiming to tear him apart. Boom! The searing flames engulfed the sky, and in an instant, Chun Jingqing's figure was swallowed by the inferno. Shortly thereafter, the manifestation of his spiritual essence did not even have time to utter a cry before being shredded by the 9 fiery dragons. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the spirit separation stage, Chun Jingqing, earning a system reward of 1,000 mythic points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the transformation stage, Cultivator Sun Xiao, earning a system reward of 500 mythic points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the transformation stage, Cultivator. The system's notification chimes resounded incessantly in Yi Chen's mind, akin to firecrackers popping in succession. Disturbed by the noise, Yi Chun decided to completely mute the system notifications. As the 9 dragons' divine fire shield retracted, it revealed the now charred and desolate demon sealing island below. Everything on the island had been utterly incinerated, leaving only a scorched wasteland. Hundreds of cultivators from the demon sealing island had perished, not even a trace remaining. Mu Yuqing gazed at the devastation below, her complexion paling. She began to doubt whether her choice had indeed been the right one. The world of cultivation is indeed so cruel. Yi Chun remarked nonchalantly. Mortal men say, a general success is built upon the bones of countless. What difference is there for cultivators? Which prodigious genius has not walked upon the corpses of myriad foes, all in pursuit of that faint glimmer of the grand path? If today our positions were reversed with Demon Sealing Island, the fate of the Celestial Hall would not be much better. The outcome for the female cultivators would be even more tragic. Mu Yuqing's expression shifted multiple times before she ultimately forced a bitter smile. Acknowledging, I understand, mastered, Yi Chun cast a glance at Mu Yuqing. Without speaking, he knew that his disciple possessed exceptional talent. Yet her pride was somewhat overbearing, lacking in practical experience. The harshness of the cultivation world could not be taught by anyone. She must venture forth to experience it herself. Well then, this matter is settled. Let us return to Little Cheong Peak. Yi Chun raised his hand to summon the Long Yuan sword. Standing upon it, Mu Yuqing hesitated briefly before leaping onto the sword and wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's waist. Her small face instantly flushed with a slight redness. In a flash, a dazzling streak of light shot forth as Yi Chun soared 100 miles on the sword, racing towards Qingyun sect. After an indeterminate amount of time, a white-clad monk stepped onto the sea, approaching the charred remains of Demon Sealing Island. He stood before the desolate island for a long while. Finally, he silently recited a Buddhist chant. Our Buddha is compassionate. With the rampant slaughter of sects, could it be that a great demon has arisen? This matter must be reported immediately to the elders of the temple. The white-clad monk took a step forward, and in an instant, radiant Buddhist light enveloped him. and he appeared hundreds of miles away in the blink of an eye. The sound of his chanting ascended into the heavens. The world is of no use to me. Nor do the sun and moon coexist. Su Yorong felt somewhat displeased. Although Yi Chun had returned to Qingyun's sect in a timely manner, he brought back a beautiful female disciple. Little Cheong Peak was not large, consisting only of her and Zhou Ning. She had thought her only rival would be Zhou Ning. Yet now another junior sister had appeared. Was Yi Chun planning to bring back a young and lovely disciple each time he descended the mountain? What a scoundrel. Yorong, this is your junior sister Mu Yuqing. Yi Chun introduced with a chuckle, completely oblivious to the murderous glare Su Yorong directed at him. Yuqing, this is your senior sister Su Yorong. She is a prodigy of 9th-rank talent. Junior sister has met senior sister. Mu Yuqing respectfully greeted Su Yorong, completely shedding her previously spoiled demeanor. Su Yorong's heart instantly rang alarm bells. A formidable opponent. This little lass would not be easy to deal with. Master, you must take me along next time you descend the mountain. Su Yorong replied coolly, turning to glare at Yi Chun. Oh, why? Yi Chun asked. Puzzled. Would you rather suffer down the mountain than stay comfortably at Little Cheong Peak? Su Yorong rolled her eyes at him. The beauty's charm was such that even her eye roll carried an enticing allure. Yi Chun seemed to catch on to something, scratching his nose awkwardly. I'm heading to the alchemy chamber to refine pills. I must prepare the elixirs for Master Brother before the 100 Clans War. You two should take the time to bond. With that, Yi Chun hastily made his exit. Su Yorong shot a glance at Mu Yuqing before turning toward the cliff's edge. I'm going to contemplate the sword. Junior sister, please excuse me. Mu Yuqing's eyes curved into charming crescents, finding Little Cheong Peak to be quite intriguing. In the alchemy chamber, Zhou Ning, adorned with thick glasses, was guiding the selected alchemy disciples in refining the song of ice and fire. Upon seeing Yi Chun enter, Zhou Ning's face lit up with joy. Little Master Uncle, you're back? Yi Chun replied. How did the elixirs turn out? During your absence, we successfully refined a total of 342 song of ice and fire. As per your instructions, we have retained the top 400 highest quality ones, while the rest have been submitted to the sect. Additionally, 2 disciples have advanced to the rank of 3 pattern alchemists. The ranks of alchemists are distinct from cultivation realms, classified according to the number of patterns on the elixirs they refine. The more patterns an elixir bears, the higher its quality and the greater the alchemist's skill. Consequently, alchemists are divided into 9 ranks from 1 pattern to 9 pattern, but a 3-pattern alchemist possesses sufficient strength to hold a high status in 2nd or 3rd-rate sections. Even Zhou Ning herself was merely a 4-pattern alchemist. Well done! A glimmer of appreciation shone in Yi Chun's eyes. Ning, you've worked hard. Zhou Ning's cheeks flushed with pride. It was no trouble that it is only right for me to assist Little Master Uncle in mastering the supreme art of alchemy. Yi Chun awkwardly scratched his nose. Supreme art of alchemy? What nonsense. I may not be as skilled as you think. If it weren't for that elusive stroke of fortune, my alchemical skills wouldn't compare to yours. Little Master Uncle, creating the Song of Ice and Fire allows us alchemists to have sufficient strength to fight, no longer a burden to others. Your contributions are what truly carry the weight of a great cultivator. Goodness, this flattery is getting out of hand. Yi Chun, feeling overwhelmed, quickly made his way to his alchemy chamber. Oh, by the way, I brought back a disciple named Mu Yuqing. Ning, you should take the time to get to know her. Zhou Ning was taken aback, but Yi Chun had already pushed open the heavy stone door to enter the alchemy chamber. Zhou Ning bit her lip tightly, her eyes filled with a complex light. Should I request Master to allow me to join Little Master Uncle's tutelage? With Little Master Uncle's current strength and status, Master likely would not object, and he probably wouldn't dare to. If Qi Sanren were to learn that his favorite disciple was considering switching allegiances, he would likely be furious enough to ascend straight to the heavens. Inside the alchemy chamber, Yi Chun sat upright before the alchemy furnace. Just thinking about how Zhou Ning had acquired this furnace from Qi Sanren made him unable to suppress a chuckle. Qi Shixiao was indeed in a rather unfortunate situation. Yi Chun shook his head. Deciding to refine more Song of Ice and Fire and have Ning send a couple to Qi Shixiao. System, open the attribute panel. As Yi Chun's words fell, a translucent light curtain materialized before him. ID, Yi Chun identity. chief disciple of Qingyun sect, master of Little Cheong Peak Cultivation Realm. Golden Core Stage. Great Completion Mythic Points. 12,760 talents. Techniques. 8-9 Profound Art 4th turn items. Wind and Thunder Wings. 9 Heavens Leaving Fire. Mo Ling Fire. Long Yuan Sword. Song of Ice and Fire X20. Bottles. Skills. Golden Yang Sword Chi. 8 Desolation Sword Technique. 12 Styles of Collapse Fist Mythic Extraction Card. Silver card when shown the effect of the Mythic Extraction card had long since expired. However, this time, he was not as fortunate. Aside from the attribute bonuses, he did not obtain any item drops. He wondered whether the Mythic Extraction card could be drawn repeatedly, why Yi-chan felt a twinge of envy for Nez's 3 heads and 6 arms divine power. Although it was rather unappealing, it provided a 9-fold increase in strength. With such a divine ability in hand, even a merging realm cultivator would have to kneel before him. The mythic points he garnered were considerable, especially after annihilating the entirety of Demon Sealing Island. Now, with so many points, should he draw a golden extraction card, or perhaps draw a couple more silver cards, if he could manage 1 or 2 more mythic extractions? Should he be able to break through to the nascent soul stage? Yi-chan grasped the delicate hairs on his chin, furrowing his brow as he sank into contemplation. Meanwhile, at the foot of the Xiaoqiong Peak. Upon receiving news of Yi-chen's return to the sect leader, Kanjiunzi, along with the other peak masters, hurried over, only to find themselves obstructed before the Buzz formation. "You, Rong, quickly open the formation," urged the Iron Crown Taoist, his voice resonating with authority. "The sect leader has come to discuss important matters with junior brother Yi at Xiaoqiong Peak." "Who are you?" came the distant voice of Mu Yuqing. Sister Su has entered seclusion to comprehend the sword path. An unfamiliar voice. It sounds like a young girl. The group exchanged curious glances, their expressions tinged with bewilderment. "We're the sect leader Kanjiunzi, Song Watsi." Mu Yuqing asked, perplexed. "Kanjiunzi, Song and what?" "Sect leader Kanjiunzi, Watsi." Both the Iron Crown Taoist and Kanjiunzi's expressions darkened simultaneously. Who is this? Has junior brother Yi inherited the same hearing issues? Just then, a stunning sword intent soared into the sky, enveloping the entire Xiaoqiong Peak. Yi-chan, seated within the alchemy chamber, felt the disturbance and nearly popped his eyes out in astonishment. What the heck? Even a basic foundational sword path treatise can lead to a breakthrough. Is this a joke? What nonsense sword path is this? An astonishing sword intent erupted from Xiaoqiong Peak, its sound akin to a dragon's roar. Below the peak, Kanjiunzi and the others were struck with alarm. That sword intent. Could it be that junior brother has achieved another breakthrough? As Yi-chan dashed out of the alchemy chamber, he immediately spotted Kanjiunzi and the others trapped below through the formation. With a flick of his sleeve, he dispelled the formation and swiftly made his way towards the cliff's edge from a distance. He noticed Su Yurong sitting alone at the cliff's brink, cradling a dark red Langia sword in a daze. Upon seeing Yi-chan approach, she weakly remarked, "Master, it seems I have achieved a breakthrough." Yi-chan was momentarily speechless. "Do you not know whether you have broken through or not? Indeed, you have reached the Golden Core stage." Yi-chan furrowed his brow. "However, your realm seems rather peculiar. I can scarcely see through it." Was it really Su Yurong who comprehended the sword intent just now? Kanjiunzi and the others approached, astonished. A breakthrough, and she directly enters the mid-Golden Core stage. Truly, she is worthy of her 9th-grade talent. Yi-chan gazed at Su Yurong in surprise, his envy palpable. How enviable! Enviable indeed! Kanjiunzi looked at Yi-chan with a hint of exasperation. What is a mighty figure at the integration stage doing here? Stirring up trouble. Is pretending to be humble amusing? No matter how extraordinary Su Yurong's 9th-grade talent is, it pales in comparison to your achievements. You are not merely gifted. You are a prodigy. Master, what should I do next? Su Yurong inquired, feeling somewhat lost after her successful breakthrough, uncertain of how to proceed with her cultivation. "Well, you ought to delve deeper into that sword path treatise." Yi-chan coughed lightly, feigning profundity. "Strive to ascend to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. Aiming to be half as formidable as your master." "Yes, master." Su Yurong's eyes sparkled, treating Yi-chen's words as sacred guidance. Kanjiunzi furrowed his brow, turning to Yi Chun. Junior brother Yi, the sword path treatise you mentioned, did you compose it yourself? If such a treasure exists, why not share it with your senior brothers for their enlightenment? Sect leader, I could never produce something of that caliber, Yi Chun quickly responded. That sword path treatise is merely the technique from the second floor of the Han Shi building. The second floor? Kanjiunzi's eyes widened in astonishment. That foundational sword path treatise? Indeed, Yi Chun replied matter-of-factly. There are myriad paths, yet the principles remain the same. Master one method, and all methods become clear. I merely guided Yorong to comprehend this sword technique. Kanjiunzi felt a pang of frustration. What on earth? How did you enable Su Yorong to grasp sword intent and break through to the golden core stage using a foundational technique? Could you be any less believable? Kanjiunzi was at a loss, unable to fathom how Yi Chun had achieved this. How did Su Yorong manage to comprehend it? This defies logic, sect leader. Why are you all here? Yi Chun asked impatiently. Glancing at Kanjiunzi and the others, if there is nothing pressing, I must return to alchemy, that I cannot waste the precious millennium cold eyes I finally obtained. Not so fast. We have matters to discuss. Kanjiunzi signaled to Iron Crown Daoist, leading Yi Chun toward a nearby pavilion, while Qiyun Sanrin and Qing Song Daoist stealthily made their way toward the alchemy chamber. Sect leader, what is the matter? Yi Chun inquired. Kanjiunzi exchanged glances with Iron Crown Daoist before clearing his throat. Junior brother, do you remember Wan Jinni? Of course, he is the disciple from some holy land whom I thoroughly thrashed. Yi Chun's interest piqued. Sect leader, how did you handle Wan Jinni back then? Kanjiunzi hesitated, diverting the topic. You know why when Han for the Tai sect has such a hostile attitude, seeking to humiliate our Qingyun sect from the outset? Yi Chun's heart stirred. Could it be that Wan Jinni has joined the Tai sect? Kanjiunzi sighed heavily. Indeed, that is the case. Yi Chun was momentarily speechless. Since we have already offended Wan Jinni, why not eliminate the root cause? Isn't it standard practice in the cultivation world to eradicate the source of trouble? Kanjiunzi averted his gaze, clearly uncomfortable. To be honest, we had our reservations. After all, Wan Jinni is a disciple of the upper domains, the Luo Holy Land. If we provoke them, even our humble Qingyun sect, let alone the top-tier sects of Guangqing domain, would struggle to withstand the wrath of the Luo Holy Land. Junior brother, Yi Chun raised his hand, signaling Kanjiunzi to refrain from elaborating that it's just a Tai sect. It's not a big deal. I will handle this matter. Kanjiunzi's lips moved, but he sighed, unable to voice his concerns. Iron Crown Daoist interjected, according to our intelligence. Wan Jinni will also participate in the 100 Dynasties War and has threatened to leave our Qingyun sect disciples with no bones left, to annihilate both body and spirit. Junior brother, if you're determined to participate, please exercise utmost caution. Kanjiunzi gazed at Yi Chun earnestly. You are the hope for our Qingyun sect's prosperity. You must not suffer any misfortune. Rest assured, senior brothers, Yi Chun replied lightly, I have made a pact with my master. I will ensure that the Xiaoqiong Peak becomes renowned throughout the 48,000 domains of Xinyuan. With that, he cupped his hands toward Kanjiunzi and the others. If there is nothing else, I shall return to seclusion for alchemy. Thank you, junior brother. Kanjiunzi and Iron Crown Daoist rose, cupping their fists and bowing solemnly to Yi Chun. Yi Chun was about to say more when a thunderous explosion reverberated across Xiaoqiong Peak. Startling the three, they stared in shock towards the alchemy chamber. Puffs of black smoke billowed from the chamber as alchemy disciples stumbled out, violently coughing, their faces smeared with soot. Cough, cough. Zhou Ning rushed out, her glasses resembling the bottoms of blackened bottles, collapsing onto the ground. What happened? Yi Chun materialized before Zhou Ning, helping her wipe the soot from her glasses. What transpired? It's all my master's fault. He insisted on stubbornly learning the refining method for the Song of Ice and Fire. Zhou Ning replied indignantly. As a result, the furnace exploded. Yi Chun's expression darkened instantly. He shot a glance at the two culprits, Qiyun Sanrin and Qing Song Daoist, who were attempting to sneak away down the mountain. Seniors, were you hoping to personally experience the taste of a life-threatening situation? At Yi Chun's words, the two instigators broke into a cold sweat. Junior brother, we were in the wrong. The elder Qiyun rubbed his hands with a smile and said, I shall never dare again. How about we reduce the quota of the ice and fire song for your 2 peaks by 100 pieces? Yichen rolled his eyes and replied with irritation. No, no. The Taoist Qing song was immediately flustered, exclaiming, this matter was instigated by Elder Qi Yun. I am but a victim here. Junior brother, please show some leniency. Elder Qi Yun, now visibly agitated, retorted, Qing song, do you have any shame? Was it not you who expressed a desire to observe the crafting of the ice and fire song? I brought you along for that very reason. You scoundrel! How dare you turn against me? With gritted teeth, Elder Qi Yun removed his shoe and aimed a blow at Taoist Qing Song's head. I shall strike you down for your shamelessness. Let be known that I, Qi Yun, never had such an unfilial junior brother. Yi Chen watched the antics of the two with a sense of disbelief. Enough of this charade. Here is the deal, Elder Qi Yun. Allow Ninger to take me as her master at Shao Qiong Peak. I won't only refrain from deducting your quota, but I will also grant you an additional 200 pills each month. What do you think? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. Elder Qi Yun's eyes widened in realization. So, this is your intention? Very well. Am I, Qi Yun, the kind to sell my disciples for glory? What do you take me for, junior brother? Yi Chen was taken aback. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he realized he had indeed overstepped. Not only had he attempted to poach someone's disciple, but he also wished for her to betray her sect, which was quite unreasonable. Elder Qi Yun, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. I truly didn't consider this matter thoroughly. Yi Chen admitted sheepishly. Let us forget about the apprenticeship. Your quota shall remain unchanged. How can we let that go? Elder Qi Yun's eyes bulged even wider. Yi Chen was utterly bewildered. What exactly do you want? Are you trying to extort me? 300 pieces. Elder Qi Yun raised 3 fingers, declaring, if you provide 300 ice and fire songs each month, I shall permit Ninger to take you as her master. Huh. Yi Chen was momentarily stunned. Both sect master Tsang Yunzi and Taoist Tiewan were equally taken aback. It turned out that Elder Qi Yun was not unwilling for his disciple to apprentice under junior brother, but rather was engaging in bargaining. Taoist Qing Song looked at Elder Qi Yun with admiration. It was a pity he lacked disciples with a talent for alchemy. Otherwise, he would have gladly given 200 pieces to junior brother. Chapter 75. The majestic appearance of the 9 dragons' divine fire cover. After all, they were all brothers within the same sect. What was the loss of a single disciple? Moreover, with junior brother's profound cultivation at the 9th level, it would benefit both himself and his disciples. Upon hearing that her master had sold her to junior uncle for 300 pills, Zhou Ning blinked her eyes, showing no sign of dissent. Her only concern was the supreme art of alchemy, and she held no qualms about who her master was. With junior uncle's higher mastery in alchemy, she would certainly prefer to cultivate under him. All right, I agree. Yi Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his urge to curse, and replied, the quota for Dan pills at Luo Yun Peak will henceforth be raised to 300 pieces. Elder Qi Yun was immediately filled with uncontainable joy. The ice and fire song was indeed a remarkable item. During Yi Chen's absence, under the guidance of sect master Tsang Yunzi, they had thoroughly tested this unprecedented explosive pill. The results were astonishing. Although the ice and fire songs produced in bulk at Shao Qiong Peak varied in quality, they all at least reached the power of an early-stage divine transformation. The highest quality could even rival a full-strength strike from a perfected divine transformation cultivator. Such a terrifying pill would undoubtedly enhance the combat prowess of the disciples significantly, making it possible for them to fight above their rank. The increased quota for Luo Yin Peak would undeniably bolster the strength of its disciples. As the master of a peak, how could Elder Qi Yun not feel elated? In comparison to the benefits gained, what was the matter of conceding Zhou Ning as a disciple? Furthermore, Zhou Ning could truly learn under junior brother. Flourishing as if in water, Elder Qi Yun, fully aware of Zhou Ning's recent progress, could hardly deny the improvements he had witnessed. Well then, master brother, we shall take our leave. Elder Qi Yun joyfully pulled Taoist Qing Song down the mountain. Sect Master Tsang Yunzi and Taoist Tieguan followed suit, leaving Shao Qiong Peak to return to its former tranquility. Ninga, this is your junior sister, Mu Yucheng, Yi Chen introduced, pointing at the figure who had been standing silently behind him. Hello, I am Zhou Ning. Zhou Ning greeted politely, her tone somewhat distant. Mu Chung shot Yichen a fierce glare, thinking, I was the one who became a disciple first. Why am I the junior sister? Yichen stammered, but Ninger arrived at Shao Qiong Peak before you ate tea that time. Her master was not you, Yichun. There's a proper order to accepting disciples. This hierarchy cannot be muddled, right? Zhou Ning, junior sister? Zhou Ning blinked and smiled. I am indifferent about that, as long as I can stay at Shao Qiong Peak and learn alchemy from my master. That is enough. See? Zhou Ning, junior sister, is quite reasonable. Mu Yuqing cheerfully took Zhou Ning's hand. From now on, I shall call you Little Three. Zhou Ning did not object, but Yichen's expression darkened. In a way. Why not? Mu Yuqing asked, puzzled that Yichen opened his mouth. Gritting his teeth, I said no. And that means no. Tisish. Ninger is definitely Little Three. Mu Yuqing declared triumphantly. You, as a teacher, wouldn't understand matters between us girls. Master, I think Little Three is quite nice. Zhou Ning added, it sounds very affectionate. Yichun, now visibly displeased, sighed, fine. Do as you wish, I shall go refine pills. With that, Yichun turned and headed toward the alchemy room. Behind him, he could hear Mu Yuqing chattering. Sister Rong, Little Three has become our junior sister. Little Three, call out sister for us to hear. Out of sight, out of mind, Yichun returned to the alchemy room, preparing to shut himself in. He arranged the necessary materials from his spatial ring, in order. There is enough to refine 3 spirit melding pills, as long as the sect master consumes one. It will be sufficient to counteract the violent power of the Mo Ling fire, successfully enabling him to merge with it. The Great War of the 100 Dynasties is about to commence. My time is limited. Now, let us begin. Taking a deep breath and slightly adjusting his state, Yichun employed the 9 heavens fire to control the furnace. He added the prepared materials into the cauldron at specific intervals, and in a precise order. 3 days passed in a blink. While Mu Yuqing was bored, familiarizing herself with the control techniques of the Bailuo Grand Array taught by Su Yurong. A beam of radiant light shot up from Shao Qiong Peak, piercing the heavens. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, terrifying coldness surged forth like a furious sea. Sweeping across the surroundings, Mu Yuqing felt as if she had plunged into an ice cellar. Her teeth chattering from the cold. What is that rascal master up to now? He's going to freeze me to death. The extraordinary phenomenon atop Shao Qiong Peak immediately drew the attention of the entire Qingyan sect. Has junior brother refined another top-grade pill? However, this time, the commotion seemed considerably less intense than before. Junior uncle is indeed impressive. Refining top-grade pills is like child's play for him. On Shao Qiong Peak. The chilling aura nearly enveloped the entire mountain. Just as Mu Yuqing was about to reach her limit, the coldness suddenly dissipated while Yichun burst through the door of the alchemy room. Laughing heartily, ha ha ha. Although I wasted 2 sets of materials, I finally succeeded in refining the spirit melding pill. Congratulations, master! Su Yurong and the others respectfully bowed and offered their congratulations. Why Yichun nodded, summoning his escape light as he flew towards Long Shou Peak. I shall seek out sect master brother. You all keep a good watch. Meanwhile, atop Long Shou Peak, Song Yunzi paced anxiously within the grand hall, occasionally glancing outside. The astonishing commotion from Shao Qiong Peak was felt even by him. There was no need to ask. It was undoubtedly Yichun refining another top-grade pill. This pill was intended to neutralize the violent power of the Mo Ling fire, allowing him to merge with it. Surely junior brother must have succeeded, right? Song Yunzi repeatedly clapped his right hand against his left palm, muttering sigh, should I go to Shao Qiong Peak to take a look? Sect master brother, Daoist Tieguan's loud voice jolted Song Yunzi from his anxious thoughts. In times of trouble, maintain your composure. This is not like you. Song Yunzi paused, acknowledging, you are right, master brother. I allowed my concerns to cloud my judgment. Huh. Sect master brother. Just then, Yichen's booming laughter echoed from afar. Dressed in white like an ethereal being, he leaped several strides to stand before sect master Song Yunzi, with Daoist Tieguan also present. How fortuitous! Iron Crown, you can accompany me in guarding our master. Kanji Yunzi inquired with excitement. Has the elixir been refined? Indeed. Yichun produced a finely crafted jade vial, from which he poured out a frosty blue pill. In an instant, a terrifying chill permeated the entire hall. Even Iron Crown Taoist, who had attained the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, could not suppress a shiver. What an astonishing chill! Iron Crown Taoist exclaimed, "Is this the spirit melding pill?" "Yes, but this is a modified version tailored to Master S requirements." Yi Chun replied, "Strictly speaking, this pill has diverged from the original spirit melding pill." As he spoke, he summoned a ball of pitch-black flame. Instantly, the icy and scorching energies collided and devoured one another within the hall, producing a deep, resonant rumble. "Master, let us commence." Kanjianzi nodded solemnly, taking the ink spirit fire from Yi Chen's hand and, without hesitation, swallowed it. Immediately, a wave of scorching energy spread throughout his limbs. Boom! His exterior ignited in a torrent of black flames, reducing both his robe and hair to mere ashes in an instant. The ground beneath him turned charred and melted, exhibiting signs of vitrification. "Junior brother!" Iron Crown Taoist was taken aback. "Songyun, Master is unharmed." Yi Chun fixed his gaze on Kanjianzi, just as he was on the verge of succumbing to the flames of the ink spirit. With a flick of his finger, he propelled the icy blue spirit melding pill into Kanjianzi's mouth. An icy aura surged through his meridians, counteracting the scorching heat of the ink spirit fire. Hiss! The opposing forces of ice and fire clashed and consumed each other within Kanjianzi. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans cascaded down his face. It seems to have stabilized. Observing the black flames dissipating from Kanjianzi's exterior, Yi Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. "Junior brother, what shall we do next?" Iron Crown Taoist inquired. "Wait," Yi Chen responded. "Whether Master can merge the ink spirit fire with his own body depends on his own determination. If successful, Master will no longer require true essence for cultivation, but will instead harness the ink spirit fire to propel his techniques. And if he fails, what happens if he fails?" Iron Crown Taoist's expression shifted, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The worst outcome would be obliteration of both body and spirit, while the best outcome, Yi Chen hesitated briefly before continuing, would be that he could never cultivate again. Iron Crown Taoist opened his mouth, but the words turned into a long, drawn-out sigh. Knowing Kanjianzi as he did, he understood that being unable to cultivate would be a fate worse than death. It would be better to take the risk, for at least there remained a glimmer of hope. "Then we must simply wait," Iron Crown Taoist sighed, following Yi Chun toward the entrance of the hall. Standing at the door, Yi Chun gazed into the distance before suddenly tucking his hands into his sleeves and squatting down like a humble farmer. Iron Crown Taoist hesitated a moment, but then imitated him. "Junior brother, what are the chances of our master successfully merging the—" Iron Crown Taoist couldn't help but ask. "Hard to say," Yi Chen replied thoughtfully. "The spirit melding pill I modified serves merely as an aid. The crux lies in the resolve of Master to pursue the Tao. If he surpasses this hurdle, he will undoubtedly cultivate to the great ascension stage without a hitch. However, if he falters, his current realm will be his terminus in seeking the Tao." Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, Iron Crown Taoist fell into a prolonged silence. After some time, perhaps growing weary of squatting, he shifted positions and asked quietly, "Junior brother, among your 3 female disciples, which one do you prefer?" Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment at Iron Crown Taoist's sudden shift of topic. "Brother, you swerved too quickly. I almost lost my grip on the steering wheel." Iron Crown Taoist looked perplexed. "What is a steering wheel?" "It sounds like quite a powerful treasure." Yi Chun sighed deeply, indicating he had no desire to continue the conversation. Just then, with a resounding crash, the ground of the hall began to fracture. Spiderweb-like cracks radiated from Kanjianzi. Spreading wildly outward, a tremendous wave of air surged forth, nearly sending the unsuspecting Iron Crown Taoist flying. "What is happening?" Yi Chun stood firm, his white robes billowing in the tempest. "Master is incredible." Kanjianzi, merging the ink spirit fire and inadvertently breaking through his own realm. This is the pinnacle of the transformation god realm. At the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, Iron Crown Taoist felt as if he had bitten into a lemon, his heart and spirit souring. Was he truly about to relinquish the title of the strongest in the Qingyun sect? Suddenly, Kanjianzi opened his eyes, black flames seemingly swirling within their depths. He sprang to his feet. Smashing the ground beneath him, and struck out toward Yi Chun. Master brother. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, meeting the blow with a punch-point 12 styles of crumbling fist. Boom! The fists collided, unleashing a tempest of energy that created a massive crater beneath them, sending countless stones flying to eye in the astonished gaze of Iron Crown Daoist. Yi Chun remained unmoved. However, Kanji Yunzi staggered back several steps, his foot shattering the tiles beneath him as he barely managed to offset the overwhelming force. This is the entrance technique of our Qingyun sect. 12 styles of crumbling fist? Kanji Yunzi felt a surge of agitation, and once he stabilized his qi and blood, he regarded Yi Chun with a strange expression. Is that so? Ah, yes, that it seems to be called that, Yi Chun replied. Huh. To wield the entrance technique to such an extent, junior brother, how can you claim to be merely at the Golden Core stage? Kanji Yunzi laughed heartily that I truly am at the Golden Core stage. Yi Chun sighed helplessly, yet it must be said this technique possesses considerable power. How could it be placed on the second floor of the Hansher building for casual viewing? Both Kanji Yunzi and Iron Crown Daoist's eyes twitched simultaneously. Considerable power? Hardly. An ordinary cultivator using the 12 styles of crumbling fist can merely crack stones. Confront a perfected transformation god like you head-on with an entrance technique. There's no one else in the Guangxing region who can do that. It's simply otherworldly. The power of this technique is indeed quite ordinary, Iron Crown Daoist remarked. Placing the 12 styles of crumbling fist on the second floor of the Hansher building was a well-considered decision by his sixth junior sister. Mentioning sixth junior sister, a hint of sorrow flickered in Yi Chun's eyes. Kanji Yunzi and Iron Crown Daoist fell silent in unison. Well, I must thank you, junior brother, for your tremendous assistance in allowing me to reforge my path in the celestial realm. Kanji Yunzi was the first to break the silence. Bowing respectfully to Yi Chun, I have done little, but could you please don your robes first, master? Yi Chun remarked with an unusual expression. It's fine if I'm startled, but we wouldn't want to alarm the flowers and plants of Longzhou Peak. Kanji Yunzi glanced down and instantly turned crimson. In merging with the ink spirit fire, his clothes had been entirely consumed by the black flames. In his elation at the breakthrough, he had failed to notice at all. Cough. No wonder I felt a bit too refreshing, Kanji Yunzi said awkwardly, retrieving a new robe from his spatial ring to dress himself. Iron Crown Daoist was left speechless. Alas, it is too much to bear. Master has successfully merged with the ink spirit fire. From now on, this will replace your true essence, Yi Chun explained, until you cultivate to the great ascension stage and undergo the heavenly tribulation. The spiritual energy of the celestial realm will form divine power within you, and you will no longer require the ink spirit fire to fuel any techniques. Kanji Yunzi nodded earnestly, respectfully bowing once more. Thank you, junior brother, for your life-giving grace. Brother, you overstated. Yi Chun hurriedly replied, now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave for Shaoqiong Peak. With less than 10 days until the 100 Dynasties War, I must make some preparations. Iron Crown Daoist nodded. Indeed, more preparations are necessary. Kanji Yunzi furrowed his brow, hesitating before saying, Junior brother, I reiterate my point. If something cannot be done, then do not force it. Losing the 100 Dynasties War is not disgraceful. There is no need to push yourself. Even if the Deluo sacred land seeks to target you, the Qingyun sect will unhesitatingly stand by your side. Chapter 77. Comprehending Sword Intent through Foundation Establishment Techniques. Yi Chun, though moved, firmly declined. Senior brother, do we, the Qingyun sect, truly possess the foundation to contend with the Deluo sacred land? Kanji Yunzi opened his mouth, then sighed helplessly. Even if we cannot win, we must still strive. We cannot let you bear the burden alone. Yi Chun smiled gently, the ant shaking the tree, commendable yet self-unaware. Senior brother, with me Yi Chun here, the Qingyun sect shall flourish and endure for millennia. Kanji Yunzi and Tieguan Daoist simultaneously clasped their fists in respect towards Yi Chun. Yi Chun turned and soared towards Shaoqiong Peak. Junior brother, what you just said was quite over the top, Tieguan Daoist remarked, gazing at Yi Chun's retreating figure, surprised by his words. What do you mean, old man Tieguan? Kanji Yunzi snapped, his temper flaring instantly. You think I cannot defeat you? Let me tell you, I am now at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. You should relinquish the title of the strongest in Qingyun sect to me. What? Taekwon Daoist's eyes widened. You little rascal. Have you forgotten my prowess? Daring to disrespect your senior brother? You old fool. I'm still the sect master of Qingyun. Kanji Yunzi retorted angrily. You old fool. If it weren't for my humility back in the day, would the position of sect master have fallen to you? Taekwon Daoist was unyielding. You old fool. You old fool. The two exchanged insults for several rounds before, as if sharing a telepathic bond. They lunged at each other, grappling fiercely. All spells and sword techniques were cast aside, and the two fought like quarrelsome women, using fists and feet indiscriminately. In no time, their bodies were marred with ghastly wounds. Fortunately, there were no onlookers in the Great Hall. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would surely leave Jaws Agape in shock. Xiaoqiong Peak. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Yichen immediately summoned Zhou Ning. Master, did you call for me? Zhou Ning asked, adjusting her thick glasses. I still have a furnace of pills to tend to. Not yet. Take a look at this. Yi Chan produced a palm-sized object from a spatial ring and pushed it towards Zhou Ning. In an instant, the temperature in the room plummeted. Zhou Ning felt as if her bones were about to shatter from a cold. What a heavy chill. Is this ice marrow? Indeed, it is ice marrow. Yichen replied with a smile. From today onwards, it belongs to you. I only need you to refine 1,000 high-quality ice and fire songs within 7 days. How does that sound? Is it really ice marrow? Zhou Ning cautiously accepted the palm-sized ice marrow, completely unfazed by the biting cold. Her face flushed with excitement. 1,000 might be challenging. After all, my success rate in alchemy is still too low. However, 500 is absolutely feasible. The term success rate was also coined by Yichen, and Zhou Ning quickly grasped its meaning. 500 it is. Yichen pondered for a moment. The Great Zhou Dynasty's Battle of the Hundreds will take place in 10 days. I must depart 3 days in advance. During this time, refine as much as you can. After Zhou Ning joyfully cradled the ice marrow and left, Yichen's consciousness entered the system space. System, open the attribute panel. A semi-transparent light screen slowly materialized before him. ID. Yichen Identity. Chief Disciple of Qingyun Sect. Master of Xiaoqiong Peak Cultivation Realm. Great Perfection of Golden Core. Myth Value. 12760 Divine Ability Talent. Cultivation Technique. 8-9 Mysteries. 4 Transformations Items. Wind and Thunder Dual Wings. 9 Heavens Leaving Fire. Ink Spirit Fire. Long Yuan Sword Skills. Golden Sun Sword Chi. 8 Desolation Sword Technique. 12 Styles of Crumbling Fist. Myth Extraction Cards. Silver Card 1 Zhong. Yichen scratched his head. It's decided then. Since I have ample myth value, I shall draw 1 golden extraction card and 2 silver extraction cards. The life of the wealthy is so unadorned and mundane. Yichen murmured. System, extract the myth extraction cards. Ding. Does the host confirm the consumption of 12,000 myth value to extract 1 golden extraction card and 2 silver extraction cards? The system's prompt chimed. Confirmed. Yichen replied without hesitation. Myth value has been deducted. Extraction commencing now. As the system's prompt faded, the familiar spinning wheel appeared before Yichen once more. The rapidly spinning wheel gradually came to a halt. A somewhat familiar silhouette materialized. Then, that apparition transformed into a stream of light and appeared in Yichen's hand. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a silver extraction card. Xiongqi. Yichen was taken aback. Another mythical beast from the classic of mountains and seas? Before he could fully comprehend, the wheel began to spin again. Soon, another card appeared in his hand. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained a silver extraction card. Dao Wu. Xiongqi, one of the 4 ancient fiends, upon using the myth extraction card. The host can gain 2 of the following abilities. War Calamity, Evil King, for a duration of 6 hours. Dao Wu, one of the 4 ancient fiends, upon using the myth extraction card. The host can gain 2 of the following abilities. Fierce Beast. Stubbornness, Unruliness, for a duration of 6 hours. Before Yichen could carefully examine the 2 newly acquired silver extraction cards, the spinning wheel began to whirl rapidly once more. This time, the wheel spun faster and for a longer duration than before. Why is it still spinning? How long will this continue? Yichen propped his chin on his hands, idly gazing at the wheel before him. Just then, the rapidly spinning wheel suddenly came to a halt. A silhouette that Yi Chun was extremely familiar with coalesced and then transformed into a card that appeared in his palm. Whoa, that sudden stop nearly threw me off balance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a golden myth extraction card. Fighting Victory Buddha's son, Wukong. Fighting Victory Buddha, son Wukong. A character from the Journey to the West. Upon using the extraction card, the host can acquire abilities such as Great Immortal Technique, 72 Transformations, Rui Jingu Bang, Qi Tian's Wild Soul, an external incarnation lasting for 12 hours. Wow, this golden extraction card is indeed exceptional. Its attribute description is far more detailed than the others. Yi Chen exclaimed with excitement that, in terms of strength, Sun Wukong might not be the most powerful. Yet for Yi Chen, who had traversed from Earth, Sun Wukong held a special significance on Earth, which boy did not fantasize about being the great sage equal to heaven in their childhood, capable of carrying mountains and chasing the moon, moving stars and changing constellations, utterly invincible. This system is simply astonishing. Yi Chen was overjoyed. The golden extraction card could yield immense power from a mythical figure. After achieving the status of Fighting Victory Buddha, Sun Wukong's strength must have reached at least the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, right? Even if he could not extract all of Sun Wukong's power, half of a great Luo Golden Immortal should be enough to sweep through the entire Guanxing domain. Wouldn't it? With this trump card, what could the myriad talents of the 100 Dynasties or any super first-rate sect do but kneel and call him father? Moments slipped by swiftly. Xiaoqiong Peak was silent. The disciples of Qinyan sect were completely unaware of when Yi Chen had descended the mountain. The territory of the Great Zhou dynasty spans vast expanses. Upon entering the borders of the Great Zhou dynasty, Yi Chen diligently rode his sword for an entire day, finally arriving at the capital city before nightfall. Chapter 78. Am I, Qiyun, a person who sells disciples for glory? Dahuang City, weighing the heavy 800 high-grade ice and fire songs crafted from ice marrow within his spatial ring. Yi Chen revealed a smile akin to that of a deity bestowing fortunes as he descended from the air and walked toward the city gate. Yes, a super first-rate cultivation force. The Great Zhou dynasty strictly prohibits cultivators from flying with magical artifacts within city. Ordinary cultivators would certainly not dare to contravene this order, and disciples from other super first-rate sects would also refrain from provoking the Great Zhou dynasty over such matters. Thus, regardless of their cultivation realm, all cultivators approaching the city gate obediently stowed away their magical items and proceeded on foot. Halt! Who are you? The city guard, noticing Yi Chen's approach, immediately raised a hand to stop him. However, upon seeing Yi Chen's appearance, he was momentarily taken aback, astonishment filling his eyes that, yes, there truly such a handsome individual in this world. May I ask which sect you hail from, esteemed immortal? The guard's demeanor shifted to one of respect. Bowing slightly as he inquired politely, I am Yi Chen, a disciple of Qinyan sect. Here's my invitation to why Yi Chen responded, producing a jade token from his robe for the guard to see. The guard promptly stepped back, respectfully allowing passage. As Yi Chen brushed past him, the guard hesitated, as if wanting to say something but holding back. Noticing his unusual behavior, Yi Chen inquired with curiosity, "Does this elder brother have something to say to me?" The city guard gritted his teeth and whispered, "I perceive that Master Yi possesses an extraordinary demeanor, akin to that of an immortal. Thus, I felt compelled to offer this caution. The Tai sect has already spread word within the city that they intend to trouble the Qinyan sect. Please exercise utmost caution. Master Yi." In Yi Chen's captivating phoenix eyes, a flicker of light danced unpredictably. He casually tossed a premium spirit stone from his hand to the city guard, saying, "Thank you." Premium spirit stone? The city guard's eyes gleamed with excitement as he promptly pocketed the stone. Truly, seeing is believing. Yi Chen is remarkably handsome. As Yi Chen strolled along the main thoroughfare paved with green bricks, his brow was furrowed in contemplation. Look, who is that? So handsome. A figure clad in pure white, exuding an ethereal quality, resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. If only I could have a partner like that. I would gladly forsake the pursuit of the Tao for a lifetime. Oh my! He is looking this way. He is gazing at me. Have you no shame? He is clearly looking at me. Hearing the growing clamor around him, Yichen looked up in astonishment. His surprise. Aside from the empty sky where flying was prohibited, he found himself encircled by a throng of admirers. Men and women of all ages gathered. But the majority were young female cultivators. Confusion and bewilderment filled his striking phoenix eyes. What on earth is happening? Am I being gawked at? Is it possible that Yichun has gained such notoriety? My dear Taoist brother, I am Do Miyu from the Diansong sect. Might I request the honor of accompanying you? A stunningly beautiful female cultivator approached him first out of course. I shall cover the expenses. I am Ran Ping from the Pomogong. You have a favorite partner yet? Step aside. I am from the Bingshin Temple. Yichen stood there, utterly dumbfounded. These enchanting fairies are apparently drawn to my looks. This wretched world that judges by appearances. As he observed the tide of lovely maidens surging toward him, Yichun found himself momentarily dazed. He had always considered himself merely somewhat handsome, with a touch of talent. Yet, he never anticipated that his looks would elicit such affection, causing flowers to bloom in his presence. Suddenly, a resonant hum pierced the air, followed by a brilliant flash of a spear that tore through the heavens and plummeted earthward. The overwhelming sword Qi cleaved the street for 200 zhong. The female cultivators surrounding Yichun were instantly horrified. Parting to clear a path, Yichun looked up in surprise at a robust figure, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, donned in gleaming armor, approached with deliberate steps. He bore a long halberd on his back, radiating an aura of martial ferocity that instilled fear in all who beheld him. It is the third prince, Li Su of the Great Zhou dynasty. What? Is this third prince not leading troops in battle against the barbarians? How could he return to Dahuang City? He must have come due to the 100 Dynasty War. After all, many cultivators prefer to enter court service to enjoy wealth and prestige. The IT is said that this third prince broke through to the transformation stage years ago, and his current cultivation level is likely even higher. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Yichun narrowed his captivating phoenix eyes at Li Su. Are you Yichun? Li Su appraised Yichun from head to toe, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Setting aside Yichun's cultivation, his appearance alone was striking to Li Su had encountered countless young talents. Yet Yichun's looks and otherworldly aura distinctly surpassed the rest. I am Li Su of the Great Zhou dynasty. Li Su clasped his fists in respectful greeting. It is an honor to meet you. Daoist friend. Daoist friend? The crowd gasped in astonishment. The third prince, with both his background and transformation stage cultivation. There were very few in the entire Guangxing region who could elicit such humility from him. Who exactly is this Yichun that commands such reverence from the third prince? Unbeknownst to them, Yichun was equally bewildered. He had never met Li Su before. Why was he being treated with such courtesy? Yichun returned the gesture with a slight bow. The third prince recognizes me. Never met you before, Li Su replied with a gentle smile. Yichun was even more perplexed. However, I have heard much about your exploits. Daoist friend, Li Su continued, his eyes sparkling, especially regarding your slaying of the Spirit Division cultivator Su Xian and your remarkable feat of hanging the corpse of Wen Han from the Dragon's Head Peak. Yichun's expression turned peculiar. This fellow, like Mu Yu Cheng, is a little fan of his. A true man should never allow others to insult his sect. What are the Tai sect if they dare to trouble you? The Great Zhou dynasty will stand behind you, Li Su proclaimed loudly. Hiss! A collective gasp resonated along the main street of the imperial city. Yichun's face darkened. The third prince truly had no filter. Come, come! He unabashedly draped his arm around Li Su's neck, leading him away from the crowd as he squatted down. Third prince, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Wen Han's death has nothing to do with our Qingyan sect. This matter is known throughout the Guangxing region. What do you have to conceal? Li Su boldly replied. Otherwise, do you think that Tai sect Zhen Xian would target your Qingyan sect? Although a transformation stage disciple is not much, it certainly concerns the sect's reputation, does it not? But fear not. While in Dahuang City, no one dares to trouble you. Otherwise, they must first reckon with my breaking heaven halberd. What a magnificent name. It resonates with grandeur. Yichun praised, finding it quite befitting of the third prince's bold demeanor. Ah, indeed. Lisa laughed heartily, patting Yichun on the shoulder. Come, I shall take you for a drink. Yichun couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The third prince was truly entertaining, devoid of any airs of royalty, and exuded a carefree, rugged military charm. He hardly resembled a prince. Yichun followed Li Su towards the Tianzi Shao restaurant in Dahuang City. In this world, even emperors of dynasties do not boast of being the true dragon among men. Chapter 79. Iron Crown Brother, care for some lemonade? Thus, such bold proclamations could be openly displayed in the imperial city. In the feudal era on Earth, anyone daring to post such words would be courting death. So led Yichun to the third floor, where the innkeeper greeted them with near obsequiousness. Lisa's starry eyes swept across the patrons on the third floor as he strode directly toward a window-side table. The young cultivators seated there immediately changed color. Third Prince, we have reserved a private room for you. The innkeeper hurriedly chimed in with a smile. No need. Drinking must be done in an open space, Lisa replied. What joy can be found in a cramped private room? With that, he turned to the three individuals before him, a cold, bloodthirsty smile curling at his lips. What? Are you not leaving yet? Must I throw you out myself? The trio's expressions shifted multiple times, but ultimately exchanged glances and rose to depart. My apologies, truly. The innkeeper chuckled nervously. This round is on me. When you return, I shall ensure you are accommodated in a private room, and your drinks will be complimentary. The third prince was not to be trifled with, and neither were these cultivators of unknown origin. Who knows, they might have ties to a top-tier sect. While the third prince could afford to disregard such concerns, the innkeeper certainly could not. If one cannot navigate social niceties, this establishment would never survive amid the throngs of cultivators in Dahuang City, where transformation stage practitioners abound. The three cultivators exchanged glances, ultimately saying nothing as they exited. The innkeeper swiftly tidied up the table, and Lisa sat down with Yichun. Outside the window lay the largest lake within Dahuang City, Dongting Lake. A vast expanse stretched before them, shrouded in mist and water vapor, offering a unique charm. Daoist friend, the scenery of Dahuang City is quite remarkable, is it not? Li Su inquired. Indeed, Yichun replied succinctly that I supposed. Then burst into laughter. Daoist friend Yi, you are indeed intriguing. Innkeeper, bring us some signature dishes. I have a hearty appetite and can eat more. The innkeeper hurriedly dashed downstairs to instruct the kitchen to prepare the meals. Yichun remained silent, smiling as he observed Lisa. He was waiting, yet he did not believe that this seemingly carefree and straightforward third prince had invited him for drinks solely out of admiration. Lisa squinted at Yichun and, after a moment, shook his head with a smile. Why, Yichun, you are truly exceptional. I am beginning to believe that all the rumors about you are indeed true. Yichun remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of his companion's words. What if you were to serve me? Lisa's eyes sparkled with intensity as he grinned. I assure you, if you agree, I can guarantee that the Tai sect would not dare to lay a finger on your Qingyan sect. Not to mention a mere elite disciple in the transformation realm. Even if you were to slay an elder at the peak of the transformation realm, I could ensure your safety. Before Yichun could respond, a hearty laughter resonated through the Tianzi Xiangjiu building. Such grandiose claims from the third brother. At the sound of this voice, Li Su's expression darkened instantly. Why Yichun curiously turned towards the entrance, where he beheld a young gentleman clad in luxurious attire, leisurely waving a folding fan as he approached. His complexion was fair, and his features were strikingly delicate, almost androgynous. However, in terms of handsomeness, he fell slightly short of Yichun. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Li Su inquired in a grave tone. The second prince cast a sidelong glance at Yichun, a half-smile gracing his lips as he seated himself at the table. I trust my third brother wouldn't mind the company of a few more guests. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and a familiar figure ascended the stairs that Wei Chen's phoenix-like eyes narrowed instantly. Wan Jinni. Accompanying Wan Jinni was a practitioner who held a sword in both hands, a black cloth covering his eyes, that a blind man. Yichun was taken aback for a moment. Third brother, aren't you going to introduce us? Weren't you just boasting about killing an elder of the Tai sect without a care? Lisa's expression grew somber. He had never seen eye to eye with his second brother. after reaching adulthood. The second brother, Li Mu, had joined the Tai sect to pursue the path of cultivation, while he himself had entered the military to train in martial arts. Point one focused on spiritual techniques, while the other emphasized physical prowess. As the saying goes, those who speak different tongues cannot conspire, and thus their disdain for one another grew deeper. Isa's invitation to Yi Chun for a drink was not a spontaneous decision. It seemed it was about to be disrupted by his second brother. Changsheng, this is my second brother, the second Prince Li Mu, Li Su introduced, suppressing his inner resentment that I have the honor of meeting the second prince. Yi Chun replied with a slight bow. His inherently carefree demeanor made his gesture appear somewhat disrespectful in Li Mu's eyes. This gentleman in white, as pure as snow, is Wan Jiani, a direct disciple of the Tai sect. It is said that he has a profound connection with your Qinyan sect, Lisa stated intentionally. Indeed, there is some connection, Yi Chun remarked with a smile, his face betraying no signs of joy or anger. And this is Zhen Xian, another direct disciple of the Tai sect, a formidable practitioner at the half-step separation realm. Lisa emphasized the term half-step separation realm, clearly intending to remind Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun maintained his cheerful demeanor. As for Yi Chun, I trust this prince need not introduce him, as you are likely more acquainted with him than I am, Lisa said coolly. Hee, third brother. I cannot pretend I didn't hear your earlier remarks. Li Mu chuckled. Regardless, I am nominally a disciple of the Tai sect. Wouldn't you agree? What of it? Lisa retorted coldly. Even in your presence, I would say the same. The disciples of the Tai sect have insulted my sect, and if they meet their end, it is their own doing, even if Yi Chun were slay an elder of the Tai sect. What of it? My great Zhou dynasty will protect him. Does the Tai sect dare to confront us? Li Mu's expression darkened. You dare? Do you truly believe the great Zhou dynasty is yours to command? When did matters of the great Zhou become your prerogative? Li Su remained silent, merely sneering. Such careless remarks would not trouble him. Even if Li Mu reported them to their father, Isu felt no fear. Among the three sons, the eldest Prince Li Huan was gentle and courteous, resembling their mother, though his martial talent was mediocre. The second prince, having been frail since childhood, was sent to the Tai sect to study the immortal arts. Only Li Su had consistently accompanied their father, engaging in battles from a young age, gradually rising to the position of a regional protector, cultivating to the transformation realm through martial practices. Their father had once remarked that Li Su resembled him the most. Even if Li Mu were to lodge a complaint, their father would likely dismiss it as an intentional slander. He was uncertain whom would be distanced and scorned at Li Mu, with a flick of his sleeve. Turned his back to Yi Chun and declared, Yi Chun, one must not insult a first-rate sect. Even if when Han was disrespectful first, a mere second-rate sect has no right to take his life. The 100 Dynasties War is about to commence, and at that time, all major dynasties, sects, and families within the Guangxing region will send forth their young disciples to participate. Take care of yourself. We shall take our leave. With that, he departed without a backward glance, followed closely by Wan Jiani and the blind Jin Xian, both of whom maintained their silence throughout, an ant attempting to shake a tree. Commendable yet foolish, Yi Chun mused as he savored a piece of steamed meat. Yet he was still unaware of who the tree was and who the ant was. Chapter 80. The Master of the Sect Xian Na. Zhen Xian, truly profound. This name is rather fitting. Ha! Yi Chun, you are truly entertaining. What a commendable yet foolish spirit. Lisa tossed back a large gulp of wine, laughing heartily. However, you must be cautious of my second brother. The status of a first-rate sect is transcendent, and they do not regard even the worldly dynasties with much respect. Although Zhen Xian's name is somewhat amusing, he is indeed a genuine half-step separation realm master. But the question arises, why do he and Wan Jiani persistently trail behind my second brother? Given their identities, they should be engaging with him as equals. Why Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, savoring the delightful steamed meat. This is quite good. You should try Isu frowned slightly. What of a half-step separation realm? What if he were a true master of the separation realm? Yi Chun stuffed his mouth full. Not that I haven't killed before. Lisa's eyes lit up instantly. Could it be that aside from Su Xan, the half-baked separation realm master, you've slain others of that caliber? Speak. Tell me more. Yi-Chen wiped the grease from his mouth and poured more wine. Lisa did not hesitate, promptly presenting the wine jug with utmost respect to pour a cup for Yi-Chen. Why, Yi-Chen lifted the cup, tilting his head back for a hearty drink. Speaking of these masters of the separation realm, suddenly his face flushed crimson, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the table, fast asleep. I so blinked. Hey, don't pull this on me. You're capable of battling masters of the separation realm, yet you succumb to drunkenness? Yi-Chen, this is excessive. If you don't wish to speak, that's one thing, but feigning drunkenness is downright dishonorable. Wait, is he really asleep? Lisa gazed at the snoring Yi-Chen, momentarily at a loss for words. He stood there quietly, his eyes flickering with indecision. The waitstaff stood at a distance, not daring to breathe. The other patrons on the third floor had long since slipped away upon Li Mu's arrival. Arrange a room for this fellow to sleep it off, Lisa finally instructed after a long pause. The attendant hurriedly approached, struggling to assist the inebriated Yi-Chen towards the guest room. Lisa resumed his seat, gazing out at the vast expanse of Dongting Lake. His right index finger rhythmically tapped on the table, producing a crisp sound. Yi-Chen, I hope you do not disappoint this prince. If you emerge victorious in the 100 Dynasties War, this prince shall grant you a great fortune. In the guest room, the attendant closed the door and departed. Startled awake, Yi-Chen suddenly sat up, his eyes wide open. These days, the noble scions have been quite bothersome, with their endless schemes. Should I take advantage of the dark and stormy night to deal with Wang Jianyi? Yi-Chen held a silver card. Pondering deeply, where does the Tai sect reside? The 100 Dynasty Tournament is held once every 60 years, primarily organized by the three supreme sections. The purpose, naturally, is to showcase the sect's strength while attracting exceptional newcomers to join their ranks. This year's tournament is hosted by the Great Zhou Dynasty, yet the participating cultivators can only be accommodated in various hotels within the Grand Phoenix City. As for the Imperial City, outsiders are absolutely forbidden from residing there. As one of the three supreme sects, the Tai sect occupies the nearest establishment to the Imperial City, the Immortals Intoxication Inn. The inn is divided into 6 floors, with the Tai sect having reserved the topmost floor. Regardless of their formidable cultivation or profound backgrounds, any sect cultivator hearing that the 6th floor was booked by the Tai sect dared not utter a word, obediently taking lodging on the other floors. As for the vast first floor of the inn, whether the scant few sword cultivators from the Tai sect could fill it, none dared to inquire. Meanwhile, the other supreme sect, the 2 Zen monasteries, chose not to stay in Grand Phoenix City with the various sects, but instead headed straight to the Royal Awakening Temple outside the city. Clad in white, Yi-Chen immediately attracted countless gazes upon entering the Immortals Intoxication. His striking appearance was simply too remarkable, especially his ethereal aura, resembling a celestial being. Esteemed immortal, are you here to lodge? The innkeeper promptly approached with great respect. Yi-Chen's phoenix-like eyes swept across the inn, but found no sign of Wang Jianyi. I am merely here for a drink, he replied with a faint smile. Tea this moment. More and more female cultivators gathered at the railing, gazing at Yi-Chen with eyes full of admiration, nearly ready to leap forward. Upon hearing that Yi-Chen only wished to drink, a flicker of disappointment crossed the innkeeper's eyes. After all, someone as striking as Yi-Chen could undoubtedly attract considerable business for the Immortals Intoxication if he chose to stay. Beauty is often associated with women, but when applied to men, it carries a different connotation. Very well, please come inside. I shall prepare the finest 1,000-year Longjing tea for you. And of course, we cannot forget our century-old Immortals Intoxication. This is the hallmark of our inn. Even the name derives from this very drink. Yi-Chen nodded slightly, neither affirming nor denying. Daoist, why not join me for a drink? Suddenly, a charming female voice echoed. Yi-Chen looked up to see a somewhat familiar figure by the window on the 5th floor. You are Domeiyu of the distant Song sect. Yi-Chen exclaimed, I can't believe Daoist remembers me. Domeiyu said with delight. Of course. Yi-Chen smiled. Then I shall trouble the fairy. Saying this, Yi-Chen stepped into the air, soaring gracefully to the 5th floor. His demeanor was elegant, and his presence was otherworldly, drawing gasps of admiration from the many female cultivators who had come to watch, some even feeling envious of Domeiyu. The fairy already has company. Just as Yi-Chen stepped into Domeiyu's private room, He noticed a young cultivator with a pale complexion and no beard seated beside her. Do Meiyu's expression darkened. Fan Chao, you may leave. The young cultivator's face shifted, casting an angry glare at Yi Chun before storming out. I apologize for the inconvenience, Yi Daoist. Do Meiyu quickly took Yi Chen's arm and sat him down at the table, leaning her body towards him. The wine has gone cold. I will have them heat another pot. No need, Yi Chun observed Do Meiyu, whose demeanor was languid and her eyes shimmering like a tranquil lake, a hint of disdain flickering in his gaze. I merely seek a quiet space. Could you kindly close the doors and windows? Do Meiyu's eyes brightened at this request, and with a wave of her sleeve, she shut all the doors and windows. At that moment, Yi Chun rose and approached her. Do Meiyu's heart raced with excitement. She had never been with such a handsome man in her life. Even if she did not participate in the 100 Dynasty tournament, this encounter would be worth it. Suddenly, as her mind wandered to intimate thoughts, a fragrant aroma wafted from Yi Chun. What a delightful scent! Before she could finish her thought, darkness enveloped her, and with a thud, she collapsed to the floor while Yi Chun stepped back, allowing Do Meiyu's smooth forehead to strike the ground with a dull thud. You dare covet my beauty? Yi Chun scoffed coldly, reaching out to unfasten Do Meiyu's garments. If you were to succeed, you would not even know who truly benefits. After staging the scene, Yi Chen's long fingers swiftly grasped a mythical extraction card, Silver Card Daowu. He had already inquired and learned that the Tai sect resided on the 6th floor. Chapter 81. Extraction of the Golden Extraction Card. Since the tournament would soon commence, and killing was strictly prohibited, which would lead to disqualification and potential repercussions for the sect from the 3 supreme sects, it would be more prudent to seize this opportunity to eliminate Wan Jinni. The 2 ancient beast extraction cards would allow him to transform into a ferocious beast. Concealing his identity, a moonless night with a chilling wind was indeed an opportune time for murder. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun left the room and found a secluded corner. System: use Silver Card Daowu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a minor power extraction boost from Daowu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the beastly ability, Ming Wan, lasting for 6 hours. Boom! Just as the system's notification concluded, a terrifying aura of malevolence instantly enveloped Yi Chun. Crack, crack, crack! In an instant, his bones creaked as he grew several times taller. Menacing fangs protruded from his mouth, and thick fur covered his body. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens as Yi Chun, transformed into Daowu, crashed down, shattering the floor beneath him as he charged towards the 6th floor. Down on the 6th floor, Wan Jinni sat opposite Jin Xian, both silent. Suddenly, Wan Jinni opened his eyes, coldness radiating from within. It's here! Zhan Xian immediately rose, drawing his sword, and with a swift strike, shattered the door and lunged out. Buzz! The sharp sword energy tore through the air, only to be effortlessly dispersed by a massive claw. Zhan Xian let out a muffled groan as he was sent crashing through the wall, landing on the street outside, creating a deep crater. Wan Jinni stared in bewilderment at the Daowu that was slowly approaching. What the hell? This ISN Yi Chun. What kind of monster is this? Roar! The thunderous roar made Wan Jinni's eardrums ring, blood seeping from his ears. Without a second thought, he turned and fled, unleashing a flying sword that cleaved through the air toward Yi Chen's head. As the lightning-like energy cascaded down, Yi Chun remained utterly still. Amidst the thunderous noise, he simply shook his fur and raised a hind paw to scratch his neck. It's a bit itchy. Seeing the human-like disdain in Daowu's eyes, Wan Jinni was horrified, landing and sprinting toward the imperial city. What kind of beast is this? Even the Tai sect's great thunder sword technique is ineffective. Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with mockery as he dashed down from the 6th floor, opening his massive maw to bite at Wan Jinni. Just then, a commanding voice resonated through the skies. You wretched beast! How dare you? Yi Chun rolled his eyes, muttering, Wretched beast. You are the wretched beast. Your entire family is a bunch of wretched beasts. Turning around, Yi Chun caught sight of Zhan Xian, who was slashing at the ground with his sword. Aiming for him. Roar. Yi Chun let out a furious roar, slamming his paw down. The impressive sword light was instantly shattered, and a violent shockwave erupted, reducing the buildings on either side of the street to dust. Stumbling back, Zhang Xian's face turned pale as he retreated repeatedly. Why Yichun paid him no mind, turning instead to pursue Wang Jiani. Why do you keep chasing me? Wang Jiani's heart raced with fear. This suddenly appearing beast was incredibly strange. Even the Tai sect's great thundersword technique was ineffective against IT. IT must possess at least the cultivation of the transformation stage, comparable to a human's divine transformation stage. Perhaps it had only transformed into human form to infiltrate the immortal's intoxication. Damn it! Could it be a member of a wild beast clan? Swish! Yichun, enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, moved with astonishing speed, even surpassing a cultivator riding a sword. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Wang Jiani, who was fleeing toward the imperial city. Help! The Grand Phoenix City is under attack by wild beasts. His words were cut off as Yichun's paw came crashing down. Wang Jiani was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a civilian home and landing amidst the rubble. Innate divine ability of a ferocious beast. Yichun's thoughts stirred, and the malevolent aura surrounding him instantly pierced through the heavens and the earth. His eyes transforming into a vivid crimson hue, he knew he must act swiftly. Otherwise, once the imperial city reacted and a multitude of guards swarmed in, his opportunity to strike would vanish that a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. Even though he could harness the power of the Daelu, rivaling that of a divine transformation practitioner, his inherently cautious nature deterred him from taking such a perilous risk. Wang Jiani, he gasped, struggling to rise from the rubble. A stream of crimson blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he fixed his terrified gaze upon Yichun, his eyes wide with dread. With each step the Daelu incarnation of Yichun took, its claws carved terrifyingly deep pits into the ground. Wait, you must have transformed by now, right? Wang Jiani exclaimed hurriedly. Then you should be able to understand human speech. Who exactly are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Yichun flashed a grin, yet to Wang Jiani, that smile appeared utterly sinister, sending chills down his spine. The grotesque visage, combined with that gaping maw, was indeed terrifying beyond measure. Crack! Thunder roared as Zhang Xian swung his sword down with immense force. Lightning swirling around him, resembling a deity of thunder descending, exuding an overwhelming might. Great thunder, sword technique. Yichun cast an impatient glance at him, his robust tail tearing through the air as it ferociously lashed out at Zhang Xian. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, scattering the lightning across the sky. Zhang Xian spat a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground, creating a shocking pit beneath him. Wang Jiani was struck with terror. He made a swift decision to employ the blood escape technique in a desperate attempt to flee. The Daelu incarnation of Yichun was simply too fearsome. Even Zhang Xian was no match for him, and Wang Jiani knew he stood no chance. Flee! I cannot withstand this. If I can just hold out until the armored soldiers of the great Zhou dynasty arrive, I might have a chance of survival. Yichun observed his reaction with keen interest, and in a flash, he struck. His powerful tail tore through Wang Jiani's abdomen, shattering the protective aura of his perfected transformation like mere paper. Puffed! Blood sprayed forth as Wang Jiani wore a look of utter shock, clearly still in disbelief that a diminutive figure, identical in features to Wang Jiani, burst forth from within him, wielding a flying sword as it darted towards the imperial city. Yichun's Daelu incarnation leaped into the air, descending with ferocity as Wang Jiani's horrified gaze followed. No, I am from the Daluo Holy Land. Huffed. In an instant, Wang Jiani's primordial spirit was severed in two by Yichun's bite. The Daelu, one of the ancient four fiends, possessed teeth that could rival even the innate treasures. A mere primordial spirit of a transformation practitioner was no more substantial than tofu in comparison. Cough, cough! Zhang Xian struggled to rise, his hollow eyes gazing vacantly at Yichun. You killed Junior Brother Wang? Yichun turned to glance at him, his eyes brimming with mockery. Just then, the sound of rushing air filled the space, as a throng of armored warriors surged forward, led by none other than the Emperor of the Great Zhou.